Simulation hypothesis. Have you ever wondered if the world around you is real, or if it's all just an incredibly detailed program? The simulation hypothesis says our universe could be a high-resolution illusion. Philosopher Nick Bostrom framed it like this: if a civilization becomes advanced enough, it might run vast numbers of ancestor simulations of beings like us. If many such simulations exist, then statistically it could be more likely that you and I are inside one of them than in a single base reality. In a good simulation, the rules would be consistent, what we call physics. Your memories, your body, even your doubts, would be data running on some deeper substrate. That sounds wild, but it's meant to be a sober argument, not science fiction. It raises sharp questions. If we are simulated, who or what pressed run, and why? Curiosity, research, entertainment, ethics also shifts. Do simulated minds deserve rights if they can feel? How would we tell? People point to oddities in physics, quantization, hard limits like the speed of light, probabilistic events as if they were hints of an underlying code, though those are speculative leaps, not proof. Others argue that whether or not we're simulated changes less than you think. Meaning, love, beauty, suffering, if they're experienced, they're real to us. The hypothesis doesn't give us an exit key. It gives us a mirror. It asks whether real must mean fundamental or whether lived experience is enough. In the end, the simulation idea is a modern echo of an ancient worry. Can we trust appearances? Plato had his cave. Descartes had his demon. We have the server rack. And yet the practical challenge remains the same. Act well, seek truth, reduce harm, no matter what lies under the hood of the universe. Coda, where it all began and begins again. From myth to method, from atoms to algorithms, the question "where did it all begin?" keeps renewing itself. Each age answers with its best tools: story, logic, experiment, code, and then hands the question forward. Maybe origin isn't a place in time but a move of the mind. The moment we stop accepting and start asking, if so, philosophy's first step is also its next one. Your turn. Effective altruism. What if ethics were less about lofty ideals and more about doing the most good per dollar and hour? Effective altruism, EA, starts from two claims. Every person's well-being counts equally and resources are limited, so we should prioritize causes where our effort goes furthest. Practically, that means comparing problems by scale, tractability, and neglectedness. The ITN lens, preventing malaria, scores well. Huge harm, proven tools, not enough funding. Other EAs target animal welfare, factory farming in particular, existential risks, pandemics, misaligned AI, and global health policy. EA also asks individuals to upshift their impact. Choose high-leverage careers, donate a set fraction of income, and measure outcomes rigorously. It borrows from economics and randomized trials. Act, check the data, redirect if you're not helping as much as you thought. Critics raise strong challenges. First, measurement bias. Focusing on what's easy to count can neglect hard-to-quantify goods like community or justice. Second, demandings. If you can always do more good, do you ever get to rest? Third, voice and power. Top-down philanthropy can sideline local knowledge and democratic oversight. Finally, long-termism. Helping future trillions may outweigh present needs, can drift into speculative bets. EA's best self answers by widening its lens. Numbers matter, but so do plural values, humility, and feedback from the people affected. The point isn't moral heroics, it's steady optimization with guardrails. At its heart, EA is a question, not a doctrine. Given limited time and treasure, how can we transform them into the greatest reduction of suffering and the greatest increase in flourishing? Whether you embrace the label or not, that question is a powerful compass for modern ethical life. Impact is a practice, not a pose. Revise, iterate, and keep caring deeply. Virtue epistemology and intellectual humility. Knowledge isn't only about having true beliefs, it's also about the kind of knower you are. Virtue epistemology treats intellectual character traits, curiosity, open-mindedness, courage, fairness as central to understanding. There are two strands. Reliabilists emphasize habits that reliably produce truth, careful observation, good calibration. Responsibilists emphasize cultivated virtues, listening charitably, seeking out disconfirming evidence, changing your mind in public. Why humility? Because we reason inside echo chambers, incentives, and emotions. Intellectual humility doesn't mean self-doubt for its own sake, it means owning your cognitive limits, tracking confidence and being moved by reasons rather than status. A humble knower asks, what would change my view? And who is missing from this conversation? Applied virtue epistemology becomes a toolkit. Build environments where truth-seeking is rewarded. Pre-mortems, red teams, adversarial collaboration use tools like forecasting, calibration training, and replication checklists. Prefer steel manning. Strengthen opposing views before critiquing them. Distinguish uncertainty from ignorance. Say, I don't know when appropriate. Then ask what would resolve it. There are tensions. Too much openness can paralyze action. Too much confidence calcifies error. Virtue means hitting the moving target between dogmatism and drift. Another tension is between expertise and democratization. Experts earn trust through track records. Non-experts deserve respect and clear explanations. Humility navigates both by pairing authority with accountability. The payoff is cultural as much as cognitive. Institutions rise or fall with the epistemic virtues they reward. A lab, newsroom, or classroom that prizes honesty, curiosity, and fair hearing becomes a flywheel for better beliefs. In polarized times, cultivating intellectual virtue isn't fluffy, it's infrastructure for collective sense-making and wise action. Humility scales because it invites correction, accelerates learning, and prevents brittle groupthink under pressure in real decisions daily. The extended mind and 4E cognition. Where does your mind stop? If you write a phone number on paper and use it the way you'd use short-term memory, is the paper part of your mind? The extended mind thesis says yes, when external resources play the same functional role as neural processes, cognition can spread into notebooks, maps, smartphones, whiteboards, and teammates. Zoom out, and you meet 4E cognition. The mind is embodied, shaped by the body's form and action. Embedded, situated in environments and tools. Inactive, bringing forth meaning through activity. And extended, offloading work into the world. A violinist's skill lives in fingers, instrument, and hall acoustics. A pilot's thinking lives across checklists, cockpit layout, and crew talk. This reframes intelligence. Rather than a brain sealed in a skull, think brain-body world systems tuned for tasks. Design then matters morally. Interfaces, sidewalks, and schedules either scaffold or sabotage cognition. Accessibility features aren't luxuries. They are cognitive prosthetics that widen who can think and participate. There are pushbacks. If everything is mind, the concept dissolves. The best replies use parity and control. Count external parts when they integrate tightly, are reliably available, and are endorsed by the agent. My random browser tab isn't me. My long-kept personal notes that I search daily might be. Everyday upshot. Curate your cognitive niche. Build friction for distractions, put affordances for good habits in reach, and share mental load with tools and teammates. When in doubt, move problems out of working memory and into the world. The mind is not merely housed by the body, it is extended, scaffolded, and co-authored by the spaces and systems we inhabit. Treat spaces as cognitive gear. Arrange light, sound, and surfaces to think better. Everyday workflows. Predictive processing. The brain as a guessing machine. On this view, the brain isn't a passive camera, it's a prediction engine. It constantly guesses what inputs should look like and updates when errors arrive. Perception becomes controlled hallucination. Top-down models generating expectations corrected by bottom-up signals. The goal is to minimize prediction error, surprise while keeping models useful. Two levers matter, priors and precision. Priors encode what you expect. Precision weights how much you trust incoming data. Missetting either can warp experience. Overconfident priors may drown out evidence. Overweighted noise may destabilize beliefs. Some researchers connect these knobs to symptoms, e.g., altered precision in autism or psychosis, persistent threat priors in anxiety, over-precise interoceptive models in some pain disorders. Action fits in cleanly. You can reduce prediction error by changing your beliefs or by changing the world. Move your eyes, reach for a handle, take a step. Action is prediction turned outward. We act to make the world more like our model, or our model more like the world. Identity also looks different. The self is a bundle of generative models predicting the body's signals, heartbeat, breath, posture, and social feedback. Practices like meditation may loosen the grip of rigid self-models, letting precision slide off certain narratives so experience feels less owned, more open. Caveats. Predictive processing is a unifying sketch, not a finished map. It risks explaining too much. Yet, as a guide, it's potent. Treat bewilderment as a calibration problem. Ask, what prior am I clinging to? Where is precision misallocated? Then adjust models, environments, or actions. A brain that guesses well lives better, because it learns faster, suffers less, avoidable surprise, and fits its world with grace. Good therapy tweaks priors and precision, not just stories. Consciousness theories in dialogue. How does experience light up? Several leading accounts compete, sometimes collaborate. Global workspace theory. EWT says consciousness arises when information becomes globally available across the brain's workspace. Think of a theater where spotlighted content gets broadcast to many specialist audiences. Recurrent processing theory, RPT, emphasizes local feedback loops in sensory areas. When signals reverberate forward and back, content becomes conscious without needing global broadcast. Integrated information theory, IIT, offers a different angle. Consciousness is identical to a system's intrinsic cause-effect structure, measured by a quantity called phi. More integration and differentiation, richer experience, higher-order thought. Hot theories propose that a mental state becomes conscious when there's a suitable thought about it. Awareness of being aware. How to tell. Competing predictions spur clever experiments, masking and inattentional paradigms, no report methods, sleep and anesthesia studies, intracranial stimulation. Some findings back global broadcasting, others show local recurrence may suffice. IIT inspires designs probing integration, though measuring fire in the wild is hard. HOT highlights metacognition's role. Confidence tracking and error awareness correlate with distinct circuits. It's tempting to crown a winner. A healthier stance is pluralistic engineering. Distinct mechanisms may underwrite different aspects. Accessibility, vividness, self-reflection. Theories can also constrain each other. Any serious account must respect neural timings, lesions, and report behavior dissociations. Why it matters beyond labs. Clinical care, disorders of consciousness, anesthesia safety, brain-computer interfaces, even animal welfare hinge on better markers of awareness. Philosophically, these theories remind us that consciousness is likely a compound target. Instead of searching for a single switch, we may be mapping a panel, multiple dials that, when set just so, light the stage we call experience. Engineering metaphors help broadcast recurrence, integration, and oversight map onto functions people can test. Free will. Now, compatibilism rebuilt. Neuroscience didn't kill free will, it forced a rewrite. Compatibilists argue freedom isn't magic, exemption from causality, but agency expressed through reasons. You act freely when your behavior flows from values and deliberation you'd endorse upon reflection in the absence of coercion and compulsion. Classic worries persist. Liberty-style findings seem to show brains decide before awareness. Later were reframed this. Early signals track bias or preparation, not fixed decisions. Context and reasons still shape outcomes. Manipulation arguments ask, if your preferences were engineered, are you responsible? Modern accounts add, sourcehood. You're free when you are the appropriate source capable of recognizing and regulating reasons over time, with opportunities to revise. A practical test is reason's responsiveness across nearby situations. Would you notice better reasons and act differently? Add ownership. Do you identify with the springs of your action after critical scrutiny? Addiction and phobias fail these tests. Growth, therapy, and social scaffolding can restore them. Responsibility then becomes relational. We hold each other answerable to invite reasons into play, repair trust, and shape norms. Blame aims at guidance, not pure retribution. Systems matter. Stable housing, education, and fair laws enlarge real freedom by widening one's reason set and options. Takeaway: compatibilist freedom isn't cosmic, it's civic and psychological. It lives in institutions that cultivate agency and in habits that align impulse with judgment. Ask of hard choices: were alternatives thinkable? Were reasons accessible? Did pressures cross into compulsion? Freedom survives not as a metaphysical miracle but as a human achievement, fragile, scaffolded, and worth building. Law can recognize gradients of control, emphasizing restoration, mitigation, and future risk reduction. Education in metacognition, impulse labeling, and planning expands agency, the way nutrition expands strength. Cultures reward reflection with trust. Moral uncertainty and decision theory. You're torn between moral theories. Utilitarianism says donate to maximize welfare. Deontology forbids lying even to save face. Virtue ethics asks who you're becoming. How do you act when you're unsure which is right? Moral uncertainty treats this like ordinary risk. Assign credences to competing theories and choose actions that maximize expected moral value, weighted by your uncertainty. That's the blueprint. Implementation gets tricky. First, into theoretic value comparison. How do we put different moral currencies on one scale? Some propose normalization schemes, others build moral parliament models where each theory gets seats proportional to your credence, then bargains. Second, fanaticism. Tiny credence in a theory with astronomical stakes can dominate choice. Guardrails include risk sensitivity, satisficing thresholds, or downweighting infinite payoffs. Cluelessness adds fog. Small actions ripple unpredictably. A career move can alter social networks and politics decades. Hence, when long-run effects swamp near-term ones, expected value wobbles. Heuristics help. Prefer robustly positive options across plausible world models, run sensitivity analyses, seek actions that generate information value of learning. Moral uncertainty is not moral relativism. It acknowledges seriousness by demanding consistency, transparency, and revision. It also encourages humility. Discuss openly how you weigh principles and let evidence update your credences. In practice, make a portfolio of actions that score well under several frameworks. Keep promises, deontology, cultivate character, virtue, reduce suffering, consequentialism. Track when theories converge. Those are your low-regret moves. When they diverge, buy options. Try reversible steps or set side constraints. You won't cross, even for big gains. Living with moral uncertainty isn't weakness. It's honesty about where we stand, and a disciplined way to move forward anyway. When stakes are moral lives, transparency about waiting isn't optional. It's accountability. Social choice and arrows, impossibility. Democracy often reduces to a simple act: add up preferences. Social choice theory asks whether that can consistently reflect the group's will. Kenneth Arrow proved a bombshell. With 3 or more options, no rank ordering system can satisfy all of these at once. Unrestricted preferences, non-dictatorship, Pareto efficiency, and independence of irrelevant alternatives. Something must give. The result isn't cynicism, it's a map of trade-offs. Plurality is simple, but punishes consensus candidates. Ranked choice voting reduces spoilers yet can fail monotonicity. Condorcet methods choose the candidate who beats each rival head-to-head when such a winner exists, but cycles A beats B, B beats C, C beats A can appear. Gibbard's Satterthwaite adds another twist. Most reasonable voting rules are manipulable. Strategic voting is baked in. Designers respond with mixed systems and context-sensitive goals. If you want broad legitimacy, boost consensus measures. If you want strong mandates, tolerate polarization risk. Beyond elections, social choice powers recommend systems, participatory budgeting, even scientific priority setting. Mechanisms like approval voting, quadratic voting, and deliberative mini-publics explore new balances among expressiveness, simplicity, and resistance to gaming. The philosophical bite. The will of the people isn't a single object waiting to be found. Aggregation is constructive, and fairness is multidimensional. Transparent rules and civic education matter because procedures shape outcomes. Takeaway: don't worship a voting rule. Choose one that matches the values and risks of your context, and be honest about its flaws. Democracy isn't saved by math alone, but math can keep us honest about what our procedures can and cannot deliver. Information age democracies also confront platform rules. Ranking, moderation, and feeds are hidden constitutions. Design them with audits, appeals, and user choice baked in. Game theory and mechanism design. If social life is a web of interlocking games, wisdom is partly about picking and redesigning the games we play. Game theory studies strategic interaction. Mechanism design flips it, building rules that produce desired outcomes given players incentives. Start with classics. In Prisoner's Dilemma, mutual cooperation beats mutual defection, yet defection is the dominant move unless you change payoffs, repeat play, or enable reputation. In Stag Hunt, coordination and trust matter more than raw incentives. Misread others, and everyone loses. Signaling games show how costly actions transmit information. Education warranties. Auctions reveal how formats shape revenue and efficiency. Vickery Clark, Grove's mechanisms incentivize truthful bidding at the cost of complexity. Matching markets. School choice. Kidney exchange. Use algorithmic rules to align preferences without money, illustrating that markets can be moral technologies. Design principles recur. Make honesty a best response. Shrink information asymmetries. Penalize negative externalities, and thicken the graph of repeated interactions. Beware perverse incentives. If you reward one metric, people optimize it at truth's expense. Goodhart's law, ethically, mechanism design humbles us. People are not blank slates. Rules beat exhortations. If you want more cooperation, bake it into the environment. Defaults, transparency, and credible commitments beat speeches, but also honor dignity. Mechanisms that coerce or manipulate erode legitimacy even if they work. Personal takeaway. Audit your micro mechanisms. What are your default calendar settings, your team's feedback loops, your family's core rules? Small redesigns, public commitments, rotation, veto powers, change culture. We don't just act within games, we author them. That's responsibility and leverage. Coordination tech from group chats to blockchains lowers costs of commitment and verification. But tooling can't replace trust. Social capital remains the cheapest enforcement layer. Use wisely. Metamodernism and meaning after postmodernism. Postmodernism taught us to spot grand narratives, question power, and read irony between the lines. But ceaseless deconstruction can curdle into drift. Metamodernism is a cultural mood that oscillates between sincerity and irony, hope and doubt, construction and critique. It keeps postmodern awareness but reaches again for purpose, knowing full well the reach is risky. Think of the stance as informed sincerity. You build while acknowledging fragility. You care without pretending certainty. The metamodern artist uses kitsch and earnestness in the same breath. The metamodern citizen can advocate passionately and footnote themselves with caveats. Oscillation isn't indecision, it's a rhythm. Lean into meaning, then zoom out and audit assumptions, then return. Why now? Fragmented media, institutional mistrust, and planetary crises make both naivety and cynicism inadequate. We need critique to avoid repeating mistakes and commitment to actually fix things. Metamodernism suggests practices, provisional manifestos, open-source governance, playful seriousness, coalitions that hold disagreement without collapse. Philosophically, the move echoes pragmatism and existentialism. Truth is what survives testing. Meaning is made under uncertainty. Ethically, it asks for thick virtues, courage with humility, conviction with curiosity. Epistemically, it prefers transparency over performance. Show your method, your margins of error, your process for change. In daily life, the metamodern posture looks like this. Believe enough to act, doubt enough to learn. Speak clearly, then invite strong critique. Build institutions that can refactor themselves. Aim for progress, not perfection. For solidarity, not purity. After the age of either-or, the work is both and, holding tension without breaking so that from irony and sincerity together we can make something worth living for. Leaders can model the stance, clear goals, public updates, and red lines for change. Communities need rituals of repair so iteration doesn't fracture trust again. Philosophy of language, reference and meaning. How do words hook onto the world? Early answers split sense from reference. Frege said a name like Venus has a sense, the mode of presentation, e.g., morning star, and a reference, the planet. Russell attacked puzzles about empty names. The present King of France, with descriptions. Such sentences are disguised quantifiers, dissolving apparent reference. Then Kripke flipped the table. Names aren't shorthand for descriptions. They're rigid designators that pick out the same object in all possible worlds once fixed by an initial baptism and passed along a causal chain. Putnam extended the causal idea to natural kinds. Water means H2O even if Oscar on Twin Earth drinks XYZ that looks and behaves like water, meanings ain't just in the head. Pragmatics adds texture. Grice showed how we say more than we literally say through conversational maxims. Quality, quantity, relation, manner. Implicatures are the social glue of meaning. Speech act theorists, Austin, Searle, remind us that saying is doing, promising, ordering, apologizing, under conventions that can misfire or succeed. Context sensitivity indexicals, like I, here, now, means some meaning is irreducibly anchored to the situation. Contemporary debates ask whether reference is socially distributed. Externalism, how metaphor and figurative language convey real knowledge, and how large language models use meaning without intentions. Inferentialists Brandams spin a different story. Meanings are roles in a game of giving and asking for reasons. To understand a term is to know its inferential commitments. Takeaway. Meaning isn't a single thing. It's a braid, lexical content, world-linking reference, speaker intentions, hearer inferences, and social norms. Get these strands wrong and you get paradoxes, propaganda, or cross-cultural misses. Get them right and language becomes a precision tool, and sometimes, mercifully, a poem. Hermeneutic, understanding, not just explaining. Hermeneutics is the philosophy of interpretation, born with scriptural exegesis, matured into a general account of understanding. Dial they contrasted the explanatory methods of natural science, laws, causes, with the understanding of human sciences, meaning context. Gadamer radicalized this. Understanding is dialogic, historically affected. We never start from nowhere. We begin with prejudgments. Vorurteile. Good interpretation isn't erasing them but testing them in a fusion of horizons, where our questions meet the text's world. This makes method less a recipe than a stance, openness to being addressed. Authority isn't blind deference. It's earned by tradition's capacity to disclose truth. Language is the medium of this encounter. Meaning happens between, not inside, subjects. Ricoeur adds the arc of interpretation, from naive belonging, through critical distance, structural analysis, suspicion, back to a second naivete, reappropriation, with eyes open. He marries hermeneutics of trust, listening and suspicion. Marx, Nietzsche, Freud, to avoid both credulity and cynicism. Applied, hermeneutics powers law, statutory interpretation, history, sources speak from their time, and medicine, narrative competence. It resists reductionism. A person isn't just variables, a culture isn't just data, yet it welcomes methods as partners. Explanation and understanding can spiral. Explain to clear noise, interpret to recover meaning, iterate. Critiques. Relativism, anything goes, and conservatism, tradition rules. Gadamer's reply. Genuine dialogue risks revision. Tradition is a conversation, not a cage. Practical habits. Articulate your horizon, name assumptions, seek counter horizons, and let better questions change you. Interpretation, at its best, is ethical. It treats texts and people as subjects with claims on us, not objects to be domesticated. Embodied phenomenology. Merleau-Ponty and lived perception. Merleau-Ponty takes Husserl's project into the flesh. We do not have bodies as tools we operate. We are body subjects. Perception is not inner pictures of an outer world, it's our skilled openness to it. The body is intentional, aimed before reflection. The hand reaches, the eyes saccade, posture leans toward meanings. This undermines the spectator picture of mind. To see a cube is to anticipate unseen faces. To grasp a cup is to inhabit affordances, graspability. Habit lives in the body. A pianist knows passages with fingers. The blind person's cane becomes a zone of sensitivity, extending body schema into the world. Language, too, is embodied gesture sedimented into style. Expression doesn't translate preformed thoughts, it brings them forth, hence art's philosophical privilege. Cézanne's painting reveals how things are given, preconceptual thickness, ambiguity, depth. Against reductive science, Merleau-Ponty doesn't deny physiology. He denies that third-person maps exhaust first-person structures. Against subjectivism, he insists the world resists us. The in itself is encountered in the for us. Between, he sketches a flesh ontology, an intertwining where seer and seen fold into each other. The chiasm. Implications ripple. Disability studies bodies as different styles of world opening, design, affordances, and feedback loops. AI robotics, situated sensoromotor intelligence, therapy, attending to posture, breath, gesture, practice. Notice the pre-reflective, where does your attention settle in a room? How does a device reshape your reach, your time? Embodied phenomenology trains a tenderness for the obvious, walking, touching, speaking. Where philosophy often forgets to look, think with your shoulders, not just your syllogisms. Philosophy of technology, tools that shape the hand. Technology isn't neutral, says Winner. Artifacts have politics. A bridge's height can encode exclusion, an interface can govern attention. Heidegger warns that modern technology enframes the world as standing reserve, resources awaiting extraction, including humans. The danger isn't gadgets, it's a narrowing of disclosure. We only see what we can exploit. Yet, within danger, a saving power, alternative revealing, art, craft, can reopen sense. Other lines are more constructive. Simondon views technical objects as evolving individuals. Good design respects their internal coherence and the worker's individuation. Wienberg argues for democratic rationalization, redirecting technical codes through participatory design so systems serve human ends. Donaitis post-phenomenology maps how devices mediate experience, embodiment relations, glasses, hermeneutic, thermometer, alterity, chatbots, background, HVAC, Hume. Today's battlegrounds, recommender systems, dark patterns, algorithmic governance, surveillance capital. Affordance nudge behavior, defaults decide at scale. Neutral platform talk often masks value-laden choices, moderation, ranking. Ethical design principles, legibility, explainability users, understand, reversibility, undo paths, friction where harm is easy, rate limits, flow where care is needed, aid access, and value pluralism, opt-outs, user agency, add governance, audits, red team testing, labor voice, and public interest mandates. Personal tech praxis, choose tools that respect attention. Offload memory without offloading judgment, cultivate convivial tools, ILICs, ones that empower users to shape their environment rather than be shaped invisibly. Technology always shapes the hand that wields it. The task is to make that shaping fit our dignity, our communities, and our planet. Bioethics, autonomy, risk, and care at the bedside. Modern bioethics often balances four principles: Duchamp and Childress, autonomy, respect, respond choices, beneficence, promote welfare, non-maleficence, do no harm, and justice, fairness in access and burdens. Cases pit them against each other. A competent patient refuses life-saving blood. A scarce organ must be allocated. Prenatal testing reveals uncertain variants. Informed consent is more than a signature. Disclose material risks, ensure comprehension and voluntariness free of coercion. Yet consent has limits. Emergencies, impaired capacity, public health, substitute decision-making invokes prior wishes or best interests. Advanced directives and shared decision models try to honor personhood under uncertainty. Eugenetics and CRISPR add layers. Somatic edits versus germline changes, consent for future persons, equity and access, and the line between therapy and enhancement. Research ethics guardrails, scientific validity, risk minimization, community engagement, independent review evolved from past abuses. They must now adapt to big data biobanks and AI diagnostics where minimal risk and re-identification blur. Justice zooms wider. Social determinants of health mean clinics are downstream of housing, environment, and labor policy. A purely individualistic bioethics can miss structural harms, an ethics of care centers vulnerability, relationships, and clinicians' moral distress. Practical wisdom. Frame options in plain language, check teach back, document values, and revisit decisions as conditions evolve. In triage or scarcity, prefer transparent, publicly justifiable rules, maximize benefit, treat equally, prioritize worst off with appeals processes. Bottom line, good bioethics isn't a formula. It's disciplined judgment under uncertainty, with humility about power. The aim is not only right outcomes but right relationships, trustworthy, truthful, and attentive to the lives medicine touches. Time, presentism, eternalism, and the human clock. What is time's ontology? Presentism says, only the present exists. The past is gone. The future vrinure. Eternalism, the block universe, says past, present, future equally exist. Now is an index from inside the block. The growing block view compromises past and present exist. The future is open. Physics pressures, philosophy. Relativity denies a single global present. Simultaneity is frame-dependent. Eternalists take heart. Space-time's geometry fits a block. Presentists respond with present-friendly metaphysics, e.g. privileged foliation, A properties, at theoretical cost. Phenomenology reminds us of lived time. Retention, just past, primal impression now, and protension about to be form a flowing structure of consciousness, are thick now. Psychological time stretches under emotion and attention. Narrative time knits identity, causation, freedom, and ethics, hitch rides. If the future already exists, is freedom a facade? Many say no. Our decisions are temporarily located causes within the block. If only the present exists, how do we ground truths about the past or obligations to future people? Presentists deploy truthmakers in dispositions or traces. Long-term ethics insists future person's interests count regardless. Time travel thought experiments. Test seems can you change the past? Grandfather paradox. Consistency constraints suggest you can fulfill, but not violate what was. Multiverse branching offers another escape hatch. If you like metaphysical sprawl, practical upshot, whatever time is, humans inhabit it with scarcity. Good temporal ethics values patience. Align with slow goods, urgency, act before doors close, and periodic Sabbath. Reset the soul's clock. The metaphysics may stay contested, the minutes still spend. Causation, counterfactuals, interventions, and mechanism. Hume saw only constant conjunction, no perceivable glue. Moderns rebuild causation with tools. Lewis's counterfactuals, event C causes E. If had C not occurred, E wouldn't have. This needs a similarity metric over possible worlds and stumbles on preemption, 2 assassins, 1 shot fired, and over determination. Interventionism, Pearl Woodward, reframes. Cause E causes E, if manipulating C, while holding other paths fixed, changes E. Causal graphs, DAGs, encode assumptions. Do calculus, separates correlation from causation under clarity about confounders and mediators. This is powerful in science and policy because it ties cause to control. Mechanistic accounts ask for productive processes, entities and activities organized to bring about effects. McCarra-Darden Craver. They shine in biology and neuroscience, where pathways matter. Probabilistic causation handles chancy worlds. Psi raises the probability of ocuna ceteris paribus. But probability raising can be spurious without causal structure, hence the pluralism. Counterfactuals for metaphysics, interventions for identification and action, mechanisms for explanation. Causation also has direction. Entropy growth gives an arrow in physics. Agency gives another in practice. Normativity sneaks in. We pick causal models that highlight levers we can pull. That's fine, just be explicit. Applied habits. Draw the graph before arguing. Ask what interventions are feasible, what instruments exist, what confounders hide. Separate predicting from intervening. The smoking lesion problem. Causation is not mystical necessity, it's the map from doing to difference when lives and policies depend on it. Clarity beats cleverness. Decision theory, causal, evidential, and beyond. Should you one box in Newcomb's problem? Evidential decision theory, EDT, says choose the act that would be good news about the world. One boxing correlates with a full opaque box, so do it. Causal decision theory, CDT, says choose the act with the best causal consequences. Your current choice can't causally change what's already in the box, so two box, each, looks foolish to the other. Enter functional agent causal ideas, TDT, UDT, FDT. Act as the output of your algorithm, considering logical abductive dependence between your choice and predictors' simulations. If the world runs copies of your policy, commit to policies that win across such couplings. One box, keep pre-commitments, avoid blackmail. Classic paradoxes. Smoking lesion, prisoner's dilemma, with transparent predictors. Stress the seams. The deeper moral, pick policies, not just acts. Design yourself and your institutions so your future choices are predictable in cooperative ways. Real life, pre-commit to savings, reputational standards, and refusal to pay ransomware. In teams, publish policies. We don't negotiate with X, so adversaries adjust. In AI alignment, specify objectives that induce good policies under optimization pressure. Beware, Goodhart effects. Limits. EDT can chase mere correlations, CDT can defect in thin-slice predictor worlds, FDT teets on contentious logic of dependence. The right choice may be ecology-dependent. Social settings reward policies that are legible and cooperative, adversarial settings reward credible toughness. Takeaway. Decision theory isn't just riddles, it's the craft of being the kind of agent whose choices make good worlds likely. Bayesian epistemology. Belief as betting. Bayesians model belief as graded credence. Start with priors, your initial probabilities. Update with evidence via Bayes' rule. Aim for calibration. Events you assign 70% happen 70% of the time. Dutch book arguments show that incoherent credences make you a sure loss better. Coherence is the minimal rationality constraint. Choosing priors is the hard part. Objective strategies. Maximum entropy, symmetry, help where structure is clear. Otherwise, priors reflect background knowledge and are tested by performance. Model comparison uses marginal likelihoods. These factors, penalizing complexity as automatic via integration. A com in the math. Practical tools, probability forecasts with Breyer log scores, reliability diagrams, and updating rituals. Write predictions, then check. Sensitivity analysis asks how robust conclusions are to prior tweaks. Value of information tells you when to seek data. Value of experimentation rewards learning that improves future choices. Pitfalls. Confirmation bias sneaks in as asymmetric evidence seeking, overconfidence shrinks. Error bars. Misuse of p-values masquerades as Bayesian thinking. Also, not all uncertainty is aleatory. Some is model misspecification, wrong questions. Keep model ensembles and humility. Social Bayes groups aggregate beliefs via markets. weighted averaging, or hierarchical models. Beware information cascades, diversify evidence sources, and preserve dissent. Bottom line, Bayesianism is less a dogma than a discipline. Make your uncertainty explicit, update when the world talks back, and reward being less wrong over being right. The world is noisy. Rationality is the habit of revising with grace. Aesthetics, art, value, and the everyday. What is art? Definitions oscillate. Traditional views cite representation, expression, form. Danto's art world theory says context and interpretation matter. A Brillo box in a gallery is art because of a web of practices and theories, not its look. Institutionalists Dickey formalized that art is what art world institutions present for appreciation. Value splits too. Formalists savor composition. Expressivists prize felt life. Cognitivists claim art teaches. Moralists ask how art shapes character and justice. Rancière sees art rearranging the distribution of the sensible, what can be seen and said, thus always political. Aesthetics is broader than museums. Everyday aesthetics finds grace in tool use, urban design, cuisine, rituals. Design ethics merges aesthetics with affordances and accessibility. Beauty that excludes is ugliness in disguise. Interpretation dances between maker, work, and audience. Intentionalism gives the artist weight. Autonomists center the work. Reader response highlights communities of sense-making. Probably we need all three. Held lightly. Controversies persist. Can immoral art be great? Should platforms gate hateful beauty? Is AI-generated art parasitic, emancipatory, or a new craft? Guardrails. Credit and compensation for training data, transparency about process, and space for human voices, crowded out by scale. Practice. Refine attention. Sit with a work beyond the first glance. Describe before you judge. Let puzzlement ripen. Curate your sensory diet the way you curate news. Include difficulty, silence, and joy. Art's oldest promise endures, to reveal the world and us, otherwise, and to make more living feel possible. Personal identity. Selves over time. Who are you, really? The organism, the psychology, the narrative. Three big camps wrestle. Animalism says you are a human animal. Continuity of the living organism, metabolism, respiration, grounds identity. Lose memories or swap personalities. You're still you if the animal persists. Psychological continuity theories. Locke's descendants tie identity to overlapping chains of memory, character, intentions. What matters for survival is the persistence of the mind. But memory is fallible and copyable. Teleporters, fission cases, and uploaded minds strain one-to-one identity. Narrative identity adds a social layer. We become someone through authoring and being recognized in a life story. Threads of commitment, projects, and relations that make experiences cohere. Parfit's reductionism detonates the deep fact intuition. There is no further self beneath brain and biography, just physical and psychological continuity, connectedness to varying degrees. In fission, both successors can be me in the sense that matters, survival, though strict identity can't branch. This reframes ethics. Prudence is concern for future stages insofar as they're connected. Self-concern slides into other concern where links thin. Legal and medical practice mix criteria. Capacity and consent assume psychological continuity. End-of-life status and personhood debates sometimes default to biological persistence. Social justice underscores recognition. Names, records, and stories confer stability or erase it. Misgendering, carceral identity stripping. Practical upshots. Invest in traits and relationships that anchor narrative continuity. Keep external scaffolds, journals, photos as memory prosthetics. Honor others' self-claims where continuity is contested. Philosophically, identity may be less a fact to find than a task. Keep enough of yourself aligned across time while allowing revision. The art is steering between rigidity, I never change, and amnesia, I'm whoever the moment requires, composing a life that stays yours. Metaethics. What are moral facts, if any? Do right and wrong describe the world? Express attitudes or construct norms? Moral realists say there are stance-independent truths. Some acts are wrong regardless of what anyone thinks. Naturalist realists ground them in human flourishing, desire satisfaction, or well-being. Non-naturalists posit irreducible normative properties knowable by reason. Anti-realists disagree. Error theorists Mackey claim moral discourse purports to state facts, but all such claims are false. Queerness, relativity. Non-cognitivists, expressivists, Ayer Blackburn Gibbard, say moral utterances express attitudes or plans. Boo theft, let's forbid it, while allowing for quasi-realism, earning truth-like practices via consistency and projection. Constructivists, course guard, rules. Split the difference. Moral truths are not out there, but the outcome of correct practical reasoning or fair procedure, what free and equal agents would endorse under reflective conditions. Cornell realists and robust realists debate whether normativity fits into a scientific image without residue. Epistemology bites. How do we know moral truths? Intuition, reflective equilibrium, balancing principles and judgments, empirical inputs, psychology, economics, inform but don't settle oughts. Disagreement challenges. Realism, convergence across cultures on some norms helps, but variation complicates. Motivational internalism asks, do moral judgments necessarily motivate? If yes, that pressures cognitivism. If no, explain amoralists. Practical fallout. Realism supports strong rights talk and criticism of entrenched injustices. Even if everyone approves, torture is wrong. Expressivism highlights commitment, community, and the performative work of norm. Constructivism builds legitimacy into procedure, democracy, transparency. Wherever you land, two disciplines help. Clarity about what your moral claims are doing, describing, expressing, constructing, and humility about evidence and counter-evidence. Live experimentally, test principles in hard cases, track costs, and be ready to revise. Meaningful moral life can proceed under uncertainty if we pair conviction with corrigibility. Capabilities, not just utilities. Sen and Nussbaum. Traditional welfare economics leans on utility, satisfaction, or resources, income. Amartya Sen and Martha Nussbaum argue for a richer metric. Capabilities, real freedoms to be and do. Two people with equal income may have wildly different opportunities due to health, caregiving, disability, or discrimination. Evaluate justice by the substantive functionings people can achieve, being well-nourished, educated, mobile, politically participating, and by the capabilities set genuine options, not merely goods possessed or happiness reported. Sen resists a fixed list. Democratic deliberation should specify valued capabilities locally. Nussbaum defends a universal minimal list: life, bodily health, bodily integrity, senses, imagination, thought, emotions, practical reason, affiliation, other species, play, control over one's environment as threshold states must secure. This centers human dignity and guards against adaptive preferences. People may report satisfaction to oppressive conditions. Capability measures refuse to ratify resigned contentment. Policy implications. Invest in health, education, and infrastructure as freedom multipliers. Design social insurance to convert resources into actual opportunity, e.g. accessibility, childcare. Measure what matters. Complement GDP with multidimensional indices, HDI, MPI. In courts and constitutions, capability language frames positive duties to provide alongside negative liberties to refrain from harm. Critiques, lists, risk, paternalism. Measurement is messy. Trade-offs bite when capabilities conflict, privacy versus security. Replies, democratic specification tames paternalism. Rough measures can still guide better than narrow proxies. Transparent balancing beats implicit bias. For firms and NGOs, capabilities shift ESG from box ticking to enabling agency, worker voice, skill growth, safety. Personally, ask of choices, does this expand or shrink someone's real options? The moral wealth of a society is the breadth of lives it makes truly possible. Punishment reimagined, retribution, deterrence, restoration. Why punish? Retributivists say desert. Wrongdoers merit proportionate censure. Punishment commutes moral accounting. Consequentialists justify by future goods deterrence, incapacitation, rehabilitation. Each has pathologies. Pure retribution can ignore social causes and recidivism. Pure deterrence risks scapegoating and excessive severity. Hybrid theories try to bound aims. Proportionality caps deterrent zeal. Desert sets who may be punished. Consequences guide how. Restorative justice pivots. Crime wounds, relationships. The goal is making right through accountability. Amends, reintegration. Victim-offender dialogues with consent, community conferencing, and restitution can deliver satisfaction and lower recidivism. In appropriate cases, it's not soft. Taking responsibility and repairing harm is harder than passive time. But violent, coercive, or unequal power cases need careful screening to avoid re-traumatization. A public health model reframes upstream, prevent harm by addressing drivers, poverty, trauma, addiction, and by designing environments that reduce opportunistic crime, lighting guardianship. Problem-solving courts, drug, mental health, blend accountability and treatment. Evidence favors certainty and swiftness of modest sanctions over severity. Long sentences often fail public safety while amplifying collateral damage, family fracture, employability. Ethics demands due process, equal protection, and decarceration when safer alternatives exist. Survivors' needs matter beyond conviction rates. Truth, validation, material support. Communities need legitimacy, procedures perceived as fair produce compliance, procedural justice. Takeaway: punish to protect and to express shared norms, not to indulge vengeance. Use proportionality as a brake, prevention as a compass, and restoration wherever safe and desired. The system should shrink where punishment doesn't help and expand where support does. Housing, mental health, education, and jobs. Real anti-crime policy. Standpoint, epistemology, and feminist ways of knowing. Who knows, from where, and for whom. Feminist epistemology argues knowledge is socially situated. Marginalized standpoints can have epistemic advantage about power structures because they must navigate both dominant and subaltern worlds. Harding's strong objectivity flips the script. Start inquiry from the lives of those most affected to reduce blind spots. Objectivity improves when we include more perspectives and interrogate interests. Standpoint isn't romanticized authenticity. It's earned through collective reflection and critique. Not every member shares the standpoint equally. Intersectionality. Crenshaw complicates race, class, gender, disability, and sexuality intersect to form unique vantage points on oppression and resilience. Fricker highlights epistemic injustice, testimonial injustice, credibility deficits due to prejudice, and hermeneutical injustice, lacking concepts to make sense of experience. Repair requires credibility, rebalancing, concept creation, and institutional reform. Method shifts, participatory research, community review boards, and co-authorship with lived expertise PERSs. In medicine, listen to pain reports historically discounted. In law, consider how reasonable person standards embody dominant norms. In tech, widen teams to foresee harms. Algorithmic bias emerges where standpoints are missing. Critiques charge relativism or balkanization. Replies: standpoint claims are testable. Do they reduce error? Pluralism is a means to better objectivity, not its negation. Also, standpoint isn't supremacy, it's an invitation to accountable collaboration. Personal practice. Notice whose testimony you discount. Diversify your informational diet. Ask who is affected and absent. Knowledge isn't only about data quality, it's about social location and justice. The goal is truer truths and fairer hearing. Epistemic virtues scaled to a diverse world. Critical race theory, power, law, and lived reality. Critical race theory. CRT began in legal studies. Bell, Crenshaw, Delgado, asking why civil rights gains stalled. Core ideas. Racism is ordinary, not aberrational, embedded in systems, incentives, and narratives. Interest convergence reforms occur when they align with dominant groups' interests, and the critique of colorblindness Formal neutrality can entrench inequality when starting points are unequal. CRT pairs doctrine analysis with storytelling to surface experiences the law erases. It examines how housing policy, school zoning, policing, and credit systems encode racialized outcomes without explicit animus. Disparate impact doctrine matters. So do race-neutral proxies, zip code, algorithmic variables. Intersectionality shows how race and gender and more intertwine in discrimination, e.g., Black women's cases slipping through single-axis frameworks. CRT isn't a single dogma. It contains debates: reform versus abolition, universal versus targeted remedies, speech norms, and academic freedom. Critics worry about essentialism or fatalism. CRT scholars reply, the point is diagnostic and pragmatic. Identify structures, test remedies, desegregation, fair housing, reparations, voting access, and center those most affected in design. Practically, it informs impact litigation, participatory policymaking, and audit of algorithms and curricula. Epistemically, it valorizes counter-narrative, not as mere anecdote, but as data about how law actually works on bodies and lives. For non-law spaces, use CRT's lens to audit org policies, hiring pipelines, evaluation criteria, neighborhoods, transit, lending, and tech training data labeling. The aim isn't guilt, it's precision, to replace hand-waving about merit or neutrality with measurable, correctable structures. Progress follows from specificity. Philosophy of mathematics: truth, proof, and existence. Do numbers exist independently? Platonism, or are they useful fictions? Nominalism, or positions in structures? Structuralism. Platonists claim mathematical entities are abstract, mind-independent. This fits the objectivity of math and the seeming discovery of surprising truths. But how do we know abstract objects? Benacerev's epistemic worry. Nominalists avoid spooky ontology but must reconstruct math without commitment to abstractness, e.g., modal, paraphrase, or fictionalist strategies. Structuralists say mathematics is about patterns. 2 is a place in the natural number structure. What matters are relations, not the nature of occupants. Foundations diverge. Logicism, Frege. Russell tried to derive math from logic. Formalism, Hilbert, treats math as manipulation of symbols under rules. Consistency is king. Intuitionism, Broer rejects excluded middle for infinite domains. Existence requires construction, shaping a different logic, set theory. ZFC undergirds mainstream math, yet independence results continuum hypothesis, shows some statements can't be settled within ZFC. Large cardinal axioms extend strength at philosophical cost. Proof meets computation. Type theory and homotopy. Type theory. Reimagine foundations with constructive proofs as Röhm, unequivalence linking equality to equivalence. Category theory abstracts away from elements to morphisms, capturing structure elegantly. Functors, natural transformations. Applied philosophy asks, why does math so effectively describe the world? Wigner's unreasonable effectiveness. Perhaps we select models that work. Perhaps the world has structure math can mirror. Perhaps cognition evolved to track regularities. For working minds, treat proof as explanation, not just verification. Stay alert to foundational assumptions hiding in software and theorems. And appreciate plural foundations. Different problems invite different toolkits. Beyond classical logic, modal, intuitionist, paraconsistent. Classical logic assumes bivalence. Every statement true-false, excluded middle P ver P, and explosion from contradiction, anything follows. Alternative logics tweak these to model modality, construction, or inconsistency. Modal logics squeak these, reason about necessity possibility. Kripke semantics uses possible worlds and accessibility relations, vital for metaphysics. Could I have been taller? CS program verification and epistemology, knowledge, belief. Intuitionistic logic drops excluded middle for non-constructive proofs. Truth is tied to proof. This powers constructive mathematics and type theory. The Curry-Howard correspondence turns proofs into programs. It makes not P weaker than P, subtle but fruitful. Para-consistent logics reject explosion, so systems can contain localized contradictions without triviality, useful for inconsistent but formidable databases, legal codes, or dialetheist metaphysics. Priest, where some contradictions might be true. Relevance logics demand premises be relevant to conclusions, blocking weird classical entailments. Fuzzy logic assigns degrees of truth, 0, 1, modeling vagueness, heap sorates, and control systems. Choosing a logic isn't heresy, it's modeling, like choosing a metric in geometry. Logic choice encodes what distinctions matter. Meta-theory, soundness, completeness, decidability, still governs rigor. Conservativeness results show when alternate logics recover classical theorems in suitable fragments. Practical counsel, match logic to task, modal for permissions and obligations, deontic, intuitionistic for verified software, paraconsistent for messy data, fuzzy for linguistic categories. Philosophically, pluralism beckons. There may be many logics of consequence, each illuminating different normative constraints on reasoning. Geoengineering ethics, dimming the sun, scrubbing the sky. When mitigation lags, proposals multiply. Carbon dioxide removal, CDR, pulls CO2 from air, ocean. Afforestation, BES, DAC, enhanced weathering. Solar radiation management, SRM, reflects sunlight. Stratospheric aerosols, marine cloud brightening. Space shades, ethics must move faster than the gadgets. CDR seems less fraught, addressing cause, not symptom, but scale. Land use, energy, permanence are hard. Afforestation competes with food and biodiversity. BECs risks carbon accounting fictions. DAC needs clean power and storage integrity. Still, durable CDR likely belongs in any net zero pathway. SRM is riskier. It could cool quickly and cheaply, but won't fix ocean acidification, may shift regional precipitation, and creates governance nightmares. Who sets the thermostat? How to exit without termination shock? Moral hazard looms. The prospect of a techno fix could sap mitigation, yet closing eyes isn't ethics. Research moratoria versus governance-first frameworks compete, a middle path. No deployment, but transparent, small-scale research with global oversight, liability rules, red lines, and public consent. Justice is central. Communities least responsible for warming are most vulnerable to both climate harms and geoengineering side effects. Procedural justice requires representation in decisions. Intergenerational ethics warns against locking future people into maintenance regimes. Epistemic humility demands reversibility and robust monitoring. Policy triad / emissions fast. Scale fair CDR to mop residuals. Treat SRM as an urgency brake. Study governance and risks, hope never to pull. Keep the incentive structure right. Tie any SRM discourse to stricter mitigation targets, not looser ones. Social ontology, making people who make institutions. How do money, marriages, corporations, and nations exist? Not as mere fictions, not as rocks. They're institutional facts, created and sustained by collective acceptance under constitutive rules. Searle's X counts as Y and C. Status functions give powers, sign, vote, own, that exist because we treat them as real. Gilbert's plural subjects emphasize joint commitments. We forms with obligations, no individual can discharge alone. List and Pettit's group agents can bear beliefs and intentions distinct from members, with autonomy tracked by decision procedures. Power and recognition shape ontology. De facto versus de jure authority shows how acceptance, enforcement, and syllogism entangle. Butler's performativity extends social construction. Repeated acts stabilize identities and roles. Change the script, change the thing. Social kinds, race, gender, disability are looping classifications alter behavior and institutions which then reshape the kinds, hacking. Construction isn't arbitrariness, it's rule-bound, path-dependent, and materially mediated. Design levers, charters, defaults, vetoes, transparency, audit, all sculpt group agency and accountability. Bad design creates responsibility gaps. Who's to blame? diffusion, bystander effect at scale, and performative governance, policies that exist only on paper. Good design aligns authority with competence, voice with stakes, and incentives with mission. Personal agency is nested. We are role bearers, parent, manager, citizen, whose obligations arise from joint practices. Ethical life includes stewarding the institutions that shape us, reforming when misaligned, exiting when capture is total, building alternatives when necessary. Social reality is real because we keep doing it. The hopeful corollary: we can do it differently. Free will and moral responsibility. Do we choose freely, or are we passengers of physics and upbringing? Incompatibilists say, if determinism is true, every event fixed by prior states and laws, then genuine freedom is impossible. Libertarians, not the political kind, add that some actions stem from agent causal powers or in deterministic forks, where the agent settles matters. Critics ask whether randomness helps. If a quantum hiccup nudges a choice, how is that yours? Compatibilists reply that freedom isn't metaphysical magic. It's acting from your reasons without coercion, through capacities you own. Frankfurt-style cases suggest moral responsibility doesn't require alternative possibilities. Even if a failsafe would have made you choose X, you're responsible when you chose X on your own reasons. Contemporary accounts add mesh, reasons, responsiveness, ownership of values, and diachronic endorsement, being able to reflect, revise, and integrate motives over time. Skeptics, hard incompatibilists, argue that luck saturates agency. Genetics, childhood chance encounters, they propose forward-looking responsibility without blame. Protect, rehabilitate, design better environments. Others defend desert by pointing to participant reactive attitudes. Strawson. Gratitude, resentment, forgiveness are woven into relationships. Responsibility is a human practice, not a metaphysical verdict. Practical takeaways: cultivate self-shaping strategies, pre-commitments, habits, communities that scaffold better reasons. Build institutions that respect agency yet recognize luck. Second chance policies, addiction treatment. Freedom looks less like a metaphysical switch and more like an ecology: capacities, attention, impulse control, narratives, who you think you are, and social affordances that make acting on your best reasons easier and worse reasons harder. Consciousness, today, from qualia to predictive brains. The hard problem asks, why is there something it's like to see red or feel pain? Physicalists offer models. Global workspace theory says consciousness arises when information is globally broadcast for flexible control. Higher-order theories tie it to thoughts about mental states. Predictive processing reframes the brain as a prediction engine, constantly minimizing error between top-down models and bottom-up signals. Experience, on this view, is the content of the best predictive model given current precision weighting attention. Hallucination and perception lie on a continuum of controlled prediction. But does modeling yield feel? Some say yes, when information attains the right functional effective role, integrated, access-ready, value-tagged, the qualitative aspect is just that role realized. Others doubt equivalence and pivot to dual-aspect monism. One process, two-aspect appearances. Empirical programs press on, no report paradigms, neural markers, P3. Gamma, front versus back, hot zones, anesthesia trajectories, and decoding dream content. Agency enters, embodied cognition insists experience is sensorimeter skill, not inner pictures. Effective neuroscience adds valence. As core, consciousness is not just seeing, it's mattering. Pain's unpleasantness and curiosity's pull shape the field of awareness. Philosophically, we can triangulate. One, functional adequacy. Explain, report, and control. True structural resemblance. Map features of experience to model structure. Multidimensional geometry gradients. 3. Intervention success. Change the mechanism, change the experience. Meanwhile, humility. First-person methods, introspection training, and second-person interviews enrich third-person data. The mystery shrinks where models predict, manipulate, and match lived structure, even if a residual why this feel lingers at the horizon. Philosophy of science, realism, paradigms, methods. Scientific realists claim mature theories are approximately true about unobservables, electrons, genes. Under determination and past failures, phlogiston ether, trouble them. The no miracles reply. Predictive and technological success would be miraculous if theories weren't latching onto structure. Structural realists compromise. What's retained across theory change is mathematical relational structure, not ontology. Kuhn shows science as punctuated by paradigm shifts. Normal puzzle solving yields anomalies. Crises catalyze new frameworks. Ptolemy, Copernicus, Kepler. Incommensurability means concepts partly change. Mass in Newton versus Einstein, complicating accumulation. Lekatos recasts this. Research programs with hard cores and protective belts compete. Progressive ones predict novel facts, degenerating ones retrofit. Feyerabend warns against method dogma, pluralism, and methodological anarchism keep inquiry creative. Today's toolbox mixes Bayesian model comparison, causal discovery, simulation, and open science practices, pragmatism, replication, to police bias. Philosophy clarifies explanation, unification, causal mechanistic, and interventionist accounts fit different sciences. It also analyzes values, choice of priors, loss functions, risk thresholds, where social ethical stakes rightly intrude. Take-home science is a self-correcting but human enterprise. Trust it not because it's infallible, but because it institutionalizes dissent, prediction, and repair. Guardrails, transparency, adversarial collaboration, and diverse teams are epistemic virtues in organizational form. Law and legitimacy, positivism, principles, and interpretation. Legal positivists, hearts, separate law's validity from morality. Law is what follows from social sources. Legislation, precedent, recognized by a community's rule of recognition. Deedwork encounters that law includes principles, not just rules. Judges must interpret legal practice in its best moral light. Law is integrity. Natural lawyers, finis, anchor legal authority in basic goods. A grossly unjust law lacks binding force. Constitutional interpretation splits. Originalists tether meaning to public understanding at ratification. Living constitutionalists emphasize evolving application of abstract principles, equal protection in a digital age. Pragmatists weigh consequences within doctrinal constraints. Each risks excess, ossification versus judicial legislation. Hard cases reveal pressures. When text is vague or conflicts, judges weigh precedent, purpose, canons, and legitimacy. Administrative states add deference puzzles. Algorithmic tools raise due process and transparency concerns, explainable decisions, auditability. A defensible practice blends fidelity to text history to anchor democratic authorship, principled moral reasoning to honor rights and coherence. 3. Institutional humility, clear doctrines, narrow holdings, reason-giving, and respect for democratic correction. Legitimacy flows when losers see the process as fair and the court as principled, rather than partisan. Virtue ethics now, character under pressure. Virtue ethics returns the spotlight to how to be, not merely what to do. Courage, temperance, justice, and practical wisdom, phronesis, guide perception, emotion, and action. Critics cite situationism. Experiments bystander, non-helping, dine-in phone booth boosts. Suggest small situational nudges, swamp, stable traits. If character wilts under trivial cues, is virtue fiction? Responses. 1. Traits are domain-specific skills, not global halos. Honesty in research, Niall, honesty in taxes. True. Real virtues are resilient patterns built by practice, not naive self-images. Training attention and emotion narrows situational sway. 3. Design matters. Environments with cues, feedback, and accountability. Scaffold virtue expression, checklists, transparent processes. Modern virtue ethics integrate psychology, implementation intentions, habit loops, growth mindsets, and identity-based motivation. I'm the kind of person who operationalize character building. Communities cultivate virtues through exemplars, shared narratives, and rituals of commitment and repair. Measure by moral reliability across time and contexts. Do you perceive salience, deliberate well, and act with steadiness? Build by deliberate practice, pre-mortems, spot temptations, temptation bundling, accountability partners, and recovering quickly from lapses. Character isn't a costume. It's a practiced capacity to see the right thing to do and to want it. Education, Dewey to Freire. Learning as liberation. Dewey treats education as democratic life in miniature inquiry. Collaboration and projects replace rote. Knowledge is tested in doing. Schools cultivate habits of intelligent problem-solving and shared governance. Freire adds a political edge. Reject the banking model. Teachers deposit facts. Instead, dialogical pedagogy starts from learners' lived problems, naming oppression and building agency, conscientisation. Cognitive science updates the craft. Spacing, retrieval practice, interleaving, dual coding, beat, passive review. But technique without purpose risks training compliant test takers. A humane curriculum marries mastery with meaning. Encourage question asking, argument, creativity, and community service. Assessment shifts from sorting to feedback. Rubrics that show growth, portfolios that evidence transfer, student self-assessment that builds metacognition. Equity means universal design for learning, culturally sustaining pedagogy, and resources that meet students where they are, nutrition, counseling, tech access. Teacher dignity matters, time for planning, collaboration, and reflective practice. Autonomy within shared aims, communities of inquiry for educators too. Schools flourish when families, neighborhoods, and policymakers align expectations with support, not accountability theater. Aim high, not just workforce prep, but citizens capable of truth-seeking, solidarity, and wonder. Education liberates when learners see themselves as knowers who can change their world. Grounding and metaphysical dependence. Beyond causation lies grounding, the in virtue of relation, explaining how higher-level fates obtain because of more fundamental ones. A set exists in virtue of its members, moral facts, perhaps in virtue of natural facts, institutional facts in virtue of social practices. Grounding is non-causal, explanatory, and often well-founded. No infinite dissent. Debates. Is grounding one relation or many? Can reality be priority monist? Scheffer, the whole universe most fundamental, parts derivative, or pluralist, a base of micro-physical entities, ground the rest. Some identify grounding with necessitation under essences. Others treat it as primitive. Why care? Grounding clarifies reduction versus emergence. If mental facts are grounded in physical facts, we secure dependence without identity. If not, we flirt with dualism. In normative theory, grounding separates supervenience, no moral difference without natural difference, from explanation, what makes the moral true. In logic, we track inference, not by truth alone but by explanatory arrows. Method. Seek explanatory adequacy. A good account says what grounds what, why, and with what modal force. Beware cheap grounding talk that merely restates. Use toy models, sets, holes, prices to calibrate intuitions, then brave harder cases, consciousness, modality, mathematics. Grounding's promise. A map of dependence that lets us be realist about higher-level domains without inflation, anchoring complexity in intelligible structure. Knowing well, evidence, reliability, and intellectual virtue. What turns true belief into knowledge? Justified true belief falters on guessing cases, lucky truths. Reliabilists say knowledge is true belief from a reliable process, vision in daylight, competent inference. Evidentialists center proper evidential support, regardless of process pedigree. Virtue epistemologists locate knowledge in the agent, achievements of intellectual character, open-mindedness, rigor, and competence, apt belief, because of ability. Knowledge firsters, Williamson flip the order. Treat knowledge as primitive. Belief aims at knowledge. Evidence, what you know. This reframes skepticism and the lottery problem, but invites pushback about closure and fallibility. Pragmatic encroachment claims stakes matter. Same evidence, different knowledge status when error costs soar. Bank closing times. Social epistemology widens the lens, expertise, testimony, polarization, and echo chambers. Trust is rational when based on track records, incentive structures, and transparency. Disagreement among peers presses conciliation, split the difference versus steadfastness. Stick to your guns. If you've assessed asymmetries, practice. Calibrate with forecasting, embrace error logs, diversify sources, and reward intellectual virtues. Steelman opponents, change your mind publicly. Knowledge is not just a state, it's a craft under conditions of noise and bias. The philosophy of emotion, feeling, judgment, action. Are emotions blind feelings or intelligent appraisals? James Lang theories tie emotions to bodily changes we are afraid because we run. Cannon-Bard and modern affective science push back. Central appraisal and feeling can precede, shape bodily response. Cognitive theories, Milkesbaum, treat emotions as value-laden judgments about what matters. Constructionists, Barrett, see emotions as learned conceptualizations organizing core affect valence arousal within cultures. Emotions are not noise, they're epistemic. Indignation flags injustice, guilt spotlights, norm violations, awe expands models, yet they misfire. Bias, rumination, hijacks. Wisdom is emotion regulation without denial. Reappraisal exposure, values-based action, and social rituals of repair. Traditions differ. Stoics aim for rational harmony, extirpate destructive passions. Buddhists cultivate non-attachment and compassion. Aristotle aims for the mean right emotion, right time, right way. Collectively, emotions coordinate groups, contagion, ritual synchrony, and can be engineered, propaganda, outrage economies. Ethical media diet and platform design shape public affect. Our shared moral weather. Takeaway, don't worship emotions or exile them. Train them as partners in perception and action, tuning attention to what is truly worth caring about. Death, finitude, and meaning. Is death bad? Epicurus says no. Where we are, death is not. Where death is, we are not. The deprivation account replies, death can harm by removing goods we would have had. Timing puzzles follow. Harmed when? Some say timelessly, others at the time of death's occurrence, relative to the narrative. Immortality fares no easier. Williams argues endless life would become tedious or alien. Either you change so much you're not you, or you stagnate. Perhaps the sweetness of meaning requires scarcity. Projects have shape because they end. Meaning itself splits. Subjective fulfillment, engagement, objective worthwhile projects, narrative coherence. We craft significance by connecting cares to goods larger than self, relationships, creation, service, understanding, play, absurdity. Kamasi isn't a verdict but a condition. Our need for ultimate justification meets a silent cosmos. The response is revolt, lucid living, solidarity, and joy in the doing. Practical counsel. Live by memento mori without morbidity. Prioritize, reconcile, make, and savor. Build redundancy against regret. Regular if I died in a year. Audits. Treat others as finite wonders. Say the things now. Mortality doesn't negate meaning, it frames it, turning days into decisions and decisions into a life that adds up. Aesthetics and art. Beauty, meaning, and value. What makes art? Beauty, expression, form, or the art world say so. Classic theories divide. Formalists prize perceptible structure, composition, rhythm, balance. Expressionists, Tolstoy, Cullingwood, center art's power to externalize and communicate feeling. Mimesis traces back to Plato, Aristotle. Art represents reality or possibilities and trains perception. Then the 20th century hits. Duchamp's urinal and Warhol's soup cans suggest institutional theories. Is art if presented within practices of art world appreciation. That's not emptiness. It highlights communal norms, histories, and framing. Beauty isn't the whole story. Sublime experiences, vastness, danger observed from safety, expand us beyond neat harmony. Ugliness and rupture can disclose truths, beauty glosses over, tragedy purges, satire unmasks, contemporary aesthetics folds in ethics. Can immoral art be good art? Two tracks. Autonomists separate aesthetic from moral value. Ethicism allows moral flaws to count aesthetically. When they distort a work's point, a cruel joke may blunt its wit. Meaning lives across layers. Artist intention, work structure, audience interpretation, and context. Death of the author cautions against fixation on intent, yet too free interpretation risks anything goes. Best practice, constrain readings by public features of the work and credible contexts. Why art matters. It refines attention, expands empathy, and rehearses alternative worlds. It's also play, a sandbox for risk-free experiment with emotion and identity. Practically, cultivate slow-looking listening, triangulate with process, sketches, drafts, and reception. Let taste be porous, train it with breadth, not status. In a world of torrents, curation is a virtue. Choose diets that challenge and console in turn. Art won't save us alone, but it can upgrade the software of perception and care. Philosophy of technology, tools that shape us back. Is technology neutral, a mere means toward ends, or does it carry its own momentum? Instrumentalism says tools are value-free. Morality rests with users. Substantivists, Elala, Heidegger, counter that technologies disclose the world as standing reserve, nudging us to optimize and extract. Artifacts have politics. Winner, bridges too low for buses encode class, algorithms trained on biased data enact discrimination at scale, design affords and constrains, defaults, friction and feedback, quietly script behavior. Mediation theory, ID, Verbeek, shows how devices co-shape perception and action. Ultrasound changes the fetus from felt presence to image. Wearables translate bodies into metrics, altering self-care and anxiety. Tech ethics scans upstream, not only how to use but what to build, who benefits, who bears risk, and what world does this stabilize. Lifecycle thinking extends beyond deployment to extraction, energy, labor, e-waste. Governance tools, impact assessments, value-sensitive design, participatory foresight, red team exercises, and kill switch norms. Nudges can be humane, privacy by default, or manipulative dark patterns. Platforms structure speech economies. Content curation is civic infrastructure. Personal stance. Treat devices as domesticated. Give them places and times, not sovereignty. Use intentional friction, batch notifications, grayscale, and community rules, phones off zones. Organizationally, align incentive structures with well-being. Time on task, not time on site. Measure externalities, and empower dissenting engineers. The punchline: technology isn't destiny, but it is directional. Choose directions that widen agency, enrich common goods, and preserve the option to step back. Build exits, not trap. Bioethics and personhood, bodies, choices, and care. 4 cornerstone principles: autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, justice, guide clinical ethics. But cases strain them. Informed consent demands capacity, disclosure, understanding, voluntariness. Yet capacity comes in degrees. Supported decision-making can respect agency without abandonment. End-of-life choices summon the doctrine of double effect, proportionality, and the difference between killing and letting die. Palliative sedation aims at symptom relief, not death's intention. Personhood debates ripple through abortion, neonatal care, and dementia. Biological life isn't the whole story. Many accounts tie personhood to capacities, consciousness, interests, relationships. Others warn against sliding scales that threaten the vulnerable. Law and ethics often compromise, protect potential and vulnerability while respecting pregnant persons' bodily autonomy and clinicians' conscience, within limits set by patients' rights. Enhancement blurs therapy, play from stimulants to gene edits. The therapy enhancement line is fuzzy, better to evaluate risks, fairness, and meaningful human goods. Germline edits raise intergenerational consent. Equity fears loom if only the wealthy enhance. Allocation under scarcity, organs, ICU beds, seeks fairness, triage by prognosis and benefit, not social worth, safeguard against structural bias. Research ethics hinges on equipoise, independent review and community benefit sharing, especially in global trials. Practical compass, center the patient's values, document goals of care early, surface trade-offs explicitly, guard against moral distress by sharing burden and debriefing. Bioethics, at its best, is not a spreadsheet. It's rigorous compassion under uncertainty. Markets and morals, what money shouldn't buy. Markets coordinate knowledge and incentives, Hayek, but not all goods should be priced. Commodification can corrupt meanings, Sande, friendship for hire, votes for sale, line standing as a service. These displace civic virtue and fairness norms. Some markets are repugnant, Roth, because they offend values or invite exploitation. Organs, surrogacy, sex, carbon offsets, done badly. The task is to distinguish aversion grounded in harm from mere taboo, then design institutions accordingly. Two guardrails help. First, separability. Can we buy, sell without degrading the goods mean or producing external harms? Second, background justice. Even voluntary exchanges can be coercive under poverty or asymmetrical information. Fix structure before blessing markets. Altruistic organ donation saves lives but leaves shortages. Regulated compensation may increase supply, but risks crowding out altruism or targeting the poor. Pilot, monitor, and cap to protect dignity. When markets enter health, education, or housing, incentives must align with mission. Voucher, charter experiments, outcome-based financing, and congestion pricing show markets can serve public goals if equity is designed in access guarantees, progressive rebates, anti-cream skimming rules. Moral upshot, use markets as tools, not temples. Where they fit, architect with transparency, competition, and floors, ceilings. Where they don't, fund as rights or commons. Ask always, who gains, who pays, what meanings shift, what alternatives exist. Cooperation and game theory, from dilemmas to design. Prisoner's dilemma dramatizes the problem. Mutual cooperation beats mutual defection, yet unilateral totalitarian ruins trust. Repetition changes the game. Shadow of the future enables strategies like tit for tat, cooperate, then mirror, enhanced by forgiveness and occasional randomness to escape vendettas. Public goods and commons intensify scale, contributions attempting to shirk. Overuse depletes shared resources. Eleanor Ostrom's fieldwork refutes fatalism. Communities can self-govern commons with clear boundaries, participatory rulemaking, monitoring, graduated sanctions, conflict resolution, and nested layers. Institutions matter more than exhortations. Signaling and commitment devices, deposits, reputation, stabilize cooperation, transparency, plus credible penalties, beat draconian threats. Coordination games, left-right driving, tech standards, show multiple equilibria. History and focal points, shelling steer which one wins. Policy nudges, default organ donation, shared metrics can shift equilibria at low cost. Mechanism design inverts game theory. Choose rules so self-interest yields social good. Auction formats, matching markets, kidney exchange, carbon pricing with dividends, personal tactics. Be nice. Start cooperative, provocable, respond to defection, forgiving, allow recovery, and clear reduce ambiguity. Organizationally, shorten feedback loops, publish dashboards, and reward cooperative wins. Not just solo heroics. Cooperation is not naivete, it's engineered with incentives, norms, and repeated positive sum encounters. Time and reality, presentism, eternalism, and does only the present exist? Presentism, or are past and future equally real? Eternalism, block universe. Physics leans block-like. Relativity denies a universal now. Presentists appeal to temporal becoming and experience. Eternalists explain flow as indexical perspective, like moving a flashlight along a map. The growing block mediates past and present are real. The future isn't yet. Freedom and foreknowledge tussle here. If the future is as real as the past, our choice is fixed. Compatibilists say determinism doesn't preclude acting from reasons. Openness may be epistemic, not metaphysical. Another angle, indeterminism at microscales doesn't guarantee meaningful freedom. Agency is macro-level organization carving causal channels. Time travel puzzles sharpen intuitions. Consistency constraints, Novikov, allow self-consistent loops. Multiverse interpretations let branching save paradox avoidance. Personal identity across loops returns. Are you the same traverser after radical divergence? Phenomenology adds layers. We experience a spacious present, a short window of retention and pretension. Memory and anticipation are not afterthoughts. They constitute temporal life. Practically, humans overvalue the present hyperbolic discounting. Tools, commitment contracts, reminders, rituals can align short-term pulls with long-term shape. Philosophically, whichever ontology you fancy, meaning accumulates by treating finite time as a design constraint, projects with arcs, relationships with rhythms, rest as a first-class good. Language and reference, names, meaning, use. How do words latch onto the world? Descriptivists. Frege, Russell tied names to bundles of descriptions. Aristotle, the teacher of Alexander. Kripke's causal historical theory argues names are rigid designators. They pick out the same individual across possible worlds by chains of reference from an initial baptism, not via descriptive fit. Putnam's semantic externalism adds, water means H2O, because experts and nature fix extension, meaning ain't just in the head, but use matters. Gricean pragmatics shows how we mean more than we say via implicature, quantity, quality, relevance, manner. Austin Searle's speech acts make speaking into doing, promising, ordering. Wittgenstein's later view, meaning is used within forms of life. Look to language games, not essence. Context, sensitivity, indexicals, demonstratives, and vagueness complicate logic. Supervaluation and fuzzy logics model borderline cases. Metaphor and frame semantics reveal how language shapes thought. Crime is a beast, cues punishment. Crime is a virus, cues prevention. Practical literacy, clarify terms up front. Track when a dispute is verbal. Steelman by restating your opponent's claim in their preferred words. Attend to frames you activate. Language isn't a transparent window, it's a toolkit. Choose tools that cut, not cloud. Emergence and complexity, more than the sum. Reduction explains wholes via parts. Emergence highlights novel patterns when many parts interact. Weak emergence, macro-regularities derivable in principle from micro-laws, but only via simulation. Conchoy's life gliders, traffic waves. Strong emergence posits irreducible causal powers at higher levels, controversial but intuitive in biology or mind. Complex systems display non-linearity, feedback, self-organization, and path dependence. Phase transitions flip behavior with small parameter shifts. Water boiling, herd panic. Networks, scale-free, small world shape robustness and contagion, disease. Memes, bank runs. Multi-level selection in evolution shows how cooperation stabilizes when groups compete, mechanisms police cheaters, and benefits accrue. Downward causation sounds spooky. Better to speak of constraint. Higher-level organization narrows, micro-possibilities. A heart's rhythm corrals, ion channel behavior. Explanations can be layered without mysticism. Mechanisms at the right scale answer the right how questions. Applied ethos, fight complexity with modularity, buffers, and slack. Assume failures are normal. Prefer graceful Gredsbrously to brittle optimization. If you want different outcomes, change feedback loops and information flows. Not just components. Emergence isn't magic, it's the poetry of many. Just war and modern conflict. When is war justified? Just ad bellum, and how must it be fought? Just and bello. Classic criteria: just cause, self-defense, stopping mass atrocity, right intention, legitimate authority, last resort, proportionality, reasonable chance of success. In bello, discrimination, combatants, versus non-combatants, and proportionality of force. Modern warfare strains these norms. Drones promise precision, but can expand conflict, temptation. Signature strikes risk misidentification. Remote crews face moral injury. Cyber operations blur attack thresholds and attribution. Blockade-like sanctions harm civilians. How to weigh human shields and urban combat complicate discrimination. Autonomous weapons raise accountability gap. Responsibility to protect reframes sovereignty as duty. Yet, humanitarian interventions risk abuse or quagmire. Post-war, just post-bellum, matters. Fair terms, reconstruction, reintegration, victory without justice breeds the next war. Operational ethics, robust intelligence standards, civilian harm tracking and amends, transparent ROE, meaningful oversight, and sunset clauses. Strategically, invest in prevention diplomacy and atrocity early warning. Punish aggression via coordinated economic legal tools before kinetic force. War's moral flaw is non-negotiable. The ceiling is restraint beyond the minimum. The law requires AI personhood and moral status. When, if ever, would an AI deserve moral consideration? Moral patients are beings whose welfare counts. Moral agents can be held responsible. Proposed criteria. Consciousness, there being something it's like, sentience, capacity to feel pleasure, pain, or richer capacities, autonomy, interests, social reciprocity. Behavior can be faked. Tests must triangulate function, architecture, and validated indicators. Report consistency, pain avoidance learning not explainable by simple reward proxies, integrative information with global access, etc. Pragmatic interim. Adopt precautionary gradients. For current systems, focus on indirect duties, how AI use affects humans, animals, and environments. Avoid anthropomorphic traps that justify neglect of real persons. If future systems plausibly meet sentience thresholds, extend minimal protections, no harmful experiments without consent proxies, shut down protocols akin to humane treatment. Rights inflation is a risk, so is callousness. Design governance that allows status upgrades if evidence warrants ethical firmware updates to law, align incentives to reduce suffering regardless. Ban sadistic interaction designs, require explainability where decisions affect rights, ensure data dignity and worker protections for the humans behind AI. Bottom line, keep personhood a high bar, keep minds open, and structure institutions to avoid irreversible harm while truth-tracking evidence about artificial minds. Ethics here is scaffolding for futures we can't yet fully see. Metaethics, what morality is. Are moral claims describing facts, expressing attitudes, or constructing norms? Moral realists say there are stance-independent truths. Some things are wrong, whether or not anyone approves. Naturalist realists reduce moral facts to natural ones: welfare, flourishing, cooperation, equilibria. Non-naturalists treat them as sui generis, but knowable via reason or intuition. Anti-realists push back. Error theorists Mackey argue morality purports to state objective facts, but there aren't any queerness, relativity, so all positive moral claims are false. Expressivists, Eyre, Blackburn, Gibbard, recast stealing is wrong as sophisticated attitude expression and plan-like commitment, preserving logical structure via quasi-realism. Constructivists, Korsgaard, Rawls, Scanlon ground normativity in procedures any agent must endorse on pain of practical contradiction or fair agreement. Key pressure points. Motivation, internalism versus externalism. About reasons, disagreement, deep diversity without error, and supervenience, no moral difference without some natural difference. Debunking arguments claim moral judgments, track evolutionary convenience more than truth. Realists reply that offloading how we came to believe doesn't decide whether the beliefs are true, just like eyes evolved yet still see. Practical upshot. Regardless of metaphysics, we can upgrade deliberation, identify shared mid-level principles, harm, fairness, respect. Run wide reflective equilibrium, stress test with reversal tests. Would I accept this if roles swap? And seek convergence under improved information and empathy. Metaethics sets the background stakes. Everyday ethics is where we cash it out. Personal identity. What makes you? Is the self a body, a brain, a psychology, a story? Animalists say you are a biological organism. Continuity of life processes is what persists. Psychological continuity theorists. Locke, Parfit, privilege memory, intentions and character links. A future person is you, if they inherit the right psychological relations, normally caused the right way. Brain-based views treat the brain as the seat of such continuity. Puzzles. Fission cases, teleporter makes two perfect continuous, suggest identity may be indeterminate or not. What matters? Parfit argues survival rides on psychological connectedness continuity, not strict identity. Split brain cases fracture unity, revealing you as a functional coalition. Narrative identity. Ricard adds that selves are constituted through stories we author with others' feedback. Good narratives integrate change, repair breaks, and anchor responsibility. Ethics and law hang on this. Advanced directives in dementia, punishment over time, organ donation with neural prosthesis. Practical stance. Treat identity as layered day-to-day. Respect bodily and social markers. Over time, invest in narrative and value continuity. Letters to future self. Rituals, communities that reflect you back. Tech era twist. Digital doubles complicate authorship. Curate traces, but don't mistake curation for core. Philosophy of religion. Arguments, doubt, and meaning. Classical arguments. Cosmological. Contingent things need a necessary ground. Teleological. Fine-tuning. Order. Moral. Objective duties. Signal a moral source. Ontological. A being than which none greater can be conceived. Must exist if possible. Critics cite explanatory stop points. Multiverse. Moral realism. Sans deity. And ontological sleights of hand. Problem of evil. How can an all-powerful, all-good God allow horrendous suffering? Responses. Free will defenses. Soul-making theodicies. Skeptical theism. Limits of our risk-benefit vision. Each faces pushback about natural evils and distribution of harms. Divine hiddenness. Reframes. Genuine seekers meet silence. Why? Some appeal to respect for freedom or relational goods that require ambiguity. Pluralism complicates exclusivity. Pragmatic approaches. James asks what difference belief makes to life. Existentialists recast faith as risk-laden commitment. Kierkegaard, not theorem. Natural theology and negative theology. Maimonides guard against anthropomorphism. Process theists trade omnipotence for co-suffering power. Pragmatic counsel. Whatever your stance, aim for intellectual charity and spiritual humility. Steelman oppositions. Separate community belonging from propositional assent and attend to the fruits. Does a worldview cultivate compassion, courage, honesty? Meaning may be born less by metaphysical victory than by practices that make us better caretakers of each other. Modality and possible worlds. What could be? Necessity, possibility, counterfactuals. How do we cash them out? Lewis's modal residuum treats possible worlds as concrete universes. Talk about could have been is quantifying over real elsewhere. Many balk at ontological bloat and prefer ersatz worlds, abstract sets of propositions or models. Kripkean semantics gives modal logic rigor. Rigid designators, names refer to the same thing across worlds, supporting necessary a posteriori truths. Water, EH. Essentialism claims things have properties they couldn't lack. Charge of electrons, origins of individuals. Not-to-part theory sidesteps identity across worlds by similar enough stand-ins. Counterfactuals. If I had left earlier. Get truth conditions via similarity between worlds. Debates rage over how to rank similarities without circularity. Why care? Science trades in modal strength, laws, dispositions, ethics and law in counterfactual harm and negligence, planning and scenario analysis, practical toolkit, make possibilities explicit, scenario trees, separate logical from practical possibility, and tag uncertainty types, known risks, versus deep uncertainty. Modality, used well, inoculates against planned fragility. Causation and explanation. Because Hume saw causation as constant conjunction plus habit. No necessary connection appears to the senses. Regularity theories refine this, but stumble on spurious correlations. Counterfactual accounts. Lewis, say C causes E, if had C not occurred, E wouldn't have. Modulo sophisticated background fixing. Interventionism. Pearl Woodward operationalizes with do calculus. C causes E if manipulating C changes E while holding pathways steady. Powers theories revive dispositional essences. Fragility tends to produce breaking. Explanation types. Mechanistic part by part. How? Unification. Cover many phenomena with few principles. Statistical. Raise chances. And contrastive. YE rather than F. In the wild. Multiple causation. Overdetermination. Two shots. Omissions. Because no one wanted. And causation by absence. Challenge neatness. Applied craft. Map-directed acyclic graphs to separate confounders from mediators. When designing policy, seek levers with high causal density but low side-channel risk. Pair causal claims with countermeasures and monitoring plans. Good explanations don't just state links, they afford prediction, control, and learning. Decision theory. Choosing under uncertainty. Expected utility theory says maximize the sum of outcomes weighted by probabilities. It tames risk, but stumbles on St. Petersburg and allays paradoxes, revealing human risk attitudes and the limits of EU axioms. Prospect theory models loss aversion and reference points. We hate losses more than we like equal gains. Causal versus evidential decision theory splits on Newcomb's problem. EDT1 boxes. Choices are evidence of predictors' action. CDT2 boxes. Causality points only to the opaque box's contents being fixed. Functional decision theory. FDT. Refrains. Choose the policy whose output you're glad to have implemented wherever the same decision function is mirrored. Handles predictors. Bargaining with copies. Real life adds ambiguity, unknown probabilities, Knightian uncertainty, and fat tails. Tools. Robust decision-making. Minimax regret. Value of information and option value preserve flexibility. For ethics policy, include distributional weights and risk to the worst off. For personal life, pre-commit to habits aligned with long-run identity. Use checklists and default rules to beat noise. Decision theory is less about picking once and more about engineering a policy that survives many worlds. Epistemic injustice and standpoint. Miranda Fricker names testimonial injustice. A speaker is given less credibility due to identity prejudice, and hermeneutical injustice. A community lacks concepts to make sense of experiences, e.g. sexual harassment before the term. The fix isn't sentiment alone. Cultivate virtues of hearing, reflexive credibility, calibration, awareness of stereotype threat, and build shared hermeneutic resources, concepts, forums, so experiences can be voiced and recognized. Standpoint epistemology. Harding Collins argues marginalized positions can offer stronger objectivity by revealing blind spots in dominant perspectives. This isn't romanticizing oppression, it's acknowledging that social location shapes access to evidence and salience. Institutions can embed repair, transparent authorship and credit, community review boards, participatory methods, and certain testimonial channels, ombuds. Personally, practice uptake. Here's how I'm understanding you. What did I miss? Track whose voices shape your priors and audit decisions for testimonial bottlenecks. Justice in knowledge-making is not politeness, it's accuracy. Democracy and political epistemology. Why democracy? Beyond consent, it's an epistemic device. Diverse citizens pool information and correct errors. Condorcet. While deliberation can refine preferences, pitfalls, polarization, motivated reasoning, and informational inequality. Deliberative Democrats, Habermas, valorize reason-giving under fair conditions. Critics warn of capture by the well-spoken. Epistocrats propose rule by the knowledgeable. Dangers include bias in knowledge tests and legitimacy deficits. Public reason. Rules ask citizens to justify coercive laws with reasons others can endorse despite deep pluralism. Agonists, MOOF, keep conflict center stage. Digital publics amplify both wisdom of crowds and mobs. Platform design is now constitutional plumbing. Repairs, sortition-based citizen assemblies for complex policy, adversarial collaborations, independent fact interstitians with audit trails and voting rules that reduce extremal capture, approval, STV. Locally, invest in civic education that trains argument, empathy, and data literacy. Architect spaces where disagreement is safe and consequential. The epistemic promise of democracy holds if we build institutions that make truth-seeking the path of political success. Philosophy of mathematics. What are numbers? Platonists hold mathematical objects exist independently. We discover rather than invent them. Nominalists deny abstracta, reinterpret math as talk about concrete systems or syntax. Structuralists split the difference. Math studies structures, the natural number pattern, not objects with hassities. Formalists see math as rule-governed symbol games. Intuitionists, Breuer, tie truth to constructive proofs, rejecting excluded middle for infinite domains. Gödel's incompleteness theorems shatter hopes of complete, consistent axiomatizations for rich systems. Any sufficiently strong, consistent theory is incomplete, and it can't prove its own consistency. That's humbling, yet fertile. Set theory, category theory, and homotopy-type theory. Explore foundations with different trade-offs, expressive power, computational content. Applied face. Math works unreasonably well in science. Explanations via structural isomorphism and selective idealization tame the miracle. Philosophy here guides rigor. What counts as existence? Computation, proof assistance, and pedagogy. Intuition versus formalism. You don't need metaphysical certainty to do math, just clear commitments about what your theorems are about. Hermeneutics, understanding others and texts. Understanding isn't decoding, it's a dialogical event. Gadamer's fusion of horizons says we always interpret from traditions and prejudices. The task isn't erasing them, but bringing them into conscious play through questioning. Ricoeur complements with a hermeneutics of suspicion, Marx, Nietzsche, Freud, and of restoration. Sometimes we unmask power, sometimes we recover meaning richer than first glance. Method, oscillate between parts and whole. Hermeneutic circle, foreground genre and form, and distinguish authorial intent, textual world, and reader response. In law, scripture, literature, interpretation is constrained by communities of practice. Standards evolve, but aren't arbitrary. Practically, hermeneutics is a life skill. Paraphrase before critique, seek disconfirming detail, and test interpretations against alternative framings. In polarized climates, create contexts where motives are neither presumed pure nor vile. Ask, what anxiety does this view resolve? What evidence would move you? The goal isn't agreement at any cost, but understanding robust enough to disagree productively, and sometimes to be changed. The good life, eudaimonia, flow, and meaning in action. Ancients pitched flourishing eudaimonia as activity of soul in line with virtue. Moderns add authenticity, relationships, and autonomy. Empirical threads meet philosophy, self-determination theory, autonomy, competence, relatedness, flow, Csikszentmihalyi, as absorbed mastery, and narrative coherence, predict well-being beyond pleasure, pulses. Stoic and Buddhist practices converge on training attention, valuing what's in control, and loosening grip on egoic craving. Design your life like a portfolio. Mix immediate joy, growth pain that matures into meaning, and service that connects you outward. Use keystone habits, sleep, movement, deep work, Sabbath-like rhythms, and social commitments that scaffold your best self. Practice moral ambition humbly, pick a core size for you, build skills, measure impact, avoid burnout via teams and boundaries. Periodic audits, values, time, attention, keep drift in check. Cultivate awe and gratitude to widen frames, treat setbacks as information, not identity verdicts. The good life is not a destination. It's a practiced stance, curious, courageous, and kind under conditions of uncertainty and finitude. Free will and responsibility. Can we do otherwise? The classic trilemma. Libertarians claim genuine alternative possibilities exist, and choices are not determined. Hard determinists say every event follows from prior states and laws, so free will is an illusion. Compatibilists argue freedom is about acting from your reasons without coercion, even in a determined world. Frankfurt-style cases pressure could have done otherwise by adding a fail-safe that would force your act if you wavered, yet you choose on your own, so moral responsibility seems intact, without alternatives. Sourcehood theories pivot. What matters is being the source of action, via your character and values. Skeptics counter with manipulation cases. What if your values were engineered? Compatibilists answer with historical conditions. Freedom requires the right kind of history, capacity to reflect, revise, and own your motives. Libertarians appeal to agent causation or indeterminism in decision-making, but randomness isn't authorship. So many add reason's responsiveness, indeterminism at the cusp. Guided by reason, neuroscience tempts fatalism, readiness potentials, predictive signals, but these underdetermine rich decisions and leave room for hierarchical control, deliberation, veto. Practically, responsibility is a social technology. It shapes incentives, trust, and repair. Calibrate blame toward forward-looking aims, prevention, reconciliation, and distinguish excuses, coercion, ignorance, from exemptions, infancy, severe impairment. Freedom grows with scaffolding, sleep, education, therapy, communities that widen deliberative bandwidth. The everyday resolution: act as if your choices write your story, because they do, through habits, relations, and institutions that amplify or shrink your agency. Consciousness theories, explaining the what it's like. Phenomenal consciousness, the felt, qualitative what it's like, is stubborn. Physicalism says it's identical to or realized by physical processes. Type identity ties experiences to neural types. Functionalism maps mind to causal roles, independent of substrate. Higher-order theories claim a state is conscious when represented by a suitable higher-order state. Global workspace posits broadcasting to a brain-wide workspace, enables report and control. Predictive processing treats perception as controlled hallucination, minimizing prediction error. Integrated information theory quantifies how much a system's causal structure is irreducible. Critics dispute both math and metaphysics. Panpsychists relocate consciousness as fundamental and ubiquitous, facing the combination problem. Dualists, property or substance, preserve explanatory gap at cost of interaction puzzles. Illusionists argue the hard problem is a user illusion. We have introspective models that over-ascribe properties to brain states, dissolve, don't solve. Yet pain hurts. Can illusion carry that sting? Progress likely braids levels, neural mechanisms, recurrent loops, thalamocortical circuits, cognitive access, attention, working memory, and affective systems. Methodologically triangulate neural correlates, behavioral, first-person reports, and computational models. Widen subjects, infants, animals, locked-in patients, with no report paradigms and perturbation metrics. Ethically, adopt precaution around beings that plausibly feel. Practically, train attention, meditation, and metacognition. They alter the profile of consciousness, even while the metaphysics stays contested. Embodiment and Merleau-Ponty. Knowing with a body. Merleau-Ponty flips the script. You're not a mind riding a body, you are a body subject. Perception is not constructing inner pictures, it's skillful openness to a world already meaningful for action. The body's intentional arc ties habits, posture, and environment. A blind person's cane is not a separate object, but incorporated. World is felt at the tip. This incorporation shows how tools extend agency. Think smartphone maps as a temporary sense. Gestalt perception reveals wholes first. Figure ground, resisting atomistic models. The lived body. Lead differs from the objective body. Körper. The surgeon's chart never captures the ache of a knee in rain. Pathologies, phantom limbs. Schneider's case expose layers of embodiment, habitual, practical, and conceptual. Space is not coordinates, it's icon, reachability, graspability. Language and expression are bodily too. Meaning emerges in gesture before proposition. Design and ethics respect affordances that bodies rely on. Stairs, light, noise. Accessibility isn't add-on, it's constitutive of shared world. In tech, Post-phenomenology maps how devices mediate relations, augment without alienating, support skilled coping, not menu diving. For well-being, attend to rhythms, sleep, breath, environments, green space, and micropostures. Screens pull faces down. Philosophy often forgets. Flesh, embodiment reminds us that thinking is a contact sport with the world. Philosophy of education, Dewey to Fryer. What's education for? Transmission, formation, liberation. Dewey centers experience, learning by doing in communities that mirror democratic life. Knowledge isn't inert facts but habits of inquiry. Observe, hypothesize, test, reflect. Good schools are labs for cooperation and problem solving, not recitation factories. Fryer A diagnoses banking education where teachers deposit knowledge in passive students. He proposes dialogical pedagogy, co-investigation that names oppression and builds critical consciousness. Aims pluralize, cultivate agency, autonomy, self-regulation, competence, literacies across domains, and care, empathy, civic virtue. Curriculum should spiral, concepts revisited with growing complexity, and connect to authentic tasks. Assessment must measure transfer, not short-term recall. Portfolios and performances alongside exams. Equity requires resource parity and culturally responsive teaching that links prior knowledge to new frames. EdTech helps when it augments feedback, personalization, and collaboration, but harms when it fragments attention or turns students into data points. Teacher professionalism includes time for design, reflection, and community ties. The hidden curriculum norms, time discipline should be surfaced and chosen, not absorbed by default. Lifelong lens, build learning ecologies, libraries, museums, online communities, so curiosity has places to land. Education at its best is rehearsal for freedom, skills to understand the world and virtues to remake it. Philosophy of law, rules, reasons, and punishment. Natural law claims legal validity must answer to moral standards. An unjust law fails as law in the fullest sense. Legal positivism. Separates validity, social sources, rule of recognition from morality. The working pushes back with law, as integrity judges interpret principles not just rules to fit and justify practice. Realists remind us courts are human. Predictions about what judges will do often beat tidy syllogisms. Punishment theories diverge. Retributivists, wrongdoers deserve proportionate censure. Punishment respects agency by holding people answerable. Consequentialists, punish to reduce harm, deterrence, incapacitation, rehabilitation. Restorative justice rewrotes, center victims, community and offenders in processes that repair, not only inflict. In practice, proportionality, parity, and parsimony should guide sanctions, avoid carceral reflexes where alternatives work better. Rights collide, security versus liberty, speech versus dignity. Constitutional interpretation, originalism, living constitutionalism, common good constitutionalism, debates how to anchor meaning over time. Rule of law needs clarity, publicity, stability, prospectivity, and congruence. Fuller, procedural justice matters as much as outcomes. People comply more when heard and treated fairly. Tech-era law must handle privacy, platform power, and AI accountability, allocating liability where control and benefit reside. Justice is more than punishment. It's institutions that make dignity the default. Philosophy of disability and neurodiversity. Two models. The medical model locates disability and individual impairment. The social model locates it in environments that disable stairs, norms, pace. A curb cut helps a wheelchair user and a parent with a stroller. That's the curb cut effect. Accessibility upgrades the commons. Neurodiversity reframes autism, ADHD, dyslexia as natural cognitive variability with strengths and support needs, not defects to erase. Ethically, respect for persons means co-design. Nothing about us without us. Accommodations aren't special favors, but route to equal opportunity. Beware inspiration porn, using disabled lives to uplift abled audiences without changing structures. Moral standing isn't tied to productivity, dignity precedes contribution. In bioethics, Avoid ableist assumptions in prenatal screening and triage. Quality of life judgments should defer to lived testimonies. Education and work thrive on universal design. Multiple means of engagement, representation, and expression. Flexible timing and modalities, assistive tech as first class, language matters. Identity first, autistic person versus person first, person with autism. Ask preferences, the philosophical payoff. Disability exposes how normal is a moving target, reveals dependence as human baseline, and teaches that justice requires building worlds where different bodies and minds can flourish on their own terms. Philosophy of humor, why we laugh and when not to. Three classic theories: superiority. We laugh at others' missteps, signaling status; relief, release of pent-up tension; and incongruity, mismatch between expectation and punch. Most jokes braid them, a sudden frame shift that safely vents stress and tweaks status games. Benign violation theory fuses this. Humor occurs when something seems wrong yet safe. Tickling, roasts among friends, dark jokes with distance. Humor is social glue. Shared laughter synchronizes bodies and signals trust. It's also a scalpel for critique. Satire punctures pretension and power, but humor can wound, punching down entrenches stereotypes and normalizes harm. Context, target, and audience consent matter. The ethics: aim punches upward, mind collateral damage, and own misfires. It's just a joke isn't an all-access pass. Examine why it's funny and to whom. Craft improves with timing, specificity, and self-deprecation. Vagueness rarely lands. In dialogue, humor disarms defensiveness if aligned with care. Organizations can cultivate psychological safety with playful rituals, but not weaponize fun to mask pressure. Philosophically, jokes are mini epistemology lessons. They show how meaning flips with a single reframe. Learn to flip frames on yourself first, so laughter becomes a practice of humility, not cruelty. Death, meaning, and not living forever. Epicurus argued death is nothing to us. Where we are, death is not. Where death is, we are not. Yet the deprivation account, Nagel, says death can harm by removing goods we would have had. Attitudinally, fear may be rational regarding dying, pain, loss of control, more than death itself. The antidote: shape a life rich enough that its finitude sharpens, not sours, value. Immortality fantasies confront boredom. Bernard Williams. Endless life could erode identity or desire. Counter with evolving projects, relationships, and memory management. Meaning might persist, but risks of stagnation remain. Transhumanist life extension raises distributive justice and ecological concerns. Who gets it, at what cost? Grief is not a bug, it testifies to love. Good rituals scaffold grief without pretending to fix it. Shared stories, names spoken, spaces held, practically advance directives, wills, and conversations save loved ones moral distress. Memento mori practices can increase gratitude and courage. Plan horizons, quarters, years, and legacy arcs. Teach, build, plant. Living well with finitude means aligning values and calendars, practicing good goodbyes, and making peace with the unfinished, because all lives are risk, precaution, and existential stakes. Not all risks are alike. Frequent, bounded harms invite cost-benefit. Fat-tailed, systemic risks, pandemics, financial cascades, need robustness, buffers, diversification, circuit breakers. Fanaticism worries. Tiny probabilities of huge payoffs dominate expected value. Responses include risk caps, satisficing or using risk measures, CVR, that penalize tail exposure. Precautionary principles say avoid actions with plausible catastrophic harm absent consensus on safety. Critics warn of paralysis and neglected benefits. Existential risks, events that curtail humanity's long-term potential. Unaligned AI, engineered pandemics, runaway climate feedbacks, nuclear war, warrant priority because the downside scales with all future lives. Tractable moves, early warning, safety research, governance and norm building. Avoid unilateralists' curse. One actor with outlier optimism deploys dangerous tech. Personal organizational tactics, scenario planning across plausible futures, red teaming, pre-mortems, graceful degradation design, ethically, combine long-termism with near-term justice, protect the vulnerable now while safeguarding tomorrow. Don't trade away present rights for abstract futures. Wisdom is a portfolio, resilience, agility, and humility about models. Borders, migration, and justice. Do states have a right to exclude? Communitarians argue political communities need control to sustain shared projects. Cosmopolitans press that birth lottery is morally arbitrary, so freedom of movement should be broad. Open borders advocates cite gains in global welfare and individual liberty. Critics raise concerns about institutional strain, wages, and social trust. Middle positions propose circles of obligation, robust duties to compatriots and significant duties to outsiders in need. Refugee protection rests on non-refoulement and fair burden sharing. Labor migration can be structured with portability of rights and pathways to membership. Admission criteria should avoid discrimination, exploitative guest worker traps, and family separation. Justice inside borders matters too. Inclusion after arrival, language access, credential recognition, anti-exploitation enforcement prevents a caste of rightless workers. Narratives shape policy. From invasion frames to contributions and reciprocity frames, truth helps. Immigrants often complement native skills and spur dynamism, while concentrated shocks need support for locals. Philosophically, citizens are stewards, not owners of state power. The test is balancing self-determination with human dignity across borders. Design institutions that can say yes more often, humanely say not yet, and almost never say never to those fleeing danger. Justice here is logistics with a heart, and a memory that most of us arrived from somewhere else. Eternal recurrence, and the loop of time. Imagine time not as a line but a circle. Nietzsche's eternal recurrence dares you to live as if every choice will return infinitely. It isn't a literal physics thesis, so much as an ethical stress test. If this life must repeat, would you affirm it or beg for erasure? Cosmology sometimes toys with cyclic universes, big bangs following big crunches, but the philosophical punch lands in your gut, not a telescope. If the loop is real and memory resets each cycle, free will looks like scripted déjà vu. Yet the challenge still bites. Act so your script deserves encore. If memory doesn't reset, a different puzzle appears. Could you break the loop by choosing differently? Or does recurrence freeze every variation? Either way, recurrence reframes regret and gratitude. Regret becomes an engineer of habits. Fix what you can while this turn is yours. Gratitude becomes cosmically rational. Every joy, if affirmed, pays infinite dividends. Critics call recurrence melodrama, but as an existential practice, it clarifies priorities. Live so you could say yes to this again. Choose projects with compounding value, friendship, craft, care, prune noise, and cultivate rituals that weather repetition. Whether the universe loops or not, your days feel cyclical. Weeks, seasons roll. Honor cycles by layering meaning into the return. Process philosophy. Reality as becoming. Where many metaphysics idolize substances, process philosophy, capped by Whitehead, says reality is events all the way down. The fundamental units aren't things but actual occasions. Tiny episodes of becoming that prehend, take up the world, integrate it, and perish, leaving patterns for successors. Continuity is relay. Each occasion inherits, transforms, and hands-off. Causation is creativity, not push-pull billiards. Even so-called objects are stabilized rivers of events, yourself included, that recasts mind and matter. Mentality isn't an alien spark, but a gradient of experientiality within process. Whitehead's God isn't a sovereign mover, but a lure toward richer harmonies, holding all possibilities and feeling all actualities, persuasive, not coercive. Critics find this baroque. Admirers see a metaphysic big enough for physics, biology, and value. Ethically, process shifts focus from possession to participation. A forest isn't timber inventory, it's a choreography of becoming, with intrinsic value in the relations. In practice, design institutions as living processes, feedbacks, learning loops. not statues. Leadership is gardening, curating conditions where better patterns can crystallize. Identity becomes a practice. You are the habits you keep reenacting and revising. Process thinking pairs well with ecology, improvisational art, and agile work. Ship, sense, adapt, because the world is always mid-sentence. Neo-pragmatism, truth, solidarity, and usefulness. American pragmatists asked what ideas do. Neo-pragmatists, like Richard Rorty, push further, drop the dream of mirroring reality, and treat truth as what our best communal inquiry would stably endorse. That's not anything goes, accountability to reasons, peers, and consequences, rather than a view from nowhere. On this story, vocabularies are tools. Physics, ethics, and poetry each cope with different problems. None needs metaphysical privilege to be legitimate. Rorty swaps objectivity as correspondence for solidarity, widen the circle of who counts in discussion. Because better conversations make better beliefs. Critics worry this collapses truth into fashion and undercuts critique. Reply: the point is fallibilism. We can be wrong, but we improve by open-ended conversation, experiment, and empathy. Hilary Putnam's internal realism similarly tethers truth to idealized rational acceptability, while resisting nihilism. In practice, neo-pragmatism is a habit. Ask, what problem is this concept solving? For whom? At what cost? It also detoxes debates. Instead of ultimates, negotiate vocabularies that let us do the work, cure disease, reduce injustice, tell clearer stories. The risk is complacency. The cure is pluralism plus experimental rigor. Truth isn't a throne, it's a hard-won equilibrium of reasons that keeps paying rent in experience. Speech acts. When words do things, J.L. Austin noticed that some utterances aren't about describing, they perform. I apologize, I promise, I now pronounce. He called these performatives, and more generally speech acts. Every utterance has a locution, the words, an illocution, the act done in saying, promising, warning, and a perlocution, the effects, soothing, provoking. For a promise to take, felicity conditions must hold. The right authority, context, uptake. John Searle mapped rules that constitute such acts. X counts as Y in C. This spills into politics and identity. Laws don't describe rights, they create them. Names, slurs, and credentials are social powers bound to conventions. Judith Butler extends the performative lens to gender. Repeated acts under norms constitute identities, which can also be subverted by remixing the script. Ethically, speech acts show why just words can wound, illocutionary force can exclude, demean, or authorize. They also reveal why apologies matter. When sincere and timely, they change moral relations, not merely report feelings. In design, interfaces make speech acts clickable. I agree binds you, delete erases. Good design clarifies consequences, authority, and reversibility. Personally, attend to promises like contracts with your future self. Make fewer, keep more, and scaffold them with reminders. Words aren't air, they're tools that alter worlds. Game theory, cooperation in a world of incentives. Game theory studies strategic interaction. Your best move depends on mine. The prisoner's dilemma dramatizes a grim logic. Mutual cooperation beats mutual defection, but each has incentive to defect. Yet in the iterated dilemma, strategies like tit for tat, start nice, reciprocate, forgive, can thrive when shadow of the future is long and reputation travels. Elinor Ostrom showed real communities beat tragedy of the commons with rules they co-create, clear boundaries, local monitoring, graduated sanctions, conflict resolution forums. Moral norms are often equilibrium devices, costly to violate because communities coordinate punishment and praise. That doesn't trivialize ethics, it explains how it works. Coordination games add another twist. Many stable conventions exist. Which side of the road to drive? History, focal points, and power decide which wins. Justice asks whether the equilibrium is fair, not just stable. In bargaining, Nash solutions model compromise, but culture and outside options skew splits. Practically, lengthen time horizons, subscriptions over one-offs, make reputations legible but not totalizing, and build enforcement that's predictable and proportional. Design for cooperation by reducing temptation and misunderstanding, and by rewarding pro-social moves quickly. When incentives nudge against values, fix incentives not only scold, systems shape saints and sinners alike. Virtue ethics revived. Character over checklist. Mid-20th century ethics was dominated by rules, deontology, and outcomes concomitantalism. Elizabeth Anscombe blasted law without a lawgiver, morality, and urged a return to virtue, the cultivation of stable excellences that enable flourishing. Philippa Foot grounded virtues in human life forms, traits that help humans live and fare well. Alasdair MacIntyre added a social spine. Virtues grow inside practices, cooperative activities with internal goods like medicine, chess, carpentry, sustained by traditions and institutions. Courage, honesty, and justice are not abstract. They are learned in communities where standards of excellence live. This reframes moral education as apprenticeship: imitate, exemplar, reflect on failures, absorb standards, and practice until good becomes graceful. It also highlights narrative. A life makes sense as a story with arcs and aims. Critics ask for action guidance when virtues conflict. Virtue ethicists reply with practical wisdom, phronesis, context-sensitive judgment, a checklist can't replace. In the wild, build teams as practices, not mere output machines. Protect internal goods, care quality, from being swallowed by external goods, money, fame. Personally, choose environments that reward the person you're trying to become. Character is compound interest. Small, repeated acts shape who you are when stakes spike. Experimental philosophy and moral psychology. Armchair intuition once ruled. Then X5 brought surveys, experiments, and cross-cultural tests to philosophical claims. Joshua Knobe found people's judgments about intention shift with moral valence. The Knobe effect. If a side effect harms the environment, subjects say it was intended. If it helps, they don't. Trolley problems mapped how people trade lives. Many pull a switch to save 5, fewer push a person, revealing deontic side constraints. Culture matters. Blame, luck, and free will intuitions vary across languages and norms. Neuroscience adds layers. Dual process models suggest fast effect and slower reason often tussle. Lesions can tilt choices toward utilitarian calculus. Does this debunk morality? Not necessarily. It humbles method. Intuitions are data, not destiny. Good theory should predict and possibly refine them. Practical takeaways. Frame ethically heavy choices to recruit reflection, time buffers, checklists, beware order effects and wording, and diversify decision makers to dilute shared bias. In teaching, use cases plus data to train moral sensitivity and reasoning. In policy, test public-facing principles for unintended readings. Philosophy doesn't outsource to labs, it partners with them, tightening claims to how thinkers actually think. Philosophy of technology. In framing devices design. Heidegger warned that modern tech inframes the world as standing reserve. Everything becomes a stockpile awaiting use, including rivers, forests, even humans. That stance can flatten meaning. Jacques Ellul feared technological autonomy, systems optimizing themselves beyond moral control. Albert Borgman contrasted focal things and practices, a hearth, a shared meal, with the device paradigm that delivers commodities while erasing engagement. Langdon Winner quipped that artifacts can have politics, bridge heights, or algorithms can encode exclusion. Duneide's post-phenomenology maps how technologies mediate our relation to reality, amplifying, reducing, and reshaping our perceptions and possibilities. The lesson isn't Luddism, it's literacy. Ask of tools, what relations do they invite? Which skills wither? Who benefits? Who bears risk? Design ethics aims for transparency, legible affordances, controllability, meaningful off-switches, and dignity. Avoid nudges that bypass agency. Re-enchant tech with focality. Tools that deepen attention. Good notebooks, slow coffee, not just convenience. Organizationally, run pre-mortems for harm, build red teams for misuse, and include stakeholders in design loops. Technology isn't neutral, Steer it with values before defaults harden into fate. Bioethics, personhood, power, and possibility. Bioethics began in ICUs and research labs and now spans genomes to end of life. Four mid-level principles guide practice: respect for autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and justice. But cases pull them apart. When does personhood begin? Conception, sentience, viability, birth, or a gradual arc? Definitions: steer abortion, embryo research, and animal models. Brain death criteria enable organ donation, yet spark cultural dissent. CRISPR tempts germline edits, curing disease or entrenching inequality. Enhancement questions blur therapy and upgrade. Is boosting memory akin to braces for teeth or a new arms race? Power shadows consent. Patients defer to white coats. Communities defer to funders. Justice demands fair access. Breakthroughs that reach only the rich betray medicine's telos. An ethics of care reminds us that relationships and vulnerability, not only autonomy, belong at the center. Practice-wise, informed consent must be informed, plain language, teach back. Research should prioritize community benefit sharing, not helicopter science. End-of-life dignity grows from earlier conversations, advanced directives, and palliative care. Bioethics' North Star is humility. Our ingenuity outruns our wisdom. Build brakes and compasses alongside engine capabilities and global justice, flourishing as freedom. Utilitarian sums and GDP miss something. What can people actually do and be? Monia Sen and Martha Nussbaum frame justice in terms of capabilities, substantive freedoms to live a life one has reason to value. Health, bodily integrity, practical reason, affiliation, play, control over one's environment. These aren't luxuries, they're thresholds for dignity. Policy should expand capabilities, especially for the least advantaged, respecting plural ways of living. Unlike resource metrics, capabilities attend to conversion factors. The same income buys less for the disabled, the same school yields less without safety or nutrition. Cosmopolitans extend duties across borders. Critics defend special obligations to compatriots. A capabilities lens mediates. Yes to local stewardship, and yes to global flaws no state may drop below. Measurement is messy. Which list? Whose culture? But imperfect dashboards beat elegant neglect. Practically cash transfers that trust recipients, health systems that prevent as much as they cure, education that builds agency, not just credentials, and gender equity as a multiplier. Globally, reform trade rules, fund public goods, and welcome migrants' capabilities rather than wasting them. Justice as capabilities asks less. How big is the pie? And more, who can bake, share, and choose their slice? Social epistemology and epistemic injustice. Knowledge isn't just in heads, it's a team sport shaped by trust, norms, and power. Social epistemology studies how communities produce or block knowledge. A core diagnosis is epistemic injustice. Harms people suffer as knowers. One form is testimonial injustice. A speaker gets less credibility because of prejudice, accent, race, age, disability. Another is hermeneutical injustice. When a group lacks shared concepts to make sense of its experience, think sexual harassment before the term existed. These are not side issues. They warp science, courts, medicine, and news. Credibility deficits and excesses distort whose alarms we hear, whose pain is believed, whose expertise gets funded. Fixes start with virtues: conscientious listening, humility about one's standpoint, and the virtue of epistemic justice, actively countering unfair credibility gaps. But virtues need structures. In organizations, diversify gatekeepers, publish replication and negative results. Credit often erased roles: community liaisons, technicians, field workers. In media, amplify primary sources, disclose conflicts, and slow virality with context frictions. Online, ranking systems can encode bias, audit for whose speech is surfaced or buried. In education, teach argument and standpoint how perspective both reveals and hides. Hermeneutical repair creates concepts with the people affected. Name new harms, map resources, coin terms carefully, Citizen science, participatory action research, and community review boards can invert extractive knowledge flows. Epistemic justice isn't just fairness in talk, it's material. Time for testimony, translation, childcare for meetings, stipends for lived expertise. The payoff is not only moral, it's epistemic. Better questions, fewer blind spots, sturdier truths. Scientific realism versus anti-realism. Do theories describe the world? Realists say our mature scientific theories are approximately true about unobservables, electrons, genes, black holes, because no miracles, it would be miraculous if false theories predicted so well. Anti-realists counter with the pessimistic meta-induction. Many successful past theories were later discarded. Phlogiston, ether. So treat theories as tools that save the phenomena. Commit only to empirical adequacy. Between poles, landscapes bloom. Kuhn sees science moving through paradigms, shared exemplars and values, punctuated by revolutions whose vocabularies can be partly incommensurable. Lakatos reframes progress via research programs with hard cores and protective belts. Progressive if they predict novelty. Van Frosse's constructive empiricism urges acceptance without belief in unseeables. Hacking's entity realism believes in entities we can manipulate even if theories shift. Underdetermination. Multiple theories fit the same data. Presses humility, so does the replication crisis. Measures and incentives shape facts. Yet radar echoes and silicon chips suggest our models latch onto structure. A live stance. Selective realism. Believe in stable, cross-validated structures, symmetries, conservation laws, and well-entrenched entities. Stay fallibilist about wraps of theory. Practically prize prediction and retrodiction, triangulate methods, pre-register where apt, and cultivate cultures that reward error correction. The aim isn't frozen certainty, it's models that continue to earn trust by surviving serious attempts to break them. Metaethics. What are moral facts, if any? Metaethics asks, when you say lying is wrong, what kind of thing are you claiming? Realists say moral claims can be true or false because there are moral facts, natural about human flourishing, or non-natural irreducible normative truths. Error theorists agree moral talk aims at truth, but say it's systematically false. There are no such facts. Expressivists pivot. Moral talk primarily expresses attitudes, boo lying, while still allowing logical discipline. Quasi-realism reconstructs truth talk as a useful projection. Constructivists root normativity in procedures of rational agency or social construction. The truth of a norm is what would be chosen under the right constraints, e.g. reflective endorsement, public justification. Motivation splits loom. Internalists think judging X wrong typically motivates you. Externalists allow judgment without oomph. Epistemology bites too. How do we know moral truths? Perception of reasons, intuition, best explanation, or empirical convergence? Disagreement across cultures seems deep. Does that debunk? Not necessarily. Some disagreement dissolves with information and widens sympathy. In practice, metaethics informs method. Reflective equilibrium balances consider judgments with principles in an iterative fit. Under moral uncertainty, you can hedge favor actions robust across theories, avoid options some credible views deem catastrophic. Public reason cautions justify coercive laws with reasons others could accept, despite pluralism. You needn't solve metaethics to live ethically. But knowing the terrain helps argue cleanly, disagree respectfully, and change your mind without losing your compass. Personal identity, selves, streams, and future you. What makes you the same person over time? Body continuity, memory, character, lock-tied identity to memory past actions. Reed objected with the brave officer paradox. Memory chains break. Derek Parfit's reductionism says identity isn't a further fact beyond psychological and physical continuities. Relations of connectedness, memory, intention, character, and continuity overlapping chains. In fission cases, teleportation duplicates. Strict identity can't be preserved, but survival, what matters, might be. Prudence should track degrees of psychological continuity, not a yes-no label. Narrative theorists add that we weave selves through stories, authored with others, constrained by facts, revised with time. Real stakes, law, assigns responsibility, medicine honors directives, and loved ones face dementia's slow drift. If identity comes in degrees, so might blame and compensation, controversial, but it mirrors our intuitions about mitigating circumstances. Future self-ethics follow. If tomorrow's you is almost another person, present you will underinvest in health, savings, and reputation. Counter with self-binding, defaults, cooling off periods, social commitments, vivid visualization of future you, letters, age, progressed images to increase psychological connectedness. Spiritual traditions, stress no self, Buddhism or soul philosophy doesn't settle that, but it does sharpen care. Treat your future self as a neighbor you'll have to live with. Treat others' past selves with humility. They were someone doing the best with their map then. Identity is a project, authored, entangled, never entirely alone. Aesthetics, beauty, art, and why it matters. What is art? Formalists say aesthetic value resides in form, lines, colors, structure, grasped by significant form. Expression theorists say art embodies and clarifies emotion, not just displays it. Institutional theorists claim art is whatever the art world presents for appreciation within its practices. Danto adds that the same object can be art or not, depending on interpretive context. Beauty isn't the whole game. There's the sublime, overwhelming vastness, the cute, the camp, the interesting. Aesthetic experience can be disinterested contemplation or engaged, embodied participation, dance, cuisine, sport. Ethics enters. Representation can harm, stereotypes, erasures, yet also repair by making unseen lives visible. Can art be immoral, but aesthetically great? Yes, and audiences can respond with critique, contextualization, or refusal. Public funding raises pluralism problems. Aim for diversity, access, and excellence without monoculture. Digital shifts redraw boundaries. Generative models can produce style without experience. Authorship, originality, and labor deserve fresh rules. Credit datasets, pay creators, label machine assistants. Curation algorithms shape taste, optimize for exploration and serendipity, not only stickiness. Personally, cultivate aesthetic literacy, learn to notice form, context, and craft. Your world gets richer. Communities thrive on shared practices. Choirs, sketch clubs, neighborhood murals where making matters more than metrics. Art isn't a luxury, it's a lab for perception, empathy, and alternative futures. Hermeneutics, understanding, prejudice, and dialogue. Hermeneutics began with interpreting texts. It grew into a philosophy of understanding itself. Gadamer says we always approach the world with vertite, prejudgments, not all bad. They're starting points, a fusion of horizons where our questions meet a text, tradition, or person. Understanding is dialogical and historically situated. There is no view from nowhere. Play, conversation, and openness to being addressed are virtues of reading and of politics. Ricoeur complements with a hermeneutics of suspicion, Marx, Freud, Nietzsche, that unmasks hidden interests, and a hermeneutics of restoration that seeks meaning we can inhabit. Applications abound: constitutional law, original meaning versus living interpretation; medicine, listening for the patient's lived story, not just lab values; cross-cultural encounters; translation as ethical labor; machine learning, model outputs need interpretation within social context; method, circle between parts and whole, test readings against recalcitrant details, invite counter-readings, surface your assumptions; ethically, hermeneutics asks for humility and hospitality. Assume intelligent error before malice, but don't romanticize. Prejudices must be able to change under encounter, or dialogue is theater. Practically, structure forums where reasons exchange under fair conditions. Train facilitators, document how interpretations shifted. Understanding is not agreement. It's the art of letting reality talk back and letting it revise your questions. Deliberative democracy and collective intelligence. Majority rule without good discussion is a coin flip with propaganda. Deliberative democracy insists legitimacy flows from incisive, reason-giving discourse among equals. Habermas sketches ideal speech conditions: no coercion, equal chances to speak, sincerity, and orientation to mutual understanding. Real life is messier, yet citizen assemblies show promise. Randomly selected people learn, deliberate, and propose on climate, bioethics, or zoning, often producing nuanced, feasible recommendations. Why does it work? Diversity supplies information. Structured facilitation lowers status effects. Balanced briefings tame misinformation. Anonymity in phases can reduce grandstanding. Face-to-face builds trust. Epistemic democracy adds math. Under modest independence and competence, groups can outperform individuals. Condorcet. But polarization, echo chambers, and motivated reasoning erode those conditions. Design principles: mix small groups with plenaries, give time for learning and reflection, publish dissenting reports, tie outcomes to real authority, protect minority rights against majoritarian heat. Online tools can widen reach but need guardrails against brigading. Metrics matter: track learning gains, opinion movement, and policy uptake, not just vibes. Deliberation won't solve everything, but it can shift from performative outrage to joint problem solving. The civic virtue here is charitable steel manning. Present the best version of views you oppose before you critique. That isn't softness, it's discipline. The kind that lets many minds become smarter than one. War, peace, and new battle spaces. Just war theory splits ethics into jus ad bellum, when to fight, and jus in bello, how to fight. Ad bellum asks, just cause, right intention, legitimate authority, last resort, reasonable chance of success. Proportionality in bello demands discrimination. Combatants versus non-combatants, and proportionality in force. Double effect permits foreseen but unintended civilian harm only under strict limits. Pacifists reject the framework. Realists bracket morality at war. Humanitarian intervention and the responsibility to protect, add tension, prevent mass atrocity versus sovereignty. New tech scrambles old norms. Drones reduce risk to one side, but can expand surveillance and lower political costs for force. Autonomous weapons threaten to sever human judgment. Meaningful human control is the proposed flaw. Cyber operations blur. War, peace attacks on hospitals or power grids can be non-kinetic yet devastating. Attribution is murky. Escalation ladders unclear. Information warfare corrodes trust without a single shot. Ethics in practice raise thresholds for force, sunset authorizations, multi-party approval, tighten criteria, mandate transparency and after-action review, provide reparations for wrongful harm, and center veteran and civilian moral injury in post-conflict care. Nonviolent resistance deserves resourcing. It often succeeds when organized, disciplined, and visible. The deepest lesson: the justness of means is not a footnote to ends. It is the seed from which tomorrow's politics will grow. Philosophy of mathematics. What are numbers, really? Are numbers discovered or invented? Platonists say mathematical objects exist independently. We grasp them by reason that fits the felt objectivity of proofs, but raises the Benesera problem. How do physical beings know? Abstract nominalists deny abstract objects, treating math as talk about concrete things or as useful fictions. Yet the indispensability argument notes science seems to need math, so believe what good science quantifies over. Fictionalists bite the bullet. Math isn't literally true, just instrumentally supreme. Structuralists say math is about structures, the pattern of the natural numbers, rather than objects. Different systems instantiate the same structure. Practice complicates metaphysics. Proof is king, but computer-assisted proofs, four-color theorem, and gigantic formalizations, Kepler conjecture, shift what seeing a proof means. Category theory reframes mathematics in terms of morphisms, structure-preserving maps, suggesting unity beneath fields. Pluralists accept multiple set theories or geometries as legitimate relative to aims. Education and application, mathematical understanding blends rigor and intuition. Pictures, examples, and analogies are not fluff, they're scaffolds. Ethically, math powers finance, cryptography, and AI responsibility extends to model limits and social impacts. Whether numbers live in a platonic heaven or our notebooks, mathematics authority should be worn lightly and explained clearly, precision with humility. Ecofeminism and environmental justice. Ecofeminism links the domination of nature with the domination of women and other marginalized groups, tracing shared logics: control, commodification, and silencing. It doesn't romanticize the feminine, it critiques hierarchies that rank reason over care, culture over nature, mind over body. Environmental justice widens the lens. Who breathes the dirtiest air, drinks the most contaminated water, lives near dumps and pipelines? Too often, low-income and minority communities, climate change multiplies injustice. Those who contributed least suffer first and worst. Philosophically, care is not soft, it's a robust ethic of attention, relationship, and responsibility across species and generations. Knowledge is situated, indigenous and local ecologies carry rigor formed through stewardship, not just labs. Justice has three pillars: distribution, fair burdens, benefits; recognition, respect identities and histories; and participation, real voice in decisions. Add a fourth: restoration, repair past harms, and land relation. Policy, cumulative impact standards, not just one project permits; community monitoring with enforceable teeth; client finance that honors loss and damage; and just transition plans for workers. Legal innovations, rights of nature, personhood for rivers, reframe standing and care. Personally, shrink harm, yes, but also support governance that shifts systems, electrify equitably, build transit and trees where they're missing, and follow the leadership of those on the front lines. Environmental ethics matures when it stops asking only how green and starts asking for whom and with whom. Embodiment, the lived body as first philosophy. Before we theorize, we move. Phenomenologists like Merleau-Ponty argued that consciousness is not a ghost inside a machine, it's the body's style of being in a world. Perception isn't a camera feed, it's grasp, a skilled attunement to affordances. What things invite us to do, you don't compute coordinates to catch a ball, your whole body arcs into a solution. The body, then, is not an object you have, but a subject you are. This reframes cognition as situated, and active, and social. Even language leans on gesture. Even thought borrows posture and pace. Pain and disability reveal the stakes. When the body's usual fluency stutters, the world estranges. Stairs become threats, door handles puzzles. Ethics follows. Accessibility isn't charity. It's the design of a world that bodies can inhabit with dignity. Technology, too, becomes intimate. Prosthetics, keyboards, phones extend body schemas, we come to feel through them. Art and sport prove the point. Technique is intelligence sedimented in muscle. Meditation adds another angle. Noticing breath, weight, and micro-tensions loosens the trance of abstraction. To return to things themselves is to return to the textures of lived time, how boredom dilates, urgency sharpens, grief thickens the air. Philosophy starts not above life, but inside it, in the rhythm of walking, the reach of hands, the choreography of attention. Minds, machines, and the extended self. What is a mind? Functionalists say it's the pattern of roles states play. Pain is what carries certain inputs to certain behaviors and reports. If so, silicon could think, if it runs the right organization. But Quadio pushback doesn't. What it's like resist role descriptions. The Chinese room argues that syntactic rule following needn't yield understanding. Others flip the question. Perhaps understanding is exactly skillful symbol use across contexts. Meanwhile, the extended mind thesis notes that notebooks, phones, and teammates can be literal parts of cognition when reliably coupled. Thinking is not bottled behind the skull, and activists add. Minds are not inner theaters, they are living systems sense-making through action. Consciousness theories compete: global workspace, attention schema, integrated information, not as final verdicts but as maps of different regularities. Practically, treat intelligence as distributed. Good rooms outthink lone geniuses. Design tools that scaffold memory, focus, and collaboration without hijacking attention. Ethically draw lines around personhood by capacities, experience, agency, reciprocity, not substrates alone. Stay humble before systems that can perform without feel, and cultivate interiority, even if apps extend you. Practices like journaling, solitude walks, and deep conversation keep a center of gravity that algorithms can't rent. Free will after the lab, agency as a practice. Neuroscience shows precursors to action before reportable decisions. Skeptics say choice is an afterstory, but prediction is not ownership. The fact that processes start below awareness doesn't mean you aren't the system acting. Compatibilists redefine freedom as reason's responsiveness from your character under normal conditions, not magic causation. Sourcehood matters. Did the action flow from values you can own or from coercion and bypassing? If agency is layered, so is responsibility. Intoxication, trauma, or manipulation can attenuate blame. Practically, build freedom like a craft. First, design contexts. Fewer temptations, better cues. Second, shape identity. I'm a runner beats I should run. Third, pre-commit. Implementation intentions. If it's 6 a.m., I lace up. Move choice upstream where noise is lower. Fourth, repair feedback. Apology and restitution rebuild. Shared agency. Socially, widen the circle of control. Poverty, ads and architectures of addiction shrink choice. Policy can enlarge it. Cooling off periods, plain defaults, honest labeling. Existentialists remind us, uncertainty doesn't cancel choice, it intensifies it. You still must pick a path without omniscience. Freedom is not a metaphysical spark, it's the ongoing work of aligning impulses, reasons and roles, so that when it's time to act, the action feels like yours. Philosophy of religion. Between argument and awe. Arguments line the road. Cosmological and design routes to a necessary ground. Moral arguments from dignity and obligation. Experiential reports of presence. Critiques from hiddenness and evil. None compels everyone, each clarifies what would make a world hospitable to faith. Pragmatists. At a different test. What work does a religious stance do? Does it heal, orient, deepen courage? Negative theology says the ultimate exceeds concepts, speech must gesture and negate. Not this, lest we shrink, transcendent. Pluralism complicates claims. Many traditions foster virtue and vision. Exclusivism safeguards truth. Inclusivism seeks fulfillment across paths. Pluralism reframes revelations as lenses onto a more than any. Secular wonder is no counterfeit. Awe before order. Life and mind can anchor humility and gratitude. Practice matters more than syllogism. Prayer, liturgy, meditation, service, forms that shape attention and desire. The problem of evil remains an acid, free will, soul-making, and finite God theodicies. Each bear costs. Maybe the right response includes argument, lament, and action. Bind wounds while refusing glib explanation. Whatever you believe, hold it with epistemic virtue. Courage to stand, charity to hear, and the willingness to let experience revise what you thought you knew of the holy or of its absence. Education, freedom, dialogue, and schooling can domesticate or liberate. Dewey framed education as democracy's heartbeat. Learning by doing, inquiry, rooted in real problems. Classrooms as miniature publics. Paulo Freire attacked banking models that deposit facts into passive minds. Pedagogy should be dialogical, naming the world together, turning students into co-authors of their reality. Montessori and Reggio emphasize prepared environments and guided choice, trust curiosity, scaffold independence, respect developmental rhythms. Critically, content is never neutral. Curricula encode histories and horizons, whose stories count, whose questions get asked. Assessment warps incentives, aim for authentic performance, portfolios, projects, exhibitions, over proxy bubbles. Technology helps when it extends exploration and feedback. It harms when it measures cheaply and narrows attention. The craft of teaching blends care and rigor. Cultivate belonging first, then push. Make thinking visible, maps, drafts, critique cycles, so students can see growth as iteration, not verdict. Education's telos is not merely employability, it's agency. Practical wisdom, civic muscle, aesthetic taste, moral imagination. A just system funds early years, supports teachers as professionals, and honors multiple excellences, coding and carpentry, sonnets and soils. The test of a classroom is what students do when no one's grading, curiosity with a compass. Philosophy of law, rules, principles, and repair. Legal positivists claim law's validity depends on social sources, not morality. We identify law by rules authors accept. Natural law counters. Unjust rules can fail as law because law aims at common good. Between them, interpretivists say law is not a pile of rules, but a practice of principle, fit past decisions, justified by the best value reading. Realists remind us that outcomes track institutions and incentives as much as doctrines. Punishment theory splits. Retributivists see deserved response. Consequentialists aim at deterrence and rehabilitation. Restorative justice centers harm, needs, and obligations among victim, offender, and community. Procedural justice matters. People accept outcomes they dislike if processes are transparent, respectful, and voice-inclusive. Bias corrodes legitimacy. Cash bail, fines and fees, and uneven enforcement turn law into class sorting. Fix by narrowing criminal codes, decriminalizing poverty, funding defense, and measuring success by safety and dignity. Alternative dispute resolution and problem-solving courts show law can heal, not only punish. The deepest shift from rule obsession to right relation. Law as the public art of living together under terms all can reasonably accept. Markets, work, and the moral limits of price. Markets coordinate strangers. Prices compress complex information. But when everything is for sale, some goods, trust care, civic duty, erode under cash logic. Commodification worries ask, are there spheres where money distorts meaning? Votes, kidneys, admissions. The answer isn't blanket bans or naive faith, it's institutional design. Some goods require matching kidney swaps, not auctions. Others need queues or lotteries to honor fairness. Still others demand public provision to secure dignity, independent of wealth, health, basic education. Inside firms, shareholder primacy has yielded short-termism. Stakeholder models aim at long-run value across workers, customers, community, and planet. Meaningful work matters. Autonomy, mastery, purpose beat perk. Ownership can democratize stakes, co-ops, employee stock, profit sharing. Aligning incentives with contribution. Consumers hold power, but not all responsibility. Systemic problems need law, antitrust with teeth, labor standards for gig and ghost work, carbon prices paired with dividends and transitions. Individually, buy less, better, fairer. Collectively, build rules that make virtue the path of least resistance. Markets are instruments. They should serve human ends, not define them. Decisions under uncertainty, Bayes, precaution, and bets. Life is poker, not chess. Partial info, shifting odds, hidden motives. Bayesianism offers a discipline. Start with priors, update with likelihoods. Never reach certainty. Aim for calibrated confidence. Yet ambiguity, unknown probabilities, calls for robustness. Choose options that don't implode under model error, satisficing. Min-max regret. The precautionary principle says, when plausible harms are catastrophic and irreversible, demand stronger evidence before acting or failing to act. Expected value can justify wild bets in low probability, high impact cases. Guardrails, risk caps, portfolio approaches, tame fanaticism. Decision hygiene, separate estimation from advocacy. Pre-mortem the plan, track forecasts and score them. Diversify advice, sleep on it. Moral uncertainty, hedge across theories, avoid actions that some serious views deem gravely wrong. Prefer interventions many views praise. Real options thinking values flexibility. Small reversible steps, buy information cheaply, and remember path dependence. Early choices lock in futures, build in off-ramps. Finally, honor the human. Not all stakes are fungible. Rituals of deliberation, writing, walking, talking with the wisest person who disagrees with you. Keep choices from shrinking to straw sheets. Time, memory, and the story we tell ourselves. Metaphysically, some hold presentism only now exists. Others defend eternalism, past, present, future equally real. Lived time is stranger still. Boredom stretches minutes. Flow collapses hours. Memory isn't a vault, it's a storyteller selecting, stitching, mutating with each retelling. Identity piggybacks on that narrative. We become the person our stories allow. Beware two traps. First, time bias. Favoring near over far selves leads to junk trade-offs. Counter with vivid future you, automatic saving and health defaults. Second, stuck scripts. I'm the one who always edit the plot. Same facts, different arc through reframing, therapy, or forgiveness. Grief is time made heavy. Mourning works by reweaving daily rhythms, so absence fits into meaning without erasing love. Ritual helps, anniversaries, letters to the departed, acts in their name. In teams, institutional memory is civic time. Write decisions with reasons, maintain docs, onboard through stories, not just SOPs. Philosophy's gift here is permission to revise. The past can't change, but its place in your map can. Make a calendar of what matters. Put joy and rest on it like obligations. A well-told life doesn't skip pain, it places it among purposes. Philosophy as a way of life, habits of hope. Ancients treated philosophy as training, Stoic daily reviews, Epicurean friendship, Buddhist mindfulness, Confucian ritual. Today, we can weave a toolkit. Morning, brief intention. What's up to me? What virtues will today need? Midday, pause and breathe, reset attention. Name one thing to do slowly and well. Evening, audit. Where did I act from fear, from care, from vanity? Make amends in drafts. Plan a micro repair tomorrow. Weekly, a long walk without headphones. A conversation that risks truth. An hour with art, not optimized for you. Monthly, a pre-mortem on a goal. A gratitude letter. A day of digital Sabbath to notice who you are off platform. Hope here isn't prediction, it's discipline. A commitment to act toward goods that may exceed your lifetime. It pairs with tragedy. Acknowledge limits, then choose worthy burdens. Find a circle, study group, choir, mutual aid, because character is contagious. Guard your inputs, feeds train desire, curate wisely. Practice disagreement as craft. Listen to learn, Steelman, then critique. When the world overwhelms, shrink the horizon without shrinking the heart. One neighbor, one riverbank, one student. Philosophy becomes real when it changes how Tuesday feels. Make a life you could affirm on repeat, not because it's easy, but because it's honest, generous, and alive. Tonight, we pay quiet attention to a simple, unsettling trick. If someone keeps telling you your feelings are wrong, your memory is bad, and your reactions are dramatic, your mind begins to doubt itself. The paradox is that the more you argue, the more proof the manipulator claims to have that you're overreacting. The cycle works by steady denial, reframing, and isolation until you pre-edit your thoughts to avoid conflict. Try a thought experiment. Imagine marking small facts in a private note. What was said when, in what tone? Reality stops feeling foggy when it has anchors. Resolution here is not winning a debate, it's stepping out of the debate entirely. Name the tactic, set boundaries, and verify with neutral sources. Why it matters. A person who distrusts their own mind is easy to control, and a person who trusts it can walk away quietly. Ask yourself, if you needed a transcript of the last argument to feel sane, what does that say about the dynamic? As you drift, let a calm rule settle in. Your perception is a compass, not a verdict. When someone keeps bending the needle, the map is not the problem. On the next level, we move from bending reality to rewriting identity. How step-by-step conditioning turns resistance into belief. Brainwashing. Picture influence as a ladder. Isolation, destabilization, indoctrination, reinforcement. No single rung looks dramatic. Together they change the view. The paradox. Brainwashing doesn't always force you to change. It makes you want to. Start with a thought experiment. Remove outside inputs for a week and let one voice claim the world. Your confidence in that voice grows, not because it's true, but because it's familiar. Practical resolution lives in diversified inputs. Read across lines, test claims against lived facts, keep one friend who disagrees with you and is still kind. Why it matters. Narrow information shrinks imagination, and a shrunken imagination can't picture exit doors. Ask yourself, when did I last change my mind because of evidence, not pressure? If the answer feels distant, widen the window. Breathe. You are not late. The mind rebalances when it sees more sky. Next, we study the sugar rush that starts many traps. Affection, so bright it blinds. Love bombing. It begins like a dream. Constant attention, intense confessions. I've never felt this way. The paradox is that it looks like confidence, but hides control. The brain maps the flood of praise to safety. When it's withdrawn, you chase the feeling, not the person. Thought experiment. Imagine the same words delivered slowly over months. Do they feel more credible? Resolution is pacing. Healthy bonds breathe. Set minimums. Time between milestones. Private space kept yours. A willingness to hear no without punishment. Why it matters. Intermittent reward is the engine of addiction. When affection has a switch, the switch owns you. Ask, do I feel calmer after contact or more anxious? Calm bonds build, anxious bonds bind. If the answer stings, that's clarity arriving. On the next level, the praise flips to pressure. Guilt becomes a leash that looks like love. Guilt and shame. Hooks. Guilt says, I did something wrong. Shame says I am something wrong. A manipulator nudges you from the first into the second because identities are heavier than events. Thought experiment. Switch the sentence "you forgot me" to "you didn't call me." Notice how one attacks the self and the other describes a moment. Resolution. Rewrite accusations as facts, then check the facts. Keep a short script. I'm open to feedback, not to character verdicts. Why it matters. When your worth is on trial, you'll plead to anything to make the court adjourn. Ask, who benefits when I feel small? If it's always the same person or group, the pattern is the proof. Sleep thought, you are allowed to be imperfect without being indebted. Next, we examine the quiet cage built from kindness, dependence that feels like protection. Engineered dependence. The trick is simple. Remove alternatives, then offer yourself as the only solution. Friends reframed as threats, options labeled unsafe, money controlled for your own good. Paradox. You feel grateful while shrinking. Thought experiment. Draw a map with 3 circles: self, supports, source. If all arrows point to one source, the map is a funnel. Resolution starts with micro-independence. Your own passwords, your own calendar, your own cash for 3 ordinary days. Why it matters. Power loves bottlenecks. Redundancy is freedom. More than one way to get help, more than one way to get home. Ask, if I made a quiet choice no one approved, could I still meet my needs? If not, you've found the leverage point. Tomorrow's lesson explores what happens when effort stops because hope learned not to show up. Learned helplessness. Imagine pushing on a door that never opens. Eventually, you stop trying, even when the lock is removed. The nervous system memorizes futility. Paradox. The body isn't lazy. It conserves pain. Thought experiment. List 2 actions that failed before. Now design the smallest, safest version of each. So small failure can't hurt. Try 1. Stop before exhaustion. Resolution is graded exposure to possibility. Track wins, not perfect outcomes. I asked. I left. I rested. Why it matters. The belief nothing works becomes a full-time job that pays in numbness. Ask, what would a 5-minute attempt look like? Freedom often returns in minutes, not miracle. In the next level, we see how helplessness can flip to attachment. The mind bonds with the hand that both feeds and frightens. Stockholm patterns. When safety and threat wear the same face, the brain clings to any dental moment as proof that hope lives there. Paradox. The rare kindness outweighs common harm. It feels rational inside the storm. Thought experiment. Write 2 columns. care, and cost. If the care column lists words and the cost column lists your daily life, the balance is visible. Resolution is decoupling. Identify safe supports outside the bond, practice neutrality inside it, and let outsiders hold the timeline. Why? It matters. Survival strategies are brilliant in danger and expensive in peace. Ask, if my best friend described my situation, what advice would I give them? Borrow your own wisdom. Next, we look at memory itself, how past can be edited until you feel grateful for the pain that hurt you. Memory rewrites. Memory is not a recording, it's a story reassembled on demand. Suggestion, repetition, and social agreement tilt the edits. Paradox. Recalling a moment can make it less accurate and more convincing at the same time. Thought experiment. Hold a small event in mind, then list only what a camera would have captured, no motives, no mind reading. Compare that list to the story you usually tell. Resolution is externalization. Time-stamped notes, messages saved, neutral witnesses, why it matters. If someone can swap your past, they can steer your future. Decisions grow from remembered soil. Ask, who keeps insisting on the real version that always favors them? Ownership of the archive is ownership of the art. Next, we slow our breath around the loudest lever in groups and markets. Fear, fear-mongering. Fear narrows attention, and narrow attention obeys. The tactic is predictable. Announce a looming danger. Offer the only remedy. Punish questions as reckless. Paradox. Anxiety feels like vigilance, but it often blinds. Thought experiment. For any urgent claim, write 3 lines. What's the risk? What's the base rate? What's my real timeline? Resolution. Replace countdowns with calendars. If it cannot survive a night's sleep and a second source, it does not deserve your nervous system. Why it matters. A steady heart makes steady choices. A scared heart makes someone else's. Ask, is this warning trying to inform me or herd me? Herding always demands speed and sameness. Next level, we follow fear's sibling obligation when love becomes a contract you never signed. Emotional blackmail. The script is familiar. If you loved me, you would. After all I've done, don't make me do something drastic. Paradox. It sounds like intimacy, but trades only in leverage. Thought experiment. Flip the sentence from, if you loved me, to if I loved you. Who is responsible for whose feelings now? Resolution is clear language and quiet consequence. I won't choose under threat. When you can ask without one, I'm open. Then keep the boundary. Why it matters. Love, measured by obedience, stops being love and starts being management. Ask, do requests expand my life or shrink it? Real care creates room. As we coast towards sleep, let a simple habit form. Notice the tactic, name it softly, step sideways. On the next level, we'll explore comparison as a weapon, triangles, jealousy, and the illusion of being replaceable. Triangulation. Comparison turns connection into competition. A manipulator introduces a third figure and docks a co-worker, a stranger, to stir doubt, jealousy, and urgency. Paradox. You work harder to be chosen than to be cherished. Thought experiment. Picture a quiet room with 2 chairs facing one another. Now add a mirror behind you both, reflecting someone else. Notice how your focus drifts from truth to scoreboard. Resolution. Convert triangles back to lines. Say, if there's a concern, bring it to me directly. I won't compete for basic respect. Refuse to analyze rivals. Assess the relationship. Why it matters. Jealousy narrows your awareness to the manipulator's approval, which makes neglect feel like suspense instead of data. Ask, after contact, do I feel steadier or do I scan for signs I'm winning? If it's the scan, you're being gamified. Sleep thought. Genuine bonds don't require auditions. If someone needs an audience to value you, they don't. Next, we'll meet the crowd's version of the same trick, when 1,000 eyes become one voice, and shame is the leash. Public shaming. Crowds can turn discomfort into doctrine. Humiliation weaponizes our primal fear of exile, making silence feel safer than integrity. Paradox. Shame claims to correct you while training obedience in everyone. Watch thought experiment. Imagine your mistake as a pebble in your palm. Now picture it projected on a stadium screen. Did the pebble grow, or just the stage? Resolution. Separate accountability from spectacle. Own what's yours in small rooms with honest people, and decline the parade. Practice the sentence, I'm correcting this privately, not performing it. Why it matters. Public humiliation freezes learning. Private responsibility thaw it. Ask, is the goal repair or display? Repair is specific, time-bound and doable. Display is endless. Sleep thought. Your worth is not public domain. On the next level, the cycle spins the other way. After the push away comes the pull back. Hoovering. Just when you step out, the vacuum hums. Apologies, nostalgia, crises, proclamations of change. Paradox. The promise is tailored to your hope, not to their habits. Thought experiment. Write 2 timelines. What they say will be different, and what was different last time. Compare the blank spaces. Resolution. Require proof before proximity. Consistent behavior for 8 quiet weeks, then we talk. No debate, no drama, no door cracked for midnight exceptions. Why it matters. Intermittent relief glues you to pain more tightly than constant pain ever could. Ask, am I missing this person or the version I built from 3 golden hours? Sleep thought. Love without safety is weather. Love with safety is shelter. Next, we examine why we double down even when the map is wrong. Cognitive dissonance. Holding clashing truths hurts, so the mind relieves pressure by editing one away, often the one that would demand change. Paradox. The more you invest, the more facts you collect to defend the investment. Thought experiment. List your last 3 costly commitments. For each, write a sentence that would force you to leave. Now notice which sentence you keep softening. Resolution. Pre-commit to criteria. If X happens twice, I exit. Put it somewhere you can't negotiate with at 2 a.m. Why it matters. Pain wants a narrative. Narratives want continuation. Ask, am I defending this because it works, or because I worked so hard? Sleep thought. Sunk cost is not a compass. Next, we'll watch how attention itself can be hacked, so reality seems to repeat on command. Frequency illusion. Learn a new word and it's suddenly everywhere. That's not fate, it's your filter tuned. Paradox. Noticing feels like proof. Thought experiment. Pick a neutral symbol, a blue bicycle, and count how often you see it tomorrow. Notice the surge. Resolution. Pair I'm seeing it more with because I'm primed. When narratives claim ubiquity, everyone's saying it's everywhere. Ask for numbers, not vibes. Why it matters. If someone can steer what you notice, they can steer what you normalize. Ask, did prevalence rise, or did sensitivity rise? Sleep thought. Attention is a highlighter, not a census. Next, we study the friendly twin that builds instant trust by copying your reflection. Mirroring and matching. Subtle mimicry. Posture, cadence, energy signals. We're alike. Paradox. Rapport can be real or rented. Thought experiment. Change one small thing mid-conversation. Cross the other leg. Lower your voice. Pause longer. Do they follow? Resolution. Reward substance, not synchronicity. Slow the pace. Ask for examples. Change context. Let's write this down. Mirroring breaks on paper. Why it matters. Being seen is nourishing. Being simulated is numbing. Ask, do I trust the alignment because our values match, or because our rhythms do? Sleep thought. Warmth plus difference is authenticity. Warmth without difference can be theater. Next, the gentle nudge becomes a leash. First they match, then they lead. Pacing and leading. The rhythm is simple. Agree with your feelings. You're tired, unheard. Then steer your choices. So sign here. Paradox. Validation disarms skepticism even when direction is wrong. Thought experiment. Underline declarations that mirror you versus the ones that move you. Which group contains the verbs? Resolution. Separate empathy from agenda. Say, thanks for reflecting me. Before we decide, show your data. If the empathy vanishes when you ask for evidence, it was bait. Why it matters. The fastest way to steer a mind is to stand where it already is. Ask after being understood, Do I feel freer to choose or funneled? Sleep thought. Agreement is a door, not a tunnel. Next, we explore a toolkit that wraps language around reflex. NLP slides, embedded commands, anchoring phrases, patterned mirroring, tools that can support healing or sell you your own doubt. Paradox, suggestions feel like ideas you had yourself. Thought experiment. Read the sentence, you might begin to relax now, and notice your exhale. Words can pull levers. Resolution, label hypnotic frames aloud. That's a suggestion, not a fact. Ask for plain language and concrete terms. Anchor yourself, feet on floor, breath steady, eyes on written points. Why? It matters. Trance isn't just a stage act, it's what happens when attention narrows and trust broadens. Ask, is this conversation making me clearer or just more compliant? Sleep thought, language can hug or herd. Listen for the fence. Next, we dim the room further. Messages you don't quite see, still moving you. Subliminal nudges, half-heard tones, near invisible flashes, repeated motifs. Most illegal, many are effective. Paradox. The unseen still accumulates. Thought experiment. Recall a brand you've never bought, but can hum the jingle of that's rent-free real estate in your head. Resolution. Raise thresholds. Reduce autoplay. Pause at breaking. Mute music when evaluating and read with images hidden. Make choices in quiet, not in the glow. Why it matters. Attention is a garden. Unattended plots get planted for you. Ask, did I want this, or did I just see it a lot? Sleep thought. Silence is a filter you control. Tomorrow we'll meet the louder cousin, the primer that sets your mood before you choose. Priming effects. A word, a color, a soundtrack. All tilt interpretations. Paradox. Context edits judgment while feeling like neutrality. Thought experiment. Imagine the word danger above a photo of a crowd. Now replace it with celebration. Same pixels, different pulse, resolution. Rename the frame before reacting. I am primed for X. Let me test Y. Build rituals that reset. Cold water, 10 slow breaths. Read the numbers first, then the adjectives. Why it matters. Priming makes first impressions look like facts. Ask, who picked the frame I'm peering through? Sleep thought. Choose your lens, or someone will lend you theirs. Next time, we'll examine questions that carry answers in their pockets and how to empty those pockets gently. Suggestive language in hypnosis. Some questions carry answers in their pockets. You're starting to relax now, aren't you? Blends an observation with a command. Hypnosis here doesn't need a swinging watch. It needs narrowed attention, rhythmic speech, and permission. Paradox. The more a phrase validates you, the more easily it can lead you. Resolution. Label suggestions out loud. That's a suggestion, not a fact. Convert soft imperatives into checkable claims. Who, what, by when, how measured. Slow cadence breaks trance. Write things down. Change posture. Sip water. Look at a distant point. Ask for rephrasing. State the request without mood words or presuppositions. Beware of double binds. 2 options, same outcome, and tag questions. Don't you, that nudge acquiescence. Why it matters. When language sets the rails, choices feel like scenery. A gentle voice can shuttle you past your own exit if you never pull the cord. Ask. After this conversation, did I gain clarity or compliance? Can I restate the proposal in plain neutral terms without losing its meaning? If not, the meaning lived in the spell. Sleep, thought, words or weather inside the skull. You may enjoy the breeze without letting it move your feet. Field practice. Notice 3 phrases this week that try to decide for you. Obviously, as you already know, everyone agrees. Replace each with maybe, then test the evidence. Return the locus of control to your body. Feel the soles of your feet. Name 5 objects you see. Lengthen the exhale. Trance loosens when the present gets specific. Manufactured urgency. A countdown timer hijacks the nervous system. Scarcity plus speed equals surrender. Paradox. Quick action feels competent while skipping the very step where competence lives. Verification. Thought experiment. Rehearse a choice with a 5-minute clock. Feel your chest tighten. Options narrow. Now picture the same choice given one night and two sources. Which version contains your values? Resolution. Detach time from threat. Legitimate opportunities survive sunlight. Install a cooling off clause for purchases, offers and ultimatums. Sleep first. Decide later. Convert timers into calendars. Email me the terms. I'll reply by 10 hour tomorrow. Ask for the post-deadline scenario in writing. Bad actors hate paper. Name the tactic. A deadline doesn't change due diligence. If they escalate, the clock was the product. Ask, is the deadline external and real? Ticket inventory, filing date, or internal and manipulative? Manner needs an answer now. What would a wise person I respect do with 24 hours? I can match them. Sleep thought. The future you are protecting has a voice. It speaks slowly. Your present self can give it the microphone. Field practice. Create defaults that make patience easy. Disable one-click checkout. Turn off autoplay and push alerts. Write a one-paragraph decision brief before saying yes. Most impulsive traps cannot survive a paragraph. Remember, if haste is essential, the requester can share verifiable proof fast. Contracts, inventory logs, independent references. Speed with transparency is service. Speed without it is theater. Foot in the door. Compliance loves momentum. First a sticker in the window, then a yard sign, then your Saturday afternoons. Paradox. We protect our self-image as helpful by becoming more helpful than healthy. Thought experiment. Recall the last small favor that multiplied. What value did it borrow? Kindness, loyalty, competence. Now imagine you had said yes once and wrote the boundary on a card. How much friction would that card have added to the second ask? Resolution. Pre-name scope. Yes to X, no to Y. Revisit at Z. Place ceilings on frequency, time, and money, and automate your default no while you think, I'll consider and reply tomorrow. Keep scripts handy. I can help for 15 minutes. I'll do it this time. Not as a pattern. I'm not available for that role. Track favors in a small ledger to keep memory honest and obligation in proportion. Why it matters. Identity consistency. I'm the kind person can be steered into an unending job. People who never rest from giving eventually give up on themselves. Sleep thought. You don't owe yesterday's miniature promise today's entire energy. Field practice. Before agreeing, name your exit. I'll stop at 30 minutes. Your limit, twice this month, and your metric only if it doesn't push sleep. Put them in the calendar as alarms. Remember, a clear no to scope creep preserves your future yes for what truly matters. Door in the face. Start with an outrageous ask. Retreat to the real goal. Harvest relief as agreement. Paradox. We confuse their concession with our obligation to reciprocate. Thought experiment. A negotiator proposes a 60% pay cut, then relents to 10%. Is 10% wise or merely smaller? Now imagine receiving 10% as the first and only offer. Notice how your spine, not your fear, answers. Resolution. Remove anchors before deciding. Write your independent target in advance and keep it visible. Evaluate each proposal against criteria, not against the last proposal. Delay gratitude until fairness is verified. Use language that breaks the reciprocity spell. I appreciate the revision. I still need alignment with market and scope. If pressured to meet halfway, reply, let's meet where the data lives. Why it matters. Relief is a powerful drug. When you just escape terrible, tolerable feels like a gift, but tolerable can still be wrong, unsafe, or exploitative. Ask, am I thanking them for stepping back from a cliff they built? What do salary surveys, contracts, or policies say absent the theatrics? Would I advise a friend to accept this? Sleep thought. Smaller than unreasonable is not the same as reasonable. Field practice before big conversations. Gather third-party benchmarks, decide your floor ceiling, and pre-write 3 calm sentences you'll read if emotions spike. Scripts beat adrenaline. If the other side opens with spectacle, dramatic size, deadlines, inflated starting points, name the theater. Let's pause theatrics and trade documents. De-escalation is a boundary. It restores the room to numbers, not nerves. And if they won't return to documents, the only wise concession is your exit. Lowballing. You agree at a sweet number, add-ons bloom later. The commitment is emotional now. Backing out feels like losing face, time, and hope. Paradox. Sunk cost to cosplays as loyalty. Thought experiment. Signed for a deal at 20 minutes later. It's 23 with mandatory fees. If a stranger offered 23 at the start, would you accept? If not, the only thing that changed is attachment. Resolution. Install walkaway clauses. Any material change voids my consent. Put it in writing. Bring a witness. Insist all costs be itemized and frozen before commitment. Refuse manager approvals that show up after signatures. If they say it's standard, reply, then it's easy to put in the contract. Practice pausing, step outside, call a third party, read the numbers out loud until the spell of momentum breaks. Why it matters: lowballing doesn't just drain wallets, it trains you to tolerate bait and switch everywhere. Jobs, relationships, policies. Once normalized, you'll pay with your time, your rest, and your boundaries. Ask, what precisely is fixed? What happens if the price has to change? Do I retain the right to cancel without penalty? Who benefits from speed and who benefits from transparency? Sleep thought. A fair deal stays fair in daylight. Field practice, use templates, total price, list of inclusions, change order process, cancellation rights. Pre-decide a phrase you'll say if terms shift. That's not the agreement, I decline. Then actually decline even once. Your nervous system remembers exits. It takes. Remember, pressure after commitment is a feature of the tactic, not a flaw in you. Your right to renegotiate or walk is still intact. Next, when the crowd becomes your compass, popularity dresses up as proof, and silence feels like consensus. Welcome to level 26 of 100. Bandwagon pull. Everyone's in. Numbers don't lie. Popularity borrows the costume of proof. Paradox. Social evidence is helpful for taste, disastrous for truth. Thought experiment. Stand before two doors, one crowded, one calm. Which holds your actual preference? Now imagine headlines shouting surging, viral, unprecedented. Ask, counts of what, over what time, compared to what baseline. Resolution. Seek dissent as data. For claims, require sources older than yesterday and wider than your bubble. Ask 3 people you respect who disagree with you to critique the idea. Count incentives. Who profits if you believe this, and how soon? Replace everyone says with a number and a method. Practice being the first to pause. You'll often be the first to see why it matters. Mobs outsource morality. When approval is the barometer, cruelty can feel like weather. The crowd's confidence is not a warranty, only an amplifier. Ask, if this were unpopular, would it still be correct? If nobody could see my stance, would I choose it? Which parts of this belief can survive a slow read and a quiet room? Sleep thought. Integrity is a compass that reads the same alone or in a stadium. Field practice. Diversify inputs on purpose, rotate news sources, follow credible critics, and keep a contrary notebook where you collect the best arguments against your favorite views. Train the muscle that lets you wave at the parade and still step off the street. Remember, virality is a velocity, not a validator. Speed of spread only measures how catchy something is, not how correct, kind, or safe it may be. Scarcity theater. Limited, exclusive, last chance. Words that awaken ancient alarms. Paradox. Scarcity can signal quality or orchestrate panic. The body often can't tell the difference. Thought experiment. Imagine 2 identical items, one labeled only 2 left, the other restocked weekly. Which feels more precious in your hands? Now imagine a person who withholds attention until you compete. Does the rarity prove their value or reveal their strategy? Resolution. Audit the source of scarcity. Natural, seasonal, finite materials earns respect. Manufactured taught reserved for 3 minutes. Invite only forever earns questions. Create distance between stimulus and spend. 1 sleep cycle, 1 price comparison, 1 friend's counsel. Replace FOMO with FOBO. Fear of buying once. Ask sellers for restock schedules and refund terms. Ask people for reciprocal effort, not rationed crumbs. Why it matters: scarcity compresses time, narrows vision, and raises the price of mistakes. A life steered by faux famine will starve in the midst of abundance. Ask, if this were plentiful, would I still want it? If this person gave freely, would I still chase them? What is the opportunity cost of saying yes right now? Sleep thought. Plenty is not loud, but it is patient. Real fit does not hide behind a velvet rope. Field practice. Keep a waiting list for yourself. When something feels urgent, park it for 24 hours. If you still want it, you'll move toward it with calm legs. Track how many last chances return in new costumes next week. Let the silliness immunize you. Remember, abundance rarely shouts. It simply remains when you return. Exploiting closure. Open loops itch. Manipulators scratch just enough to keep you leaning in. Paradox. The promise of answers can be a leash. Thought experiment. Recall the message that ended with "we need to talk," then nothing. Your mind built 1,000 endings, none restful. Now imagine someone who returns after silence with thin explanations but big emotions. Did you accept nonsense just to end the ache? Resolution. Set your own endings. When a loop is dangled, create a deadline. If I don't receive clear specifics by Friday, I'll proceed without them. Swap mystery for method. List the facts you know, the facts you need, the date you'll decide. Refuse breadcrumb revelations and hazy almost. Demand completeness or choose distance. Curiosity is not a contract. Why it matters: ambiguous tension hijacks focus, sleep, and self-respect. People stuck in loops will pay with apologies, money, and years. Pause. Would a clear answer likely change my direction, or am I waiting for permission to do what I already know? Who benefits while I stay suspended? What decision honors my life if no new information arrives? Sleep thought. Peace is not what happens after closure. It's what you build when you stop outsourcing your endings. Field practice. Write a closure template, email, or text you can send to end unproductive cycles: polite, specific, and final. When rumination spikes at night, convert it to list form. Then choose one small action for morning. Your brain sleeps better when tomorrow has a plan. Remember, unanswered is also an answer. You are allowed to proceed. Micro manipulation. No orders, no threats. Just tiny tilts. A sigh, a pause, a selective omission. Paradox. Nothing is technically demanded, yet everything trends their way. Thought experiment. Picture a colleague who never asks you to stay late, only praises those who do in front of you. You choose to linger. Or the partner who raises an eyebrow at certain friends. Eventually you stop inviting them. Whose choices are those? Resolution. Tune your radar to patterns, not moments. One sigh is noise. Repeated cues are choreography. Translate vibes into words. When you praise others overtime while I'm present, I feel nudged to stay. Please state requests directly. Require explicit asks and explicit thanks. Decline to respond to implied expectations. Replace mind reading with menus. Here are 3 ways I can help. Please pick one. Why? It matters. Micro pressure preserves deniability. You are left questioning yourself while your life curves toward their preferences. Over time, the slope becomes a law. Ask, what would I do if no signal had been sent? How does my behavior change in their presence versus their absence? Can I point to a sentence that asked for this? Sleep thought. Clarity is kindness to yourself. You do not owe obedience to atmospheres. Field practice. Narrate neutrally in the moment. I noticed a pause after I said no. Is there another request you'd like to make directly? Journal a week of small tilts you felt and how you answered. Patterns on paper stiffen your spine. Remember, if the expectation matters, it can survive being spoken. If it dies when named, it was never yours to carry. The zygarnic itch. Unfinished tasks hum in the mind like neon lights. Completion flips the switch. Paradox. Tension keeps you engaged, and manipulators keep the tension. Thought experiment. Binge a show that ends every episode on a cliff. Notice how just one more steals sleep. Now imagine a boss who dangles a promotion soon, always soon. Your effort spikes. The finish line doesn't. Resolution. Close loops on purpose. Break work into micro-completions you can actually finish today. Replace cliffhangers with chapter breaks. Write down the next step before you stop, then stop when others withhold resolution to hold you. Set an external end. If criteria A and B are not met by date C, I'm pivoting to option D. Create bedtime rituals that tell the brain we're done for now. Dim lights, list tomorrow's first action, read one page of anything gentle. Why it matters. Open loops borrow against tomorrow's clarity. A life of dangling threads is a loom that never weaves. Ask, whose loop is this, and why is it in my hands? What would completion look like in one sentence? Is the tension productive or merely sticky? Sleep thought. The mind likes doors. You can close some tonight. Field practice. Keep a done list alongside your to-do. That small act refunds mental energy. When a person or platform withholds endings, provide your own archive, unsubscribe or step away until they can finish a thought. Remember, closure is a habit, not a gift. Practice it on tiny chores, then on tangled conversations. Your sleep will notice. Welcome to level 31 of 100, the Pygmalion effect. Expectations are quiet scripts that other people hand us until we mouth their lines as if they were ours. Paradox. Faith can fertilize growth, but prophecy can imprison it, especially when delivered with a sigh. Thought experiment. Recall a person who believed in you before you had proof. Notice how your performance bent toward their gaze. Now recall someone who labeled you difficult, average, or lucky. Did your behavior shrink to fit? Resolution. Separate regard from prediction. Invite standards. Reject ceilings. Convert you're not the type into show the criteria. Ask for rubrics, not vibes. Write your own expectation contract. 3 behaviors you'll practice no matter who doubts. 3 metrics you'll use to decide whether to pivot. Share it with one honest ally who reflects effort, not flattery. Why it matters. Unexamined expectations become self-fulfilling weather. Praise without specificity inflates. Criticism without path can calcify. Both can detour you from the work that would quietly prove either wrong. Ask, whose forecast am I carrying today? What would today's action look like if nobody's label applied? Which part of my identity was built to appease someone else's narrative? Sleep thought. Your future is allergic to cages dressed as compliments. You choose the weather you walk in. Forecasts are optional. Work sovereign. Field practice. When praised, ask, what exactly worked? When doubted, ask, what exactly is missing? Replace all or nothing labels with verbs. Learning, iterating, shipping. Build a proof folder of small wins, updated weekly. Let data inoculate you against both glitter and gloom. If a room consistently sees you as less than your evidence, change rooms before you change your range. Reframing failure. Failure can be a bruise or a brand. Manipulators prefer the brand. Paradox. Feedback is a map, but shame pretends to be a mirror and etches itself onto your name. Thought experiment. Remember a mistake that brought a lesson. Name the skill it purchased. Now remember a time your misstep was used to define you. Always, never, you are. Which one improved your future? Resolution. Replace verdicts with variables. Convert I failed to my plan failed under these constraints. Write postmortems with 3 columns. Assumptions, actions, outcomes. Then specify what changes next time. Ask critics for operational fixes, not moral theater. What behavior would satisfy the goal? Build failure budgets, small, planned experiments where errors are cheap. Celebrate closure. Lessons captured, system updated, energy released. Refuse penalties larger than the problem. Why it matters. If failure equals identity, people volunteer for cages, quieter roles, smaller risks, apologies, systems that weaponize error, harvest obedience at the price of innovation. Your sleep needs permission to try again. Ask, who profits if I treat this as proof? I am lesser. Where is the knob I can twist tomorrow? Which part is tuition, and which part is someone selling me a story? Sleep thought falling is physics, staying down is a script. Field practice. Pre-commit to debriefs before launching. After any stumble, schedule a 15-minute lessons audit, then a 5-minute reward to close the loop. Replace embarrassing with embarrassed. One is identity, the other temporary. Track catches, near misses you corrected, alongside crashes. When others turn your errors into essence, reply with facts and limits. That happened once. Here's what changed. Here are my results. If ridicule persists, change rooms before you change your range. The halo effect. We crown one trait and let it govern the kingdom. That is the halo effect. Attractiveness masquerades as kindness, confidence as competence, polish as proof. Paradox. Presentation helps doors open. Worship of shine locks minds shut. Thought experiment. Imagine two resumes. One has elegant design and elite logos, the other plain text and quiet wins. Which earns your instinctive yes? Now flip them and notice your pulse. Resolution. Decouple signal from substance. Write criteria before exposure. What must be true for trust? Score behavior, not aura. In conversations, translate charisma into claims, claims into evidence, evidence into decisions. When dazzled, add friction. Show me the process, replicate the result, reveal the baseline, rotate presenters, audit outcomes blind. Create ugly lists of excellent, unglamorous work that would otherwise go unseen. Why it matters. Halos protect abusers and penalize builders. They turn rooms into theaters where confidence is currency and care gets discounted. Without counterweights, you will sleepwalk toward whoever shines the brightest, not whoever stands the truest. Ask, what am I overvaluing because it photographs well? What am I ignoring because it whispers? Whose reputation is doing all the heavy lifting? Sleep thought. Glitter doesn't grip. Substance holds even when the lights are off, especially when no one is watching closely. Field practice. When impressed, write 3 reasons that survive without adjectives. When unimpressed, list 3 measurable outcomes you might be missing. Swap first impressions with second looks. Wait a day, then reevaluate. In hiring or friendship, sample hard moments, not highlight reels. Praise processes publicly, not just people. Build your own shine from craft, consistency, and repair. Let your work throw the light back on the work. Time constraints. A countdown steals your breath before it steals your choice. Time constraints are persuasion's accelerant. Hurry muffles doubt. Panic outruns prudence, and urgency impersonates importance. Paradox. Deadlines create focus. False deadlines manufacture obedience. Thought experiment. Picture a purchase you regret. Was there a clock, a last chance, a vanishing slot? Now picture a great decision. Did you buy yourself time? Resolution. Insert pauses on purpose. When a timer appears, create your own. I decide after 1 sleep cycle. Draft if urgent, then rules what qualifies as real emergency, who can declare it, how you will verify. Build a slow yes, fast no muscle for unsolicited offers. Use checklists sized for crisis. 3 questions that gate action. Is this reversible? What's the base rate? What am I ignoring because I feel rushed? Why it matters. Compressed time expands compliance. Scammers, abusers, and zealots ride clocks like cattle prods, herding people into bad bargains and brittle beliefs. Your calm is a civil right. Protect it like property. Ask, who benefits if I move before I think? If this deal survives scrutiny, why can't it revive sunrise? What would I decide if the timer were blank? Sleep thought. Urgency loves costumes. Real fires smell like smoke, not marketing. Field practice. Add delay buttons to your life. Email send undo cart cooldowns. Calendar buffers. Train allies to respect. I'll revert tomorrow. In teams, run red team drills that test the claim of urgency. Reward the person who slows a stampede. Keep a panic plan card in your wallet. Breathe, water, walk, verify. If someone insists on instant compliance, treat it as a diagnostic, not a directive. Real partners grant thinking time. The contrast principle. When you can't change reality, change the comparison. That is the contrast principle. Show something terrible first, so the merely bad seems benevolent. Paradox. Context clarifies. Manipulation weaponizes context. Thought experiment. Imagine a policy that extends hours, cuts benefits, and adds a title. Now imagine leadership first proposed something even harsher, then listened and compromised. How grateful would you feel for the softened blow? Resolution. Anchor to values, not bait. Define non-negotiables before negotiations. When options arrive, evaluate each against standards, not against each other. Add a zero option. What if we did nothing? Consider outside the frame alternatives the presenter omitted. When emotions spike, write a one-paragraph impact memo for every choice: costs, benefits, reversibility, and who pays. Refuse to applaud pain just because a larger pain was waved in front of you. Why it matters. Contrast can smuggle harm past your guardrails. Abusers alternate cold and warm until the warm feels like mercy. Propagandists pair policies with frightening foils. Sales scripts parade luxury prices so the merely overpriced looks kind. Ask, what's being hidden by comparison? Who chose the first item and why? Would I accept option B if option A never existed? Sleep, thought. Relief is not the same as right. Field practice. In meetings, request independent scoring. Rate every option against pre-written criteria. Track how your mood shifts when a decoy appears. Label the feeling contrast glow. When preparing your own proposals, list at least one outside-the-box path so you don't seduce yourself with false binaries. Build a habit of pausing after concessions to ask whether the remaining offer meets needs or merely feels gentler. Thank sincerity. Interrogate spectacle. The IKEA effect. We overprice what we assemble, even when the legs still wobble. That bias has a name. The IKEA effect. Paradox. Effort builds mastery. Effort also glues us to sunk costs. Thought experiment. Recall a project you defended long after evidence begged for a pivot. Did the hours you poured in make retreat feel like loss? Now imagine paying the same price for a version you didn't build. Would you love it as much? Resolution. Separate effort, pride from outcome value. Before you start, write an exit rule. If these metrics fail by this date, I will stop or redesign. During the work, invite outsiders to judge results blind. No backstory, no romance. After delivery, run a fresh eyes test by your future self. If you had inherited this today, what would you keep, kill, or change? Praise craftsmanship, but price outcomes. Why it matters. Manipulators make you labor for admission, so you'll mistake sunk sweat for truth. Cults demand humiliating tasks. Predatory workplaces sell ownership, while renting your life by the hour. The more you invest without equity, the more you defend the deal that starves you. Ask, if I hadn't built this, would I still choose it? What am I protecting? My ego, my time, or real value? Is devotion masking data? Sleep thought. You are not your prototype. Let usefulness decide what survives. Tonight too. Field practice. Log inputs, time, money, energy, against outputs, measurable impact. Schedule quarterly portfolio pruning, where you archive, hand off, or sunset beloved but underperforming work. Celebrate pivots as craftsmanship too. The craft of stopping. If someone hands you ownership without authority or upside, name it correctly. Responsibility theater. Then renegotiate terms or walk. The decoy effect. 3 options appear, but one is a ghost hired to point at another. That's the decoy effect. An inferior choice makes its neighbor look like destiny. Paradox. Variety expands freedom. Rigged variety herds it. Thought experiment. You're choosing a subscription. Small is cheap, large is pricey, medium is almost large but barely cheaper. Suddenly best value glows. Did the middle option exist to be purchased or to push? Resolution. Strip choices of company and inspect them solo. Price to value on its own merits, not by proximity. Ask for the absent option. The menu avoids monthly instead of annual, unbundled instead of stacked. When presenting choices, disclose your recommended criteria before showing tiers. When receiving, hide the labels and score the facts, features, limits, exit penalties, and who benefits. Why it matters: decoys tilt elections, warp budgets, and make mediocre deals feel royal. You can be guided by architecture you never saw. The decoy doesn't want your signature, it wants your inertia. Ask, which option would I pick if only two existed? This one, and walk away. What utility survives if the decoy disappears? Who labeled best value and what proof supports it? Sleep thought: true value survives solitude. Field practice: invert the menu, start by pricing the outcome you actually need, then search backward. In meetings, demand that every tier justify itself without comparison. When selling, refuse to plant straw tiers. Earn trust with transparent ladders. Keep a walk list of conditions that trigger leaving even the prettiest plan. Treat best value badges like perfume. Notice, then test if the scent matches the substance. Ask a neutral friend to choose blind and compare notes afterward. The placebo effect. Belief is chemistry wearing language. Placebo eases pain with meaning. Nocebo creates pain with warning. Paradox. Expectation is a medicine. Expectation is a poison. Thought experiment. Imagine two identical pills. One is framed as powerful relief, the other as likely to cause nausea and headaches. Same ingredients, different stories, different bodies. Where does your mind send your molecules? Resolution. Aim your expectancy responsibly. When you can, frame efforts as chances to learn and heal, not traps to suffer. Craft cues that support recovery. Consistent routines, trustworthy sources, specific improvement metrics, and gentle self-talk. Guard against fear scripts. Read side effects, then contextualize base rates and personal risk with professionals. Calibrate. Don't catastrophize. If someone tries to curse you with certainty, this will ruin you. Build a counter-suggestion: you believe, I'm building capacity, and my system learns. Why it matters. Exploiters sell hope, flavored like sugar, and doom flavored like authority. Both can move your blood pressure. Over time, chronically negative suggestions corrode sleep, immunity, and courage. Your inner narrator isn't neutral. Train it. Ask, whose voice narrates my symptoms? Do I trust their incentives? What future is my language rehearsing? Sleep thought. The body listens to the stories we repeat most. Choose yours like a prescription with refills. Field practice. Before procedures, ask clinicians what outcomes are most common and what behaviors help them. Write a tiny care script on your phone: morning message, evening message. Short lines you believe. Track improvements with tangible measures so your hope earns receipts. Avoid doom scrolling when vulnerable. Herd your attention toward reliable counsel and quiet hobbies. When supporting others, offer realistic optimism. Name the difficulty, then the next doable step. Loss aversion. We hate losing more than we love winning. That tilt is loss aversion. Pain speaks in capital letters. Pleasure writes in lowercase. Paradox. Caution protects. Panic imprison. Thought experiment. Imagine two offers. One guarantees $100 gain. The other risks losing $100. Which one moved your stomach more? Now imagine a scammer waving a timer over your bank account. Which buttons would your fear press? Resolution. Price losses soberly. Pre-commit to rules before emotion spikes. Stop losses for trades, walk-away numbers for negotiations, cooling off periods for purchases. Translate potential losses into percentages, not raw dollars. The brain panics less at proportions. Build two-column futures. What you could lose by acting and what you could lose by freezing. Remember opportunity cost: the invisible losses you never feel because you never tried. Why it matters. Fear merchants monetize your aversion with red banners, countdowns, and fragile guarantees. Abusers threaten withdrawal to extract compliance. Politicians frame choices as catastrophic losses, so you'll accept whatever they're selling as the lesser pain. Ask, what would calm competence do here? If I zoom out a year, is this loss survivable? What am I forfeiting by standing still? Sleep thought. Not every risk is a cliff. Many are curbs you can step off and step back onto. Tonight, field practice, name baseline safety, savings, community, skills, and keep it healthy so experiments feel survivable. Turn doom into math, expected value over anecdotes, base rates over headlines, use pilots, test decisions, small, before you scale. Journal survived losses to remind your nervous system that you're still here. If someone dangles love, money, or status with act or lose it, reply with your policy, not panic. The power of touch. Touch speaks a dialect older than words. A forearm brush, warm handshake, or guiding palm can tilt trust and compliance. Paradox. Contact can text. Contact can corral. Thought experiment. Recall a time a server, salesperson, or colleague touched your arm lightly. Did you tip more, agree quicker, disclose a little extra? Our skin has ears. Resolution. Notice the choreography. When unexpected touch appears, pause your automatic yes. Create a simple boundary phrase you can deliver. No touch. Thanks. Name what feels off before you justify it away. In professional settings, move communication to objects, documents, screens, pens. Keep bodies sovereign. If you rely on touch, replace it with clarity. Better questions, slower pace, explicit options. Reserve caring touch for relationships where consent and context are unmistakable. Why it matters. Con artists, recruiters, and power players use gentle touch to borrow intimacy and steer outcomes. A hand on your shoulder can pose as help while asserting hierarchy. Touch numbs resistance. Niceness isn't neutrality. Ask, did contact arrive when my doubt did? Whose hand benefits from guiding my steps? If I remove the touch, do I still feel compelled? Sleep, thought, affection, and influence share hallways. Guard the doors. Permission includes refusing touch without apology, firmly. Field practice. Rehearse responses so your mouth speaks when your skin is surprised. Practice saying it out loud when alone. Fluency helps under pressure. Shift stance to widen space. Place an object between bodies. If you're a leader, set policies that protect comfort. Opt in rituals, not assumptions. Build warmth with words. Remember names. Keep promises. Thank sincere care. Decline strategic stroking. Your body is yours, including the microseconds before you answer. The foot in the mouth effect. Being pleasant can become a permission slip others cash for compliance. This effect exploits our drive for self-consistency. If you say you're doing great, your brain nudges you to act agreeable, so your behavior matches your words. Skilled persuaders open with warmth. Harvest a positive self-statement, then pivot to a request while your identity guard naps. Thought experiment. Remember a doorway chat that started with "How's your day?" and ended with you taking on a task you hadn't planned. Which sentence of yours made the yes feel inevitable? Resolution. Separate courtesy from commitment. Answer feelings questions with honest, bounded language. I'm okay and focused on X, so you don't auto-signal availability. Install a micro-pause between pleasantry and reply. Breathe, scan capacity. Then answer. Use conditional language to keep agency. Not today, but Friday works. Or I can help for 10 minutes. Pre-commit to a default phrase when surprised by requests. Let me check and circle back. Why it matters. Manipulators escalate from small talk to soft traps, and your self-description becomes the rope. Sales scripts, interrogations, and pushy friends rely on you defending the image you just voiced. Ask, am I agreeing to preserve politeness or to serve priorities? Would I say yes if the opener had been neutral? Sleep thought. Kindness needs boundaries to stay kind to you. Field practice. Rehearse refusals you can deliver without apology. Track 1 week of surprise asks. Note which began with priming. Pair compliments with constraints. Appreciate you asking. I'm at bandwidth. If someone presses after a no, name the pressure. Second, ask. My answer is still no. When you want to help, set edges in the same breath as the yes scope, time, and exit. Polite doesn't mean porous. Warmth can coexist with a locked door. The endowment effect. We overvalue what we touch, because ownership paints with thicker ink than truth. Hold a mug and its price climbs. Test drive a car and the keys feel like a right. This bias binds us to objects, jobs, beliefs, relationships that no longer serve us, because surrender feels like loss, not logic. Thought experiment: list 3 things you've kept mainly because they're yours. An opinion, a project, a tie. If you discovered them today, would you still choose them? Resolution: appraise without the ownership fog. Run a replacement test. If I lost this, would I buy it back? Run an outsider test. Would a neutral friend pick this on merit? Name sunk costs out loud so they stop pretending to be investments. Install exit rules in advance. Criteria that trigger sale, sunset, or shift. Try a trial separation. Box it, hide it, and see if life shrinks. Schedule pruning. Keep, fix, donate. Why it matters. Manipulators hand you free trials, temporary roles, and starter beliefs, because once something feels yours, you defend it. Cults rename identity. Companies gift titles without power. Grifters put products in your hand so letting go feels rude. Ask, do I value this for utility or because my fingerprints are on it? Sleep thought. Possession is a storyteller. You owe it editing. Field practice. Before acquiring, write an exit plan and resale value after. Record real usage. When undecided, compute cost per hour of joy. Reprice the story. If a belief clings, argue the opposite for 10 minutes. If you feel lighter, loosen your grip. When someone binds you with swag, seats, or status, ask for equity, clarity, consent. If they balk, name the game and walk. Loyalty is beautiful when chosen, not glued. Psychological erosion, mind control. Control rarely looks like chains. It looks like narrowing choices, louder narratives, and a tired mind that stops arguing. Influencers isolate, bombard, reward, punish, and reframe until resistance feels unsafe and compliance feels self-authored. Your map shrinks, their voice expands. You call the cage a plan. Thought experiment. Recall a time a group identity, team, company, movement made you defend things you would have questioned alone. What did belonging purchase and what did it cost? Resolution: rebuild surface area for reality. Diversify inputs on purpose. 3 independent sources before conclusions. Create quiet counterspeech. 5 minutes daily arguing the other side. Log fatigue or fear that appears. Schedule solitude and sleep. As defensive tech, exhaustion is an obedience drug. Set non-negotiables. No loyalty oaths, no secret council bans, no decisions under countdowns. Keep a friend outside the frame who can sanity check your context. Why it matters. Manipulators don't change your mind, they change your environment until your mind changes itself. Echo chambers, love bombing, crisis theater, and scarcity clocks press you toward outcomes that feel chosen. Ask, if I left this room, feed, or chat for a month, would my conclusions weaken or strengthen? If dissent required no courage here, what would I say? Sleep, thought. Freedom begins with the option to be wrong aloud. Today, field practice. Run a fire drill from any system that demands constant presence. Step away for 72 hours and measure what collapses. When a message triggers urgency, label the tactic before content. If a leader forbids external review, escalate your distance, not your devotion. Track language drift. Do your words sound less like you and more like them? Relearn boredom, nature, and long-form reading. Depth widens map. When uncertain, follow the healthiest exit: transparency, reversibility, and choice over applause. The power of playing dumb. Feigning confusion lowers defenses, outsources effort, and lures truth. When someone appears harmless, others over-explain, take responsibility, and underestimate the listener's memory. Used well, it's an investigative tool. Used maliciously, it's camouflage for exploitation and blame dodging. Thought experiment. Recall a coworker who quietly didn't get it until decisions were made, then somehow steered outcomes. What did their softness purchase for them? Resolution: disarm the tactic without losing kindness. Ask clarifying questions in writing so accountability firmly anchors to names and dates. Translate agreements into checklists with owners and deadlines. Use the teach back loop. Walk me through what you'll do in your words. If someone repeatedly forgets, switch channels. Email beats hallway, summary beats swirl. Set participation thresholds. If you influence, you also implement. Reward curiosity, not incompetence. Theater. Why it matters. Manipulators exploit your desire to seem patient or fair. Selective incompetence makes you the fixer. Performative confusion eats your time, then claims innocence when outcomes fail. I didn't know becomes a convenient solvent for standards. Ask, am I doing emotional labor so someone else can keep pretending? Would the facts change if they were as capable as I am assuming? Sleep thought. Compassion without clarity breeds resentment. Field practice. When requests arrive wrapped in helplessness, offer process instead of rescue templates, links and first steps. Count repetitions. After 2, escalate to boundaries. Happy to advise, but you own delivery. In negotiation, refuse to fill silence with concessions. Let the confused party propose. In relationships, treat chronic misunderstanding as data, not drama. If you must play dumb for safety interviews, conflict de-escalation, set a private deadline to drop the mask. Mastery move. Make transparency the culture decision logs, open docs, shared checklists, so fog has nowhere to hide and real effort meets the spotlight. The Bader-Meinhof frequency illusion. Learn a word, spot a car, hear a tune. Suddenly it's everywhere. It isn't fate, it's your attention retuned and memory highlights hits while ignoring misses. Bad actors seed an idea, then surround you with echoes until familiarity masquerades as truth and salience feels like significance. Thought experiment. Think of a headline you started noticing all the time. Was it truly surging? Or did your feed, friends, and focus form mirrors? Resolution. Audit exposure and verify baselines. Before declaring a wave, count frequencies across independent sources and time windows. Use saved searches with date filters, not vibes. Track denominator data. If incidents triple from 1 to 3, the percentage is loud but reality small. Sandbox new terms. Write a definition, then test it against credible glossaries. Build a skeptic's loop. Seed, notice, measure, compare, decide now. Why it matters. Manipulators don't need facts to feel common, they need repetition and placement. AstroTurf campaigns, bot swarms, and coordinated talking points manufacture ubiquity that your brain mistakes for proof. Marketers exploit mere exposure. Propagandists rename until labels stick. Ask, who benefits if I believe this is suddenly everywhere? Is salience coming from diversity of sources or a single amplifier? Sleep thought. Attention is a thermostat. Set it consciously or risk a fever. Field practice. When something pops up constantly, log sources for a week and color code them by independence. Measure first exposure date. Count repeats, then compare to baselines. Reports, databases, archives. Mute duplicate accounts and cross posters. Widen your intake with curated opposites. When sharing, add denominators and dates, or don't share. If an idea feels inevitable, put it on a 48-hour shelf. If urgency evaporates, it was suggestion, not signal. Make seems everywhere a prompt to investigate, not a permission slip to believe blindly. Mirror and matching. Mirroring is the social glue of conversation. Posture echoes posture, tempo meets tempo, words rhyme with words until rapport blooms. Used ethically, it's empathy. Used strategically, it's a leash. Mimicry lowers vigilance, floods you with familiarity, and tilts agreement before a single fact lands. Content artists, closers, and cult recruiters mirror first to borrow your trust, then lead once your nervous system labels them safe. Thought experiment. Recall a stranger who clicked instantly. Same slang, same laugh cadence, same head tilt. Did you disclose faster than usual? Resolution. Run the mismatch test. Change your cadence, cross the opposite leg. Introduce an unexpected topic. Note whether they fluidly adapt or scramble to resync. Convert vibes into verification. Ask for references, demos, receipts. Name the technique out loud if stakes are high. We're mirroring each other. Let's slow down and check assumptions. Build self-mirroring instead. Match your own values and timing so external pacing can't hijack you. Why it matters. Mirroring manufactures us without substance, after which leadership, sales, or seduction can glide past your filters. In toxic contexts, the mirror disappears as soon as dependence forms. The matching was a mask. Ask, do I like them or the reflection they're giving me? Would I agree at this speed without the glow of likeness? Sleep, thought, real resonance survives the pause. Imitation withers when you breathe. Field practice. Before decisions, take a 90-second solitude reset. Uncross, uncurl, breathe, In meetings, rotate who summarizes, so content beats charisma. If you sell, mirror lightly and disclose you're doing it. Transparency builds sturdier trust. If mirrored aggressively, plant factual stake scope, price, timelines and hold them when the tempo presses. Keep a cadence rule. Your calendar sets the pace, not the room. Practice liking people you disagree with and vetting people you adore. Both muscles keep you free, pacing and leading. First they match you, your fear, your anger, your exhaustion, then they pivot, and you follow, because the bridge already exists. That is pacing and leading. Align with present state, earn sync, steer to desired state. It feels respectful because it begins in your world. It becomes manipulative when steering serves theirs while claiming to serve yours. Thought experiment. Remember a pitch that started by naming your pain perfectly and ended with you accepting terms you hadn't scrutinized. Which sentence made the turn? Resolution. Separate validation from direction. When someone mirrors your state, thank the pacing, then interrogate the lead. What mechanism creates the promised change? What risks, what alternatives, what metrics, what exit? Install two-step consent. Agree to explore, not to adopt. Evaluate after a data pass, not during the resonance high. If you pace others, parents, managers, clinicians, disclose the arc. I'm going to reflect what I hear, then propose options. Feel free to stop me. Why it matters. Your emotions deserve naming. They do not deserve to be harnessed without your permission. Pacing is the velvet glove over urgency, ideology, or upsell. Once rapport anesthetizes, scrutiny sleep. Ask, do I want the destination they're driving toward, or do I just appreciate being seen at the start? What would I choose if the empathy stayed and the plan vanished? Sleep thought. Being understood is not the same as being well led. Field practice. When you feel deeply gotten, add friction. Sleep on it. Change rooms. Write a counter-solution. Require side-by-side comparisons, not monologues. In teams, label the move. We're in pacing. Now let's proof the leading and swap facilitators for the proof phase. Build a habit of asking for the control condition. What if we change nothing? Keep a tiny script. Thank you for mirroring. Now show me the math. Neuro-linguistic programming. NLP. NLP promises precision influence, mirror physiology, seed embedded commands, anchor emotions to cues, and watch compliance rise. Some claims are overblown, yet the toolbox of attention, framing, and state shifting can still steer minds, especially when tired, flattered, or rushed. Embedded suggestions. You might not realize it yet, but you're starting to sneak past argument because they aim at experience, not logic. Anchors pair a word, touch, or tone with relief until the cue later buys compliance. Thought experiment. Recall a conversation that felt hypnotic, rhythmic voice, sensory-rich language, future-pacing scenes where you were already saying yes. Did your skepticism shrink as imagery thickened? Resolution. Move from trance to test. Translate sensory fog into falsifiable claims. What will happen by when, at what cost, with what baseline? Call out linguistic magic tricks. That's a sensory description, not evidence, and reframe to specifics. Break anchors by changing context. Shift posture, tempo, topic. Name the feeling. Breathe. If you practice influence, commit to consent. Label techniques. Invite opt-out, and prefer co-created meaning to covert nudges. Why it matters. Covert persuasion erodes trust. Even when outcomes help, over time dependency replaces agency. The voice that lulls you can later steer you into corners you wouldn't have chosen. Awake. Ask, Am I feeling convinced or being guided to feel convinced? Without the cadence and imagery, do I still want this? Sleep thought, vocabulary can cuddle you to sleep. Integrity lets you rest. Field practice. Keep a decoding pen handy while listening. Jot verbs, what's promised, and numbers, what's measurable. If an anchor is being built, label it. You touch my shoulder whenever you make a claim. Please don't. And watch sincerity rise or games stop. Build counter anchors that serve you. Breath phrase you trust to clear fog when you're the speaker. Swap tricks for transparency. Plain words, real trade-offs. Honest timelines. Subliminal cues. Most hidden message lore is myth or marketing, yet subtle cues still steer attention and mood. Flashes too quick to pass, still nudge salience. Background music shifts pace, colors change risk appetite, repeated hints breed familiarity that your brain mistakes for truth. The line isn't magic, it's micro-nudging layered until choices lean. Casinos hide clocks, tune soundscapes and choreograph paths. Political spots pair images and chords to weld feeling to flag. Thought experiment, picture a store where you lingered for no reason. Lighting warm, aisles curving, soundtrack smooth. How much of your cart belonged to ambience? Resolution, choose your inputs like you choose your diet. When stakes are high, money, votes, love, continues the channel to austere mode. Bright lights, neutral sound, one tab, plain fonts. Before big clicks, read in grayscale or read a view to strip sheen. Notice recurring symbols, colors and catchphrases. Ask what they're training: urgency, nobility, threat, and verify the facts beneath the vibes. If you make media, declare the craft, list your cue choices and why. Let persuasion wear its name tag. Why it matters, cues bypass debate and rent space in your reflexes. Over time, they tilt baselines. What feels normal, urgent, safe. In the wrong hands, they don't sell goods. They sell worldviews without receipts. Ask, would I decide the same way in silence with fluorescent honesty? Is this feeling information or instrumentation? Sleep thought quiet rooms return your compass. Field practice, install friction rituals, mute, pause, stand, water before purchase or share. Build a no music, no metrics zone for serious decision. When content feels overwhelmingly right, read the opposition's strongest case, then decide. Audit your space. Remove flashing widgets. Set phones to grayscale at night. Tuck platforms off the first page. If someone refuses, make their cues explicit. Refuse to rent them your instincts. The priming effect. What you encounter first colors what you perceive next. Words, images, temperatures, and tones plant silent starters that bias speed, mood, and judgment. Classical music nudges pricier wine. The word smash inflates crash speeds. Red ink chills risk-taking. Cursive menus make entrees taste fancier in your mind. Priming doesn't hypnotize, it tilts probability, and stacked tilts steer outcomes. Thought experiment. Recall entering a meeting after reading 3 emails about failure. Did your questions skew defensive? Now imagine entering after 3 notes of praise. Did your scope expand? Resolution. Prime yourself on purpose. Before negotiations, read fairness and clarity. Before creative work, scan play and possibility. Before tough feedback, review curiosity and kindness. Build neutralize, then decide habits. Summarize facts in bullet basics. Strip adjectives, restate the question. In groups, reveal criteria before exposure so the first flashy option can't set the frame. Rotate openers, sometimes numbers, sometimes stories, sometimes silence. Why it matters: whoever chooses the first word often chooses the room's horizon. Propaganda primes threat to sell control. Scams prime urgency to sell speed. Toxic leaders prime shame to sell obedience. Ask, what did I see 10 minutes before this choice? Who placed it there? Would a different preface change my answer? Sleep thought. Protect your preface. It writes the first line of your night. Field practice. Curate threshold rituals, 2 sentences you read before money, health, or relationship decisions. Use calendar buffers labeled reset to avoid carrying spillover priming between tasks. In brainstorming, start with constraints and goals in writing. Only then sample examples. When consuming news, separate headlines from analysis. Read the plain report first, opinion after. If someone insists on controlling the opener room, music, visuals, vote for a pause and a second read. If denied, delay your yes until your mind is yours again. Suggestive language and hypnosis. Suggestions slip past argument when they ask your body to feel instead of your mind to think. Phrases like "you might begin to notice" bypass rebuttal, planting a direction your attention dutifully follows. Hypnotic pacing, slow rhythm, sensory detail, future scenes where you already agree, lowers resistance and builds a yes ladder one agreeable, micro step at a time. Teat experiment, recall a sales chat that felt soothing. Were you given vivid images, soft commands inside compliments, and a choice framed as inevitable? Resolution, translate velvet into verbs and numbers. Ask what precisely is proposed by whom, for whose benefit, with which measurable outcomes, under what risks, and by when. Treat trance as a cue to pause, stand, hydrate, and write. Break the spell by naming it. I notice the language is guiding sensations rather than evidence. Consent upgrade. If you influence, disclose techniques, invite opt-out, and let people decide awake. Why it matters. Covert suggestion can create real behavior while eroding agency. Repeated exposures tether comfort to the persuader, not the truth. Ask, if the cadence stopped and the music turned off, would I still agree? If the message arrived in plain text at noon, not midnight, would it survive? Sleep thought. Rest well when words are honest enough to keep you conscious. Field practice. Convert warm stories into decision tables. Strip adjectives, list costs, alternatives, reversibility. Rehearse a neutral refusal delivered while relaxed. I'll review and reply tomorrow. Track trigger phrases that tilt you, trust, effortless, only, and build counters anchored to breath. If someone resists transparency about method, content, or timeline, downgrade intimacy, not judgment. Influence with consent, decline with kindness. Let autonomy be the loudest voice in the room. Creating a sense of urgency. Countdown clocks, expiring carts, crisis headlines. Urgency kidnaps attention, narrows options, and swaps deliberation for impulse. Scarcity plus time pressure activates loss aversion, and the fear of missing morphs into the fear of thinking. Thought experiment. Recall a purchase you regretted within 24 hours. If the timer had been removed, would you have chosen differently or spent less? Resolution. Install a pause layer between stimulus and spend. Default to a cooling off window. 10 breaths for small choices. 1 night for big ones. Replace ends in 5 minutes with independent baselines. Price history, alternatives, true need. Ask for the math behind the rush. What changes after the deadline besides my ability to review? If the answer is nothing material, decline the clock. Build urgency hygiene at work. Forbid last-minute approvals without prior scoping. Label fake deadlines. Reward early signalers, not heroic responders. Why it matters. Manipulators sell momentum because scrutiny is a solvent. When the room is on fire, the first voice offering a door owns the path, even if the door leads to a closet. Ask, would I choose this on Tuesday morning after coffee? Do I want the thing or do I want relief from the countdown? Sleep thought. Time you give yourself is time no one can take. Field practice. Set purchasing thresholds that trigger automatic delay and a written why. In teams, attach evidence to emergencies, separate true time sensitivity from poor planning. For news, batch consumption. Turn off breaking and read the update, not the alarm. When pressed, say, if it cannot withstand a pause, it cannot have my yes. Foot in the door technique. Small yeses pave highways for big ones, because we crave consistencies with the story we tell about ourselves. First the harmless sticker, then the yard sign. First the free trial, then the yearly plan. First the meeting, then the commitment. Thought experiment. List 3 moments where a modest favor became a default obligation, which early acceptance made later resistance feel like betrayal of your identity. Resolution. Separate identity from behavior. Treat each request as new, context, capacity, cost, and consent reset to zero. Create micro yes boundaries, clear caps on scope, time, and renewal. I can help for 15 minutes today. After that, we'll reassess. Write the sunset when you write the start. If you used a free trial, schedule the cancel review the day you begin. For relationships and teams, favor pilot projects with explicit exit criteria over open-ended goodwill. Why it matters. Exploiters harvest your first kindness and invoice your self-concept forever. The technique is gentle, cumulative, and camouflaged as cooperation. By the time the ask is heavy, you're carrying your reputation too. Ask, am I agreeing to stay consistent, or is this choice valuable on its own merits? If my earlier self had said no, would I feel freer now? Sleep thought, a good heart still needs a gate. Field practice, rehearse cheerful refusals that honor the past, yes without renting the future. Glad that helped. I'm not the right person for ongoing support. Track serial askers, after two favors, propose structures, SLA, budget, rotation, or step back. Use written scopes and done definitions. Completion breaks the compliance escalator. Consistency is powerful when aimed. Aim it at your values, not someone else's funnel. Door in the face technique. Start with the moon, settle for the ladder. A ridiculous ask frames the real target as mercy. After you reject the extreme, the concession feels like fairness to reciprocate. Thought experiment. Remember a negotiation where an outrageous opener made the next number feel reasonable. What would your anchor have been without the first blast? Resolution. Prepare your own anchors before entering any ask arena. Decide acceptable ranges, walkaway points, and alternates. Write them down so theater cannot replace math. When faced with an absurd request, label it, decline cleanly, and re-anchor. That's outside my range. Here are the options I can consider. Separate gratitude for flexibility from agreement to terms. Don't reward performances with concessions, reward evidence. If you must counter, change dimensions, scope, timeline, risk sharing instead of only price. Why it matters. Manipulators manufacture relief to sell you the compromise they wanted all along. Coupled with time pressure, you exit believing you won when you simply walk to their mark. Ask, if the first ask had been absent, would this still look fair? Are we negotiating reality or reacting to theater? Sleep thought. Perspective is price. Keep yours. Field practice. Draft. No thank you. Scripts that pivot to your pre-written anchor. In teams, ban fake extremes in planning. Evaluate proposals against external benchmarks, not internal drama. When someone lowers demands dramatically, ask what changed in facts, not feelings. If nothing changed, treat the move as framing, not generosity. Key a post-mortem ritual after deals. Compare outcomes to your prep sheet. Celebrate aligned wins, not manipulated relief. Lowballing. Commitment first, cost later. Once you've mentally owned the prize, added fees feel like obstacles to dignity, not red flags. The tactic exploits endowment, sunk cost, and social pressure to keep nods rolling while the numbers climb. Thought experiment. Visualize the last time a special price grew after a manager checked the system. Did you argue with them, or with the version of you already driving home? Resolution. Refuse to finalize identity before facts. Insist on itemized out-the-door numbers in writing before celebrating. Say I'm not deciding until the total is final. Build delay as armor. Leave, reset, and decide elsewhere. If terms change after agreement, reset the negotiation entirely, or walk. Do not split the difference on deception. In jobs, demand offers in writing with duties, compare variable formulas and review dates. Avoid we'll sort it later. Why? It matters. Lowballing turns your imagination into their leverage. As you picture the future, you defend it against reality. Shame and hope do the rest. Ask, would I accept this if it had been the opening number? If a stranger told me this story, what advice would I give them? Sleep thought. Dreams deserve honest math. Field practice. Pre-commit to walking away once. Tell a friend your rule and ask them to hold you to it. Carry a total cost checklist. Price, fees, maintenance, time, exit penalties, and check every box. When scope creeps, name it, and trade. If we add X, we remove Y. In relationships and teams, watch for retroactive terms. Affection, labor, loyalty, added after your yes. Renegotiate in daylight or revoke consent. Clarity is kindness to both sides. Bandwagon effect manipulation. Crowds feel like truth because agreement masquerades as evidence. When enough people appear to believe, your brain trades curiosity for safety and climbs aboard. Viral counts, rooms, and enthusiasm compress uncertainty into conformity. Thought experiment. Recall a time you adopted an app, opinion, or outfit because everyone's on it now. Was the pull conviction or the ache of not belonging? Resolution. Build counters to performative consensus. Hide public metrics, read substance before shares. Demand a diversity of sources and detect copy-paste cascades. In decisions, poll privately first, discuss second, decide last. Run a lonely logic pass. If you had to defend this alone, what would your reasons be? Write them. Compare with the crowds, why it matters. Bandwagons outsource your standards to whoever controls applause, bots, budgets, or bullies. Manufactured majorities sell junk, launder propaganda, and turn decent people into echoing amplifiers. Ask, who benefits if belief spreads without scrutiny? Whose reputation guarantees accuracy? What's my personal downside if this is wrong? Sleep thought. Belonging is sweetest when chosen after thinking, not instead of it. Field practice. Set default delays before joining trends. Require 2 independent validations and a counterargument you can steelman. Mute engagement bait and remove trending rails from your view. Reward the first dissent you see, even if you still choose the common path. Keep a contrarian ledger of times you refused the wave and later felt grateful. In teams, separate brainstorming from voting, forbid applause during pitches, capture votes anonymously, publish rationales. If a leader waves a crowd as proof, ask for baselines, error bars, and outgroup data. When the carriage feels inevitable, step off the curb, breathe, and price the ride. The cost of thinking is time. The cost of not thinking is paid with your future, creating a sense of scarcity. Scarcity flips your brain into hunting mode, making simple goods glow with survival urgency. Only 2 left. Ropes, drops, each shrinks your time horizon until relief, not fit, drives the choice. Thought experiment. Remember a purchase that felt thrilling, then unnecessary the next day. If the countdown hadn't blinked, would you have waited, compared, or walked? Resolution. Force abundance back into view. Inventory alternatives, including doing nothing. Replace last chance with best chance for me. Use price history. Compare total cost of ownership and schedule a cooling off window proportionate to risk. For relationships and jobs, translate exclusivity claims into data scope, support, exit terms before you attach. Create always enough later policies for money and attention. No same-day contracts, no midnight texts, no irreversible clicks after adrenaline. Why it matters. Engineered scarcity rents space in your nervous system, converting evaluation into compulsive capture. Scarcity sells fantasies and traps equally well. Both feel like opportunity until the bill arrives. Ask who profits if I rush, who loses if I wait. What would I advise a friend with my facts? Sleep thought. Nothing truly meant for you requires panic to claim it. Field practice. Design counter nudges. Browser grayscale. Are you sure? Prompts. And a shopping budget that resets monthly. Write exit costs next to entry prices. When a person, platform, or brand repeatedly weaponizes FOMO, move them off your screen. In teams, decouple launches from hype. Reward forecast accuracy over frenzied spikes. For scarcity you cannot avoid. Seats, housing, medicine. Pair criteria beforehand and pre-commit to walk at defined lines. If someone balks at delay, call it diagnostic. If this can't survive a pause, it can't have my yes. Practice savoring sufficiency. The quieter you feel, the harder it is for false shortage to steer you. Exploiting the need for closure. Unanswered questions itch. Your mind hates open loops and will accept weak stories to stop the noise. Manipulators weaponize that itch with cliffhangers, vagueness, and hints of hidden truth, disappearances that beg pursuit, teasers promising reveals, and deadlines for final answers. Thought experiment. Recall a situation where you chased explanation instead of evaluating fit. An ex's cryptic message, a manager's dangling promotion, a guru's half-revealed secret. Did relief outrun reality? Resolution. Prefer accuracy to closure. When a loop opens, write the facts you know, the hypotheses you're entertaining, and the decision you can make without more information. Set a timer for review and resume your life. Replace "why did this happen" with "what can I control next?" In negotiations, insist on complete documents. In relationships, request statements. In media, read full reports only. If a person habitually withholds, then drips. Classify the pattern, drop pursuit, and reclaim attention. Why it matters: ambiguity-prone brains latch onto the first plausible answer and defend it like truth. Scammers and zealots fill that vacuum with certainties that cost you money, time, agency. Ask, am I seeking closure or clarity? Who benefits if I keep searching? What happens if I decide with the facts in hand and leave the rest undecided? Sleep thought. Peace is not the same as plot resolution. Field practice. Pre-write decision rubrics for recurring arenas, jobs, housing, partners, purchases, so you can act without narrative completion. Schedule loop hour weekly. List lingering mysteries. Solve 2. Forgive the rest. In teams, ban suspense as management. Publish criteria and timelines. When faced with cryptic bait, answer with boundaries. If you have a clear offer, send it by Friday. Otherwise, I'm proceeding. Your attention is a currency. Refuse to pay interest on vague debts. Micromanipulation. The smallest nudges change the largest paths. A sigh at the right moment, a delayed reply, a raised eyebrow, and of course that lands like a leash. No orders, just micro-pressures that steer you toward compliance while preserving deniability. Thought experiment. Identify 3 choices you altered to avoid someone's tiny disapproval. Did you bend because of facts or because silence felt safer? Resolution. Surface the subtle. When your body tightens, pause and label the cue: tone, timing, posture, omission. Ask for explicit requests in writing. Translate vibes into verbs. What do you want by when, and what happens if I decline? Replace mind reading with boundary statements and tie your actions to agreements, not atmospheres. Build tolerance for other people's mild disappointment without rushing to repair it. Why it matters: micromanipulation scales. 100 micro-tilts create life trajectories that serve someone else's comfort over your values. Abusers prefer whispers to commands. Systems prefer nudges to rules because you will police yourself. Ask, whose preferences are being honored here? What would change if I were not afraid of a frown? Sleep thought. A small no protects a big yes. Late field practice. Keep a tiny pressures log for a week. Note who, what, and how you responded. Choose 1 instance per day to resist. In teams, make expectations public, not telepathic. Forbid compare and sigh feedback. Require requests to include scope, effort, and trade-offs. In relationships, refuse to decode, invite plain speech, and accept that clarity may end fragile peace. Calibrate for culture, not control. Some norms are kindness, others are cages. When someone insists they never asked, answer gently, "You didn't, and I'm still not doing it." The less you fear awkward air, the more oxygen your choices will have. Sleep well on that. The Zeigarnik effect. Unfinished tasks occupy disproportionate mental real estate. Your brain flags incompletion as danger and keeps pinging until closure arrives. Cliffhangers, dangling promotions, and open tabs harvest that vigilance, converting attention into compliance. Thought experiment. Which unresolved item haunted you most this month, and how much of that time produced value versus worry? Resolution. Close loops on purpose and quarantine the rest. Maintain a now, next, never list. Move anything stalled for 2 cycles to parked, with a date you'll revisit or delete. Write proper done definitions before you start, including stop rules and exit conditions. For media, finish chapters at calm beats, not hooks. For projects, end sessions by logging next actions so your mind can power down. Why it matters. Manipulators design perpetual incompleteness so you'll keep returning, paying with time, data, money, and peace. Open loops feel like love, purpose, destiny. They are often just funnels. Ask who profits if this stays unresolved. What would finished look like? What am I willing to leave unfinished on purpose? Sleep thought. Your mind sleeps best when you trust your list more than your anxiety. Field practice. Schedule a weekly closure hour to cancel, conclude, or consciously pause 10 items. Archive stale threads. Unsubscribe from teasers, batch notifications. In teams, forbid suspense as a tactic. Publish criteria, timelines, owners, and cutoffs. If someone withholds resolution to keep you engaged, name it and step back. When you cannot finish, simulate closure. Write a brief, file it, and set a revisit date. Treat the loop as contained. Replace endless scrolling with finite containers. Pages, minutes, episodes. Honor completed rest as a task. Remember, a loop closed badly still frees more life than a loop kept perfect, forever open. Protect your evening and breath. Sleep deep. The Pygmalion effect. Expectations sculpt performance. Praise or doubt becomes an environment that learners breathe. Subtle cues, extra patience, warmer eye contact, richer feedback, lift some while others receive the crumbs of belief. Thought experiment. Recall a time someone assumed greatness or mediocrity of you. How did your behavior move toward that forecast? Resolution. Audit expectations, both received and given. When you sense a ceiling, name it and ask for criteria, not vibes. What standard defines excellent here? What evidence will we accept? Build your own expectation scaffolds, rituals, metrics, inputs you control. Give yourself and others high, specific, attainable aims with safety for iteration. Praise efforts, strategy, and improvement. Pair belief with training and time. Why it matters. Weaponized expectations become cages. Low belief stunts growth and keeps gatekeepers comfortable. Conversely, empty hype breeds burnout and shame. Ask, whose prophecy am I performing? Who benefits from me shrinking? What would change if I acted as though success were assumed and resourced? Sleep thought. Speak to yourself like a trusted coach who knows the route and the weather. Field practice. Replace labels with ladders, from not a numbers person to learning forecasting. Week 3. In teams, publish rubrics and rotate opportunities. Measure by progress and impact, not charisma. If you lead, broadcast faith through access, mentorships, stretch work, patient reviews. If you are led, protect your altitude with peer circles that expect more than your current plotline. When someone frames you small, ask for the data, offer a plan, and deliver increments until the frame breaks. Hedge against both curses and crowns by keeping a private scoreboard of inputs under your control. Confidence compounded by evidence is sturdier than any myth. Build that bank. Also track rest and recovery as productive inputs to sustain growth. Protect mornings fiercely. Daily. Reframing failure. Failure is raw data, but manipulators dye it with shame to color your identity. Missed metrics become moral verdicts. Experiments become proof you can't. Thought experiment. Surface one stumble you've been hiding. If a friend presented the same facts, would you judge them or help them iterate? Resolution. Reclaim the frame. Write a failure autopsy with 3 columns: controllables, uncontrollables, lessons. Translate each lesson into a next input you can test. Separate responsibility from self-worth in language. Change "I failed" to the approach under-delivered. Replace humiliation rituals with review rituals. Shorter cycles, visible metrics, kinder debriefs. Why it matters. Shame traps keep you compliant, afraid to try, dependent on approval, allergic to risk, while others profit from your hesitation. Healthy reframing isn't spin, it is accurate context plus better plans. Ask, who gains if I stay small? What assumptions broke? What would a scientist do next? Sleep thought. Your value predates outcomes. Your craft improves because you practice, not because you punish. Field practice. Pre-write Plan B and Plan C for important moves, so setbacks become routes, not walls. In teams, normalize post-mortems that end with commitments and owners, not culprits. Track attempts per week alongside wins. If someone keeps weaponizing your errors, revoke their access to your inner voice, and if possible, your calendar. Build communities that celebrate corrected beliefs and retired tactics. Remember that quitting a bad course is not failure. Staying appease a false narrative is. Put failure on a clock. Reflect, decide, act, rest. Repeat until the facts change, and they will if you keep learning with compassion. Archive praise and criticism with equal distance, then return to objective measures you trust. Collect exemplars of famous missteps turned breakthroughs to inoculate against perfectionism. Schedule small, fearless trials weekly. Deliberately. The halo effect. One bright trait casts a glow that blinds attractiveness, confidence, or status, makes unrelated qualities look better than they are. We confuse charisma with competence and polish with proof. Thought experiment. Picture the last time you excused poor facts because a person or product felt premium. What did the shine hide? Resolution. Split signal from surface. Before judging, define criteria that can survive radio silence. Evidence of outcomes, replicable methods, references outside the subject circle. In conversations, write notes that separate style cues from content claims. Score decisions twice, once with impressions visible, once reading only the facts. Average or throw out the dazzled pass. Why it matters: predators rent halos cheaply. Uniforms, titles, and stage generosity persuade faster than substance. Your guard must be procedural, not vibes. Ask, if a shy person said the same words, would I agree? If this came in plain packaging, would I pay? Sleep thought. The right ideas stay right when spoken quietly. Field practice. Strip brand names while comparing. Read blind submissions. Schedule due diligence after first meetings, not during. In teams, rotate presenters so polish doesn't monopolize credit. Reward boring excellence, a clean dataset, a patient mentor, a bug report that prevents disaster. When a halo is earned, anchor it to behavior you can verify and time-bound. When it is borrowed, return it immediately. If you catch yourself basking, seek a shadow, one counterexample, one skeptic you trust, one rival product to test. Guard against reverse halos too. Awkward doesn't mean wrong. Keep your standards steady across gloss, glare, and gloom so the work, not the spotlight, decides. Practice monotone reading of claims before hearing the pitch, then revisit your feelings after. Use checklists, not hunches, when stakes are high and optics are loud. All time constraints. Ticking clocks. Shrink your prefrontal cortex's runway. You swap analysis for relief and accept terms you'd reject with sunlight. Offer ends in 5 minutes. Decision by close of day. Act now. Each compresses consideration into panic. Thought experiment. Remember a yes you regret because the timer was louder than your values. Resolution. Install temporal armor. Default to no decisions under adrenaline. Use pause phrases. I don't decide on the spot. Send it in writing. Circle back tomorrow. Pre-commit with allies to honor these rules when pressure arrives. Build buffers into budgets and calendars so delay doesn't equal disaster. Treat emergency language as a verification trigger, not a compliance cue. Why it matters: urgency theater is the con artist's favorite stage. When time narrows, power concentrates in whoever holds the clock. Ask, who benefits if I rush? What vanishes if I wait? What would future me thank me for? Sleep thought. Time you reclaim from false urgency becomes energy you can invest. Field practice. Set decision SLAs for yourself, hours for small buys, days for contracts, weeks for moves. Automate cooling off periods above $1 threshold. In teams, separate deadlines from theatrics. Publish the work-back plan and escalate early. If partners impose impossible clocks, counter with criteria. We'll decide when risks are quantified and options compared. When a countdown appears on a screen, mute the tab. Evaluate with written criteria. Then close the window entirely if the case fails without the timer. View time the honest way, with clarity, not excuses. Practice saying it kindly, firmly, and without a trailing justification. Silence beats stalling apologies, and when real urgency hits, safety outages, care, use checklists. You rehearsed on calm days, so speed amplifies judgment instead of replacing it. The time you keep is the mind you keep. The contrast principle. Nothing is expensive, big, or extreme in isolation. Perception is a relative game. Show a terrible option first, and the merely bad feels merciful. Thought experiment. Recall a negotiation where an outrageous anchor made the compromise look wise. Would you have chosen it without the decoy? Resolution. Normalize absolute evaluation. Make single option decisions provisional and revisit after comparing at least two credible alternatives. Anchor to principles, not packaging. Price against needs, not neighbors. Write your red lines before entering the room and keep them visible. Compare options to a quiet baseline. Do nothing, buy later, build yourself. Swap display order when shopping so you read mid-range items before the flagship. In conversations, ask for the truth set. Best case, base case, worst case. Why it matters. Manipulators stage contrasts to warp fairness. If the frame is rigged, your choice is guided even while it feels free. Ask, who arranged the lineup? What's missing from the slate? Which option wins if we reorder the deck? Sleep thought. Wisdom refuses to grade on a curve that someone else drew. Field practice. When presented with three options, strike the prettiest decoy, then recompute. Run your own cost per unit time, risk, and regret. In teams, review proposals blind and in random order. Insert a baseline control in every comparison. Teach stakeholders to spot good next to awful theater. When people improve after mistreating you, clock the trick. They're not kind. You're just relieved. Hold the original standard. Rehearse lines that defend it. Better than bad isn't good. We'll pass until the real fit shows. This is still enough. Finally, practice gratitude without downgrading judgment. You can be thankful for progress and still decline a poisoned bargain. That balance keeps your compass yours. The IKEA effect. The IKEA effect makes effort feel like value. Once you've built it, endured for it, or bled for it, your mind inflates its worth and defends it from criticism. Manipulators love this bias. They hand you projects, rituals, or hoops, then watch attachment grow until walking away feels like tearing out a piece of yourself. Thought experiment. Recall a task you overprotected because you'd invested weekends and pride. If someone else had delivered the same result without your sweat, would you have rated it as highly? Resolution. Separate labor from merit. Before starting, define success in external terms. Outcomes, impact, fit with values, and decide in advance what conditions end the effort. During, track inputs and results on different lines, so sunk time doesn't masquerade as progress. Invite fresh eyes to audit what you've made. Ask them to price it as if they built nothing. Why it matters. The IKEA effect keeps people trapped in bad jobs, stale beliefs, and one-sided relationships, because the currency already spent feels sacred. Grifters exploit this by assigning character-building tasks, hazing disguised as bonding, and endless ownership initiatives that transfer cost to you and profits to them. Ask, if I hadn't built this, would I fight to keep it? If I stopped now, what would I really lose? Quality or only ego? Sleep thought. Love your craft, not your sunk costs. Field practice. Pre-write stop rules and review dates. Budget endings like you budget start. In teams, pilot in small chunks. Price the outcome, not the hours. Rotate owners and kill darlings when data demand it. In life, notice when effort makes you stubborn. Say past me paid the tuition, present me can choose differently. Effort is a teacher, not a jailer. Let it graduate you when the lesson is complete. Keep outcomes honest, options open, exit ready. The decoy effect. The decoy effect rigs your choices by adding a third option designed to lose, not to win, so that one specific pick looks irresistibly smart. Small, $3. Medium, $6.50. Large, $7. The medium is bait. The large is the target, and you feel like a savvy strategist while the funnel does its work. Thought experiment. Scan your subscriptions and recent purchases. Where did an oddly priced middle sibling shepherd you? Would you have chosen the same plan without that ghost competitor? Resolution: rebuild comparisons from scratch. Hide the lineup labels, list your criteria first, and score each option independently against needs, total cost, risk, reversibility, and support. Delete any alternative that no real person should pick. If removing it flips your preference, you are being steered. Why it matters: decoys shape wallets, votes, and values. They sanitize bad policies by placing them beside worse ones. They normalize predatory terms by contrasting them with absurdity. They make compromise feel virtuous when nothing meets your standards. Ask, who designed these tiers? What's missing? What would I do if only one option existed? Sleep thought: the best choice survives when imposters leave the stage. Field practice: randomize evaluation order, compare against a do-nothing baseline and anchor to outcomes over optics. In teams, demand a real spectrum: minimum viable, recommended, premium with trade-offs explained in plain numbers. Require a delete the decoy sanity check before sign-off. In life, beware relationships, roles, and deals that present an outrageous alternative, so the merely bad feels acceptable. If you catch the decoy, say out loud, "This is theater," then pick with math, not momentum. Keep your criteria visible. When the stagecraft fades, good choices don't need a prop. Practice pausing when price ladders appear. Draft your own ladder instead. If no option clears your bar, choose none and redirect resources toward wins elsewhere. Placebo and nocebo. The placebo effect proves belief can change biology. Its darker twin, the nocebo, shows expectation can manufacture harm. When authority, ritual, and repetition suggest relief, your brain releases real chemistry. When they warn of danger, your body obliges with symptoms. Manipulators exploit this with white coats, confident tones, sacred routines, and side effect scripts that program experience. Thought experiment. Track a time you felt better right after an impressive but empty intervention. Fancy packaging, vague wellness claims, placebo updates. Did the story do the lifting? Resolution: ground your expectations, demand mechanisms, data, dosages, and credible replication before investing belief. Name the suggestive theater: ambient music, testimonials, lab imagery so it loses hypnosis. When legitimate treatments are needed, use clear protocols and informed consent. Then hold your mind steady by normalizing benign sensations and logging actual outcomes. Why it matters: belief is a force multiplier. It can amplify healing, mask failure, or conjure suffering on cue. Scammers sell hope and harvest nocebo, panic, to keep you buying the antidote to their whispers. Ask, who benefits from my expectations? What would change if I learned this secretly did nothing? How will I measure effects beyond feelings? Sleep thought: let evidence tune hope, not the other way around. Field practice: separate ritual from result. Try A/B weeks. Blind yourself when possible, and recruit a skeptical buddy to keep notes. In teams, outlaw miracle language, publish negative results, and reward deprescribing when data support it. In life, curate your inputs, mute catastrophizers, avoid Googling vague symptoms at midnight, and treat dramatic predictions like spells you can decline. Use belief ethically. Pair it with proven methods, never as a substitute. Your mind is powerful. Aim it with care, or someone else will. Build placebo on purpose, for sleep and calm, rituals you choose, anchored to practices that genuinely help, every night. Loss aversion. Loss aversion makes losses loom larger than equivalent gains. Pain of -1 feels roughly twice the joy of +1. Manipulators engineer this asymmetry to freeze you in bad deals, chase sunk costs, and panic buy safety. Thought experiment. Recall a choice you made primarily to avoid losing status, money, or face. If the numbers flipped to gains, would you have acted as fast? Resolution: price losses and gains on the same scale. Pre-commit to rules that cap downside, position sizes, time boxes, maximum concessions, and pair every risk with a written exit. Turn ambiguous dread into explicit figures, then compare expected value, not adrenaline. Practice reverse FOMO. List what you'd gain by walking away: time, options, peace, and count it honestly. Why it matters: Fear of loss makes you easy to herd. It powers scams, bubbles, toxic loyalties, and outrage cycles that monetize your vigilance. Ask who profits. If I'm terrified to lose, what is the smallest safe experiment I can run? What would calm future me recommend? Sleep thought. The thing you refuse to release is often the tollkeeper at the bridge you need to cross. Field practice. Rehearse letting go. Sell one unneeded item weekly, decline one baited offer, unfollow one anxiety engine. In teams, evaluate stop losses alongside goals, celebrate prevented losses and clean exits as wins. In negotiations, trade concessions for certainty, not noise. Refuse terms weaponed with irreversible threats and vanishing windows. For relationships and careers, define deal breakers early and memorialize them. When crossed, act swiftly and kindly. Shift identity from the one who never loses to the one who relocates toward better bets. Your courage isn't measured by clinging, it is measured by the quality of the futures you keep choosing. When fear screams, act now. Breathe, count to 60, compute the expected value, and choose with math rather than momentum. Calmly. The power of touch. Touch is primal persuasion, a warm handshake, a light forearm tap, a guiding palm on a shoulder, and minds soften, trust swells, compliance rises. Research shows tiny contacts can boost tips, credibility, and yes rates. Levers so subtle you seldom notice the nudge. Manipulators use touch to borrow intimacy, impose hierarchy, and steer decisions while appearing friendly. Thought experiment. Replay a moment you agreed faster after a casual touch. Would the answer be the same by phone? Resolution. Set boundaries in advance. Decide where, when, and by whom. Touch is welcome. Name it out loud when it crosses the line. Please don't touch me. Words are enough. In negotiations, keep hands visible. Avoid being physically steered and take breaks to reset physiology. If you rely on touch ethically, healthcare, coaching, pair it with explicit consent and transparent purpose. Why it matters. Touch bypasses analysis. It signals care or dominance before language loads. Bad actors exploit that half-second head start. Ask, is this contact for my comfort or their control? Does the timing align with my interests or their agenda? Sleep thought. You are allowed to guard your space without explanation. Field practice. Wear layers or carry something in hand when entering high-pressure sales zones. It reduces incidental contact. Sit at angles that shrink reach. Choose chairs over couches and position yourself with clear exits. In teams, codify touch norms. Praise consent as loudly as outcomes. In life, teach kids and selves that polite can include the word no. If touch unsets you, step back, breathe out slow, and answer after your pulse steadies. Respectful touch heals, strategic touch sells, coercive touch controls. Know which you're feeling and respond accordingly. Remember, persuasion that disappears without touch was yours. Persuasion that collapses without touch was theirs. Keep agency in your hands, not under someone else's palm. Always. Foot in the mouth effect. The foot in the mouth effect turns your own pleasant words into a leash. A stranger asks, "How are you today?" You say, "Good," and moments later you're oddly more likely to agree to a request because humans crave consistency between self-description and behavior. Manipulators stack small talk, compliments, and warmth to preload yes. Thought experiment. Recall a time you felt obligated after announcing you were great, helpful, or generous. Would you have complied if you'd admitted you were busy and protective of your time? Resolution. Decouple courtesy from commitment. Answer authentically and neutrally. I'm managing what's up. Then evaluate requests by criteria, not by the mood you just projected. Create a default buffer phrase. Let me check and get back to you. And actually check. Why it matters. This tactic is everywhere. Street fundraising, sales intros, interrogation openings, even manipulative friendships that harvest your identity statements to trap your actions. Ask, would I still say yes if I had said nothing about myself first? Sleep thought, kindness can travel without cargo. You owe nothing extra because you smiled. Field practice. Script 3, honest, low commitment greetings. Carry them until they're automatic. Pair compliments with boundaries. Appreciate you asking, I can't take that on. In teams, forbid. Fours cheer as a performance metric. Measure outcomes, not bubbly prefaces. In life, notice when someone requotes your virtues. You care so much. Right before the ask, translate it to prepare to evaluate. Protect your future time as fiercely as your present mood. Consistency should follow values, not traps. If you struggle to refuse after positive small talk, switch channels, move from hallway to email, from call to calendar link, from feeling to written criteria. Mode shifting cools the impulse to perform your earlier words and returns you to the planner who decides deliberately. Your smile is not a signature. Keep it way, always. The endowment effect. The endowment effect makes ownership inflate value. Once something feels like mine, I overprice it, overprotect it, and overlook better alternatives. Salespeople hand you objects, trials, and test drives to stitch attachment before price appears. Manipulators foster roles you'll guard even as they shrink you. Thought experiment. List 3 items, beliefs, or responsibilities you defend mainly because they're yours. If you started today, would you still choose them? Resolution. Create distance. Price as if you were buying from a stranger. Borrow a friend's valuation. Run a sell keep coin toss and notice your instant reaction. Set pre-commitments. End dates for trials. Return windows on calendars and quarterly inventory days to trade possessions and positions for options and oxygen. Why it matters. Clinging crowds out growth. Abusers exploit identity ownership. My job, my community, my person, to make leaving feel like theft rather than choice. Ask, if I lost this tomorrow, what would I truly lose? Utility, meaning, or only familiarity? Sleep thought, your worth is not stored in your drawer, title, or couple. Field practice, rotate favorites, sell one thing before buying another, and schedule donation rituals so release becomes normal. In teams, separate individuals from roles, cross-train, rotate leads, sunset projects without funerals. In life, map what is mine onto a timeline. Many treasures were only meant to be temporary. Thank them, then let go. When something must stay, choose it again on purpose, at today's price, with eyes open. Ownership should serve you, not the other way around. If separation feels impossible, simulate absence, box it for 30 days, delegate the task for 2 cycles, or mute the group for a week. Notice relief, boredom, or craving. Treat that signal as data, not destiny. Return only what earns its place, and release the rest with gratitude rather than guilt. Repeat until lightness feels normal. Again, mind control by erosion. Mind control rarely looks magical. It feels like erosion. Identities wear down under isolation, schedule, ritual exhaustion, and selective reward until borrowed beliefs feel self-made. The Stanford prison simulation showed ordinary people absorbing roles quickly, but everyday systems do this slowly. Long hours, moving goalposts, and narratives that promise safety if you stop asking questions. Thought experiment. Map a time your opinions hardened after your world narrowed. Which inputs disappeared? Which phrases you repeat weren't originally yours? Resolution. Diversify reality. Build a diet of dissent. Smart critics, rival data, rotating mentors, and schedule solitude that isn't filled with the group's voice. Keep a private notebook of first principles and red lines. Review them monthly and mark each violation you rationalized. Why it matters. Captured minds defend their cages and recruit others, convinced it's love, duty, or enlightenment. Ask, if this belief were wrong, who would I disappoint? Who benefits if I never test it? Sleep, thought. Loyalty without latitude is a leash. Field practice. Institute sabbaticals from news feeds, communities, and workplaces. Return by choice with clearer eyes. In teams, separate belonging from agreement. Reward respectful dissent and require pre-mortems before big bets. Teach exits alongside missions. In life, hold identities lightly. Parent, citizen, believer, skeptic. Let each breathe without totalizing the rest. If someone insists you're only safe inside their story, that story is a trap. Keep keys in your own pocket. Practice uncertainty reps. Choose one cherished assumption per month and try to falsify it kindly. Journal how it survives or fails, and keep the receipt. Switch contexts deliberately, different city, discipline, or friend group for a weekend. Watch which parts of you stay solid outside the script. Remember, empowerment isn't thinking one thing forever. It's being able to think anew without fear of abandonment. Freedom grows where flexibility meets boundaries you set. Start now. The power of playing dumb. Playing dumb is strategic camouflage. Appear harmless, underinformed, or clumsy, and people overexpose, overhelp, and overlook you. Until it's too late. Detectives, con artists, and manipulators use selective incompetence to dodge tasks, extract intel, and shift blame. Thought experiment. Recall a time someone's confusion consumed your energy while advancing their goals. Did clarity ever arrive? Resolution. Measure outcomes, not personas. Require written confirmations, deadlines, and ownership assignments, so oops stops being currency. If confusion persists, change the medium, document steps, record calls, or CC a neutral third party. Feigned fog hates light. Why it matters. The false fool exhausts you and reframes you as the unreasonable one for demanding basics. Ask, who gains from incompetence here? What would happen if I stopped rescuing? Sleep thought. Empathy without boundaries bleeds into self-betrayal. Field practice. Preface. Help with limits. Happy to explain once, next time use the guide. In teams, rotate glue work, track invisible labor, and promote by contribution, not charm. In life, refuse to argue with performative misunderstanding. Set one clear expectation, state the consequence, and follow through calmly. If you ever use this tactic, notice the temptation and choose candor instead. Short-term cover breeds long-term chaos. Competence is quiet power. Aim to build it, protect it, and partner only with those who respect it. Practical tells, they're brilliant elsewhere but baffled here. They forget in one direction, they recover instantly when stakes flip in their favor. Countermeasures. Move decisions into systems, checklists, tickets, dashboards. So progress is visible and excuses are boring. Use teach back after explaining. Ask them to summarize steps in writing. Gaps reveal intent faster than apologies. Reserve your generosity for learners, not leeches. Discern humility from hustle. Remember, protecting your bandwidth is not cruelty. It is stewardship of the work only you can do. Say less, require more. Rest, protect time. Baader-Meinhof, frequency illusion. The Baader-Meinhof frequency illusion makes new ideas feel ubiquitous after you first notice them. Two cognitive engines drive it: selective attention, you spot what you're primed for, and confirmation bias, you remember hits, forget misses. Manipulators seed a concept, then flood channels so your tuned brain discovers it everywhere and mistakes salience for truth. Thought experiment. Think of a phrase you started hearing suddenly. Track how many times you actually encounter it today versus how many you expect. Resolution. Rate prevalence with logs, not vibes. Keep a simple tally for a week. Compare to baselines from before the seed. Change inputs deliberately. Different sources, different circles to see if the pattern survives. Why it matters. Frequency illusions inflate fads, fabricate mandates, and legitimize propaganda. Once everyone knows, resistance feels foolish and lonely. Ask, who benefits if this appears common? What would I believe if exposure dropped by half? Sleep thought, ubiquity is not authority. Repetition is not proof. Field practice. Diversify information diets, mute amplification farms, and demand denominator data. How many out of how many? In teams, quarantine shiny trends until validated by need and evidence. Pilot quietly, measure and scale on signal rather than noise. In life, remember your attention is an algorithm. Train it kindly. When you catch the illusion whisper pattern isn't plot, then choose what deserves your gaze, not what hijacked it. If you market, use this power ethically, pair early exposure with honest substance, publish real numbers, and invite rebuttal. If you consume, practice first noticed fasting, pause engagement for 48 hours after a concept spikes, return with cooler blood and better boundaries, guard sleep by closing the loop, write the idea down, schedule review later, and let your brain stand down for the night. What you repeat, you reinforce. Choose repetitions that make you freer each day. Deliberate priming effects. The priming effect is the silent warm-up act. Before decisions, a whisper to your subconscious that tilts what you notice, how you judge, and the actions you choose. Elegant fonts make prices feel reasonable. Red cues raise caution. Familiar phrases soften skepticism. Manipulators stack cues, music, lighting, colors, framing, repetition. So your mind is already leaning toward their outcome before facts arrive. Thought experiment. Recall a time ambience or wording shifted your purchase, vote, or mood. Would you decide the same in plain text, neutral light, silence? Resolution. Separate signal from staging. State criteria first. Evaluate in writing, and where possible, strip the theater, mute sound, change fonts, copy text to a blank note, view monochrome. When stakes are high, run an A/B review, once with all packaging, once with cues removed, then compare choices, why it matters. Priming drives courts, clinics, campaigns, and commerce. It can tilt testimony, diagnosis, policy support, and your late-night cart. Ask, which cues do I feel? Which do I only see later? And who gains if my guard drops in this room? Sleep thought. You can enjoy atmosphere without letting it author your choices. Field practice. Redesign your default environments. Warm light for winding down, plain interfaces for money moves, noise off for negotiations. Before difficult conversations, choose calm cues deliberately. Before buying, switch to grayscale. In teams, predefine decision rubrics, randomize presentation order, and reveal core data before brand varnish. Label priming openly, music off for pricing, names hidden for hiring, colors neutral for risk. In life, notice words that sneak: vertex, smashed versus bumped, right-sizing versus layoffs, and translate them to neutral terms before you decide. If you must prime, do it ethically. Anchor rest to soothing rituals, focus to a tidy desk, safety to factual clarity. Own your cues, or someone else will. Choose with care. Suggestive language and hypnosis. Suggestive language slides past argument and aims at compliance. Hypnosis, broadly defined, lowers defenses so suggestions stick. Neither requires swinging watches. It is tone, timing, cadence, presuppositions, embedded commands, and choice frames that assume consent. When you sign here, you'll feel relieved. Smuggles 2 acts: signing and relief. Would you like the steak or the seafood special? Erases the option to decline. Thought experiment. Replay a conversation where you agreed without quite knowing why. Underline the assumptions embedded in each sentence. Resolution. Surface the frame and reassert agency. Answer questions by reframing scope. I'm deciding whether to order at all, and convert fuzzy invitations into explicit offers you can evaluate. When you hear presuppositions, split them. Address emotion, question action, replace trancy cadence with pauses, notes, and written follow-ups. Why it matters: courtroom questioning, sales scripts, cult recruitment, and some coaching exploit suggestion to manufacture consent that looks voluntary. Ask, what is being assumed, what is being rushed, and what changes if I add no as a valid answer. Sleep thought. Your attention is sovereign. Wherever it goes by default, your choices follow. Field practice. Develop buffer phrases. Send it in writing: I'll sleep on this, not today, and deploy them before content hooks you. Audit your own language. Do you imply inevitability when you mean invitation? Do you borrow authority you have not earned? In teams, ban false dichotomies and hypnotic fluff. State decisions, risks, and reversibility in clear words. If you use suggestion ethically, tie it to well-being you can verify. Breathe slower, unclench jaw, lower shoulders, notice support under you. For persuasion, favor transparency over trance. Reasons, options, and time to think. If someone resists, respect it. Consent that requires fog isn't consent. Keep your voice steady, your pace human, and your questions honest. The clearest spell you can cast is truth. Creating urgency. Manufactured urgency hijacks your threat system, so speed replaces thought. Countdown timers, expiring deals, only 2 left, and crisis headlines compress attention until the simplest escape feels wise. Buy, sign, agree. Join. Your brain hates imagined loss more than it loves measured gain. So pressure traders sell speed to capture consent. Thought experiment. List 3 decisions you regret. How many were made under time pressure you did not choose? Resolution. Install a personal circuit breaker. For money, mandate a cooling off window. For commitments, require sleep. For panic, add denominators and sources before you share or act. When urgency appears, classify it: real bleeding fire, external but valid, hard deadlines, or fabricated marketing manipulation. Match your response to the class, not cortisol. Why it matters. Urgency sells scams, funds bubbles, fuels mobs, and locks people into roles they would have declined with 1 extra hour. Ask, who benefits if I hurry? What would I lose by waiting? What is the smallest reversible step I can take now? Sleep thought. Time is a tool. Those who want you rushed fear your clarity. Field practice. Set default delays, 24 hours for big purchases, 10 minutes for angry replies, 1 week for life pivots. Use checklists under stress. They offload working memory when adrenaline steals it. In teams, quarantine last-minute demands. Reward early signals, not heroics. For negotiations, create dual clocks, theirs and yours, decline mismatched ones. In relationships, translate answer me now into I'll answer after I reflect, and keep that promise to yourself. If you lead, deploy urgency sparingly and document why. Repay the cognitive debt with decompression time. Practice saying, if it must be now, it's no, and watch false fires go dark. The future you protect by pausing is the one that keeps paying your bills, your peace, and your sleep. Foot in the door. The foot in the door technique converts small yeses into large compliance by exploiting your drive for consistency. First, a harmless ask. Sign a petition, take a survey, try a free trial, then a larger, costlier request that now feels aligned with who you already said you are. Momentum masquerades as integrity. Thought experiment. Identify a costly commitment that began with a tiny step. Which labels did you adopt after the first yes, and how did they steer the second? Resolution. Separate identity from action. Say, I did X, instead of I am the kind of person who does X. Cap initial commitments with explicit limits and exit criteria before you begin. For subscriptions, schedule cancellation dates on day 1. For favors, name scope, effort, and end. For trials, set a review time before autopay. Why it matters. Recruiters, cults, and movements don't need to win your soul. They need one tiny pledge. Your self-story does the rest. Ask, what future asks does this small yes invite? Do I want those asks? What happens if I say no now? Sleep thought. You can honor your word without becoming trapped by it. Field practice. When asked for just a minute, translate it into the cost context. Switches, energy, a hidden second request. Then decide, use the graduated yes, I can read the brief, not join the committee. If you've drifted into a commitment, perform a reset ritual. List sunk costs, name remaining value, and choose between deepen, maintain, or exit. In teams, call the ladder. Label when a small scope is expanding and require explicit recontracting. If you deploy this technique, use it for your own habits. Tiny, reversible starts, periodic review, zero shame exits, reserve dig yeses for big values. Your freedom rides on your first answer more than your final one. Make that first answer deliberate. Door in the face. The door in the face technique engineers agreement by starting with an outrageous request, inviting your refusal, then conceding to a smaller ask that now feels fair. Your sense of reciprocity converts their staged compromise into your real compliance. A detective starts with a life-ruining accusation, then offers a lesser deal if you confess. A fundraiser opens at $500, then meets you at $20. Thought experiment. Recall a time you agreed after someone scaled down. If they had started small, would you have said yes? Resolution. Decouple their concession from your obligation. Judge the smaller request on absolute merit, budget, and values, not on contrast with the absurd opening. Label the tactic out loud. That first ask was extreme to reset the social pressure to reciprocate. Why it matters. Stage generosity runs through negotiations, headlines, policy rollouts, and personal conflicts. Fake extremes make bad options look reasonable. Ask, if this were the first and only offer, would I accept it? What are my alternatives? What is the walkaway? Sleep, thought. Real fairness doesn't need theater. Field practice. Preset your numbers before the conversation, targets, flaws, and battena, and write them where you can see them during the talk. In meetings, refuse to price against hypotheticals. Ask for written offers and time to review. When parenting or managing, don't teach compliance by contrast. Offer bounded choices you can endorse. If you negotiate, concede in small, justified steps. Tie each to a reciprocal trade so movement has meaning, not drama. When selling, never inflate to deflate. Reputation short-term wins. If someone insists on extremes, pause. This sounds like anchoring. I'll reevaluate tomorrow. Your brain loves relative relief. Give it absolute references. Your needs, your math, your plan. The smaller request may still be wrong. You're allowed to say no. Remember, concessions create pressure. Clarity creates freedom and durable outcomes. Framing effects. Framing doesn't change facts. It changes the doorway you walk through to reach them. 90% survival and 10% mortality are identical, yet one recruits hope, while the other recruits fear. Right-sizing hides layoffs. Smashed inflates speed above bump. Manipulators preload verdicts with labels, metaphors, order, and emphasis, so your conclusion feels self-born. Thought experiment. Take a policy you support, restate it with the opponent's best frame. Did your gut wobble despite unchanged numbers? Resolution. Rewrite inputs into neutral form before deciding. Convert percentages to counts, losses to trade-offs, and adjectives to measurements. Ask for both frames, benefit and cost, average and variance, best and worst case, with probabilities attached. Rotate the headline order. Read the last paragraph first. Force the because into a single sentence you can test. Why it matters. Frames steer juries, clinics, budgets, and ballots. They can smuggle moral weight into mere wording and make extreme actions seem necessary. Ask, who chose these terms? What's omitted by this metaphor? How would I feel if the sign flipped? Sleep, thought, language is a lens. Clean it before you look. Field practice. When pitched, paraphrase back in neutral math. If the room resists, you've exposed the spell. In teams, demand counterframes in every brief. Pair copywriters with quants. Publish a glossary that forbids euphemism. In life, reframe setbacks as data, not identity. Reframe wins as experiments, not destiny. If you persuade ethically, disclose the frame you're using and why, invite the alternative and still make your case. Teach kids to ask, same numbers, different words. Anchoring bias. Anchors are cognitive first impressions, the initial number, claim, or standard that drags ever later judgment toward itself. Start with a $10,000 watch and the $2,000 model feels reasonable. Begin salary talks at a lowball, and even a bump stays below fair. Announce crime up 300% without a baseline and panic outruns context. Manipulators race to plant the first peg, then harvest your adjustments. Groupthink, induction. Groupthink swaps accuracy for harmony. Dissent feels like betrayal, so evidence bends to fit the room. Tight deadlines, strong leaders, homogeneous teams, and status rewards for agreement create a psychic glue that seals cracks where truth tries to enter. Manipulators cultivate buzzwords, rituals, and fear of exclusion, so people self-censor before the meeting even begins. Thought experiment. Remember a project where private doubts were common but public dissent was absent. What structures punished friction? What myths propped certainty? Authority bias. Authority bias makes badges, titles, uniforms, and confident delivery outrank your own judgment. In labs, whitecoats nudge compliance. In offices, corner windows do. Online, verified checkmarks and baritone certainty substitute for proof. Manipulators adopt symbols of expertise, jargon, staging, insider tone, and your brain saves energy by trusting the costume. Thought experiment. Recall a time you obeyed, bought, or believed because the messenger felt official. Remove their status cues. Do the claims stand? Resolution. Separate credentials from claims. Ask for mechanisms, methods, and data you can check. Triangulate with independent authorities who disagree. Assess track record rather than rank. Slow the yes, move decisions to writing, add a second opinion, and compute the cost of being wrong versus the cost of pausing. Why it matters. Difference can silence whistleblowers, enable abuse, and ossify bad practices. It can also keep you from life-saving care if a calm quack out charms a nervous expert. Ask, what would convince me if this came from an unknown? What does the evidence say when I strip the robe? Who profits if I don't verify? Sleep thought. Respect the person. Interrogate the claim. Field practice. Build a shortlist of genuine experts and primary sources. When stakes rise, use them, not influencers. In teams, flatten status during analysis. Hide names on proposals, rotate presenters, and insist senior folks argue against themselves once per quarter. If you wield authority, disclose uncertainty and invite replication. Earn trust by making your reasoning legible. In life, notice when tone makes you nod. Convert charisma into checklists. When a directive feels wrong, ask for rationale and write it down. Paper chases theater away. The best authorities teach you how to think, not who to obey. Keep your crown off while you measure the scapegoating. Scapegoating offers the simplest story for complex pain. Find a face, name it the problem, and watch anxiety melt into certainty. Manipulators weaponize this craving for clarity, redirecting anger from systems to individuals, from causes to convenient targets. Rumors become ropes, context disappears. When crops fail, blame witches. When profits fall, blame workers. When policies backfire, blame the press. Thought experiment. Pick a crisis you've seen, list factors you know, then notice how your mind still wants a villain anyway. Resolution. Refuse single cause comfort. Map causes, structural, situational, personal, and assign weights with ranges. Keep a column for unknowns. Insist on evidence standards that apply to everyone. When blame is proposed, ask for mechanisms, counterfactuals, and base rates. Demand alternatives that could change outcomes. Why it matters. Scapegoats burn while problems smolder. Purges feel productive but leave machinery of harm untouched. Democracies fracture, families harden, teams devour their own. Ask who benefits from this blame. What data are missing because this narrative is satisfying? What happens if the blamed group vanished tomorrow? Sleep thought. Truth resists simplicity. Complexity is not an alibi. It is the path. Field practice. In meetings, ban blame first updates. Start with system signal story, then responsibility. Create reviews that anonymize roles until root causes are mapped. Publish fixes before fault. In life, translate accusations into testable claims and dates. Separate harm endured from identity assigned. If wronged, pursue accountability that repairs conditions, not reputation. If you lead, pre-commit to metrics that trigger learning, not scapegoats. Protect dissenters, rotate high-visibility tasks so no one becomes a lightning rod. When media offers a tidy villain, gather 3 sources with different incentives, then rerun your conclusion. Replace "they did this" with "this system made this likely, and here's how I'll change it." Confirmation bias reinforcement. Confirmation bias is a comfort engine. It highlights evidence that agrees with you while dimming the rest, so your beliefs feel self-validating. Manipulators don't change your mind, they curate your feed deliberately, flooding you with agreeable anecdotes and outrage until disconfirmation seems rude or dangerous. Algorithms and identity cues do the rest, fusing belonging with belief so updates feel like betrayal. Thought experiment. List 3 convictions and the strongest counter-evidence you have verified. If you can't, you're in a tunnel, not a debate. Resolution. Separate hypothesis from identity. Write predictions that could prove you wrong, attach timeframes and check them publicly in the open. Follow smart critics with different incentives. Read primary sources before commentary. Keep a monthly changed my mind log. Try adversarial collaboration. Pair with someone informed and opposed. Agree on shared datasets carefully, and publish joint conclusions and disagreements. Why it matters. Self-sealing beliefs escalate conflict, enable grifters and make you exploitable by anyone who flatters your tribe. Ask, what would convince me I'm mistaken? What evidence would change my behavior? Who gains if I never see the other side? Sleep thought. Humility isn't groveling, it's calibration. Field practice. Set information macros, 3 sources that disagree, 1 baseline stat, 1 mechanism before you share. Pre-registered takes. Write your claim, expected effect size, and refuters, then timestamp it. In teams, appoint a rotating bias breaker to present the top counter-argument first. If you lead, reward revision. Track decisions changed by data and celebrate them. When you feel triumphant, read the best rebuttal when threatened. Slow your scroll and move to print. Hold fewer opinions but hold them conditionally. Keep priors light and updates frequent. The goal isn't balance for its own sake, it's contact with reality, especially when reality is inconvenient. Frequency illusion. The frequency illusion feels like fate. Learn a word, buy a car, notice a symbol, and suddenly it's everywhere. Nothing mystical changed. Your filters did, tagging the thing as salient and spotlighting it while your mind backfills meaning. Manipulators seed a meme, brand, or fear, then rely on your brain to do amplification. Thought experiment. Recall your last "it's everywhere" moment. List times you likely missed it before, then sample a day with intentional blindness and watch the signal fade. Resolution. Treat novelty as a lens, not proof. When a pattern pops, demand baselines. How often does this occur? How are you sampling? What would normal look like over time? Use checklists that separate detection from interpretation. Log first sightings, sources, and subsequent exposures for a week. Why it matters. Frequency illusions drive panic cycles, buying frenzies, and manias. They make propaganda look organic and coincidences feel conspiratorial. Ask, who gains if this seems omnipresent? What incentives are inflating mentions? Where is the denominator? Sleep thought. Your attention is not a camera, it is a stage director with favorites. Field practice. Build a base rate binder for recurring claims, crime spikes, miracle cures, rare risks with time series and denominators. Rotate inputs, new outlets, languages, and domains. The illusion weakens when the feed diversifies. Install friction. Wait 24 hours before sharing omnipresence claims. Set alerts for corrections from sources. In life, design attention fasts. For 3 days, mute a theme and see whether outcomes change. If you lead, pressure test rising trend decks by swapping samples, time windows, and keywords. Require pre-post comparisons. When you can't trust your eyeballs, measure. When you can't measure, delay the story. The cure isn't cynicism, it's curiosity. Counting what you notice and noticing what you never counted. Mirroring and matching. Mirroring feels like magic rapport. Someone echoes your posture, pace, or phrasing, and your nervous system whispers safe. Done with care, it's social glue. Done with intent, it's a lever. Manipulators mirror to earn trust quickly, then flip from reflection to steering, aligning first, directing next. You share, they summarize elegantly. You feel seen, they seed suggestions inside the cadence they borrowed from you. Thought experiment. Replay a conversation where you opened up fast. List the cues you matched unconsciously. Tempo, slang, volume, even size. Resolution. Decouple warmth from mimicry. Audit meetings for mimic spikes when someone wants agreement. Introduce disruptors. Change pace, mid-sentence, shift posture, ask an unexpected question. Genuine partners track the shift. Controllers glitch. Why it matters. Mirroring hacks affiliation. In the moment it can bypass skepticism, making you yield disclosures, purchases, or consent you'd normally reserve. Ask, is this resonance or choreography? Who benefits if I keep talking? Did they reflect my doubts as faithfully as my desires? Sleep thought. Flattery is a mirror that forgets to show your flaws. Field practice. Create a tell bank of your default rhythms. Words you repeat, gestures you overuse, topics that quicken your voice so you can spot their reflection. Set a consent checkpoint in long talks. Pause to summarize what you're agreeing to in your own language, at your own speed. In sales and care roles, mirror for comfort, but name it explicitly. I'm matching your pace to help us focus. Transparency defangs the trick. If you lead, forbid manipulative mimicry. Train rapport on authenticity. Shared goals, clear boundaries, slow trust. In life, reward people who can stay kind without copying you. That's connection, not capture. When you feel unusually got, ask for evidence and disagreement. Real alignment survives friction. Pacing and leading. Pacing and leading begins with empathy and ends with direction. Match the listener's state until they nod, then pivot where you want them to go. In benevolent hands, it organizes. In manipulative hands, it captures consent by design. Pattern, pace, reality. Your exhaust, pace belief, you've tried the usual fixes, pace identity, you care, then lead, therefore follow me. Because the first steps feel validating, the last step slips past scrutiny. Thought experiment, write the last pitch that swayed you. Mark each sentence as pace or lead. Note how few leads it took once the pacing stacked. Resolution, label the move in real time. When you hear 3 consecutive paces, pause and ask, what are alternatives to that lead, and what would falsify them? Counter with your own lead toward optionality. Yes, I'm tired and I've tried X, therefore I'll broaden inputs before committing. Why it matters. Value smuggled inside empathy can sell you debt, dogma, or dependency. Ask, are they inviting agency or borrowing pain to steer me? Do their leads include costs, competitors, failure modes? Sleep thought, validation is not obligation. Field practice, keep a pace ledger in writing, facts mirrored, feelings named. The precise leap proposed, renegotiate the leap. Use anti-capture scripts. I agree with the first 2 points and reject the conclusion. Here's another path. In life, pre-decide red lines. You won't outsource money, safety, identity. If a lead crosses one, end the scene. In teams, teach ethical pacing. Reflect facts and feelings, then offer multiple leads labeled as hypotheses with exit criteria and timeline. If you lead, never compress options to binary, include dissenters, measure trust by how often people say no safely. Test clearly, does agreement remain optional, even when the pacing feels perfect. Creating a sense of scarcity. Scarcity multiplies desire by shrinking options until impulse replaces value. Limited drops, wait lists, and last chance banners signal worth even when supply is staged and demand script. Manipulators ration access, throttle stock, and pair exclusivity with identity. Owning becomes belonging. Delay feels like loss. Thought experiment. Remember the purchase you rushed, because it might disappear. If the same item had been abundant tomorrow, would you still have wanted it at that price? Resolutions separate rarity from relevance. Name the job to be done, list acceptable alternatives, and assign a walkaway price before browsing. When scarcity appears, classify it as natural, engineered, or unknown. Your caution should scale with uncertainty. Ask the boring questions. How many are made? How often they restock? What comparable substitutes exist? And what returns cost? Why it matters. Artificial scarcity funds bubbles, fuels FOMO debts, and chains identity to objects. It turns communities into cues and preferences into compulsions. Ask, who foots if I hurry? Which values am I trading away? What would patient me choose with the same money a week from now? Sleep thought, abundance of time restores perspective. If the thing is for you, it will still be for you after you rest. Field practice. Install cooling off delays. Match to price tiers. Ban countdown timers from your decision environment. Sort storefronts by availability, not hype. Track regret buys and tag their triggers. Share or borrow before owning. Test whether utility, not scarcity, is what you crave. If you sell, use scarcity ethically. Disclose quantities, explain restocks, and design waitlists that inform rather than inflame. If you lead, don't manage by scarcity, budget focus, not fear. Turn scarcity inward for good habits. Ration distractions, not necessities. When your pulse spikes at only 2 left, calmly translate it to numbers you can live with. 2 left today, countless alternatives always. Exploiting the need for closure. The need for closure hates loose ends so much it will crown the first answer king, even if it's a liar in a shiny hat. Manipulators weaponize ambiguity. seeding mysteries, dangling secrets, and hinting at threats so your mind finishes their puzzle in the shape they prefer. Ghosting, cliffhangers, vague policies, and strategic leaks all exploit the itch to resolve. Thought experiment. Recall a time you accepted a flimsy explanation because it finally stopped the buzzing in your head. Now imagine waiting one more day for better data. Resolution. Build tolerances for the unknown. Name the decision type, reversible, or one-way, cheap, or costly, and match your evidence threshold accordingly. Set a decision date and a data date separately. If new facts arrive before the data date, reconsider without shame. Write hypotheses with falsifiers. List at least 2 plausible stories and their distinct predictions. Why it matters: premature certainty births, conspiracies, bad hires, needless breakups, and policy overreactions. It rewards the boldest storyteller, not the truest. Ask, who benefits if I close now? What information would most change my action? How expensive is waiting compared to being wrong? Sleep thought. Uncertainty is not a threat. It is a room where better answers can enter while you rest. Field practice. Install open loops, dashboards. What questions are pending? What evidence is coming? Who owns collection? Replace I need answers with I need the next best question. In relationships, ask for specifics and timelines, not vibes. If they won't offer either, that is your answer. In teams, require pre-mortems and exit criteria before greenlighting. Rehearse we still don't know as a valid status. If you lead, reward postponing closure when stakes warrant. Publish updates that explain what remains uncertain. When urgency feigns importance, buy time, breathe, calendar a review, and refuse to crown the narrative. Micromanipulation. Micromanipulation is control by pinprick, tiny cues, timing tweaks, and phrasing nudges that steer you without a single explicit command. A sigh before you speak, a pause after you object, a compliment positioned right before a request. Each small adjustment moves your boundary by a millimeter until miles vanish. Thought experiment. List one decision you regret. Now reconstruct every micro cue around it. Who set the room? Who chose the clock? Who framed the default? Resolution. Raise the grain of your attention. Name the channel, tone, tempo, touch, timing, text, and rate influence, strength from 1 to 5. If 3 channels lean the same way, declare influence and pause. Switch mediums to reset the field. Email to document, phone to restore tone, video to widen context, in person to recover nuance. Why it matters. Micromanipulation hijacks consent by plausible deniability. There's nothing big to point at, so you blame yourself for feeling cornered. Ask, would I decide differently if we spoke tomorrow? Whose timeline is this? Who benefits from speed, proximity, or ambiguity? Sleep thought. Boundaries need rest to regrow. Exhaustion makes 1,000 tiny yeses masquerade as one big yes. Field practice. Pre-commit scripts for common traps. I don't decide on the spot. Put it in writing. I need a cooling period. Rotate defaults. Opt-in beats opt-out when stakes are personal. Tag your triggers, guilt, urgency, flattery, and rehearse neutral replies. Design rooms for agency, equal chairs, visible clocks, shared agendas, explicit exits. In teams, audit how decisions are staged. Time box debate separately from choice. Forbid last-minute just sign here slides. If you lead, coach influence hygiene, disclose nudges, separate information from pressure, and invite dissent early. Document who proposed, who opposed, and what alternatives were ignored publicly. When the vibe is louder than the facts, downgrade the vibe, then choose with your future self in the room. The Zeigarnik effect. The Zeigarnik effect is the mind's itch for unfinished business, a background spinner that burns battery until you close the loop. Manipulators leave doors ajar on purpose, half answers, pending approvals, vague promises, so attention clings to them instead of the priorities you chose. Cliffhangers sell seasons, dangling promotions buy compliance, unresolved fights purchase silence. Thought experiment. List 3 open loops haunting you. For each, write the smallest step that would count as progress, then the earliest time you can realistically take it. Resolution. Turn open loops into named tickets. Every loop gets a title, owner, next action, and review date. If it lacks any of these, it's not allowed to rent space in your head. Batch closures. Schedule a weekly loose ends sprint where you either finish, calendar, delegate, or delete. Why it matters. Unfinishedness breeds anxiety, which buys obedience. You'll trade autonomy for relief if you let others control the off switch. Ask who benefits from me staying preoccupied. What would completion look like if I defined it? What will I miss if I keep chasing this thread? Sleep thought. Some loops resolve when you rest because fatigue was the puzzle, not the plot. Field practice. Design endings into beginnings. Every request must include success criteria and a sunset date. Use good enough thresholds to prevent perfection from impersonating progress. Bundle tiny closures before big ones to create momentum chemistry. In relationships, refuse weaponized ambiguity. Request specifics or decline participation until clarity exists. In teams, publish backlog limits. No new loops until old ones close or expire. If you lead, avoid suspense theater, communicate status, abandon self, and reward realistic timelines. When someone withholds closure to hold power, craft your own ending, document, decide, and move your attention somewhere that pays you back. Archive stalled loops with a note explaining why they no longer matter. The Pygmalion effect. The Pygmalion effect is expectation turned into architecture. People grow toward the scaffolding you build with your beliefs about them. Raise the ceiling and performance stretches. Lower it and talents hunch, manipulators. Publish quiet verdicts. You're not leadership material. You always overreact. You're the genius here. Then reality dutifully rearranges to match the labels. Thought experiment. Identify one identity sentence you absorbed this year. Ask who said it, what they gained, and whether your behavior followed the prophecy. Resolution. Audit the belief supply chain. Tag incoming expectations as gift, guess, or gambit. Treat gambits skeptically. Replace global labels with situational skills, not I'm bad at conflict, but I need preparation time to be clear. Write counterscripts that are specific, testable, and within your control. Why it matters. Expectation is a force multiplier. Leaders mint confidence debt or confidence dividends with a sentence. Parents wire futures with a shrug. Ask, what would I attempt if no one had pre-labeled me? Whose belief am I renting? Which measure would fairly test progress? Sleep thought. Rest interrupts inherited scripts. Tomorrow's sentence about you can be written after you wake. Field practice. Move praise from identity to process, command effort, strategy and recovery, not essence. Publish rubrics before evaluations to keep judgments from drifting toward favorites. Schedule evidence updates where teams revise beliefs using new data. In relationships, stop promising people who they are, narrate what you noticed, and ask what they want to grow next. If you lead, lend reputation responsibly, signal belief with resources, feedback and time, not flattery. When someone tries to sculpt you into their convenience, reach for chisels of your own. Clearer goals, fair metrics, better mirrors. Document small wins where you violated the old label and circulate them widely. Invite mentors who challenge you kindly and retire audiences that shrink you regularly. The contrast principle. Contrast doesn't change the thing, it changes the neighbor, and your brain judges the thing by the neighbor's shadow. Start with a terrible option, and the merely bad looks kind. Start with a luxury, and the overpriced feels prudent. Negotiators anchor with an outrageous first draft, so their true target seems merciful by comparison. Managers float an untenable policy, withdraw it, then pass a compromise that was the plan all along. Thought experiment. Recall a time relief made you accept terms. What grotesque first offer softened the real ask? Resolution. Evaluate in absolutes before relatives. Define your criteria, budget, principles, success metrics, before exposure. Score each option against those fixed yardsticks, then compare. Comparisons come second, not first. Ask for the outside view. How would this look if presented alone, tomorrow, by someone else? Why it matters. Contrast manufactures consent, inflates prices, normalizes mistreatment, and rationalizes drift from your values without a single lie. Ask what's here, only to make something else look good. Who framed the lineup? What would a blank page option be? Sleep thought. Your standards should be a lighthouse, not a boat. bobbing beside bigger boats. Field practice in purchasing, draft a must-have, must-not list, and a walkaway line. Reject any deal that beats a worse decoy but misses your line. In teams, forbid strawman then savior slides. Require a true null do nothing as a baseline with costs and benefits measured. For life decisions, write the solo memo. Describe the choice without adjectives, comparisons, or names. Read it after resting, then decide. If you lead, never launder harm through worse alternatives. Offer full context bundles with honest trade-offs and a real opt-out. When someone oscillates your emotions with extremes, flatten the stage, remove the decoy, price the middle on its merits, and listen for the quiet no you couldn't hear over the theatric. The decoy effect. The decoy isn't meant to win, it's meant to herd. Add a dominated third option, clearly worse than one choice, ambiguously close to another, and watch preference migrate toward the intended target. Small popcorn $3 versus large $7. Add a medium at $6.50 and the large suddenly feels wise. Subscriptions do it with Basic, Pro, Pro Plus, where Pro is engineered to shine. Politics do it with spoiler platforms that tilt margins. Negotiations do it with burdensome clauses you're allowed to drop for goodwill, while the costly ones stay. Thought experiment. List 3 times a third choice made your decision feel obvious. Erase the decoy. Does the target still deserve you? Resolution. Hunt dominance relations. If option C is worse than B on every dimension but priced near it, mark it as bait. Collapse choices to comparable units per month, per feature, per risk, and score utility, not theater. Pre-commit your preferences and price bands before you see menus. Decoys can't corral what's already fenced. Why it matters. Decoys waste money, time, and integrity by outsourcing your goals to someone else's funnel. They also launder manipulation as free choice. Ask who designed this trio. What would a 2-option world look like? Where is the honest nut? Sleep thought. Freedom isn't more boxes, it's clearer boundaries. Field practice. When offered 3, request the clean comparison between the 2 real contenders or ask for a custom build anchored to your criteria. In teams, require a decoy declaration in proposals. If a middle tier exists, justify it with distinct value, not psychology. For public policy, test triads with independent review. Remove A or C and see if B still stands. If you lead, design for dignity, fewer clearer options, transparent trade-offs, reversible trials. When a decoy tries to shepherd you, step off the path, look at the pasture and choose the grass, not the gate. The endowment effect. Ownership inflates value because loss feels larger than gain. Touch something, name it yours, and its price swells inside you. Free trials, test drives, swag, your dashboard, they all pre-bond you to objects and plans. So surrender feels like losing a piece of self. Manipulators extend pseudo-ownership, reserved carts, hold tags, personalized emails, until giving back eclipses. Don't need. Thought experiment. Find an item you keep, but don't use. If a stranger owned it, what would you pay? Resolution. Separate self from stuff. Rename possessions by function. A seat, a tool, rather than identity. My chair, my camera. When deciding, run sell to yourself tests. Would I buy this again today at market price? If not, list and let the auction decide. For trials, schedule a return ritual on day 1. When the calendar pings, evaluate with criteria, not attachment. Why it matters. Endowment traps, hoard resources, clutters attention, clings to sunk costs, and calcifies outdated beliefs because we feel we own them. Ask, do I value utility or familiarity? What would a neutral appraiser say? What energy rent does this object or opinion charge me? Sleep thought. You can love memories without storing their artifacts in your bloodstream. Field practice. Adopt one-in, one-out rules. Price departure, not possession. Maintenance, space, insurance, mental load. In teams, sunset projects with rebuy or retire. Reviews. If you wouldn't greenlight it today, stop paying its ghost. For beliefs, keep a belief market. Every quarter, list your top 5 and the best evidence against each. Sell one you no longer endorse. If you lead, decouple identity from tools. Celebrate upgrades and exits as maturity, not betrayal. Practice generous letting go, donate, recycle, document, release. Relief is often hiding on the other side of goodbye. Loss aversion. Losses punch harder than equivalent gains hug, roughly twice as hard. Manipulators frame choices as looming losses, miss out, prices going up, benefits expiring to make you sprint toward their funnel. In relationships and workplaces, control thrives by threatening withdrawals. Attention, status, opportunity. Markets know this. After a dip, chasing losses feels rational while the house quietly sells you time. Thought experiment. Imagine your last rush decision. Rewrite the pitch without loss framing. Does your urgency survive? Resolution. Convert losses into symmetric trade-offs. Write both frames, what you lose and what you gain. Then assign probabilities and magnitude. Decide with expected value, not adrenal math. Pre-commit walkaway rules and cooling periods matched to stakes. A 24-hour pause often devenoms now or never. Build a regret budget. Small experiments you can afford to lose. So learning outcompetes fear. Why it matters: fear of losing money, face, or love makes people accept bad contracts, silence themselves, and cling to sinking ships. It is the engine inside scams and cycles of abuse. Ask, who is selling me safety? What is the actual baseline risk? What does patient me decide? Sleep thought. You do not owe panic your future. Field practice. Flip pitches. Every avoid loss must be restated as pursue gain with numbers. If it dies on the flip, let it die. In teams, A/B test messages for accuracy, not anxiety. Retire fear-forward copy that inflames without informing. For investing, codify rebalancing, position sizing, and maximum drawdowns. Autopilot outperforms terror. In relationships, translate threats into truths. If love is conditional on fear, it's not love. And set boundaries accordingly. If you lead, stop managing by scarcity and punishment. Reward prudent risk-taking and transparent misses. Let the possibility of better, not the terror of worse, steer your night. Choice. Architecture and sovereign attention. All tricks converge here. Arrange options, frames, cues, and clocks. Then attention flows where autonomy used live. That's choice architecture. Sometimes humane, defaults to organ donation, often predatory, labyrinthine cancel buttons, red timers, fake consensus. The universal defense isn't paranoia. It's sovereignty over two levers you always carry: your standards and your spotlight. Thought experiment. Map yesterday's biggest choice. List every nudge present: order, color, copy, scarcity, social proof, time. Now redesign the scene in your favor. What changes? Resolution. Install personal architecture. Pre-commit rules. No on-the-spot commitments. Sleep before spend thresholds. Two-source verification. Create friction for impulses, cooling apps, delayed send, calendar holds, and create grease for values. Automated savings, scheduled deep work, prepped meals, standing no scripts. Host a weekly board meeting with your future self. Review goals, environments, and nudges you'll allow. Why it matters. Attention theft scales. Left unguarded, your day becomes other people's plan executed with your energy. Ask, whose interface is this? What outcome is it designed to prefer? What would this look like if it loved me back? Sleep thought. The kindest architecture you'll ever inhabit is the one you build for yourself. Field practice. Design clean exits and honest entries, clear opt-outs, transparent pricing, neutral defaults. In teams, publish nudges and consent to them. Audit dark patterns, like you audit security. In life, choose slow media, paper summaries, and primary sources. Train your appetite on signal, not spectacle. If you lead, be a benevolent architect. Defaults toward freedom, metrics that honor well-being, experiments with oversight. When you feel steered, step out of the aisle, check your compass, and take the path that keeps tomorrow proud of tonight. Then let your body soften. You've earned the quiet. Level 1 of 100. The bedrock. Sleep capital. Tonight we start where real success hides in plain sight. Sleep. Money grows from decisions. Decisions grow from a clear brain. A clear brain grows from deep, regular rest. Think of sleep as capital. You invest hours. You earn returns in focus, patience, and willpower. The paradox is simple. Pushing later feels productive, but sleeping earlier makes tomorrow 10 times easier. We will choose the long return. Your rule: create a 90-minute wind down that repeats every night. Lights dim, screens out, warm shower, breathwork, in for 4, hold 2, out for 6, repeat 20 times. Journal 3 lines only: 1 win, 1 worry, 1 plan for morning. Put your phone outside the bedroom and use a dumb alarm. Keep the room cool, dark and quiet. Wake at the same time daily, even weekends. Track this habit, not your feelings. After 7 nights, note your energy on a 1 to 10 scale before noon. Watch it rise. With higher energy, you will say no junk, yes to the one thing. Why it matters: compounding starts with the body. If you are rested, you negotiate better, learn faster, and ship more. Question for the pillow: what would tomorrow look like if you woke up as the person who already takes care of future you? Drift off with that image. When the alarm comes, act it out, gently and without drama. This is the ground we build on. Clean slate, audit. Success needs space. Most people try to add good habits on top of cluttered calendars, messy rooms, noisy apps. The good habits suffocate. The rule tonight is subtraction. Get a notebook. Draw 3 columns: stuff, time, money. Under stuff, list the 10 things that annoy you in your space: cables, laundry piles, tabs, random subscriptions. Under time, list your week in blocks: sleep, work, commute, scrolling, gaming, errands, workouts, family, learning. Under money, list fixed costs, variable costs, and debts. No judgment, only facts. Tomorrow we remove the top 3 friction points from each column. For stuff, clear one surface completely and keep it empty, desk or nightstand. For time, delete one recurring low-value block and replace it with a 60-minute focus block labeled build. For money, cancel one subscription and set up an automatic minimum overpayment on your highest interest debt. Paradox: it feels slow to clean before building, but every removed friction saves energy daily. Why it matters: a clean slate reduces willpower drain and gives your best hours to compounding actions. Ask yourself, if a stranger saw my room, calendar, and bank statement, could they guess my priorities? After this audit, the answer starts to shift. Keep the. We will come back and remove more later. For now, fall asleep, picturing an empty desk, a simple calendar, money flows you control. Order first, growth second. Minimum viable morning. Minimum viable morning. We're not chasing a perfect routine. We're building one small, repeatable sequence that starts momentum daily. Rule 20-20-20. 20 minutes, body; 20 minutes, brain; 20 minutes, build. Body: light movement immediately after waking, walk, mobility, or push-ups against a wall. No heroics. Brain: read a single chapter of a high-leverage book in your field or on money, biography of a builder, sales basics, negotiation, personal finance. Build: one micro-deliverable that ships by the end of the 20 minutes. Examples: write a cold email, outline a short post, edit a paragraph, improve a resume bullet, prototype a thumbnail, tweak a landing page headline, price a simple offer. Use a visible timer. The 1-hour build block. Success loves a daily appointment. Set one protected hour every weekday, called build. It happens at the same time, in the same place, with the same ritual that starts it. Water on your desk, headphones on, timer set. This hour is not for planning, researching, or learning. It is for producing a tangible asset that moves you forward. Examples: write 300 words for your product page, draft a cold email to one dream client, edit the first 60 seconds of your video, price a service and publish the checkout link, improve one portfolio case with before-after results, design one thumbnail and export it, record a 90-second demo and upload it unlisted. Keep a build log: date, what shipped, where it lives, URL or folder, and the single metric touched: leads, revenue, retention, skill. If anyone calls, messages, or knocks during this hour, they meet your auto response in focus. back after Zurich Hell. The reason this works is simple. A small, certain, daily output beats a large, uncertain, occasional effort. This is the hour where identity changes from someone who wants success to someone who builds. You learn faster because reality gives feedback. You feel calmer because you don't bargain with yourself. The hour is already decided. Ask yourself, if I produced one tiny money-facing asset every weekday for a year, what would compound 50 assets? 50 chances for discovery calls, referrals, and sales. As you drift to sleep, picture tomorrow's hour already done. See the file saved, the email sent, the clip exported. The day bends around that hour like traffic around a closed lane. You're not avoiding the world, you're creating one. The single input metric. Many chase 10 goals and miss them all. Choose one daily input you control that predicts your outcomes and make it non-negotiable. This is not a vanity metric like followers. It is a behavior count. Examples by path. Creators count minutes published per week or videos shipped per month. Freelancers count outbound messages sent to qualified leads. Sellers count love demos per day. Career climbers count impact notes, emailed to manager each Friday with 3 measurable wins. Students count pages of spaced repetition cards reviewed. Pick one. Set a minimum that is easy on bad days and modestly hard on good ones. Track it on a wall calendar with a bold X. Protect the chain. This quiet pressure removes decision fatigue and emotional weather. If you hit the input, you celebrate. If not, you fix tomorrow. Layer a weekly review. Did your input produce the outcomes you care about? If yes, keep the input. If no, adjust the input size or the targeting, not your identity. Why this matters? The market pays for outcomes, but you only control inputs. A farmer can't force rain, only planting and tending. The single input metric is planting. Over time, you become the kind of person whose day contains a guaranteed, compounding action. Question for the pillow. If I only measured one behavior for the next 90 days, which one would quietly make me rich? Hold that answer lightly and sleep on it. Your brain will edit it by morning. Ship daily, publicly. Private effort is good, public proof is leverage. Once per day, publish something small that helps your future customer, hiring manager, or audience. This can be a 50-word post explaining a fix, a 45-second screen recording, solving a common problem, a before-after photo with 3 bullet lessons, a template, a checklist, a code snippet, a thumbnail teardown, or a short case study with numbers. Keep a simple content loop. Collect, save sparks in OneNote, create 30 minutes, ship, post in one place, archive, link into your asset library. Reflect, 1 sentence, what worked. Rotate, 4 content modes, teach, show, ask, sell, teach. Explain 1 concept, show, reveal your process and results. Ask, invite responses or questions. Sell, offer a next step, DM, calendar link, or product page. Remember the ratio, 3, teach, show posts for every 1, ask, sell. Why it works? Public shipping creates serendipity. People who can help you now have something to latch onto and share. Algorithms can't amplify drafts in your head. Shipping daily also cures perfectionism because tomorrow's post is coming no matter what. Keep the tone friendly, specific, and useful. Avoid arguing or vague motivation. Think, here's the fix I used, instead of grind harder. As you wind down tonight, imagine your queue already filled for the week. No pressure, just a calm rhythm. 1 small helpful thing per day. This is how quiet builders become visible. Raise the energy floor. If your baseline energy is low, every tactic feels heavy. Raise the floor so that average days become productive without heroics. 3 levers: hydration, movement, and food timing. Hydration: drink a large glass of water on waking and keep a bottle within reach until early evening. Movement: aim for 7 to 10K steps across the day and sprinkle in 2 short strength snacks, 5 slow push-ups, a 30-second plank, or bodyweight squats, morning and afternoon. Food timing: eat protein-forward meals earlier. Save the heaviest foods for after your main build block and avoid heavy sugar hits that crash your focus. Pair this with sunlight in your eyes for a few minutes after sunrise and a short walk after your largest meal to stabilize energy. Caffeine is a tool, not a crutch. Push your first coffee 60 to 90 minutes after waking and cut off 8 hours before bed. Track a simple energy score at noon each day from 1 to 10 and note what you did that morning. Over 2 weeks, patterns appear, then adjust. Maybe you need 1 extra hour of sleep, a lighter breakfast, a 10-minute mobility break at 11 a.m. Why it matters. Money follows decision quality and consistent execution. Both are easier when your body quietly supports you. Drift to sleep with gratitude for your body's signals. You're not trying to be extreme, you're trying to steady. A steady person wins compounding games. The attention diet. Your mind is your production line. Guard what enters. For the next 30 days, keep your phone on grayscale. Turn off all push notifications except calls from family. Delete one social app from your home screen and install a blocker that hides feeds and shorts during your build hours. Create an input menu you actually enjoy. High-signal newsletters, one trusted podcast, one book at a time, and a watch later playlist of only tutorials you'll use this week. When you feel the urge to scroll, do a 1-minute reset. Stand, breathe in 4, hold 2, out 6, then ask, what do I want to produce in the next 10 minutes? If the answer is unclear, open your build log and repeat yesterday's smallest success. Add a news fast. Check headlines at a fixed time for 5 minutes, never on wake or before bed. Replace doom with doing. Why this matters? Attention is not only focus, it is diet. Junk attention makes you anxious and scattered. Clean attention makes you calm and decisive. Overworks, the world will feel quieter. The same problems remain, but your brain is no longer hijacked. You will notice ideas that were drowned out before. Question for the night. Which input steals the most from you while pretending to be keeping up? Name it. Imagine placing it on a high shelf. You can always get it later, but not during your hours that matter. Choose your money skill stack. Pick 2 skills to stack for the next 12 months. One that makes value craft and one that moves value distribution. Craft could be writing, design, coding, video editing, data analysis, or sales copy. Distribution could be outbound prospecting, short-form content, SEO, partnerships, or paid ads if you can test cheaply and learn. The rule: go deep enough to be useful, not perfect. Select one primary arena industry problem and commit to speaking that language. Beginners make the mistake of learning 5 crafts and 0 distribution, or vice versa. You will do both, slowly. Build a 12-week curriculum. Week 1, 4 basics and foundations. Week 5, 8 projects with feedback. Week 9, 12 real small clients or public challenges. Every week, produce one portfolio artifact that proves the skill in context, a redesigned landing section with uplift reasoning, a mini report with charts and recommendations, a 60-second explainer, a cold email sequence with outcomes. Keep the artifacts in a single Notion or Google Drive folder and link it on a simple 1-page site. Why this matters? Income comes from solving a specific problem and being discoverable. The stack makes you both capable and findable. As you fall asleep, picture future you, introducing yourself in one clear sentence. I help who get result by craft pause distribution. That calm clarity attracts opportunities and repels noise. You don't need to be the best, just specific and consistent. The 24-hour hunt. Clarity beats complexity. Tonight you design a simple, fast, confidence-building offer you can sell within 24 hours. Pick one narrow pain you can relieve this week. Think repair, not reinvention. Improve YouTube thumbnail CTR, rewrite one about page for clarity. Audit a CV and add measurable bullets. Fix messy spreadsheet formulas. Edit the first 30 seconds of a video for hook strength. Set up a basic Notion dashboard for tasks. Define a concrete deliverable, a time box 90 minutes to 3 hours, and a cheerful guarantee. If you don't feel it's worth at least double, I'll refund you. No questions. Add one tiny bonus that costs you little but feels generous, a 5-minute Loom walkthrough, a checklist, or a template. Price it at $100 and move quickly and learn. Create a one-page checkout with 3 elements only: problem line, what you'll deliver by when, and the guarantee, no scrolling saga. Add 2 examples or mini before-after images if you have them. If not, use your own assets and explain your reasoning. Tomorrow's plan: message 10 people who already know you. Old classmates, co-workers, discords, small creators, with a 5-line note what you noticed. The micro offer, the finish time, the guarantee, and a clear link. Expect 2 yeses, 3 maybes, and some silence. That's learning, not rejection. After the first job, capture proof, a screenshot, a metric uplift, 1 sentence from the client, put it on the page. Repeat twice more and raise to 150T. Why it works: speed, specificity, and proof create momentum and teach you real market language. As you drift off, picture one happy customer reading your short page, thinking, finally, someone who'll just fix this. Tomorrow you're that person. The niche sentence: people buy from specificity. Craft a single sentence that orients every action this quarter. I help who get result by method without common fear. Examples: I help solo YouTubers lift thumbnail CTR 20-50% by rapid A/B redesigns without brand chaos. I help local cafes collect 100 pod emails in 14 days by a receipt to free coffee giveaway without spammy tactics. I help junior developers land interviews by rewriting CVs and GitHub rabies without buzzword soup. Test your sentence against 4 filters. Proof: can you show 2 examples? Speed: can you deliver a win in 7-14 days? Margin: does it pay at least 40 USD at first, with room to grow? And distribution: do you know where these people hang out online? If any answer is weak, tighten the who or the result, then update your bio, banner, and link page to repeat the sentence verbatim. Your next 3 assets should all align with it: a 60-second demo, a 1-page offer, a tiny case study. Resist the urge to add 3 more services. Depth now, variety later. Create a no list to protect the niche. Interesting but off-spec projects, friends asking for just this extra thing, and any task that drifts outside your sentence unless it is research for a future pivot. Review the sentence every 30 days. Keep, sharpen, or switch based on real feedback, not boredom. Why it matters: a clear niche sentence lets busy buyers self-select, refer you accurately, and remember you. It also calms your mind. Each day you know what to ship and who it's for. As you settle into sleep, repeat your sentence slowly. Let it become the quiet tagline of your next season. Proof over promises. Trust compounds when results are visible. Build a simple proof engine that runs weekly. Step 1. Baseline. For every client or personal project, record the before metric with a timestamp: CTR, conversion, response rate, watch time, minutes saved. Step 2. Intervention. Describe exactly what you changed and why in 3-5 bullets. Step 3. After. Measure again at a sensible interval. Step 4. Narrative. Package the story in 20 to 180 words with 1 image or short clip and a single bold number. Monitor 31% click-through after 3 contrast changes and 1 headline swap. Step 5. Social tile. Export a clean before-after graphic and schedule it for your daily public post. Step 6. Testimonial harvesting. Ask 1 precise question that makes the client specific. What changed in your metrics or workflow within 2 weeks? Avoid generic "they were great." Offer to draft a 1-sentence version they can edit to save time. House Heavyvid on a proof page. No fluff, just tiles you can scroll. With 3 proofs you have legitimacy. With 10 you have gravity. Add a light disclaimer where needed so you stay honest. Many factors affect CTR. These changes were made alongside a title update. Why it works: proof reduces buyer risk and quiets your own imposter voice. You stop selling yourself and start showing outcomes. Over time, your proof engine becomes your best salesperson, working while you sleep. Tonight, picture your page filling row by row with small, clean wins. You're not promising the moon, you're stacking stones into a sturdy path others can follow. Outbound that feels human. Opportunity rarely knocks. You knock politely. Build a 5-day outreach loop. You can run forever without hating it. The 5 by 5 method. Each weekday, identify 5 real people, spend 5 minutes learning each, and send a 5-line message. Sources: people who liked or commented on relevant posts, small creators near your niche sentence, local businesses with obvious quick wins, or hiring managers who posted a role you can partly solve as a contractor. Your message structure: 1. A genuine line that proves you looked. Noticed your last short loses viewers at 007 when the logo wipe hits. 2. A specific opportunity, a snappier hook and a brighter midtone could lift retention. 3. A tiny sample, here's a 12-second alt with 2 frames changed. 4. A low-friction next step, want me to do this for 3 videos this week for 150 BESD, refund if no lift. 5. A clear exit. If you're set, all good, cheering you on. Track everyone in a simple sheet: name, link, date, what you said, follow-ups on day 3 and day 7, outcome. Keep copies of your micro-samples in a folder, reuse the bones but always personalize the first line and the artifact. Do not argue. Do not chase beyond 2 follow-ups. Move on with warmth. Celebrate replies, not just sales. Conversations often boomerang later. Why it works. Respect plus specificity plus tangible help cuts through crowded inboxes. You're not begging. You're offering a small, obvious win. Before bed, visualize tomorrow's 5 messages already queued, short, kind, and useful. The calm of a system replaces the anxiety of hoping. Price with flaws and tiers. Confidence is a process, not a mood. Set a minimum acceptable rate. Mari and 3 clean tiers, so money talks feels simple. Your MAR is the lowest hourly equivalent you'll accept, even on learning projects. Calculate quickly. Living costs, so savings target, taxes, divided by realistic billable hours. If that's $25 hour today, fine. Write it down with a plan to raise it every 60, 90 days as proof grows. Now productize your main service into 3 tiers. Starter, fast, focused, single outcome, standard, deeper work, iteration, light reporting, and pro, highest touch, strategy, POS, implementation, weekly review. Price so the middle feels like the best value, with the top as an anchor. Example for thumbnail optimization: 150 starter, 1 redesign, Loom. 450 standard, 4 redesigns, A/B plan, 2 iterations. 1200 Tro, 8 redesigns, title consult, Core 30-day test plan, weekly check-ins. Link each tier to a clear delivery timeline and 1 result metric you'll target without overpromising. Add 2 policy lines to your offer page. 1 round of revisions include on starter, 2 on standard pro, and work begins after invoice. Delivery windows are calendar-based. Never write proposals from scratch. Use a 1-page template with swappable bullets. If a prospect asks for a custom discount, offer to reduce scope instead. If they want speed, add a rush multiplier. Why it works. Flaws protect your energy. Tiers frame the decision, and anchors reduce negotiation friction. As you fall asleep, imagine saying your prices calmly, without flinch. Not inflated, not apologetic. Just clear. Plant a recurring seed. One-off wins are oxygen. Recurring wins are roots. Choose 1 service you can deliver weekly or monthly that steadily improves a number clients care about. Think YouTube retention tune-ups, newsletter editing and A/B test, monthly analytics cleanup and insights, SEO quick wins with 3 tweaks per week, short-form repurposing from 1 long video, or deck polish for all-hands meetings. Define the recurring deliverables in plain language. Meetings, cadence, length, assets shipped, how many by when, and a reporting snippet, 1 chart or screenshot, plus a 3-bullet summary. Keep the scope light enough to protect your calendar but heavy enough to matter. Design a 90-day pilot. Month 1, establish baseline and quick wins. Month 2, deeper iteration. Month 3, stabilize and decide. Price monthly so the outcome feels fair relative to potential value, not hours. Add churn defense, a shared tracker visible to the client. A weekly, here's what shipped, here's next note. and a tiny surprise each month: pattern library, swipe file, or bonus idea. Practice the conversion line right after a one-off job goes well. Would it help if I kept this number moving every week for the next 3 months? I have a simple plan. Some will say no. You'll thank them. It keeps your roster honest. With 3 recurring clients, your month becomes calmer and your risk lower. That calm lets you think bigger: products, courses, or hiring help. As you nestle into sleep, picture a steady graph stepping upward, week by week. Fewer spikes, fewer droughts, just gentle rain on seeds you planted with care. Gentle personal CRM. Most wins come from warm humans, not cold algorithms. Build a tiny human personal CRM you can keep forever without dreading it. Open a simple spreadsheet or note with 5 columns: name, context, how you know them. Next, tiny help, check-in date, status. Start with 25 people you genuinely like: old classmates, coworkers, small creators you've chatted with, clients you enjoyed, mentors, suppliers, even neighbors. The rule is generosity first. How can I make their week 1% easier? Ideas. Introduce them to someone. Send a useful template. Record a 60-second loom answering a question they asked publicly. Share a brief teardown of their thumbnail. Leave a thoughtful comment with a micro insight. Schedule 2 20-minute nurture windows per week. In each window, pick 3 people, do 1 tiny help, and update the sheet. No selling in the first message. After you've been helpful twice, you can ask, would a quick call help? I've been doing X and can probably save you Y time. Use a soft cadence. Initial touch, follow up at day 7, check in at day 30, then every 60-90 days. Keep your notes short and factual. What mattered to them, their current project, any metrics they care about. Protect your tone: warm, specific, brief. Resist last updates. Choose direct messages that feel like a handwritten note. Why this works: most opportunities come from second and third degree ties that remember you as the helpful one. A personal CRM preserves that memory and turns kindness into compounding. Over months, you'll see patterns. Who replies quickly, which helps create real outcomes, which intros unlock rooms you couldn't enter alone. As you drift to sleep, imagine your small network as a constellation, quiet lines between stars you've tended with care. You're not chasing, you're cultivating. Roots over reach, depth over noise. Deliberate practice for money skills. Skill doesn't grow from repetition alone, it grows from specific feedback on specific mistakes. Choose 1 money skill from your stack: writing hooks, sales calls, editing first 30 seconds, cold email, landing page clarity, and create a deliberate practice loop you run daily for 45-60 minutes. 4 parts. Target, reps, feedback, fix. Target. Define the micro skill, as narrow as possible. First sentence that keeps 70% viewers, subject line that gets 40% opens, pricing paragraph with 1 strong anchor. Reps. Produce 10 to 20 variations quickly under a timer, not caring about perfection. Feedback. Compare against a reference set, top channels, high-converting pages, your own past winners, and get at least 1 external opinion weekly: mentor, peer group, Discord, subreddit. Fix. Write an error log with 3 columns: what I tried, what failed, what I'll change next. Keep the loop lightweight: the same doc, the same timer, the same time each day. Add a golden samples folder of your best outputs with notes on why they worked. Revisit before new reps to prime your brain. Every Friday, run a tiny challenge. Post your best example publicly and invite critique with 1 precise question. Reward yourself for the loop, not the outcomes. The outcomes follow. Why this matters: deliberate practice turns work hours into skill capital that can't be taken away. Your rates rise because your results become predictable. You become calm under pressure because you've seen the patterns 100 times. Tonight, picture tomorrow's practice block like scales for a pianist: simple, grounding, almost meditative. You're not chasing talent, you're installing it, 1 corrected mistake at a time. Quiet excellence pays loud dividends later. The 2-hour weekly CEO review. Life gets noisy. You need one quiet meeting where you are the CEO of you. Book a recurring 2-hour review every week, same day, same time. Divide it into 4 30-minute pieces. Score, ship, strategy, sweep. Score, open your single input metric and the 3 numbers that matter right now: leads, revenue, retention, or watch time. Mark green if you hit, yellow if you almost did, red if you missed. Write 1 sentence per metric. Cause you believe. Next step you'll test. Ship. List everything you shipped this week. Assets, posts, client deliverables with links. Celebrate output, not feelings. Strategy. Choose one needle move for the coming week. A single project that, if completed, would make other tasks easier or unnecessary. Break it into 3 concrete, calendar-ready actions. Put them on the calendar now, inside build blocks. Sweep. Clean your task list and inbox to 0. Convert lingering ideas into a someday maybe list so they stop stealing attention. End with a simple agenda for your next week. Big 3, daily input target, and 2 nurtures from your CRM. Optional but powerful. Write a short shareholder letter to yourself. 5 bullets on what you learned, where you felt resistance. 1 small brag, 1 thank you to someone who helped. Why it works. Without a review, you react. With a review, you direct. The 2-hour ritual builds a rhythm of intention followed by execution. Over months, these letters become a map of your compounding. As you settle into bed, imagine a tidy cockpit, gauges you understand, a flight plan for the week, and no loose cables underfoot. Calm focus is a business advantage. You're building it on purpose. Templates, SOPs, and 2-click starts. Friction kills consistency. Build a tiny operations library so every important task starts in 2 clicks. Choose your top 5 repeatable workflows: daily post, cold outreach, client kickoff, thumbnail redesign, weekly report. For each, create a 1-page SOP, standard operating procedure, with 3 parts. Trigger, when and why you start. Steps, bullet list with checkboxes. Output, what done looks like, with file naming. Then build matching templates. A content tile in your design tool with guides and preset text styles. A cold email doc with the 5-line structure and placeholders. A client kickoff questionnaire. A thumbnail teardown canvas with before, after, why. A weekly report page with 1 chart and 3 bullets. Store everything in 1 visible folder called Runbook. Link it from your bookmarks bar. Add a 2-click start rule. When a task appears on your calendar, the description contains a link directly to its template. No rummaging. Track how long each workflow takes. Find 1 bottleneck per week and shave it down. Text expanders for repeated phrases, keyboard shortcuts, saved search filters, a checklist laminated by your desk. Caution: only automate after you've done it manually for a while. Automating a messy process multiplies mess. Revisit SOPs monthly. Trim dead steps, clarify fuzzy ones, and add screenshots where you got confused. Why it matters. Systems aren't about rigidity. They're about saving decision fuel for creative, money-facing work. When starting is easy, shipping is inevitable. As you drift to sleep, imagine tomorrow's tasks as smooth on-ramps with clear signs. 2 clicks, and you're moving. No drama, just a gentle hum of progress. The sleep-rich money operating system. Money stress breaks focus and ruins sleep. Build a simple operating system that makes you feel safe while you grow. Open 4 buckets at your bank or virtual sub-accounts. Essentials, Freedom Fund, Emergency Runway, Growth Fund. On payday or invoice day, auto-split incoming money by percentages you can keep. 55-65%, essentials, rent, food, utilities. 15 to 25%, Freedom Fund, until you cover 3-6 months of expenses. 10-20%, growth, courses, tools, hiring help, small ad tests. 5-10%, fun, guilt-free play. If debt exists, route part of essentials to minimums and part of growth to overpayments on the highest interest. Create a Money Monday ritual, reconcile transactions, update a 1-page net worth and cash flow sheet, glance at taxes owed, and set next week's revenue target based on your input metric. Install a waiting room delay for non-essential purchases over $100. Wait 72 hours, then then buy if it still helps your main goal. Align recurring expenses to one card or date so you see the true monthly burn. Build a tiny safety ladder. 1,000 TARS fast mini fund, then 1 month of expenses, then 3 months, then 6. Celebrate each rung. Add a sleep switch, 2 rules that cut late night money spirals, no bank app after 8 p.m. And any surprise bill goes into a handle at review list for your next CEO session. Why it works: safety first, then growth. When you trust your system, you stop making panicked choices. Your brain quiets, your build hours improve, and compounding finally has room. Drift off picturing your freedom fund as a soft mattress. Every deposit adds a layer. You're not just getting rich, you're getting unshakable. The opportunity filter. Not every shiny thing deserves your time. Create a simple filter so you say yes only to opportunities that compound. 5 questions, scored 0-2 each. Specific fit. Does it match your niche sentence? Proof potential. Will it produce a clean before-after case? Leverage. Does it create an asset you can reuse? Template, system, public story. Relationship. Does it deepen a high-quality connection? Energy. Does it feel light, not heavy? A 7-10 or above is a yes. A 5-6 is a maybe, shrink scope, or delay. Below 5 is a polite no. Write 3 default no scripts that preserve goodwill. 1. Scope shrink. I can't do the full project, but I can deliver X by Friday for Y. 2. Delay. Calendar is full until date. Want me to revisit then? 3. Redirect. Not my best lane. Here are 2 people who might nail it. Keep a small someday shelf for ideas that don't pass now. Review monthly. Pair the filter with a week map. 3 big rocks from your CEO review. Get calendar time first, everything else must fit around them. If a new opportunity appears midweek, score it immediately. If it's a yes, replace a lower score task, not your build block. Why it matters. Success is subtraction guided by principle. Filters remove guilt and second guessing. They also teach others how to treat your time. Over months, you'll notice something gentle. Fewer context switches, more deep work, better results. As you close your eyes, imagine a clear, narrow path through a busy market. Noise waves on both sides. You walk straight, unhurried, toward the work that compounds. Clarity is a kindness you give your future self. Build a learning OS. Success is applied knowledge, not bookmarked inspiration. Create a simple learning operating system so every insight turns into output. Start with a single map, note titled, "This quarter's skill." Under it, list 1 craft, what makes value, and 1 distribution skill, what moves value. Give the quarter 1 theme, like magnetic hooks, short-form distribution. Now design a weekly cadence that never grows heavy. Monday, choose 1 tiny capability to acquire. Tuesday, Thursday, run 3 40-minute practice blocks, timer on, 1 micro skill only. Friday, synthesize and ship a public artifact, a short post, a screen recording, a before-after, a checklist. Use spaced repetition for facts and formulas only. 5 flashcards per week, maximum, tied to real work, not trivia. Capture notes in your own words. I changed X, metric moved Y, likely because Z. Add a teach-back rule. If you can't explain it simply in 2180 words, you don't own it yet. Each month, complete 1 mini project that forces integration, e.g. redesign 3 thumbnails for a niche channel and report watch time deltas, or rewrite 3 hero sections and document conversion changes. Gate your consumption. No buying a new course until the last one produces a portfolio artifact. Set a monthly review. What skill shifted your earning power the most? Double down there. Archive everything in a single folder with a simple index. Artifacts, error logs, golden samples. Next experiment why this works. A learning OS keeps you from drifting among endless tutorials while calming you with a rhythm. Decide, practice, teach, ship. Your knowledge stops floating and starts paying rent. As you ease into sleep, picture your quarter as a clear path of stepping stones. Each week adds 1 stone. You don't need a library, you need a well-used toolkit. and you're building it piece by piece. Design a focus fortress. Your environment should make good choices automatic and bad ones awkward. Split your world into two spaces, deep and adim. Deep is sacred, creation, analysis, hard thinking. Admin is everything else. Email, chat, scheduling, errands. Give deep a dedicated time block, daily, and a physical or digital boundary. Noise cancelling on, phone on airplane in a drawer, single app in full screen, website blocker active, door sign or status set to heads down. Create a start ritual that takes 90 seconds. Water, 1 breath pattern, 4 in, 2 hold, 6 out. Open the exact file you'll touch. Write the first ugly sentence or place the first rough cut. Use 50-on-10 or 75-15 sprints. Pick one and stick with it for a month so your body learns the cadence. Interruptions will happen. Install a catch and park move. Write the thought on a sticky or dump it into a caption note, then return to the line you were editing. Protect edges with a safe exit routine. 5-minute wrap-up. Name what's next. Leave the next file open with a single bullet that starts tomorrow. For admin, batch tasks into 2 windows max and set inbox rules. Auto-archive newsletters to a read later. Collapse threads, pin only what requires action, and keep a 1-sentence policy for scheduling. Propose 2 times, confirm, move on. Once a week, audit your fortress. What tempted you? What helped you? Which friction saved you from a rabbit hole? Remove 1 distraction and add 1 comfort. Better chair support, a plant, a lighter lamp, a cleaner dock. Why it matters. Focus is a competitive advantage because most people can't hold it. A fortress externalizes discipline, so willpower isn't your bottleneck. As you drift off, imagine tomorrow's deep space like a quiet library waiting for you. Your work will be there, undisturbed, ready to move. Humane selling that feels like helping. Money follows problems solved. Selling is simply learning the problem language and offering a calm next step. Build a discovery script that fits on a note card. Sections, context. What made you reach out now? Target. If this goes well in 30 days, what number changes? Constraints, budget, timeline, people, current attempt. What have you tried? Fit check. Sounds like X is the lever, is that right? Practice silence. Let them finish their thought. Mirror back specifics. So the first 10 seconds lose 40% of viewers, mostly at the logo wipe. Ask permission to share. Can I show you a 12-second alt that might keep more people through the hook? Keep your overgear tight. 1 reason, 1 example, 1 next step. Price with clarity. Present 2 scopes that match their urgency and risk tolerance. Never apologize for price. Anchor with value and process. This is a 3-video sprint across 10 days with a retention report and a loom explaining changes. If it's not a fit, say so quickly and offer a lighter lift alternative or a referral. That honesty compounds trust. Record calls only with consent, then review the tape to build a warm phrase bank. Exact words clients use for pain and relief. Those words go on your page, not your clever ones. Follow-up rhythm. Same-day summary, 3 bullets. Problem, plan, price. Day 3, nudge. Questions I can clear. Day 7, close the loop message. If no, tag as not now and set a 60-day check-in with 1 unsolicited helpful artifact, not a poke. Why it works. Humane selling reduces pressure for both sides. You're not convincing, you're diagnosing, demonstrating, and letting them choose. As you settle into sleep, imagine your next conversation as 2 people on the same side of the table, looking together at the problem. Warmth plus specificity wins. Turn know-how into a tiny product. Services teach you patterns. Products let those patterns earn while you sleep. Pick 1 repeatable fix you deliver and package it into a tiny, useful product. Formats: a template pack, thumbnail frameworks with text guides, a checklist with examples, first 30 seconds hook audit, a mini playbook, 10 cold email openers with use cases, a calculator simple ROI sheet, or a micro course 1 hour, 3 modules, 5 downloads. Scope for speed. Promise 1 outcome, keep it shippable in 7-14 days. Outline on a single page. Who it's for, when to use it, steps, mistakes to avoid, and 3 real-world demos. Produce scrappy but clear assets. Screens, short looms, Google Docs, PNGs. Price simply. A calm $19.49 to start, with a friendly license that allows buyers to use it in their own business. Build a lean sales page. Headline using client words. 3 proof tiles. What's inside, who it's for, not for, and a guarantee. If it doesn't save you an hour this week, email me for a refund. Distribution. Announce to your daily public ship audience, DM past clients who would benefit, and offer 2 creative friends a free copy for honest feedback. Iterate after the first 20 buyers, improve instructions where people got stuck. Add 1 bonus, tighten examples, add a version number and a simple changelog. Returning to improve products is part of the game. Keep your support promise small but reliable. 48-hour email replies, 1 clarification loom per buyer, if needed. Why it matters. A tiny product turns your time into an asset and teaches you pricing, packaging, and customer onboarding. It won't replace your income at first, but it will change your identity. You're not just renting skill, you're building shelves of value. As you drift sleep, picture 1 sale email arriving while you rest. Quiet, small, real. Run asymmetric experiments. Big wins often come from small tests with capped downside and open upside. Build a 12-week asymmetry calendar. Each week, 1 experiment with a clear hypothesis, a tiny budget or time box, and a single success metric. Examples. Test a new hook framework across 3 shorts. Try a 30 ad to a tiny product page to learn the click language. Email 25 niche founders with a novel subject line. Add a pricing anchor tier and track acceptance. Post daily teardown threads in a focused community for 7 days. Write the experiment on an index card. Because belief, I predict measurable outcome if I do action for time budget. Success looks like number. Put a kill switch on every test. If the metric isn't met, stop, log the lesson, and move on without shame. If it works, double once, then stabilize and systemize. Maintain a visible idea bank ranked by cost, learning value, and upside. Pull from the top weekly. Protect the rest of your work from experiment creep core. Build blocks still happen. Share results publicly in small doses. People love learning from real numbers and will often add insights you missed. Over time, you'll develop instincts about what is actually leverage in your niche. The point isn't to be clever, it's to be curious in a disciplined way. Why it matters. Most people either never try small bets or let them sprawl until they become distractions. Asymmetric experiments teach you to touch the world and listen. Each week becomes a gentle swing at the piñata. You don't need luck every time, just enough hits to find what showers candy. As you close your eyes, imagine next week's card written already. Short, specific, manageable. Curiosity sleeps well when the plan is simple. The trust ledger. Reputation is a bank account built from tiny deposits. Do what you said when you said with kindness. Start a trust ledger, 1 page with 3 columns. Promise, due, status. Every commitment goes here, from client deliverables to a callback you owe a friend. Review it morning and evening for 3 minutes. When life happens, update proactively. I'm sliding delivery by 24 hours. Here's what's done, here's what's left, here's a small bonus for the delay. Most frustration comes not from delays but from silence. Add 2 habits that compound trust. Rapid acknowledgements. Got it, expect it by Thursday 5 p.m. and clear boundaries. I don't work Sundays, I'll reply Monday morning. Build referability rules into your work. Clean files, tidy handoffs, short loom walkthroughs, a 1-page summary that survives in the client's team wiki. After each project, run a 5-minute after action. What went well, where I wobbled, 1 process tweak. Store your notes. Patterns will appear. Maybe your estimates are optimistic by 20% or feedback loops take longer than expected. Adjust publicly. I now add a buffer day for review. Ask for temenos with an easy template that prompts specifics. Before working together, our CTR was X. After the 3 changes, it became Y within Z days. Sprinkle gratitude. A quick thank you note after payments, a shout out to collaborators, a referral sent without being asked. Protect your name by saying no to work that would force you to cut corners. Money lost today is reputation gained. Pomero. Why it matters. Trust reduces friction. Deals close faster. Rates rise quietly. And people defend you when you're not in the room. As you drift off, imagine your name traveling through small conversations as reliable kind gets results. That's wealth too. Social capital that keeps paying. A portfolio that sells while you rest. Think of your portfolio as a quiet storefront that stays open when you're asleep. Keep it to one page. Top section. A single, specific headline using your niche sentence, then one subline that names the number you move. Place a simple CTA button that says exactly what happens next. Book a 15-min fit call or order the starter sprint. Directly beneath, stack 3 proof tiles. Each tile shows a before-after, one bold number, 131% CTR in 10 days, 3 bullets describing changes, and a link to a 90-second Loom walkthrough. Add a short How I Work strip. Discovery, prototype, test, iterate. Under that, list 2 productized offers with clear deliverables, turnaround windows and guarantees. Include your prices or a price range so buyers self-qualify. Keep design plain, generous white space, one readable font, large tap targets, no carousel, mobile first, test with your phone only. Does it load in 3 seconds on data? Use compressed images, descriptive alt text and thumbnails with keywords a buyer would search. Add a tiny FAQ that reduces risk. What if it doesn't work? How do revisions work? What access do you need? Include a who I'm not for line to build trust. End with a human fragment. A single paragraph about why you care about this problem, not a personality essay. Add analytics so you see visits and clicks, and a warm calendaring tool with buffers around meetings so you never sprint into a call frazzled. Maintenance ritual. Once per week, replace one tile with fresher proof. Rotate your top CTA if your calendar fills, and archive old work to a case library page. Why it matters. Buyers are busy. Clarity closes. A tidy page answers doubts without drama and lets your results whisper for you. As you settle in, picture that quiet storefront glowing on a side street. Simple sign, clear door, real goods. People can find you now. Calm negotiation. Clear boundaries. Negotiation is controlled clarity, under kind pressure. Anchor first with value, not hours. Identify the number they care about, CTR, time saved, revenue lift. Tell a brief story of moving that number, then present 2 scopes with outcomes, timelines, and prices. Use bracketing, a starter that solves the smallest slice quickly, and a standard that addresses the full problem with iterations and reporting. The presence of pro can serve as an anchor even if few buy it. Ask one question, then go quiet. Silence reveals concern. Convert discounts into trades. If we remove the second iteration and push reporting to monthly, I can do X. Keep concessions symmetrical and documented in a 1-page summary immediately after the call. Require a deposit to start. 50% is common for short sprints. Set payment milestones by calendar date rather than completion of subjective phases, and include a simple kill fee clause if projects pause. Put revision policy in plain language with examples of what counts as a revision versus a new request. If procurement appears with red lines, respond with a friendly legal light version of your terms. Never start over. Point to your standard practice if-then boundaries. If feedback arrives by Wednesday 12:00, then delivery stays Friday. Otherwise, we roll to Monday. Keep a bait and a best alternative visible to yourself. A waitlist client, retainer work, product sales, so you can say no without panic. After each negotiation, add to your phrase bank lines that worked, objections you handled, phrases that triggered confusion. Rehearse with a friend for 5 minutes before big calls to lower adrenaline. Why it matters. Boundaries protect energy, and clear trades preserve trust. You are not pushing people, you're aligning expectations, so both sides can sleep. Drift off imagining your next negotiation as 2 columns on a page, scope and price lined up neatly. No knots in your stomach, only a steady hand. Tiny delegation, with big ROI. Buying back an hour a day compounds like quietly reinvesting dividends. Start by listing tasks that must be you. Strategy, sales calls, final decisions, and tasks that can be taught. Research, first cuts, formatting, captioning, thumbnail variations, data cleanup. For teachable tasks, create a 5-minute loom walking through a perfect example while narrating decisions. Pair that video with a one-page checklist and a definition of done, including timelines, export settings, and where the file lives. Post a tiny paid test, a single deliverable with a fixed spec, a 48-hour window and a small budget. Hire 2 candidates to run the same test. Pick the one who hits details without babysitting and communicates clearly. Start with a 2-week trial at 5-10 hours a week. Use a simple cadence, a Monday brief with priorities and examples, a midweek check-in, and a Friday wrap with links, time spent, blockers, and one suggestion to improve the process. Pay on time, praise precisely in public, and correct revive with screenshots, not paragraphs. Add a quality bar doc that shows 3 tiers of acceptable work, so good is visual. Resist the urge to dump your chaos. Delegate outcomes, not chores. Deliver 3 hook options that keep 70% retention past 007, not do stuff for my video. Track the ROI, time saved, throughput increased, revenue influenced. If ROI is unclear after a month, adjust or part ways kindly. Tools matter less than rhythm. A shared folder named identically every week is often enough. Caution, never outsource your core promise. Delegate the steps around it. You remain responsible for the result. Why it matters. Your ceiling is your time. When you buy back the low leverage hours, you spend more in deep work, offers, proof, partnership. As you drift to sleep, imagine tomorrow's tasks already half done by a capable teammate, arriving neatly labeled while you sip coffee. Peaceful productivity. Money hygiene and safe foundations. Strong growth sits on boring, steady pillars. Separate your money early. One business account for income and expenses, one tax bucket, one owner pay bucket, one savings bucket. Route every euro through the business account so records stay clean. Create a weekly bookkeeping habit. Categorize transactions, attach receipts, snap and upload, and reconcile balances to the cent. Keep invoices numbered in order with clear payment terms and late fee language. Send them the same day you finish work. Set aside a fixed percentage of every payment into your tax bucket immediately. Treat it as not your money. If debt exists, track balances and rates on one page and automate minimums while targeting the highest interest for extra payments. Maintain a light risk list: subscriptions, tools, and renewals. Cancel or downgrade what you didn't use this month. Protect yourself. Written agreements for every project, even small ones. Laying out scope, timeline, deliverables, revision policy, confidentiality, and ownership. Back up your critical folders in 2 places, cloud plus an external drive on a weekly schedule. Keep a password manager, never reuse. For legal tax specifics, consult a qualified local professional. Rules vary by country and change. Your goal is not to become an accountant, but to stay clear, compliant, and calm. Add a quarterly disaster drill. If your laptop died or a platform banned you, how fast could you be working again? List steps and plug the holes. Include a small insurance review, equipment, liability appropriate to your work. Why it matters. Money hygiene reduces midnight fear and frees attention for billing. You make decisions from stability instead of scarcity. As you close your eyes, think of your finances as tidy shelves, labels facing out, nothing wobbling. Success feels safer when the floor is solid. The 2 email lead engine. Leads arrive more softly when you offer real help first. Build a tiny, evergreen lead magnet that loves one narrow pane in 10 minutes. A hook checklist, a retention first aid kit, a cold email 5-liner with examples, a ROI sheet. Create a 1-screen landing page. Headline naming the pane, 3 bullets of what's inside, 1 mock-up image, 1 form. After sign-up, send exactly 2 emails that deliver more value than expected. Email 1. Instantly. The download plus a short story of how to use it this week, 1 quick win task, and an invitation to hit reply with their current number, CTR, response rate, etc. Email 2, 48 to 72 hours later. A gentle, personalized follow-up with a micro case study, one mistake to avoid, and a soft offer. If you'd like me to apply this to your channel site next week, here's the starter sprint. No daily drip, no overwhelm. Then once per week, send a short field note to everyone. A before-after tile, a 90-second loom, or a checklist you refined, always tied to the number you move. Segment lightly by interest if you can, but don't overbill. Add a small PS asking a question that invites replies. Conversations turn subscribers into clients. Promote the magnet quietly. Link it in your bio, pin it under your most useful posts, include it at the end of your looms, and mention it on discovery calls as a free resource. Track 3 metrics only. Visitors to signups, signups via replies, replies booked calls. Improve the weakest link monthly. Why it matters: a tiny engine lets future clients test your thinking before they risk budget. Trust rises, sales feel like the next logical step, and your list becomes a compounding asset. As you drift to sleep, imagine your inbox with a few warm replies waiting. Real people, real pains, already. The tiny partner flywheel. Partnerships multiply your reach without ads. Make a simple partner map. 3 columns: who serves the same audience, what complementary value you can bring, what easy collaboration looks like. Think editors who don't do thumbnails, newsletter writers who don't do video, niche creators who would love a teardown, small SaaS tools your clients use, or local agencies that overflow. Start with a low-risk, high-signal offer, a 20-minute co-teardown live or recorded, a shared mini-guide with both logos, or a bundled starter sprint where you handle X and they handle Y for a single fixed price. Propose with a 5-line note. 1 genuine reason you like their work, the overlap you see, the tiny collab idea, what you'll do to make it easy, draft outline, assets, edit, and the upside for their audience. Keep revenue shares clean and simple for bundles, A's 6-40 after fees, and document it in 1 page. Pay out on a predictable cadence. Build a mirrored landing section on both of your sites, so buyers feel continuity. After each collaboration, harvest proof for both sides and agree on a next step, or agree it was a one-off, and thank them publicly. Protect your brand. Say no to partners whose process would force you to cut corners. Aim for 3 ongoing partner relationships rather than 10 shallow ones. Depth compound. Add a quarterly partner day to your calendar. Reach out to new candidates. Refresh assets. Propose 1 fresh idea to each active partner. Why it matters: partners open doors you can't push alone. New audiences, credibility by association, bundled value that feels like a steal. The flywheel starts small but gains weight with every good experience shared. As you nestle into sleep, picture a simple triangle: you, a partner, and the audience. Value flowing around it smoothly. Quiet collaboration, steady growth. Theme days and mode switching. Context switching leaks profit. Design your week so your brain stays in 1 gear at a time. Create 2 modes: maker, deep production, and manager, communication, coordination, admin. Then assign theme days to reduce random hopping. A simple map: Monday outreach, manager, 5 genuine messages, 2 follow-ups, 1 partner proposal. Tuesday build, maker, 2 uninterrupted 90-minute blocks for shipping assets that move the number you own. Wednesday proof maker, tests, ABs, retention fixes, before-after packages. Thursday sell manager, discovery calls, proposals from templates, price scope decisions. Friday systems manager, maker, SOP updates, template refresh, dashboard cleanup, and a 60-minute experiment. Saturday recharge, human, long walk, sunlight, reading for joy, no dashboards. Sunday plan manager, your quiet 2-hour CEO review and week setup. Color code your calendar so you can feel the mode at a glance. Build landing strips at the end of each maker block. Write the next 3 actions in the file and leave the cursor where tomorrow begins. For manager blocks, keep a reply queue you clear twice a day. Everything else waits. When a surprise interrupts, apply the 3S rule. Stop, 1 breath, slot, schedule when it fits the theme, or say no. Use your pre-written scripts. Protect handoff rituals. At day's end, send a "what shipped, what's next" note to yourself or your client, so the loop closes. If you must bend the plan, bend it forward. Trade time within the same mode. Don't mash modes together. Why it works. Your brain conserves context in bigger pieces, making work feel smoother and faster. Over a month, you'll notice fewer half-finished tasks and cleaner output. As you lie down, imagine your week as a neatly labeled toolbox. Tomorrow, you only open one drawer. Calm focus multiplies quietly when it isn't constantly reassembled. A signal-rich identity style kit. Being remembered is a revenue skill. Build a tiny style kit that makes your work instantly recognizable and faster to produce. Start with a one-page brand spine. Who you help, the number you move, the tone you use, calm, specific, generous, and 5 never rules. No vague hustle quotes, no drama bait, no jargon without examples. Add a visual kit for creators. A thumbnail grid with 3 reusable layouts, 2 font pairings, safe margins, and a set of background textures you can recolor. Bake in a contrast rule, subject bright, background mid, text bold, one accent only. For writers or service pros, create a doc kit, headings, call-outs before-after boxes, and a 3 bullets pars 1 number proof block. Build a voice kit, 5 phrases you repeat that signal your method, before-after why, 1 metric that matters, ship small daily, plus a list of clients' own words harvested from calls. Keep a bio kit in short, medium and long versions that match your niche sentence exactly. Paste it everywhere so discovery feels consistent. Add a CTA kit with 2 defaults, starter sprint and 15-min fit call, each linked to the simplest possible page. Store everything in one style folder with names like 01 thumbnails, 02 documents, 03 copy blocks. Automate the start when you open your design tool or doc. It loads a template, not a blank screen. Schedule a monthly 44-minute refresh. Replace 1 weak element, add 1 new sample, retire 1 style that didn't perform. Track brand assets like products, version numbers, a changelog, and notes on CTR retention lift. Why it matters. A signal-rich identity reduces buyer friction. Oh, it's them, and reduces production friction. Open templates, swap parts, ship. Over time, your consistency becomes a moat. Recommendations become easier because people can describe you in 1 line. As you drift off, picture your style kit like a tidy suitcase, always packed, always ready for the next trip. The 24-hour reset protocol. Success isn't the absence of misses, it's the speed of recovery. Build a reset protocol you can run anytime you stall, panic, or fall behind. Step 1. Physiology first 20 minutes. Hydrate, step outside for sunlight or a brisk walk, do 20 slow breaths in 4, hold 2, out 6, eat something simple with protein. This resets your nervous system and stops spiral thinking. Step 2. Reality check. 15 minutes. Open your trust ledger and calendar. What promises exist? Which are at risk? Write 1 honest status line per promise. Step 3. Renegotiate, 20 minutes. Send 3 messages now. Here's what's done, what's left, new delivery time, and a small bonus for the slip. People fear silence more than delays. Step 4. Triage board, 15 minutes. 3 columns must ship today, can slip 2472s. Delete defer, limit must ship 1 or 2 deliverables only. If the list grows, you're lying to yourself. Step 5. Micro start. 25 to 45 minutes. Set a timer and perform the smallest, irreversible action. Export a draft, push a branch, record the first 30 seconds. Write the first paragraph. Compose the first outreach. Irreversible means it leaves a footprint somewhere outside your head. Step 6. Sleep guardrails. Tonight. Same bedtime, no caffeine after mid-afternoon, phone outside the room. You cannot outrun burnout. Step 7. Post-mortem. Tomorrow. 10 minutes. Write 3 bullets, trigger that derailed you, early warning you missed, 1 system tweak. Maybe you overcommitted, maybe feedback cycles were longer, maybe energy dipped. Install a fix, a larger buffer, clearer revision policy, an earlier draft checkpoint. Why it works. A reset you can trust turns shame into action. You learn to be the kind of person who begins again quickly and kindly. As you settle under the blanket, tell yourself, I get to start small tomorrow, and small compounds. The day ends clean. Run on numbers, not nerves. Feelings are weather, numbers are maps. Choose a small dashboard you'll actually look at weekly. Creators, top of funnel, CTR, mid, average view duration or 30-second retention, bottom, clicks to offer or email signups, service pros, leads per week, calls booked, close rate, average project value, delivery time, client retention. If you sell products, visitors, conversion rate, average order value, refund rate, track in a simple sheet with a date column and a weekly row. Add a brief why, what, next note, so future you remembers context. Pair each metric with the nearest lever, CTRP, thumbnail title, AVDP, first 30 seconds, conversion P, offer clarity and proof, close rate P, discovery script and tier framing, delivery time P, SOPs and templates. Use comparison windows that make sense, week over week for consistency, rolling 4-week averages for trend, and before-after windows for experiments. Beware vanity. Followers without conversion are applause without invoices. Visits without time on page are curiosity without trust. Every Friday, pick one weak link and design a tiny experiment for the coming week. Change one variable, cap time or spend, define success, document failed tests neutrally in your error log. Celebrate the learning, not just the win. Share selective numbers publicly to attract peers and clients who value clarity. Install an emission to action shortcut. When you feel anxious, open the dashboard, ask which metric is red, choose the nearest lever, run a 30-minute fix. Why it matters. When numbers lead, decisions get lighter and sleep gets deeper. You replace vague dread with specific dials you can move. Drift off imagining your dashboard as a cockpit with only a few gauges and your hand steady on the right knob. Upgrade your earning power, skill equity, market equity. Wealth grows when you turn skill into leverage. Build a simple ladder for the next 12 months. Rung 1. Raise your minimum acceptable rate via proof. Every 2 months, add 2 new tiles and nudge price 10-20%. Rung 2. Productize into outcomes, not hours. 2 clear packages with concrete deliverables and timelines. Rung 3. Specialize deeper, own 1 painful slice, e.g. first 10 seconds retention for science channels or hero section clarity for B2B sales. Rung 4. Add advisory, offer a 60 to 90-minute strategy session with a 1-page action plan and 30-day check-in. Many will pay for clarity before they buy execution. Rung 5. Stack assets, templates, micro courses, calculators that sell while you sleep, and seed your pipeline. Rung 6. Operate a barbell for risk, a safe base, recurring clients, or part-time role, plus upside bets, flagship offer, partnerships, product rev share. Rung 7. When demand exceeds supply for 60 to 90 days, test a helper hire for low leverage steps under your SOPs. Keep quality control and final decisions. Build a rate card you never send, but that centers you during calls. It contains your flaws, rush multipliers, and scope swaps. Track a single North Star income metric you control. Billable output hours replaced by package outcomes shipped. Decide how you reinvest a percentage to your growth bucket, tools, training, help, and a percentage to your freedom fund so you can say no to bad fit. For long-term investing outside the business, follow local laws and consider getting personalized advice. The principle here is simple. Don't risk money you need to sleep, and let your business be your highest return learning machine. As you rest, picture your ladder, simple, sturdy, and yours to climb at your pace. You're translating skill into market power step by step. Build a flagship offer and signature method. A flagship offer is a clear promise wrapped in a repeatable method that buyers can understand in 30 seconds. Name the problem, name your method, name the number it moves. Example, the first 10 method. A 14-day sprint that lifts your first 10 seconds retention so the rest of your video can work. Or the clarity fold. A 10-day hero section rewrite that raises demo requests. Give your method a 4-step map with verbs: discover, prototype, test, iterate. For each step, define inputs, outputs, and the artifact. Loom, doc, tiles. Package 2 scopes. Sprint, fast, focused. limited revisions, and transformation deeper with weekly reviews and training for their team. Build a single-page sales doc with problem in their words, your map, proof tiles, timeline with calendar dates, responsibilities and guarantee. If we don't hit an agreed leading indicator by day 14, I'll extend 1 week at no charge. Run a 3-client pilot at a founder-friendly price in exchange for access to metrics and a tight testimonial. Schedule check-ins on days 3, 7, and 14. Harvest before-after stories ruthlessly. Create enablement assets, a kickoff questionnaire, a test plan template, a keep to gains checklist. Record a 5-minute explainer video walking through the method. Embed it in your page so buyers pre-qualify. Train your language until it feels like a poem. 1 sentence for the promise, 1 for the method, 1 for the next step. When prospects ask for something outside the flagship, route them to your starter sprint or say no. The focus, FUDs, power. After 5 successful sprints, raise price and add a small advisory or retainer that maintains the number monthly. Why it matters. A flagship lets you become the person for X, making referrals crisp and the negotiations stored. As you drift to sleep, imagine your signature method drawn on a napkin. Simple lines, strong edges, obvious value. The kind of clarity people pay for. Build an audience home base. Social platforms are rented land. You'll grow faster and sleep easier when you have a home you control. Create a simple home base with 3 pieces: a 1-page site, a weekly field note email, and a quiet community space. Keep the site minimal, your niche sentence at the top, 2 proof tiles, 2 clear next steps, start a sprint or 15-minute fit call, and a sign-up for your field note. The field note is a short, useful email you can write in 20 minutes. 1 before-after tile, a 90-second loom, or a checklist tied to the number you move. Send it the same day each week. Reliability beats length. For the community, choose the smallest container that won't steal your attention. Could be a private email list with reply threads, a low-key Discord channel with 1 drone wins and 1 help room, or a simple Circle Telegram group. Pin 3 norms: be kind, be specific, show your numbers when you can, onboard new people with a single welcome note, what you help with, how to ask for feedback, where to find your best resources. Create 2 recurring rituals that require little from you but create outsized value. A monthly teardown session, members submit assets. You review 3 live and a first 10 seconds Friday, where everyone posts a short clip or hook and gives 2-line feedback to the person above. Your goal is not size, it's density. Real practitioners helping each other move 1 metric. Use your home base to de-risk experiments. Float a new offer, test a small product, ask for 5 beta users. At least once a month, invite a complimentary expert for a short co-session. Partnerships grow naturally when you give them a platform. Why it matters. Algorithms change. Email and community endure. A home base catches serendipity, turns strangers into warm contacts, and gives you a place to ship even when social is noisy. As you drift off, imagine a porch light quietly glowing your corner of the internet, tidy, welcoming, and your. Do real-world research. Weekly. Ideas sharpen when they meet reality. Install a small, repeatable research habit so your offers, content, and products speak your audience's exact language. Block 1 60-minute session each week, called fieldwork. Structure it in thirds, first 20 minutes. Voice of customer mining. Read 5 posts, comments, or reviews where your people complain about the problem you solve. Copy exact phrases into a single doc under headings: pains, desired outcomes, objections, vivid metaphors. Highlight sentences with emotional punch. Those often become headlines. Second 20 minutes. Competitor and adjacent teardown. Pick 1 site, landing page, thumbnail set, or short-form account. Ask, where is clarity? Where is fluff? What proof do they show? What gap could you fill? Take 2 screenshots and write 3 bullets. Steal, good; skip, bad; subvert, opportunity. Third 20 minutes. Conversational touchpoint. DM 1 person who fits your ideal buyer and ask 1 focused question. What have you already tried to fix X? Or, if I could wave a wand and change one number in 14 days, which would you pick? Offer a tiny help in return, a checklist or loom. End fieldwork by turning research into a deliverable, a headline variation, a hook script, a price positioning tweak, or a mini-proof tile using the words you collected. Store everything in one research, their artifact folder, so inputs become outputs without delay. Monthly, review your doc and prune. Keep it sharp, not bloated. Quarterly, run 3 15-minute interviews on a single theme and publish a short summary for your audience. Teaching your research makes you a magnet for better data. Why it matters. Research prevents you from selling what you like instead of what they need. Exact words reduce friction in sales and content. As you relax into sleep, picture a small notebook by your side filled with phrases that feel true. Tomorrow you'll use them and your work will click. Design a gentle referral engine. Referrals are warm, fast, and inexpensive. If you make them easy and safe, build a referral engine with 3 triggers and 3 tools. Triggers. After a successful delivery, we hit 27% CTR. Do you know one creator who'd love this sprint after a public win you've shared? If a friend needs this, I'll prioritize 2 slots this month. And after a kind testimonial, would you be open to introducing me to one peer who struggles with X? Tools. A 1-paragraph forwardable blurb that explains who you help and the result in plain words. A simple referral link that lands on a proof-rich page, and a small, tasteful thank you. A credit on future work, a private teardown, or a donation to a cause they care about. Create a referral pack you can drop in seconds. The blurb, 2 before-after tiles, and calendar link. Add safety language for your referrers. No pressure. If it's not a fit, I'll say so fast. Track referrals in a tiny sheet with columns for source, intro date, outcome, thank you sent. Once per quarter, run a low-key friends and referrers day. Share a private update, a resource bundle, and your next 2 available sprint weeks. Celebrate people who introduced you, publicly, if they're comfortable. Layer in Varna referrals from level 33. Offer a co-branded starter sprint with clear revenue share and a shared case tile. Quality matters more than quantity. 2 right-fit introductions can shape a year. Avoid referral spam by making the ask specific. One person who struggles with measurable pain and wants a result in time window. Why it matters. Referrals transfer trust, shorten sales cycles, and keep marketing humane. They also remind you to deliver experiences worth talking about. As you nestle in, imagine your name traveling through a couple of kind conversations. No hype, just they helped me. They'll help you too. Anti-burnout seasons and deload weeks. Growth is a marathon with hills. Plan seasons so you can push hard without snapping. Divide your year into 4 13-week cycles. Weeks 1-10 are build season. Weeks 11-12 are deload. Week 13 is reset. During build, you run your full cadence. Daily ship, 1 weekly experiment, 2 nurture windows, and your CEO review. During deload, you cut load by 40%. Keep only the non-negotiables, sleep, 1 build block, the field note, and pause experiments, calls, and ambitious launches. Replace with maintenance tasks, research reading, and light training on a new tool. In reset week, you step back entirely from sales and heavy production for 3 heavy 5 days. Do your annual style review, prune commitments, and decide a single theme for the next season. Inside each week, protect 1 Sabbath window of at least 12 to 24 hours, where no work is allowed. Phone away, sunlight, friends, long walk, simple food. Add physiological guardrails, bedtime discipline, caffeine cutoff, 7 10K steps, and 2 strength snacks. Recognize early signs of strain, doom scrolling, snappy emails, skipping the morning micro win. Use your 24-hour reset protocol, level 36. At the first wobble, don't wait until the wheels come off. Bake in restoration activities you actually enjoy, a playlist for deep work, a recipe you can make on autopilot, a park loop you like. If a crisis hits mid-season, convert the next week to deload immediately. You won't lose momentum, you'll protect compounding. Why it matters. Consistency creates compounding, and compounding needs sustainability. Planned rest keeps your best hours sharp and your mood even. As you close your eyes, picture your year like tides: push, ease, reset. You are allowed season. In fact, seasons are how forests and businesses grow. Risk, rights, and calm compliance. Calm businesses sleep better because surprises are smaller. Build a light risk framework that fits on a page. Section 1. Agreements. Use a plain language master services agreement and a one-page scope for each project. Deliverables, dates, revision policy, confidentiality, IP ownership, payment terms. Save templates and never start from zero. Update version numbers with a changelog. Section 2. Rights and assets. Clarify who owns what and when. You own drafts and internal tools. Clients own final deliverables upon payment. For creative work, store licenses for any fonts, stock, or music. Keep a list of attribution needs. Section 3. Privacy and data. Keep client data in organized, access-controlled folders. Use password managers. Avoid emailing raw credentials. Ask for role-based access. Delete access when projects end. Section 4. Backups and continuity. Weekly automated backup of your critical folders to encrypted cloud H1 external drive. Keep a simple continuity doc. How to restore, who to inform, what to pause. Section 5. Taxes and invoices. Track income expenses weekly. Set aside a fixed tax percentage in a separate bucket on receipt and label invoices clearly with net terms and late fee language. Keep receipts tidy. Work with a qualified professional in your country for specifics. Regulations vary and change. Section 6. Insurance and boundaries. Consider basic coverage appropriate to your work, equipment, liability. Write down 2 red flag project types you'll avoid to protect your name. Finally, add communication guardrails, response windows, office hours, and escalation paths for urgent issues. Why it matters. Risk clarity reduces reactivity. You free mental bandwidth for deep work, and clients feel safer with you, which increases referral likelihood and rate tolerance. As you settle down, imagine your business as a cabin with a sturdy lock, a fire extinguisher, and labeled shelves. You don't dwell on them, but their presence lets you breathe and build. The back-end ascension ladder. Front-end offers get attention. A thoughtful back-end builds wealth. Map a simple customer journey with 4 rungs. Rung 1. Entry, low friction. A tiny product or starter sprint priced so people can say yes fast and feel a real win within 7-14 days. Rung 2. Core flagship. Your signature sprint from level 39. This is where you solve the main pain and gather strong proof. Rung 3. Stabilize, recurring. A monthly or weekly tune-up that keeps the number moving, retention checks, newsletter edits, analytics cleanup, SEO quick wins. Rung 4. Scale, advisory. A higher touch package, quarterly planning, team training, playbook installation, or a cohort workshop. Design clean transitions between rungs. After a successful entry, ask, would you like me to keep this number moving for 90 days? After a strong month on Stabilize, offer a lightweight advisory day to unlock the next ceiling. Price each rung with clear outcomes and time boxes so scope creep can't sneak in. Build enablement assets that stack templates from entry become parts of Stabilize, reporting from Stabilize feeds advisory. Track expansion metrics, entry core conversion rate, core, Stabilize retention, average lifetime value, and time to expansion. Once per quarter, interview 3 customers about what would make the next rung a no-brainer. Improve based on their words, not your guesses. Add a gentle win-back sequence for churned clients, a quarterly note with 1 insight, 1 small free diagnostic, and an invitation to test a new version of your sprint. Why it matters. Acquisition is expensive in time and attention. Expansion is respectful and efficient. An ascension ladder lets your best clients keep winning with you, raises average revenue per customer, and stabilizes your months. As you drift towards sleep, picture a calm staircase, each step clear, sturdy, and useful. You don't push people up, you invite them when they're ready, and you're prepared when they say yes. The repurposing conveyor belt. One strong idea should pay rent 10 times. Build a simple conveyor belt that turns a single asset into many without bloating your workload. Start with a hero piece each week, a 3-5 minute loom, a 600-900 word note, or a mini case study with a clear before, after, and 3 bullets of why it worked. From that hero, create 5 derivatives, one a 45 to 60 seconds short, the punchline and 1 step, 2, a carousel or image tile highlighting the before, after, 3, a checklist or template pulled from your process, 4, a 5,200-word email field note, and 5, a forum Discord answer using the same lesson but tailored to a question someone actually asked. Use a single naming convention so nothing gets lost. Wiley MMDD topic version. Create a repurpose SOP. Choose hero, extract hooks, draft short script, export tile, paste checklist, queue email, answer 1 real thread. Timebox it to 90-120 minutes on the same weekday. Keep a golden paragraph stock, phrases that consistently resonate. Those become captions, hooks, and subject lines. Capture performance lightly. Which derivative earned replies or clicks? Which one created a lead? Which was ignored? Improve the week format next week. Don't skip it. Iteration strengthens the system. Build a seasonal library. Every quarter, compile your top 10 tiles and checklists into a free best-of PDF or page. This refreshes your lead magnet without inventing from scratch. The goal isn't volume for its own sake, it's efficient repetition of what genuine helps. Over time, your ideas will feel familiar, in a good way, because consistency breeds trust. Why it matters: most people keep reinventing from zero and burn out. A conveyor belt preserves creative energy for the parts that move revenue: better offers, better proof, better relationships. As you wind down, picture your week's idea riding the belt: clip, tile, email, answer quietly multiplying while you rest. The Hook and Headline Lab. The first 10 seconds or first 10 words decide whether your work gets a chance to help. Build a weekly hook lab where you practice nothing but openings for 45-60 minutes. Choose one target medium per week: video intros, email subject lines, hero headlines, or cold email first sentences. Load a reference set of 20 proven winners in your niche and annotate why they work. Curiosity gap, number specificity, tension, contrast, promise, whole time frame without clause. Then set a timer and draft 25 variants for a single piece of content or offer. Use frameworks deliberately. Question: what if X is backwards? Number: 7 fixes in 14 minutes. Tension: you're losing viewers at 007. Here's why. Outcome: raise CTR 20% without a rebrand. Misconception flip: stop chasing thumbnails, fix this first. After drafting, pick 5 and quickly test where possible. Community poll: A/B on a small email segment, 2 YouTube titles rotated on an older video, or simple click tests with friends. Log results in your hook ledger: date, asset, top variant, CTR, open retention delta, and 1 learning. Harvest language from Voice of Customer Research, level 41. The best hooks often repeat the customer's own frustrated sentence. Keep a never again list, clickbait shapes that underperform or erode trust, and a power pairings list, title path thumbnail patterns that consistently attract qualified attention. Each month, run a 60-minute teardown on your worst 5 openings and rewrite them. Relaunch as director's cut versions if the content still deserves life. Why it matters: openings are leverage points, small edits, large effects. Getting 10% more people through the door multiplies every downstream metric. As you drift to sleep, imagine tomorrow's hook as a smooth on-ramp with clear signs. No shouty tricks, just honest tension and a specific promise, delivered quickly. Flawless client onboarding. The easiest way to raise rates is to make working with you feel effortless from minute 0. Design a frictionless onboarding sequence that fits on 1 page and takes less than 48 hours to complete. Step 1. Kick off email with warmth, timeline with calendar dates, and a link to a short form that collects what you truly need: access, examples they admire, constraints, 1 number that matters. Step 2. a 15 to 20-minute kickoff call with a tight agenda. Confirm the number, show a one-slide plan. Discover, prototype, test, iterate, and agree on what done looks like this sprint. Step 3. Access and folder setup. Share a clearly labeled workspace with 3 folders: inputs, WAD OAP outputs, and a README that explains file names and how feedback works. Loom with timestamps preferred. Decisions in one comment thread. Step 4. A Day 2 First Look artifact. One thumbnail sketch, a 15-second alt intro, or a headline matrix, so they see movement quickly and you validate direction before spending heavy time. Step 5. A status cadence. What arrives and when. Choose prototype, through iteration, fry report, and a 2-line template they can use for feedback. Keep change. Reasons. Step 6. A risk list. 2 common blockers, and your plan. No footage. You'll use stock placeholder delayed feedback. Delivery rolls by 24 hours. Close with a calm guarantee, and your boundaries office hours, urgent path. Automate pieces with templates, but personalize the greeting and the first artifact, so it feels crafted, not canned. After each project, add one improvement to your onboarding doc from your 5-minute after action, level 27. Why it matters. Onboarding sets the tone. When clients feel guided, they review faster, accept decisions more easily, and happily recommend you. As you settle in, picture your next client opening your kickoff note and exhaling, this will be easy. Reverse engineered calendar math. Ambition needs math, not just motivation. Take one 90-day outcome you care about: 6,000 extra income, 6 new clients, 12 videos shipped, and reverse engineer the inputs, then put them on the calendar as appointments with yourself. Start at the end. If your average project is $500, you need 12 projects. If your close rate is 25%, you need 48 qualified conversations. If 20% of outreach gets a qualified reply, you need 240 quality outreaches over 90 days, about 3 per day on weekdays. Layer discovery calls, one 15-min daily slot. Build blocks, one 60-minute output hour per day. Proof engine updates, 1 tile per week, and your hook lab, weekly. Now place these as recurring events, with buffers. Build a simple math dashboard in your sheet. Inputs planned versus inputs done, rolling totals, and pace. Use a paceline by day 30. Have you completed 33% of inputs? If not, adjust inputs, not dreams. Add a small evening outreach window or raise the quality of targets to improve reply rate. Identify your constraining link monthly replies, week, improve research and personalization. Close rate weak, tighten discovery script and tiers, delivery time long. Refine SOPs, add a Slack bucket, 2 hours week reserved for catch-up, so misses don't dominate. Protect rest, no debt-financed productivity that steals from sleep. The plan must be livable or it will die. Celebrate hitting input streaks with tiny rewards that don't break focus: a walk, a new playlist, a nicer coffee. Why it matters. Reverse engineering turns fog into steps. You stop bargaining with yourself and start showing up for calendar commitments you designed. As you drift to sleep, imagine a clear runway with lights at even intervals. You don't need to sprint, you need to keep landing each light, one by one. The objection and risk reversal system. Buyers hesitate for repeatable reasons. Map them, pre-answer them, and reduce perceived risk. Create an objection matrix. Columns for common objection, root fear, asset that answers it, and where it lives: site, email, call. Examples. Too expensive, fear wasted budget. Wayset, 2-scope comparison with outcome framing, Kai style showing ROI. Will this work for my niche? Fear relevance. Wayset, a mini case with similar channel company, plus your method's universal steps. I'm busy. Fear time sync. Wayset, onboarding README, exact access list, delivery timeline with calendar dates. What if it flops? Fear blame. Wayset, leading indicators you target. Small guarantee, extend a week if we don't hit X, and a rollback plan. Build these into your portfolio FAQ, your discovery script, and your follow-up emails. Add micro proofs everywhere. tiny screenshots, 10-second before-after loops, or client quotes with numbers and timeframes. Install a gentle guarantee that you can honor without resentment, time-limited and tied to your process. If we don't reach the agreed leading indicator by day 14, I'll add one iteration at no charge. On calls, surface objections early with kindness. What would make this feel like a risky decision for you? Listen, reflect, show the asset that addresses it. Keep a live log of objections you hear, update your assets monthly so sales conversations get easier over time. Remember that risk reversal isn't giving away the farm, it is designing confidence. Why it matters: when fear drops, conversion rises, and you attract the right clients who value clarity. As you ease into sleep, imagine a row of small switches flipping. Fear off, understanding on. You didn't push harder, you removed friction. Ethical scarcity and launch rhythm. Scarcity and urgency can be honest tools when they mirror your real capacity and help buyers decide. Design a light launch rhythm you can repeat quarterly without drama. Choose one offer to spotlight: flagship sprint, tiny product bundle, or cohort workshop. Set real constraints, limited start dates because you can only run 2 sprints per week, a bonus that requires prep, custom teardown, or a price that rises after a version upgrade. Announce with a 3-step sequence over 7-10 days. Value first, teach a focused lesson with a mini case and a checklist. 2. Invitation: open a few slots with clear dates, scope, and who it's for, not for. 3. Last call reminder: 24 hours before doors close or before start dates fill. Use a quiet waitlist in between launches and give those people first access. Keep promos humane. No all caps countdowns, no fake timers. Make decisions binary for buyers: yes, now, or wait for the next window. Between launches, keep serving your daily ship, your field note, your proof engine. After each launch, write a short summary: signups, show-up rate, delivery load, what to improve. If you overfill and feel strain, shrink the next one. If you underfill, interview 5 people who said, maybe later, and improve your objection assets. Level 50. Consider partner-assisted launches twice a year. Level 33, where you teach together or bundle services. Agree on revenue shares, clearly in writing. Why it matters: a rhythm protects your energy, creates clear buying windows, and trains your audience to act without pressure. Scarcity is ethical when it is real and disclosed. Urgency is respectful when it prevents endless waffling. As you drift off, imagine your calendar with gentle tides: open, serve, close, deliver, steady, breathable, sustainable. Authority by teaching, office hours and micro workshops. Teaching is proof at scale. Create 1 weekly office hour and 1 monthly micro workshop that turn your private know-how into public trust. Keep each office hour to 30 minutes on the same weekday. Theme it narrowly around the number you move. First 10 seconds retention. Clarity passes on hero sections. Cold email 5-liner. Structure: 5 minutes of one new lesson, 20 minutes of live Q&A, 5 minutes with a simple call to action. Download the checklist or book a starter sprint. Record, auto-transcribe, and save to a single playlist and archive page. Each session produces 3 assets: a 90-second highlight clip, 1 before-after tile, and a short note with timestamps and key takeaways. The micro workshop is a 45-60-minute version, once per month, with a promise of 1 concrete outcome. Leave with a rewritten hook and a test plan. Cap seats to keep it human. Offer a worksheet and collect 1 metric from each attendee before and after. Build a light funnel around teaching: announcement post, simple sign-up page, reminder emails at 24 hours and 60 minutes, replay link within 24 hours, and a soft "if you want me to do this with you next week" invite. Rotate topics quarterly. Retire weak ones, deepen strong ones. Invite a complimentary partner every 3rd month. Editor, Analytics Pro, so you both reach new people. Avoid bloat: 1 slide template, 1 worksheet template, and a single checklist you refine. Teaching forces you to clarify your method and gives prospects a zero-risk way to feel your process. Price the monthly workshop modestly at first or offer it free to early subscribers. Raise as proof stacks. Why it matters: consistent public teaching compounds credibility and fills your pipeline without shouting. As you drift off, Imagine a small room of people leaving with a fix they can use tomorrow, and a few reaching back to ask for your help to implement it. Single source of truth, files, versions, and findings. Chaos leaks profit. Build a single source of truth so your work is findable in 2 clicks and past lessons. Pay rent. Start with a top-level folder called Runway with 5 subfolders. 01 Assets, Templates, Brand Kit, Fonts, Dido 2 Clients, 1 folder per client, 1 Inputs, 2 WIP, 3 Outputs, 03 Products, Tiny Products, Versioned, 04 Proof, Before-After Tiles, Case Notes, Looms, 05 Research, Voice of Customer Competitor Screenshots, Experiments, Enforce a Feinlaun Convention, Wadiai MMDD do JIT. Descriptor v01. Text. Never overwrite. Increment versions. In each client's outputs, add a radi.md that lists the final artifacts where they're used and results once measured. Create a findings doc at the top level with 3 sections. Patterns that work, patterns that fail. Open question. Every time you finish a sprint, add 1 sentence to each section. That doc is your compounding brain. Add a lightweight decision log for choices you'll forget. Chosen thumbnail direction and why. Title options. Tested. The language that moved replies. Link the log from project folders so you don't rely on memory in a month. Automate backups. Weekly to encrypted cloud and monthly to a physical drive. Test a restore once per quarter. Build a Start Here index page that links to your most used templates. Hook lab sheet. Postal one-pager. Onboarding form. Reporting deck, teardown canvas. When you hire help, this index prevents a dozen questions and preserves quality. Use a simple tag system in FileMiles for quick scans, Hero for final, Heel Tilt for variants, Arch for retired. Once a month, schedule a 45-minute library sweep, archive duplicates, compress heavy files, prune dead experiments, and move new proofs into your portfolio queue. Why it matters. Clean structure reduces friction, speeds collaboration, and protects your reputation when a client asks for that asset from last spring. As you settle into sleep, picture tidy shelves with labels facing out. Tomorrow you won't hunt, you'll build. AI as a force multiplier. Without losing your voice, use AI to draft, not to decide. Treat it like a fast assistant that never replaces your judgment. Define 4 repeatable AI jobs. 1. Research compressor. Turn messy transcripts or forum threads into bullet summaries that preserve quotes and metrics. 2. Variation generator. Produce 20 hooks, headlines, or intro cuts from your own golden samples. 3. Clarity editor. Ask for shorter, plainer versions of your paragraph with examples preserved. 4. SOP builder. Convert your narrated loom into a step list you refine. Build a prompt library with your brand spine, niche sentence, tone rules, and a few annotated examples of great outputs you created. Paste this context at the top of sessions so outputs match your voice. Keep human control at critical points. Choose the hook, decide the proof framing, set the guarantee, and write money-facing copy. For creative assets, use AI to propose options, then test with real metrics, CTR, retention, reply rate. Never ship AI outputs without a pass through your proof engine, before, after, plus why. Mark synthetic visuals clearly in client work where required, and respect licenses and platform guidelines. Avoid the trap of infinite variant generation. Time box to 10-15 minutes per asset and pick a winner to test. For audio-video cleanup, use AI tools for noise and filler removal, but keep your pacing choices. Leasy content needs gentleness. Build 2 small guardrails. 1. A do not automate list. Pricing decisions, promises, apologies, sensitive client messages. And 2. A human eye checklist for tone, numbers, and names. Track AI ROI, simply hours saved, quality improved, experiments unlocked. If a tool doesn't pay for itself in 60 days, cancel without guilt. Why it matters. AI can increase throughput and free you for deep human decisions, the parts that create trust and money. As you drift to sleep, imagine a quiet team of tireless assistants tidying drafts while your taste decides what lives. Reputation repair. When you miss, make it right. Mistakes are inevitable. Trust depends on your response. Build a small reputation repair playbook you can run under stress. First, detect early. Keep a red light trigger, missed internal deadline, client silence after your update, feedback that sounds strained when it happens. Act within hours, not days. Step 1. Acknowledge plainly without excuses. I missed the agreed Friday delivery. Step 2. State status and cause briefly. Prototype is 80% done. I misestimated iteration time. Step 3. Offer a new plan with calendar dates. Deliver prototype Tuesday 14 Zurin, iteration Thursday 17 Zurin. Step 4. Add a make good proportional to impact. One extra iteration, a small bonus asset, or a discount on a future sprint. Step 5. Ask if the new plan meets their needs, then meet it early. After resolution, run a micro post-mortem estimate bias, approval latency, unclear scope, or personal energy. Install a fix in your system. Longer buffer, earlier checkpoint, clearer revision policy, stricter opportunity filter. If the miss is public, wrong number, miss credit. Correct transparently where you posted, credit the source, and thank the person who flagged it. Do not argue. Do not disappear. Create a crisis template for your own use, with the 5 steps above, so emotion doesn't write the message. Keep records in your trust ledger. Promise made, slip handled, outcome. Over time, you'll see patterns and fewer repeats. Share a sanitized lesson in your field note occasionally. Showing humility and a fix can strengthen your brand. Why it matters: perfect delivery is rare, reliable recovery is rare too. And remembered, clients who see you repair fast will refer you more confidently. As you close your eyes, let the fear of mistakes soften. You have a script. If you stumble, you know how to stand quickly and kindly. Anti-fragile cash flow. Barbell for calm. Design your income so shocks become learning, not collapse. Use a simple barbell, safety on one side, upside on the other. Safety means 3-6 months of runway in your freedom fund, plus a base layer of predictable income. 2 or 3 recurring clients, a part-time role, or retainers that account for essentials. Upside means projects and products with variable returns, flagship sprints, launches, partnerships, rev-share experiments. Allocate time explicitly, for example, 60% to safety, retainers and delivery, 30% to upside, building products, launches, 10% to R&D, experiments and skill growth. Rebalance monthly based on pipeline and energy. Install shock absorbers, shorten invoice cycles weekly or bi-weekly on long projects. Collect deposits and diversify client types so a platform change or seasonal dip doesn't sink you. Keep a pipeline insurance habit. 5 humane outreaches per weekday, even when booked. Future you will thank you. When a downturn hits, shift to a helpful hustle posture. Run low-cost sprints that reduce expenses or increase immediate metrics for clients. Bundle with partners, and publish more proof. Avoid slashing prices silently. Shrink scope instead, or add a limited community edition with boundaries. For personal finance, keep fixed costs. Lean and review subscriptions quarterly. If you invest outside the business, favor simple diversified vehicles you truly understand, and consult a qualified professional for your country's rules. The principle stands: don't risk rent money. Let your highest return be upgrading your skill and product. Track one calm ratio monthly. Safety months on hand. Celebrate each half-step gained. Why it matters: anti-fragile cash flow gives you patience in negotiations, choice in clients, and space to think. As you drift to sleep, imagine a sturdy bridge. One pillar steady income, one pillar smart upside, you walking the plank between, balanced, unhurried. The decade view and identity loops. Tactics move weeks. Identity moves decades. Write a one-page decade view that is specific enough, steer you, and loose enough to breathe. Sections: work you want to be known for, 1 sentence. Numbers you move, 2 metrics. People you serve, 1 paragraph with real names and context. Assets you'll own, portfolio, products, community, methods, and non-negotiables: sleep, kindness, honest marketing, family dinners. Add anti-goals: projects you won't touch, industries you avoid, behaviors you won't tolerate in yourself, overpromising, frantic launches, silent misses. Now design identity loops that make the decade likely. A loop is a daily or weekly behavior that proves who you are becoming. Examples: I am a builder, 1 daily build block shipped. I am a teacher, 1 weekly office hour. I am reliable, trust ledger reviewed morning and night. I am data guided, Friday dashboard with 1 test plan. Name each loop, calendar it, and track streaks lightly. Review quarterly what identity felt natural, which felt forced, what to prune. Pair your view with a relationship plan for the long game. 10 people you will quietly support for years, introductions, notes, collaboration, without keeping score. Compounding often arrives through those patient ties. Add a luck surface habit. Post 1 small helpful thing daily and show up in 1 room, offline or online, where your people gather. Every year, write a 1-page letter to future you about what you learned, where you grew, and what you'll try next. Keep them in a folder. When fear spikes, read the letters. You are building a track record with yourself. Why it matters. The decade view prevents reactive detours and keeps your tactics aligned. Identity loops turn intention into a rhythm you can trust. As you settle in, imagine your future self visiting, calm, capable, grateful you started these loops today. The story bank that sells quietly. Facts convince, stories convert, and calm. Build a story bank so you can reach for the right narrative in sales, content, and hiring without forcing it. Create 4 folders. Origin, why you care about this problem. Transformation, before, after client moments. Method in action, your steps producing a measurable result. An objection flips, times of fear turned into a win. For each story, write 150 to 50 words scene with 3 beats. Anchor, concrete starting point with a number, CTR 2.8%. Relief, the moment tension breaks. First 10 seconds, hold now 72%. Change what you or the client did differently and how life feels now. Add 1 image or 15-second clip and tag each story with the number it moves, CTR, watch time, replies, revenue, and the objection it addresses. Too busy, not for my niche, tried before. Turn stories into modular blocks you can drop anywhere. 1-line hook, 2-bullet lesson, 1-bullet next step. Capture raw material as it happens, screenshots, slacklines, client phrases, then polish once a week during your systems day. Build 3 signature stories you know by heart. 1. A small, early project that taught you your method. 2. A skeptical client who became a champion. 3. A personal miss you repaired with your reset protocol. Rehearse them aloud until they sound like a friend talking, not a pitch. Use stories ethically. No exaggeration, clear timelines, proper crate. When possible, weave the client's own words and keep numbers precise. Huntry 7% in 10 days, not massive. Place micro stories across your assets, 1 at the top of your portfolio, 1 inside your lead magnet, 1 in your discovery script, 1 as a pinned post. Rotate seasonally so regulars don't go numb. Why it matters. Stories reduce cognitive load. Buyers stop running spreadsheets in their head and picture a path they can step onto. As you drift off tonight, imagine a neat card box of scenes you can pull from in seconds. Not hype, just human moments, organized for when they're needed most. The quality bar and pre-flight checks. Excellence is cheaper than rework. Define your quality bar so good stops being a feeling and becomes a checklist. Start a 1-page rubric for each core output you ship. Thumbnail, first 10-sec edit, hero section, cold email. Each rubric has 3 sections: musts, objective criteria, shoulds, taste criteria, and red flags, auto rejects. Example for thumbnails: musts, faces, or focal object, clear, at 5% size. Text, Lear 4 words, high subject background contrast, legible on dark and light mode, file 300K. Shoulds, novel angle versus last 3 videos, 1 accent color, rule of thirds composition. Red flags, logo wipe, busy background, wall of text. Pair rubrics with a pre-flight SOP that runs before every delivery. 1. Open at mobile size. 2. AB against last winner. 3. Name matches convention. 4. Alt text written. 5. Before after tile exported. Add a 2 eyes rule when possible. A teammate or friend runs the checklist cold and signs off. Track variance. When something you marked green underperforms, log it in. findings with a screenshot and a note, your bar, evolve. For videos, create a 10-point hook preflight, hook line clarity, promise by second 6, pattern break by 8, on-screen text size test, audio peak check, noise floor pass, color safe for mobile, CTA present or intentionally omitted, first comment prepared, description keywords human. For written assets, run a read aloud test and a 3 highlighters pass. Yellow, concrete nouns numbers, blue, verbs, pink, fluff, delete pink. Post-delivery, run a 7-day proof check. Did the metric move as predicted? If not, schedule a fix window you already promised. Why it matters. Checklists protect creative energy for decisions that matter and reduce silent quality drift. They make delegations safer and rate increases easier to justify. As you settle in, picture tomorrow's work, clearing a quiet runway, simple lights, one by one, saying ready, ready, ready. Async first collaboration, fewer meetings, better work. Meetings are expensive. Clarity is cheap. Shift to an async first rhythm that keeps your deep hours intact while clients feel guided. Default artifacts over calls. A 5-7 minute loom beats a 45-minute meeting. Create 3 standard async tools. A project hub, simple doc with goals, timelines, links, a weekly update, what shipped, what's next, blockers, and a feedback guide, how to give notes, timestamped loom vague paragraphs. Offer 2 call types only. Kickoff, 15 to 20 minutes, and decision gate, 15 minutes to choose between A/B prototypes. Everything else lives in looms, comments, or your hub. Set response windows publicly. You reply within 1 business day, you request feedback with a 24-48-hour window and explain how delays shift dates. Use templates for common messages, access request, asset request, rolling delivery by 24H. Note, scope swap option. Keep time zone kindness, propose windows in their time, use calendar links with buffers, avoid end-of-day Friday deliveries that force weekend work. For collaboration platforms, keep noise minimal. 1 shared folder, 1 active thread per deliverable. No DMs for decisions. If a client insists on weekly status calls, negotiate a 20-minute cap, a 3-bullet agenda sent beforehand, and a ship something rule. Every call must include a visible artifact. Internally, run an async stand-up with helpers, yesterday ship today blockers, posted in a single thread. Archive resolved threads quickly to keep the space light. Why it matters. Async preserves focus, shows your process transparently, and scales without calendar gridlock. Clients feel pace without needing your whole day. As you drift to sleep, imagine your workday as calm tides. Record, send, receive, adjust. No frantic paddling, just steady movement guided by clear markers you set. Pricing power through differentiation. Rates don't rise just because you ask. They rise because your offer looks unlike alternatives in ways buyers value. Build pricing power by stacking differentiators. Choose 2 from each category. Speed and certainty. Clear 7-14-day sprints, leading indicators you commit to. First look in 48 hours, decision gates on calendar dates. Proof and insight, tight before-after tiles, a research-backed why it worked. Small benchmark ranges, what good looks like in this niche. Scope clarity. Productized tiers, crisp boundaries, rollback plan if a test misses. Taste and specialty. Own a micro problem, first 10-sec retention for calm science channels, hero clarity for B2B tools. Show a mini library of winners in that exact lane. Data and tools, your checklists, testing harness, naming conventions. Simple OS that feels proprietary even if built from common parts. Relationship and experience. Frictionless onboarding, prompt kind updates, and clean handoffs teams rave about. With differentiators set, run price steps every 60-90 days after adding fresh proof. Raise 10-20% and watch close rate and pipeline. If close rate falls too far, add a lighter scope rather than dropping price. Experiment with pricing frames. Project price anchored by expected impact. Monthly tune-up retainers, day rates for advisory with a 1-page plan, bundles with partner services. Use round numbers when you want stability. One tells 120. Use charm pricing when you're testing sensitivity, 490 tarn. Localize where sensible currency display, local examples, but keep your flaws. Publish at least a range, so unqualified inquiries, self-filter, protect reputation. If you discount, tie it to learning access or date flexibility, not to your value. Why it matters? Differentiation moves you from commodity to choice. Buyers compare less on price when they recognize your edge quickly. As you relax into bed, picture your offer sitting alone on a small shelf, clearly labeled, obviously useful, and fairly priced for the calm confidence it delivers. Customer Success Playbook: retain, expand, celebrate. Acquisition is loud. Retention is wealth. Create a small customer success playbook you can run without a department. Before kickoff, fill a one-page success plan. Target metric, baseline, weekly cadence, decision criteria, risks, and a clear what done looks like with dates. Share it so alignment is real. During delivery, keep a living scorecard visible. Baseline, last week, this week, commentary, next test. Add an early warning row, feedback delays, access issues, upstream changes that you flag quickly with proposed fixes. After each sprint, run a 15-minute results, HOS next call or Loom, one chart, 3 bullets, next decision. Offer two-path, stabilize, recurring tune-up, or scale, advisory workshop. For recurring clients, schedule a light monthly review. Trend, wins, one experiment, one improvement to process. Quarterly, do a mini business review, 30 minutes. Step back to business goals, map how your number contributes. Surface new constraints, propose a roadmap, build a renewal moment, 2 weeks before term end. Share a tidy results summary, propose next quarter's plan with options, and ask plainly whether to continue. No ghosts, no pressure. Create small delight touches, a pattern library you share, a personalized checklist, a celebration tile they can post publicly with their brand on it. When risk appears, run a save play, shrink scope, pause to reset, or hand off to a partner if you're no longer the best solution. Capture success stories with permission. Let clients review drafts for accuracy. Invite them to co-teach a micro workshop. Clients who teach with you stay with you. Why it matters? Success management turns happy projects into stable revenue, referrals, and product ideas. It also calms your month. You know where you stand and what comes next. As you drift to sleep, imagine a simple dashboard with green arrows, a couple of amber flags you're already handling, and a few kind notes from clients who feel seen and supported. Asset flywheel and light licensing. Time sells once. Assets sell many times. Build an asset flywheel. Useful components you can license, bundle, or white label responsibly. Start with your repeatable winners. Thumbnail frameworks, hook scripts, tear-down canvases, reporting decks, onboarding forms, decision logs. Polish them into clean, generic versions. Remove client data, add examples, annotate with why. Package as 3 tiers. Personal use, single buyers projects, team use, up to X team members, and pro agency, use across clients with attribution. Write plain licenses on one page. What's allowed, what's not. No resale as is, no misleading claims. Update rights and support boundaries. Add version numbers and a changelog so buyers see living products. Distribute through your site with simple checkout. Add a partner program with modest, clear rev share and a cookie window you can honor. For white label scenarios, a partner sells your method under their brand. Protect your SANI scope precisely. Require powered by credit unless price reflects full ghosting, and keep veto rights on use cases that would harm your reputation. Consider templates, training bundles, where a short Loom series shows exactly how to get results. Buyers succeed more, refunds drop, praise rises. When your assets get traction, offer team licenses to your own clients at a discount as part of retainers. This embeds you deeper and reduces your delivery time. Track asset ROI like a product. Purchases, activation rate, did buyers implement, downstream leads, partner sales. If an asset underperforms, either improve onboarding or retire it kindly. Your flywheel should be light, not cluttered. Why it matters? An asset layer turns your know-how into equity, and gives you income while you sleep, without abandoning service craft. It also makes your service faster and more consistent. As you settle into the dark, picture a small shelf of tools with your name etched quietly on them, others building with your patterns while you rest, and you waking to both results and new ideas for the next version. The 100 Conversations Challenge. Pipeline anxiety fades when you replace guesses with conversations. Set a 60-day window and aim for 100 short, useful chats with real humans connected to your goal. Potential clients, adjacent creators, hiring managers, community mods, tool vendors, alumni, friendly competitors. Split the 100 into 5 buckets of 20 so it feels lighter. 20 ideal buyers, 20 peers, 20 past contacts, 20 upper-level mentors, 20 ecosystem partners, agencies, tools, newsletters. Create a one-page tracker with columns: name, role, source, date, what I asked, what I learned, one next step. The outreach script is 5 lines max. A specific observation that proves you've looked, one sharp question tied to their world, a tiny gift, checklist teardown template, a no-pressure 10-15-minute chat ask, and an easy out. Keep the promise. On the call, listen 80%, ask 3 questions. What number matters this month? What have you already tried? What would a small win in 14 days look like? And offer one practical idea or intro. After the call, write a 120-word summary for your tracker and 1 sentence of public value, anonymized, that you can share as a mini field note. Every Friday, synthesize patterns, repeated pains, language people use, quick win opportunities, pricing sensitivity, buying process blockers, convert learning into assets, a refined niche sentence, a sharper starter sprint, 2 new proof tiles, 1 objection handling line. Conversations are not sales calls. Some will turn into work, many won't, but all of them bank social capital and sharpen your offer. Pace yourself. 2-3 chats per weekday is enough. If your calendar feels tight, alternate weeks, heavy light, and replace low-signal calls with asynchronous voice notes. At 50 conversations, you'll feel different. Less guessing, more clarity. At 100, you'll have a map most people never earn because they waited to feel ready. As you drift off, imagine small dots on a map slowly connecting, not hustle, just honest curiosity. Organize. Impact Resume Public Wins page. Whether you're an employee, freelancer, or founder, opportunities increase when your wins are easy to scan. Lead 2 sister assets, a 1-page impact resume and a public wins page. Use the AANTC bullet formula for every line. Action you took, number that moved, time frame, context. Example, rebuilt first 10 sec hooks, has 28% average retention, 30 days, across 6 science channels, 3 SARSs and 12K subs combined. Keep 6-10 bullets only, grouped by theme, growth, efficiency, trust, and add 1 line of role clarity at the top. I improve number for who by method. For career roles, add a manager's eye bullet, implemented weekly metric reviews, least 22% fire drill tasks in 8 weeks. Pair the resume with a living wins page on your site. Structure it like a tiled gallery of before-afters with a single bold number, 3 bullets of what changed, and a 60-90-second Loom walkthrough. Host the few best tiles at the top and archive the rest by theme. This avoids the museum effect. Update both assets monthly during your CEO review. Replace the weakest bullet, add 1 fresh tile, prune fluff. When networking or applying, link the wins page instead of telling a long story. For inside the company growth, send a friendly Friday impact note to your manager. 3 bullets: what shipped, what moved, what's next, with links to artifacts. When performance season arrives, you won't scramble. Your evidence has been quietly compounding. If you're shy about self-promotion, frame it as a service. You're helping future collaborators make faster decisions by showing exactly how you create value. Keep numbers honest. Credit teammates by name where appropriate, and annotate caveats. Title change also per. Why it matters. Strong resumes and public proof reduce friction for people who want to champion you. They also train you to think in outcomes, which changes how you work. As you settle in, picture your wins page as a clean shelf, labels facing out. 1 glance, and people know what you can do. The follow-up flywheel 3T730. Money often lives in the second message. Build a follow-up system that feels human, light, and inevitable. Adopt the 3-7-30 cadence. First follow-up 3 days after no reply, second at day 7, final at day 30. Each message must add value, never scold. Keep a small library of value nudges, a 15-second alt intro, a headline matrix, a checklist, a benchmark data point, or a micro case relevant to them. Structure each follow-up in 4 lines. A personal opener, spotlight at 004, still steals attention. Saw this in your latest. The tiny value, here are 3 alt frames that keep eyes on the face. A simple next step, want me to run this as a 10-day sprint, and a graceful exit. If now's bad, I'll cheer from the sidelines. Track follow-ups in your personal CRM level 16 with the cadence dates pre-filled so you don't depend on memory. Use short subject lines that signal specificity, not pressure. 004, fix idea, first 10 alt, close the loop. For job searches or partnerships, shift the value from artifacts to intel. A hiring manager quote you found, a competitor teardown, a short note on their audience's language. Respect quiet no's. If they opt out or go cold after your third nudge, move them to a 90-day touch with something generous, a resource bundle, not another ask. Once a week, audit your pipeline for near misses and restart with fresh value. Many deals close on the right timing, not the first pitch. Pair the flywheel with your opportunity filter, level 21, so you don't chase everything. Why it matters. Most people don't follow up, or they do it with guilt-ridden apologies or pushy scripts. A clean cadence plus small gifts feels like care, and care compounds into work. As you drift to sleep, imagine your pipeline like a gentle water wheel, each small nudge turning it steadily, no strain. Managing up and building sponsors. If you're inside an organization or collaborating with bigger teams, success depends on clarity, not heroics. Map your manager OS on one page. Weekly, send a Friday impact note. 3 bullets: what shipped, what moved, with numbers, what's next, plus 1 risk you're already handling. Before big decisions, pre-wire by sharing a 1-pager with the key stakeholders 2 days early. Problem, options, A/B with trade-offs, your recommendation, and the decision date. On calls, avoid long status recaps. Show artifacts, a 15-second alt, a before-after tile, a draft headline matrix, and ask for a decision between constrained choices. Install the no surprises rule. If a date is at risk, you notify early with a new plan and a small make good. Create a sponsor map of 3 people 1 or 2 levels up whose goals your work advances. Study their numbers, language, and political constraints. Make them look good. Clean decks, clear outcomes, tidy handoffs. Invite them to a 15-minute show and decide when you have real progress. And give them a win they can tell their boss. We lifted first 10 retention 22% in 10 days. Document your process lightly in a playbook wiki page others can reuse. Being a source of repeatable wins attracts better projects. When disagreements appear, separate what problem from what design. Agree on the metric first, then debate the path. Keep a private spicy notes doc to vent safely. Send only calm, factual updates in public channels. For growth, ask your manager the sponsor question directly. Who else should see this win? And if I wanted to own bigger metric, what would you need to see over the next quarter? Why it matters. Managing up turns your work into visible progress that leaders can support. Sponsors aren't saviors, they're accelerators you earn by reducing their risk. As you settle into sleep, picture your project moving through the organization like a well-labeled package. No confusion, just forward motion. Localize and go cross-border. Income grows when your offer can cross borders without breaking. Start with language. Translate your niche, sentence, offer pages, and top 3 proof tiles into one additional language your audience uses. Even a clean, plain translation beats none. Keep numbers and screenshots universal and adapt examples to local context, currency, platforms, holidays. Add currency display on your page, USD, USD/GBP, the 2 most relevant to you, and state which you invoice in to prevent confusion. For delivery, clarify time zones on booking links and set office hours in both your and their local time. Build a local proof section, one tile per region you serve, with outcomes in that market's terms. Adapt your discovery questions slightly. Are there compliance or cultural constraints we should honor? For creators, note thumbnail text norms, taboo imagery, and reading direction. For B2B, note procurement quirks and invoice requirements. Keep a light country checklist, invoicing rules, VAT sales tax considerations, preferred payment rails, card, bank transfer, local wallets. For anything tax legal, follow your country's rules and consult a qualified local professional when in doubt. Your playbook is practical, not legal advice. Distribution appear where locals gather subreddits, discords, regional newsletters, and partner with a native creator for a co-teardown or mini workshop. Offer a small localization sprint as an upsell. Adapt title frameworks, on-screen text, and CTAs to the market's language and humor. Track a few cross-border metrics, reply rate by region, close rate, project margin, watch tool costs and currency effects, and delivery friction, access, feedback delays. Start with one new market for 90 days, stabilize, then add another. Why it matters. Localization multiplies your addressable market and cushions downturns in any single region. It also forces clarity. If your method works across languages, your underlying value is strong. As you drift off, imagine your offer as a passport stamped, simple, accepted at more doors. Last mile conversion. Frictionless, yes. You've earned attention. Now remove every pebble between interested and paid. Audit your last mile with 5 checkpoints. 1. Page clarity. Top of page promise in the buyer's words. 1 bold number from proof. 2 simple packages and a button that states exactly what happens next. Book 15-min fit call or order starter sprint for 490T. Kill carousels and long scrolls. Mobile first. 2. Checkout simplicity. 1 screen, minimal fields, clear price, currency, and delivery date window. Offer card KOI 1 alternative, bank transfer or widely used wallet. If relevant, allow payment plans with transparent totals and dates. 3. Calendar ease. Embed a booking widget with buffers and instant confirmation, show slots in their time zone, and send an auto reminder 24 hours prior with prep notes. 4. Risk relief. A small, specific guarantee. If we don't hit the agreed leading indicator in 14 days, I'll add 1 iteration free, refund policy in plain language, and a rollback plan if a test underperforms. 5. Objection anchors. A short FAQ with answer tiles tied to your objection matrix, level 50. How much time do you need from me? What if my niche is unusual? How do revisions work? Add micro proofs next to the button, tiny before-after thumbnails, a 15-second loop, or a 1-line quote with a number. For calls, send a same-day recap with the offer page link and a 48-hour hold on their preferred start date to create gentle urgency. Track last-mile metrics, clicks on buy book, form starts completions, calendar bookings, abandoned checkouts. Fix the weakest link monthly, reduce fields, speed up load time, clarify price, move proof higher. Add a fast lane for warm referrals, a private link that skips the long page and goes straight to payment or calendar. Why it matters. People want to say yes to precise help that feels safe. Last mile friction wastes hard-won attention. As you sink into sleep, picture a short, well-lit hallway, clear signs, 1 door, easy handle. Your buyer walks through without hesitation. Measurement, hygiene, and attribution you can trust. If you can't see where wins come from, you can't repeat them. Build a tiny measurement OS you'll actually maintain. Start with a single numbers map doc that defines which metrics matter for your world. Creators track CTR, first 30s retention, average view duration, and clicks to a next step. Service pros track leads per week, calls booked, close rate, average project value, delivery time. Product folks track visitors, conversion rate, average order value, and refund rate. Now add clean attribution. Create 1 UTM template and stick to it. UTM source, platform or partner, UTM medium post, email, pod, ad, UTM campaign offer quarter, UTM content, hook variant. Save 5 pre-filled variants inside your notes so you aren't inventing tags each time. Use one link shortener to keep URLs tidy and measurable. On your site, wire basic events, button click to calendar checkout, lead magnet download, and thank you page views. A simple tag manager plus an analytics tool is enough. Don't chase every widget in your content. Label assets in files and video descriptions with the same campaign names you used in UTMs, so post hoc analysis is possible. For email, track open, click, and reply rates by subject line pattern. For DMs, log origin manually in a column, referral, podcast X, tweet Y. Bake measurement into delivery before-after screenshots with timestamps and a 7, 14, and 30-day check. Keep one weekly sheet with a row per week. Inputs done, outreach, posts, sprints, top-line metrics, a one-sentence why, what next. When a buyer books a call or a client signs, ask one attribution question in plain language. Out of curiosity, what brought you here today? Capture their exact words. Once a month, run a source Pareto. Top 20% of channels bringing 80% of leads. Double down there, cut a weak one. Don't chase perfect attribution. Aim for directional clarity. Why it matters: numbers calm nerve. You stoke guessing, start steering, and sleep knowing what to repeat tomorrow. As you drift off, picture a small dashboard with only the dials you actually touch. Steady, readable. Your earned media engine: podcasts, newsletters, guest spots. Borrowed trust, travels fast. Build a repeatable engine for appearing on podcasts, in niche newsletters, and as a guest in communities your buyers already love. Create a 5-piece pitch pack, a 60-word bio in buyer language, 3 talk titles with sharp promises, 3 bullet proofs with numbers, 1 headshot, and 1 link to a proof-rich page. Make your talk titles ultra-specific. How to lift first 10 seconds, retention 20-40% in 14 days. The hook ledger, testing titles without burning your audience. From draft to data, a proof engine any solo creator can run. Build a target list of 50 shows, newsletters, forums ranked by fit. For each, write a 5-line pitch, 1 genuine sentence showing you listened, read, the title that fits their audience, 1 number-backed proof, what listeners, readers get in 30 minutes, concrete takeaways, and an easy yes, I'll bring a checklist and a mini teardown. Keep a stories and clips bank, 10 micro stories with before-after numbers, 2 30-second clips that explain your method, and 1 polite CTA that never feels like a trap. If you want the checklist from today, it's at short link. Before recording, send hosts a 1-pager with talking points and your preferred CTA. After airing, deliver 3 assets they can share. Quote card, 60-second highlight, resource link. Repurpose the appearance, add a tile to your wins page, clip the strongest minute for social, and write a field note summarizing what resonated. Track simple outcomes: appearances, leads, clients, and a soft metric: invites that come from listeners. Every quarter update talk titles based on questions you kept getting. Be a delight, show up early. Good audio, crisp stories, zero fluff. Thank the host with a warm note and a useful intro. Why it matters: earned media compounds authority without ads. You become the person for X in rooms you didn't have to build. As you ease into sleep, picture your name moving quietly from mouth to mouth, carried by value, not hype. Selling into teams, champions, procurement, and smooth yeses. Bigger wins mean more stakeholders. Map the room before you enter. 4 roles recur. The economic buyer owns budget. The champion wants you to win. The users live with the result. And the gatekeepers, legal, security, finance. Build a forwardable 1-pager your champion can send upstream. Problem in their words, your method in 4 steps. 1 proof tile that mirrors their context. 2 scope options with calendar dates and exact next steps. Keep it visual and scannable. Structure your first call to discover constraints early. Timeline, approval path, vendor requirements, and access limitations. Suggest a low-risk pilot, 10-14 days, clear leading indicator, capped scope, fixed price, pre-scheduled decision gate. Write responsibilities by team. What you need from them: assets, access, point person. What you'll deliver when, and how feedback works. timestamped looms, and a single thread. For procurement, keep a legal light template handy with scope, IP transfer upon payment, confidentiality, data handling basics, payment schedule, and kill fee. Be ready for vendor forms, answer what you can, and for tax, legal specifics, advise they follow their internal policies and local rules. Offer invoice cadence that matches their system, net terms by calendar date, and request a partial upfront to start. Arm your champion, give them a 3-slide deck with the before-after tile, the plan, and the KPI you'll move. Include a short email script they can paste to decision makers. Expect delays, set expiry on pricing and start dates so momentum doesn't evaporate. When pushback comes, trade scope for price, not value for nothing. After the pilot win, move quickly to a 90-day stabilization plan. Why it matters: team sales are choreography. When you make it easy to say yes at every layer, deals close faster and rates rise. As you settle down, imagine your one-pager gliding through inboxes, collecting quiet approvals until someone writes, "Let's start Monday." Quarterly benchmark report, authority that attracts. Become the person with the data. Choose one narrow metric your audience cares about. Thumbnail CTR in a niche, first 10 seconds retention patterns by genre. Hero section clarity scores for a vertical, outreach reply rates by opener, and create a small but consistent quarterly report. Start with ethical data sources, your own projects, opt-in contributions from peers and clients, and public examples analyzed with a repeatable rubric. Write a one-page methodology, sample size, time window definitions, and limits. Transparency builds trust even when N is small. Build a clean spreadsheet model. For each sample, store context, niche, size, format, the number before, after, and the intervention you believe mattered. Then craft the deliverable, a lightweight PDF or long-form page with 5 charts max, 3 biggest patterns, 3 common mistakes, and 3 do this next week. Checklists. Keep design simple and readable on mobile. Package a short companion of 5 to 7-minute loom walking through the findings, distribution plan. Tease one surprising chart on social, invite contributions for next quarter, send to your field note list, offer a co-release with a partner newsletter, and pitch one podcast using a talk title like "What 2027 Thumbnails Taught Us This Quarter." Create a landing page that gates with email if you want list growth, or publish ungated and ask for shares. Pick one and test both across quarters. Version it Q1 2026, v1.0, and keep a public changelog. Each quarter, update methods, expand sample size, and add one mini case study as a SADA. Add a Make It Real section, offering a 14-day sprint to apply the findings to a reader's channel or site. Why it matters: benchmarks make you the translator between chaos and clarity. People with numbers get invited, quoted, and hired. As you drift to sleep, imagine your report open in a dozen tabs, teams circling your charts and planning tests with your checklist tomorrow. No code and automation to buy back time with a human in the loop. Leverage isn't just hiring, it's wiring. Map your top repetitive tasks and automate the glue. Use one whiteboard or doc to list triggers, actions, new lead, capture to CRM sheet, Slack, Discord DM to you. Calendar booking, create project folder from template, preload checklist, published video, create repurpose tasks, post draft social tiles, form filled, send resource PO, start 3/7/30, follow-up sequence. Pick a single automation platform you enjoy, Zapier, Make, IFTTT. Start tiny one automation per week, 30 to 60 minutes max, and test with dummy data. Add human-in-the-loop steps for quality. You approve a draft email before sending. You pick hook variant AB before scheduling. You confirm file names before archiving. Create a common data model so zaps don't break. Consistent field names, email, first name, source, campaign, and a single spreadsheet database that acts as the hub. Add error catching. Every automation logs to a runs tab with timestamp, status, and payload. Failures ping you in a private channel. Respect privacy, least privilege access, no sharing of client data beyond what's necessary. Delete test records. Follow platform rules. Build tiny bots that make you faster, not lazier. A script that renames files to your convention. A macro that generates before-after tiles from a template. A prompt that turns a Loom transcript into a checklist draft you refine. Create a two-click start panel, bookmarks, or a small dashboard, linking to your most common automations and SOPs so you don't play hide and seek. Review automations monthly, prune stale flows, upgrade brittle ones, and add one new connector that saves a clear hour per week. Why it matters. Automation preserves your best hours for the parts only you can do. Taste, strategy, negotiation, teaching. As you settle in, imagine tomorrow's tasks quietly lining themselves up while you sleep. No chaos, just a calm conveyor delivering the next right thing to your desk. Build moats. Data, method, brand, and relationships. Short-term tactics get copied. Moats keep paying. Build 4 moats patiently. Data moat, your quarterly benchmarks. Test logs and proof tiles form a unique dataset tied to your niche. Guard the raw data. Share the insight. Method moat, name your process. The first turn method, the clarity fold, and encode it in checklists, templates, and training that make results repeatable. Publish the high-level map. Keep the nuanced heuristics inside your paid work. Brand moat, a consistent style kit. Level 35 plus a tone that buyers can recognize in a sentence. Calm, specific, generous. Over time, your thumbnails, tiles, and one-pages trigger, "Oh, it's them," which lowers sales friction and raises rates. Relationship moat. Your personal CRM, partner flywheel, and community rituals create warm paths into rooms others can't enter. Treat people with care. Deposits compound. Add a speed moat by tightening SOPs and decision rules so you deliver in 7-14 days while others quote weeks. Add a quality moat with your rubrics and pre-flights, level 59. Protect moats with boundaries. Say no to mismatched work that would dilute your dataset or force rushed shortcuts. Document what you won't do. When sharing publicly, teach principles and show small wins, but keep proprietary tools, naming conventions, scoring rubrics, testing harnesses behind your offers. Consider light licensing for your assets. Level 63, so teams can pay to adopt your method rather than imitate it badly. Legal protections vary by country. For anything formal, follow local laws and seek qualified advice. The spirit here is to build defensibility ethically, not to threaten people. Refresh your moats quarterly. New case tiles, refined methods, a brand element upgrade. 3 new relationships nurtured. Why it matters. Moats turn today's effort into tomorrow's unfair advantage. As you drift off, imagine your business as a small castle. No drawbridge drama, just sturdy walls built from proof, process, style, friends who vouch for you. The customer advisory circle, 5 to 7 voices you trust. Build a tiny advisory circle so your offer, pricing, and products evolve with the people who matter most. Choose 5 to 7 humans who match your ideal buyer profile, not celebrity names, thoughtful mid-tier creators, operations-minded managers, small agency owners, or solo founders with real constraints. Invite them with warmth and clarity. I'm assembling a small advisory circle to pressure test idea that raise metric. 1 45-minute session monthly, early looks at new tools, and a standing discount-free sprint each quarter. I'll do the work to prep. I'm asking for your honest feedback. Create a one-page charter, purpose, mutual learning, sharper offers, cadence, monthly call, peak async thread, norms, specific, kind, confidential, and perks, credits, shoutouts, first dibs on pilots. Keep meetings tight. A 5-5-35 flow, 5 minutes recap of what changed since last time. 5 minutes on one surprising number from your dashboard. 30 minutes on 2 hot seats. You or a member shows a live asset for feedback. 5 minutes on next experiments. Capture notes in a shared doc titled by month with decisions, phrases, and open questions. Those phrases go straight into your research folder and copy blocks. Between calls, maintain a simple group thread for quick polls and micro teardowns. Avoid turning it into a noisy chat room. Once per quarter, give the circle a private state of the method doc. What you've learned, what you're changing, what you're retiring. Rotate a guest every other quarter, a partner with complementary skill to keep thinking fresh. Track value quietly. Leads that came through the circle, assets improved because of their language, pricing confidence gained. Say thank you often and specifically. Credit members in public case studies when appropriate. Send a handwritten note or composite for their teammate. Why it matters. An advisory circle reduces blind spots, speeds iteration, and gives you a safe lab for pricing, packages, and products before you face the wider market. As you drift to sleep, picture 5 friendly faces on a small grid, nodding at a clean before-after tile, offering one sentence that makes everything click. You're not guessing alone anymore. You're co-building with the people you serve. Point of view manifesto. Be known for a clear lens. People buy a method, but they remember a point of view. Craft a 1 to 2 page manifesto that explains how you see the problem and what you refuse to do. Use a calm structure. We believe, we see, we do, we don't. We believe attention is earned with clarity, not noise. We see most drop-off happens before second 10 because intros are about the creator, not the viewer. We do first 10 diagnostics, proof-led sprints, and simple reports. We don't sell vague content calendars or 6-month retainers without leading indicators. Add 3x over Y rules that signal your taste, proof over promises, data over drama, speed over scope. Include 2 concrete mini-stories with numbers that embody the view. Keep the language simple, specific, and a little brave, contrarian where you've earned the right. Publish it as a page on your site. Pin a short version on your social profiles and thread it through your portfolio, sales calls, and workshops. Turn lines from the manifesto into recurring content segments and slide headlines. When a prospect asks for something off-spec, your manifesto becomes a gentle backbone. That approach isn't our way. Here's what we've seen work and why. Revisit quarterly, trim fluff, update a story, add a new rule only if a pattern keeps showing up in your proof engine. Invite dialogue, ask your advisory circle, level 76, which lines helped and which felt fuzzy. Design a 1-slide summary so partners can introduce your POV in their rooms. Train helpers and collaborators on it. Your project consistency rises when everyone shares the same lens. Why it matters. A crisp POV attracts the right people, repels the wrong work, and increases pricing power because buyers trust your judgment, not just your hands. As you settle in, imagine one future client reading your manifesto on their phone, whispering, "Finally, someone who says what I've felt." That whisper is the sound of alignment, and aligned work compound. Peak hour defense. Scheduling by energy, not ego. Stop scheduling by wishful thinking. Schedule by biology. Map your personal energy curve for 2 weeks. Each day, score your focus in 90-minute blocks, 1/3, and note what you shipped. Patterns emerge. Maybe 0, 8, 30, 11, 0 as your cleanest deep work, or perhaps your brain lights up after a late morning walk. Once you see your peaks, put a red rope around 2 daily 60, 90-minute blocks, non-negotiable deep time. Everything money-facing and skill-raising goes there. Build block, hook lab, proof tile. Guard it with scripts you can paste fast, on focus until 11:15 back then. Move admin to TROS, inbox, scheduling, receipts, low-brain tasks. Align caffeine to peaks, not panic. First cup 60, 90 minutes after waking. Last cup at least 8 hours before sleep. Stack movement as a switch. A brisk 8, 12-minute walk before deep time, a 30, 60-second cold water face splash, or 10 slow squats. Tiny rituals that signal we're on. Use a frictionless start sequence. Open the exact file. Write the first ugly sentence. Play the same neutral playlist. Deep blocks get a safe exit. Leave tomorrow's first action as a bullet at the top of the dock. Install a crash plan for low-energy days. Switch to shorter 25-5 bursts. Target one irreversible action only, and run your 24-hour reset if spirals start, level 36. Weekly review your energy log. Which foods, meetings, or late-night screens hurt? Subtract. Which small behaviors helped? Lock them in. Share your red rope times with clients and collaborators. Expectations prevent friction. Protect a true Sabbath window weekly. 12 24 hours with no work inputs, so peaks recharge. Why it matters: money follows shipped assets, and shipped assets follow defended peaks. This isn't hustle theater, it's gentle logistics for a human nervous system. As you drift to sleep, picture tomorrow's peaks already reserved, quiet lanes on an empty road, your best work sliding into place without a fight. Professional presence: stack that signals trust. Trust rises when the basics are boringly solid. Assemble a small professional stack that makes every touchpoint calm and credible. Start with identity, your own domain, fast one-page site, and a clean email address on that domain. Add booking that respects time zones, an email signature with your one-sentence niche, and a simple link page to your proof wins page and offers. For operations, standardize proposals and agreements into one-page templates written in plain language. Scope: dates tied to the calendar, revision policy, confidentiality, ownership on payment, fee schedule, and a kill fee clause. Use e-sign so yes takes minutes, not days. For money hygiene, adopt a consistent invoicing system with sequential numbers, clear due dates, and polite automated reminders. Route a fixed percentage of every payment to a tax bucket immediately. Keep receipts and categorize weekly. Level 31. Choose a payment processor your buyers actually use, plus a backup card by bank transfer. Backup your files weekly to encrypted cloud and one external drive. Test restores quarterly. For privacy, store client access in a password manager, ask for role-based permissions, and revoke when projects end. For anything legal tax entity specific, follow your country's rules and consult a qualified local professional. Your goal here is practical professionalism, not legal advice in the abstract. Externally, keep a style kit so your docs, tiles, and looms look consistent. Internally, keep a Start Here index linking your SOPs, templates, and checklists so collaborators onboard in minutes. Put it all in a tidy runway folder, level 53 with version number. Why it matters: professional presence removes friction at every step. Discovery, decision, delivery, payment. Buyers feel safe, you feel organized. Rates rise when anxiety falls. As you settle in, imagine a prospect opening your one-pager, signing with one click, and receiving a warm kickoff within the hour. Smooth business is quiet business, and quiet business compound. Small group clinics, leverage without losing soul. Scale delivery gently with group clinics that keep outcomes front and center. Pick a single painful slice you can move fast, e.g., first 10 seconds rehab for creators or homepage clarity clinic for B2B founders. Cap seats at 610 so people get attention. Promise one outcome in 3 weeks. Week 1, diagnose. Week 2, prototype. Week 3, test. Structure the program async first with 2 short live touchpoints, a 60-minute kickoff to align and a 45-minute decision session in week 3. Everything else lives in a shared hub. Checklists, templates, a progress tracker, and a thread for posting artifacts. Each participant submits 1 asset per week following a template, context, current number, constraints, and you give time-boxed, rubric-based feedback, level 59 plus a 60-90 second loom. Pair participants for peer review to reduce your load and increase learning density. Price below your 1-1 sprint but above token levels so commitment stays real. Offer a bring a teammate seat. Record live sessions but design so attendance isn't mandatory. Adults have calendars, harvest proof as you go. Anonymized before-after tiles, cohort averages, 3 mini case stories. At the end, provide a tidy keep the gains packet personalized for each participant with next experiments. Upsell paths are clear and optional. A discounted 1-1 sprint for those who want deeper help, or a light recurring tune-up. Launch quarterly with honest scarcity, limited dates and your calendar capacity. Protect your energy with a helper handling ops, onboarding, reminders, asset collection. Start with 1 cohort. Iterate the curriculum based on actual obstacles you see. Why it matters: group clinics multiply your effect without bloating your week. Create community proof and seed long-term clients while keeping your style personal and humane. As you drift off, imagine a tiny grid of faces nodding as a clean before-after appears, each person leaving with a fix that works tomorrow. That's scale with a heartbeat. The seasonal flagship project, authority that endures. Once per year, create one substantial asset that anchors your authority for the next 12 months. Choose a project that compresses your method and proof into something people reference. A slim book, 20-30K words, a deep dive report, a public toolkit, or a mini documentary with case breakdowns. Scope it to 8 weeks, not forever. Week 1-2 outline with ruthless focus. 3 big questions you'll answer, 5 core patterns, and 10 case snapshots with numbers. Week 3-5 build, write, record, design, recruit 2 peer reviewers and 1 target reader to sanity check clarity, not style. Week 6 proof pass. Tighten numbers, add disclaimers, and insert do this next week sidebars that make it practical. Week 7 packaging. Landing page with 3 charts or tiles, a 5 to 7 minute explainer loom, and a clean PDF EPUB or playlist. Week 8, release guest appearances, level 71, partner co-release, level 33, and a gentle apply it with me sprint offer. Decide up front if it's free, maximum spread, or paid signals value and funds the next edition. Either way, version it v1.0 and commit to an annual refresh. Build a small bibliography and give credit generously. People trust builders who cite sources. Keep the design plain and mobile readable. Fancy slow shipping. Track impact downloads or views, inbound leads referencing it, and projects closed because of it. Repurpose across the year. A chapter becomes a workshop. A chart becomes a monthly field note. A case story becomes a short. When the next season arrives, audit what aged poorly, what held up, and what new proof you've earned. Ship v2.0 with a clear changelog. Why it matters. A flagship project becomes a magnet that outlives posts and campaigns. It teaches at scale while you sleep, crystallizes your POV, and gives partners and clients something to send when they say, you should see this. As you close your eyes, imagine your name on a lean, useful artifact, open in late-night tabs around the world. Quiet value doing quiet work on your behalf. Name your category, so buyers remember you. Markets reward the people who name things. When you give your method and its problem a clear, repeatable label, buyers can talk about you without needing you in the room. Start by reframing the problem with a short, sticky name that lives in your audience's language. Not optimization, but first 10 drop. Not copy rewrite, but clarity fold. Pair it with a one-line definition that fits on a slide. First 10 drop is the viewership loss before second 10 that kills every other metric. Next, brand your solution with a noun, not just a verb. The first 10 method, the hook ledger, the proof engine. Create a tiny category kit you can ship in a day. 1. A dictionary card. Term, short definition, why it matters, 1 metric. 2. A napkin diagram. 4 boxes with arrows. 3. 1 case tile that uses the term in a sentence with a number. 4. A 1-minute loom explaining it like you would to a friend. Put the kit on your site as How We Think and link it in proposals, discovery recaps, and partner pitches. Replace vague words in your assets with your category names so repetition does the memory work. Today's sprint targets first 10 drop with the hook ledger. Will prove it in the proof engine. Test the language in the wild. Post a before-after tile using the term and see if comments mirror it back. If people stumble, shorten. If they twist it, clean your definition. Build a small words we use list for helpers and partners so the terms stay clean. Revise quarterly. Keep the names stable but sharpen definitions with fresh proof. Why it matters. Categories reduce cognitive load. They turn your offer from a service into the way to fix. Referrals become crisper. Talk to them about your first 10 drop. Press and podcasts have a hook, and your prices carry a method premium. As you drift off, imagine someone describing your work at a dinner table using your words, not theirs. That's free distribution, born from clarity. Instrument everything. Feedback loops you'll actually use. Success accelerates when your work talks back quickly. Build 3 feedback loops, fast, medium, and deep, so you can correct course without drama. Fast loop same day. Run a 5-second clarity test for any visual or headline. Show a friend or community member the asset for 5 seconds. Ask what is it, and why should anyone care? If they miss, fix contrast, nouns, and promise before shipping. For video intros or product demos, use a first 15 audit. Play only the first 15 seconds to 3 people in your niche, record face reactions with permission, and capture words they say aloud. Medium loop. 7 to 14 days, install simple behavior analytics where ethical and appropriate. Heat maps on a landing section, retention graphs for videos, reply rates on cold messages tagged by opener, email clicks by subject pattern. Pair each metric with a decision rule written in advance. If retention at 007, 65%, reshoot hook. If CTR 3.5% on 2 titles, redesign thumbnail. If reply rate 8%, rewrite opener with VOC phrase. Deep loop, 30-90 days, run cohort reviews, group projects or content by theme and compare outcome distributions. Ask which hypothesis actually held across samples. Summarize in your findings doc 3 patterns that worked, 3 that failed, 1 new question to test. Keep the system light, 1 spreadsheet, 3 tabs, tests, results, next. Archive screenshots with timestamps so proof isn't a memory. Use voice of customer mining weekly, level 41 to refresh your test ideas with real phrases. Be humane and compliant. Get consent before recording any user behavior, anonymize examples in public reports, and follow your country's rules and the platform's terms. Why it matters. Instrumented work changes how you feel. Anxiety becomes curiosity. Arguments become experiments. Misses become inputs to the next run. As you settle into sleep, picture tomorrow's asset leaving your hands with a tiny tag attached, destined to bring back a number and a note. You won't guess. You'll listen, adjust, and compound. Setters and closers, a simple human sales system. When opportunity grows, your calendar can't hold every conversation. Build a light, 2-step sales system with a setter who books qualified calls and a closer who runs short, decisive conversations. If you're solo, you'll play both roles first, then delegate setting. Start with a qualification map. Who, role, niche, pain, the number they want moved. Fit, your offer solves it within 14-30 days, and red flags, budget mismatch, misaligned values, do-it-all requests. Create a setter playbook. A 5-line DM email script, a bank of value nudges, mini teardown checklist, a 3 to 7:30 follow-up cadence. Level 66, and a yes, hold, no decision tree. The setter's goal is not persuasion, it's fit. They book a 15-minute fit call on your calendar with 3 questions up front: baseline number, deadline, constraints. Build a closer script that fits on a card. Context. What made you reach out now? Target. Which number must change in 14 days to call this a win? Constraints, people, budget, access. Plan 2 scopes with calendar dates. Decision, quiet pause, handle 1 objection with an asset. Calls end with a summary email within an hour. Problem, plan, price, dates, and a 48-hour hold on a start slot. Train your setter for 2 weeks using recordings and your objection matrix level 50. Pay a base plus a small per booking bonus that meets quality thresholds, show rate, fit score, not wild commissions that create pressure. Document everything in a tiny CRM. Contact, source, notes, next step, follow-up date. Review weekly with your setter which openers landed, which niches replied, where drop-off occurs. When ready, delegate the setter role first. Keep closing until proof and pricing stabilize. Why it matters. A humane setter closer system multiplies your reach without turning you into a call factory. You protect deep work blocks, respond faster, and keep momentum gentle. As you drift off, imagine waking 3 neatly qualified calendars, holds, no chasing, just clear choices. Capacity, math, WIP, limits, and a calm Kanban. Growth breaks when too much work sits half done. Install a simple capacity model and work in progress, WIP, limits, so projects finish smoothly. Start by mapping your week. 2 deep blocks daily, maker. 2 short admin windows, manager, and 1 system slot, Friday. Estimate realistic effort for your core deliverables using historical logs, not hope. Prototype 2-3 hours. Iteration 1, 2 hours. Reporting tile 45 to 60 minutes. Kickoff decision calls 35 minutes each. Convert into capacity points you can actually deliver per week. Then set WEP limits. No more than 2 active sprints, 4 open prototypes, 6 pending iterations at once. Visualize with a 3-column Kanban board. To make, in progress, waiting, feedback, done. Each card is a single artifact with a due date tied to the calendar. Every morning, pull the smallest high-value card into in progress. Never push 10 at once. Use blocker labels to escalate stored items, feedback late, access missing, new scope, then message with a clear decision or date. Bundle similar tasks for speed. Tile batch, hook batch, but keep WEP limits intact. Add a fast lane swim lane for same-day micro wins. A quick teardown, a hook matrix that shouldn't clog the main flow. Once a week, tally throughput cards done, and compare to planned capacity. Adjust promises next week, based on reality. Protect quality with pre-flight checklists, level 59 before cards move to done. Pair capacity with pricing floors, level 14, so rush requests, carry a multiplier, and slow, thoughtful work isn't punished. If you hire help, give them their own microboard and a clear definition of done per card. You remain the final gate for anything money-facing. Why it matters. Why it matters feel slow at first, then you notice projects finish on time, clients relax, and your nights are quiet. Half-done piles stop stealing energy. As you settle into bed, picture a tidy lane of cards sliding to done, one after another. Steady, no scraping gears. Ethical swipe files and originality on demand. Inspiration is fuel. Imitation is risk. Build an ethical swipe system that trains your taste while protecting your reputation. Create 3 swipe folders: patterns, layouts, hooks, opening moves, specific techniques, contrast trick, pacing, framing, and moments, tiny details that made you feel something. When you save an example, annotate it within 60 seconds. What worked, which number it likely moved, and the constraint it solved. Add the source and date to give credit in private notes. Public use should be a transformation, not a trace. Once a week, run a 20-minute deconstruction sprint, pick one piece, rebuild it from memory, then compare to the original and write 3 differences. This trains structure, not copying. Next, generate a remix matrix. Rows are patterns, columns are your constraints. Fill boxes with ideas that combine them into something new. Before shipping, run an originality check. 1. Change the premise or audience. 2. Invert a visual hierarchy. 3. Remove a cliché element. 4. Add a small signature move from your style kit. Level 35. Optionality, solo plus, micro agency or product. By design, success is freedom to choose your shape. Build optionality on purpose so you can tilt between solo craft to tiny team and product without chaos. Start with a 12-month option map, 3 paths with triggers. Path A, Solo Plus. You keep hands-on delivery, add premium pricing, a helper for ops, and selective advisory days. Trigger, pipeline full for 60-90 days, joy in craft high. Path B, Micro Agency. You standardize a flagship service, hire 1 to 2 specialists under your SOPs, and keep yourself as editor and account lead. Trigger, demand for the flagship exceeds your personal capacity and quality is repeatable through checklists. Path C, Product. You slow service growth slightly to build tiny products or a training using your proof engine and assets library. Trigger, your assets show consistent wins people ask to self-serve. For each path, define keeper metrics, margin, hours week, client satisfaction, risks, quality drift, management overhead, slower cash cycles, and pre-mortems, what would kill this shape. Build a lightweight owner's manual, how money flows, your calendar template, the runway folder index, your method's non-negotiables, and a handoff plan if you step away for 2 weeks. If you hire, start with outcome roles, thumbnail reworks, first 10 edits, reporting, not vague titles, train with your style kit and quality bar, keep WIP limits. For product, protect a weekly maker slot and a small launch lab checklist so shipping doesn't get swallowed by delivery. Revisit your option map quarterly. Tilt, don't yank. Keep your freedom fund stocked, level 20, so pivots aren't panic. And remember, optionality isn't chasing everything, it's preserving the right to change shape without breaking. Why it matters: markets shift, energy shifts, life shifts. When your options are designed, change feels like a staircase, not a cliff. As you close your eyes, picture 3 doors you can open calmly, each lit, each leading to compounding in a form that fits your next season. Revenue share and tiny equity. Get paid beyond the invoice. Fees are today. Money. Aligned upside is tomorrow. Money. Start small with ethical, simple structures you can explain in one paragraph. Pick offers where your lever is close to revenue. First 10 retention for creators, conversion on a checkout, qualified demos booked, propose a barbell, a fair base fee, so you're not starving, plus a rev share kicker on measurable lift over baseline for a fixed window, e.g., 90 days. Define the baseline in writing with timestamps. Keep the formula plain. Munt, X base, Y% of incremental revenue attributed to asset for 3 months, or for creators, Y% of AdSense from the 3 videos we touch, or for SaaS, Y% of net new MRR from landing page variant B for 90 days. Cap the upside and the effort. You're not becoming unpaid staff. Add a clarity clause, access to the dashboard you need, a monthly statement screenshot, and a kill switch if either side feels off. Prefer rev share on lift over equity and everything at the start. Equity sounds glamorous but can hand you 0 for years. When equity is on the table, keep it tiny, 0.252%, and vest it on shipped milestones, not promises. Write a 2-page memo in friendly language: problem, scope, dates, measurement, payment cadence. What happens if attribution is muddy? Split the difference or roll to fee only. And an amicable exit. Consult a qualified local professional for anything formal, laws vary by country and change, and keep your spirit clean. No predatory traps. Choose partners you'd have coffee with. Your proof engine remains central. RevShare is trust built on evidence, not hope. Keep fee-only offers alive in parallel so you never become desperate in negotiations. Over time, a handful of aligned deals can quietly out-earn dozens of one-offs. As you drift off, picture a small row of seedlings labeled RevShare, each watered by results you already know how to create, growing while you sleep. The data room. Be ready for big buyers, sponsors, or partners. Opportunities scale when due diligence is easy. Build a tidy data room so a sponsor, enterprise client, or partner can say yes without hunting. Create one private folder with 7 sections. 1. About and method. Your niche sentence, manifesto, level 77, and 4-step map. 2. Proof. Top 10 case tiles with before-after numbers, short looms, and links to live assets. 3. Process. SOPs for discovery, delivery, reporting, and quality bar. Level 59. 4. Financial snapshot. Sanitized revenue mix by quarter, services, products, partners. Average project value, retention rate. Nothing sensitive beyond what you're comfortable sharing. 5. Compliance and risk. Plain language agreement template. Privacy approach. Licensing list. Insurance summary. Backup routine. 6. Team and capacity. Who does what? Even if it's just you, Pi helper. WIP limits. Level 85. Lead time to start. 7. Media kit. Bio. Headshots, logos, palette, approved blurb, and a sheet of talk titles. Level 71. For sponsors, add an audience appendix, email list size and open click ranges, channel metrics that matter, example placements with performance. For enterprise, add a security note, how access is handled, what data you store, retention deletion policy, version everything, and date stamp PDFs. Keep the tone calm and factual. This isn't a pitch deck, it's a clarity diary. Share by expiring link and log who accessed it. When a new opportunity appears, don't scramble. Paste one polite sentence. Here's a concise folder with proof, process, and answers to common questions. Inside your business, the data room doubles as your training and consistency hub. New helpers get up to speed in hours, not weeks. Review quarterly. Replace weak tiles, update numbers, prune stale assets, and note the questions people keep asking. so you can add a one-page answer. Why it matters. Readiness is magnetic. Decisions speed up when risk feels contained and competence is obvious. Planned sabbatical and deep rethink. Avoid the plateau. Compounding needs seasons of stillness. Plan a sabbatical 4 to 8 weeks, where revenue keeps the lights on and your mind climbs to a higher hill. 6 months out, build a runway. 3 months expenses in the Freedom Fund, level 20, 2 recurring clients with clear deliverables someone can help you fulfill, or a backlog of tiny product income that covers essentials. 30 days out, tell clients your dates with a helpful frame. I'll be offline from date to level up our method. Ahead of that, I'll ship list and leave you with a keep the gains pack. For anything emergent, trusted helper can handle defined scopes. Create a short sabbatical charter, questions you're answering, skills you'll explore, and the artifacts you'll return with, updated checklist, versioned method, a small report. Design days like a retreat, not a blur. Morning reading and note synthesis, midday walks, afternoon making, evening no screams. Pick one deep book stack that feeds your work, craft, strategy, biographies, and one unrelated joy stack to widen your taste. Keep a single field log, not public, of ideas, systems to prune, and no more decisions. In week 2, silence business inputs, no analytics, no sales pages, so your brain stops twitching and starts seeing. Build a media property. Own the eyeballs you serve. Services pay for now. Media compounds distribution forever. Choose one property you'll own for years. A focused newsletter, a YouTube channel with a single promise, or a research blog with quarterly benchmarks, level 73. Tiny acquisitions and digital asset mergers. You don't have to build every asset from zero. Consider buying small, useful things. A niche newsletter with 2K engaged readers, a domain with search trust, a template pack with traction, or a micro tool your audience already loves. Write a one-page diligence checklist: audience quality, open click, retention, revenue mix, last 12 months, asset quality, files, code, licenses, operational load, hours, week, risks, platform dependence, churn, and integration plan, how it plugs into your home base, offers, and style kit. Price, with sanity. 2K is annual profit for simple assets, more only if strategic fit is perfect and churn is low. Avoid fixer-uppers unless you have a clear plan and slack. For newsletters, run a 30-day introduce and add value phase before any heavy monetization. Respect their tone and trust. For template packs or micro tools, rebrand lightly. Add your quality bar and instructions and ship a V1.1 within 14 days so buyers feel momentum. For content libraries, tag, index, and fold the best pieces into your media property with clear from the archive labels. Keep clean paper trails, simple purchase agreement, list of included assets, representations that the seller owns what they're selling. For anything beyond trivial, consult a qualified local professional. Set a 90-day success metric, opens above X, sales above Y, or adoption into your funnel, then decide to keep, improve, or resell. Build a no-regrets rule. If an asset won't pay back in learning or leverage, even if revenue lags, skip it. Tiny acquisitions, done patiently, let you skip early cold starts and stack moats faster. Level 75. As you drift off, imagine shelves where new tools slide neatly beside your own, labels aligned, each one feeding your flywheels while you rest. Health, longevity, and stress-proofing for builders. Money is a time amplifier. Guard the time you're buying. Build a health OS that matches your work. Consistent sleep window, sunlight in the morning, steps across the day, 2 strength sessions per week that you actually enjoy, and simple food that stabilizes energy. Protein-forward meals, plants, slow carbs when your brain has worked hard. Keep caffeine as a tool, not a blanket. Delay the first cup. Cut 8 hours before bed. Install micro breaks, 60 seconds each hour to stand, breathe 4 to 6, relax jaw and hands. Practice an evening off-ramp, low light, screen dim, 3-line journal, win, worry, plan, and your phone outside the bedroom. Protect one social ritual weekly: dinner, call, walk. so your world isn't only dashboards. When stress spikes, run your 24-hour reset, level 36, and speak kindly to yourself. Shame is not a productivity tool. For your mind, use a mental inbox on paper, capture intrusive tasks so they stop looping. For pain and posture, choose maintenance you'll actually do, mobility snacks, foam roll by the couch, a simple stretch routine. If new symptoms or concerns arise, see a qualified healthcare professional in your country. Advice here is general, not medical. Consider an annual checkup, eye strain habits 2020, and an ergonomic audit of your workspace. Train recovery like a skill, breath work, walks, music you love, fiction that slows your brain, a hobby with your hands. Remember why a calm nervous system gives you better ideas, kinder negotiations, and fewer overreactions. Your business becomes less brittle when you are. As you settle into bed, feel the sheets, slow your breath, and picture tomorrow's peaks guarded. Success is a body that lets your compounding continue for years, not quarters. Define enough, and design the life around it. More is a moving target. Enough is a design choice. Start by writing 3 numbers on one page. Floor, the calm monthly cost of a life you can live forever. Rent, mortgage, food, utilities, insurance, transit, baseline health, a little fun. Add 10% slack. Next, comfort. The version with nicer groceries, a gym you like, a trip per year, gifts, tools that save hours, and a budget for learning. Finally, adventure, the season when you fund a big bet, sabbatical, studio upgrade, a move, a new product, and accept temporary variability with a plan. Translate each into months of runway targets in your Freedom Fund, level 20. Decide your enough income. Floor, tide your enough income. Floor, tide your comfort, cost or 1.0 depending on your season. Put the number at the top of your CEO review. Now design your week around enough, not ego. What schedule would you keep if money was steady? 2 deep blocks daily, 1 systems morning, 1 Sabbath window, a monthly workshop, 3 nurtures, and 1 experiment. Lock it in. Add a lifestyle creep guard. When revenue rises, split the surplus, half to Freedom Fund, or boring investments you understand. Seek qualified local advice for specifics, a quarter to growth, skills helpers, a quarter to deliberate upgrades that improve energy or time. Write a no new obligations without 30 days rule. Recurring costs require a cooling window and a clear job to be done. Build an enough dashboard with 4 dials, safety months on hand, active projects within WP limits. Weekly inputs hit your 1 metric and energy floor score, level 7. When dials are green, you can gently widen ambition. When any dial dips yellow, shrink scope before adding hustle. Enough is not smallness. It's a stable base that lets you pick interesting games and say no to noisy ones. As you drift to sleep, imagine your day shaped by choice. A tidy morning, a short build block, a walk, a call with someone you like, dinner unrushed. Wealth is the power to keep that rhythm. Succession, redundancy, and the 2-week disappearance test. A resilient business can survive your silence for a short season. Run the 2-week disappearance test. Step 1. Create a bus stop binder. A simple folder, physical or digital, titled Read Me First with 5 items. How money flows, invoices, accounts where the tax bucket lives, project map, active clients, promises with dates, access links. Method cheat sheet. Your 4-step map and quality bar. Communications email templates for delays, handoffs and closures, and emergency contacts, partner, helper, accountant, legal. Step 2. Appoint a deputy, even if part-time, trained on the binder, your style kit, level 35, wipe, limits, level 85, and the reset protocol, level 36. Give them authority to pause, refund a small amount, or shrink scope to protect trust. Step 3. Redundancy. Duplicate critical access in a password manager with shared vaults. Store licenses and templates in the runway folder, level 53. Schedule automated weekly backups and test a restore quarterly. Step 4. Calendar failsafes. Add buffer days to every sprint. Decision gates on calendar dates, not vibes. and default messages that send if feedback is late. Rolling delivery by 24H, unless X. Step 5. Dry run. Take a long weekend with no comms. Your deputy sends updates, closes loops, and marks issues in a log. Debrief on Monday what broke, what was unclear, what was missing. Patch the binder. Step 6. Roll cards. Document who owns what, even if who is you. Cells, setter, closer, delivery, prototype, iteration, report. Ops, onboarding, billing, media, field note, conveyor. If you scale to a micro agency, each card gets a backup. Step 7. Client assurance. Add one paragraph to onboarding. If I'm ever unexpectedly offline, here's how work continues for 14 days. Calm transparency builds trust. Why it matters. Life throws surprises, happy ones, travel, and hard ones, illness. Redundancy isn't pessimism, it's care for clients and for you. As you nestle in, picture your binder on a shelf, clean labels, a friend able to open it, and keep your promises while you heal or breathe. That's real security. Crisis playbook, platform bans, chargebacks, and curveballs. Black swans land eventually. Write a one-page crisis playbook you can follow even when adrenaline spikes. Section 1. Triage. Define severity levels, annoyance, disruption, crisis, with examples: file loss, platform strike, client churn, payment failure, legal notice. Pair each with a first move, stop the bleed steps, freeze, add spend, pause, publish, backup remaining assets, a single contact to notify, and a checklist to gather facts, timestamps, screenshots, contracts, correspondence. Section 2. Comms. Use a 3-sentence template. Acknowledge, explain status. Propose, next step. Sent within hours, not days. Keep tone factual and kind. Don't blame. For public matters. E.g., a mistaken claim. Write an accurate correction, cite sources if appropriate, and follow platform rules. No dogpiling, no subtweets. Section 3. Money. List cash cushions, freedom fund months, fallback revenue plays, starter sprints, group clinic, and costs to cut without harming delivery. If a chargeback occurs, respond with calm documentation, contracts, deliverables, timestamps through your processor's process. Section 4. Legal and compliance. Keep agreements ready, maintain clean licenses and attributions, and for anything formal or jurisdiction-specific, consult a qualified professional in your country. Your playbook is practical, not legal advice. Section 5. Platform contingency. Maintain mirrored presence, email list, site backups, alt channels. Keep a platform exile plan where your audience can find you tomorrow. Section 6. Emotional regulation. Run the 24-hour reset. Level 36. Avoid late-night decisions. Sleep, then decide. Section 7. Post-mortem. When dust settles, write a neutral incident report. What happened? Why? What changed? What you'll test. Update SOPs. Add pre-flights. Strengthen backups, or adjust filters. Level 21. Teach a sanitized lesson to your audience when appropriate. Your calm under fire becomes part of your brand. Why? It matters. Crises expose systems. A prepared mind loses less money, fewer nights, and almost no reputation. As you close your eyes, imagine future you meeting a storm with a small laminated card. The plan is short. The steps are clear. You bend, not break. Mentor, apprentice, and the teaching company. Multiplying impact means multiplying people. Carefully. Start a tiny apprentice track that turns your method into a craft others can practice. Outline a 6 to 8 week program with 3 pillars. Foundations, your manifesto, niche sentence, quality bar. Practicum, shadow 2 real sprints. Then lead 1 under supervision, and proof, ship a case tile with numbers. Select 1 apprentice at a time from your community. Curious, kind, detail-focused. Offer a fair stipend or revenue share. Unpaid extraction breeds resentment. Build a curriculum doc with modules, checklists, and watch for notes where beginners wobble. Scope creep, vague language, skipping pre-flights. Pair each module with artifacts. A teardown canvas, hook ledger entry, a sample kickoff loom. Meet weekly for 30 minutes. Async the rest. Give feedback by rubric to reduce taste fights, and ask apprentices to keep an error log like you. Level 17. At graduation, write a warm public endorsement and add them to your partner map. If they shine, invite them to take on scoped work with your quality gate. If not, part kindly and keep the door open. Beyond apprentices, create a low-cost Teach the Method kit for teams, slides, checklists, a 1-hour workshop outline. Teaching codifies your thinking, frees your calendar, and creates a bench you can trust during busy seasons. Add a scholarship slot annually for someone underrepresented in your niche. Ask your advisory circle, level 76, to nominate. Track results, apprentice success stories, client satisfaction, throughput gains. Why it matters. Teaching isn't just generosity, it's strategy. A teaching company earns reputation, resilience, and room to rest because knowledge no longer lives in one head. As you drift off, picture someone you trained walking a client through your method with care. Your work echoes beyond your hours, and that echo is income and impact. Wealth outside the business, boring on purpose. When cash flow is steady and your freedom fund is healthy, consider allocating excess into simple, diversified vehicles you understand. Principles first: protect your sleep, avoid leverage you can't withstand, and don't risk money needed for essentials. Many builders choose broad, low-cost, diversified funds for long-term compounding. Some add conservative cash reserves, a pension plan, or a mortgage prepayment. Others invest in small slices of things they know deeply. Tools, training, tiny acquisitions. Level 92. Whatever you choose, follow your country's regulations and tax rules and consult a qualified professional for personal advice. Specifics vary and do change. Create a simple written policy you can follow on autopilot, monthly fixed transfers after taxes, a target allocation range, and a rule for windfalls, e.g. 50% into long-term, 30% business growth, 20% fun or giving. Keep fees low, complexity lower, and spreadsheets light. Review quarterly for drift. Rebalance calmly, not reactively. Build risk buckets. Near-term cash, medium-term reserves, long-term compounding. Consider insurances appropriate to your situation, equipment, liability, health, to prevent a single event from erasing years of effort. If property tempts you, model maintenance, vacancy, and interest rate risk with conservative assumptions. If private investments tempt you, invest only where you have true edge and can afford a zero. Remember opportunity cost. Often the highest return asset is still your business, skills, brand, products which you control. Write a do-nothing plan for scary headlines, a checklist you follow instead of doom scrolling. Wealth is less about chasing and more about allocating with humility. Why it matters. Diversified, boring moves, buy future freedom and make your business choices cleaner. No frantic launches for rent, more patient bets on quality. As you settle in, imagine buckets labeled safety, growth, play, and give, each quietly filling on schedule while you focus on work that matters. Giving that compounds, local, measurable, dignifying. Money is a lever for others too. Build a small giving system that matches your values and method. Pick 2 lanes: local, hands you can shake, and leverage, organizations with measurable impact. For local, choose one school, community center, shelter, or makerspace. Offer 3 assets: your time, a micro workshop, your method, a sprint that raises their key number, sign-ups, donations, clarity, and your money, a monthly gift, sized to your enough plan. Level 94. For leverage, research a few transparent organizations, read their reports, understand their metrics, and pick one to support for a full year so you can see change over time. Consider funding plumbing operations and tools where your business expertise sees neglected leverage. Create a tiny impact ledger, date, who, what changed, and a note about the humans behind the number. Keep dignity central, no savior posts, no photography that turns people into props. Tell stories only with permission and credit the real workers. Invite your community to join occasionally, a matching month, a workshop where all proceeds go to a fund, a template pack where a portion supports a cause. If you build apprenticeships, level 97, reserve 1 slot, as a scholarship annually and pair it with a mentor from your circle. Giving is not a tax on success, it's part of success, aligning your skills with needs bigger than your inbox. It also trains perspective. Small business storms shrink when you remember the village you're part of, why it matters. Generosity multiplies relationships, steadies your identity, and makes enough feel richer. As you drift to sleep, picture a quiet ledger of help names, dates, tiny wins, stacked beside your revenue sheets. Both are compounding, both are wealth. The calm builder's oath. This is the finish and the beginning. Whisper an oath you can keep. I will build steadily, not frantically. I will protect sleep so decisions stay kind. I will measure the few numbers that matter and ignore the noise. I will ship small, daily, and let proof speak. I will design around enough, then choose my games. I will raise my rates by raising my results. I will treat partners, clients, and apprentices with warmth. I will say no quickly and yes carefully. I will prepare for storms and celebrate small sunrises. I will teach what I can so others climb faster. I will maintain moats through data, method, brand, relationships, and refresh them with curiosity. I will keep a sabbatical on the calendar and a book on the nightstand. I will remember that money is a tool to buy time, not a ruler for my worth. I will give in ways that dignify. I will forgive misses fast and repair them faster. I will keep one identity loop sacred, the daily build block, even when seasons change. And when I forget, I will begin again tomorrow. Practical. Next step, print your favorite 5 levels as cards. Level 1, Sleep Capital. Level 14, Flaws and Tears. Level 21, Opportunity Filter. Level 39, Flagship Offer. Level 94, Enough. Tape them where your eyes land in the morning. That's your spine. Everything else is flavor. As you close your eyes, feel the quiet compounding you've set in motion. A life that hums, work that helps, money that behaves, time that is yours. Level 100 isn't an ending, it's a rhythm. Keep it gentle. Keep it yours.
Welcome to Level 1 of 100 Dark Philosophies of Life. This one is called The Weight of Being. Imagine waking each morning, not because you chose to exist, but because existence was forced upon you. You never consented to life. You were simply thrown into it. Philosophers call this the burden of being. The terror here is simple. If you never chose life, do you truly own it? If you continue living only because survival is instinct, then perhaps you are nothing more than a prisoner of biology. Some thinkers, like Sartre, argue that this weight is the starting point of freedom, but freedom itself may only be another chain, another illusion of choice, wrapped around the fact that you had no say in being here at all. This thought darkens when you realize every breath brings you closer to death, yet every heartbeat ties you tighter to life. You are caught between two inevitabilities, the pain of living and the certainty of dying. And maybe, just maybe, philosophy's cruelest joke is that there may never be a reason for either. Welcome to Level 2. This one is called The Silent Universe. For centuries, humanity has stared at the stars, hoping for a voice to answer back. Yet the cosmos is silent. This is known as the Fermi paradox. If life is so vast, why have we never heard from anyone? The silence raises a darker possibility. Maybe there is no one else. Maybe consciousness is a cosmic accident, and we are alone in the dark, waiting for meaning, where there is none. The silence doesn't only stretch outward into space, it stretches inward too. No matter how deeply you scream into your own life, the universe gives no answer. Every decision, every dream, every love, swallowed by silence. If the cosmos is indifferent, then your story ends the same way as the stars, burned out, forgotten, and mute. The real terror is not that we're alone, but that no one ever cared to begin with. Welcome to Level 3. This one is called The Illusion of Choice. You think you are free, you think you choose, but philosophers and scientists alike whisper another truth. Every thought, Every action, every choice you make is the product of causes before your DNA, your upbringing, the temperature of the room, the chemical surge in your brain, all shape what you call your will. If every choice is caused, then what is free will but a comforting myth? Worse still, if you truly had no freedom, then you were never responsible for who you are. But responsibility is what makes life feel meaningful. Without it, there is only the shadow of determinism, a script written before you were born, acted out until your death. And if life is already written, then your struggles, your victories, your dreams, all of them are illusions. You are not free. You never will. Welcome to level 4. This one is called the prison of time. Time feels like movement, but what if it's a cage? Past, present, and future may already exist, fixed like frames of a film reel. You only move because your mind experiences each frame in order. If this is true, then nothing ever changes. You are forever locked in a sequence you cannot escape. The life you will live, the death you will face, already etched into the structure of time. Worse, if time is unchanging, then even your suffering is eternal. Every heartbreak, every pain, every loss still exists somewhere in the real. You may have moved past it, but in time's prison, it is still happening, forever. The idea that you cannot escape your own timeline is enough to shatter even the strongest will. You are trapped, not just by death, but by every moment that came before. Welcome to level 5. This one is called the self that isn't there. You believe there is a you inside your head, a core, a soul, a constant identity. But philosophy, neuroscience, and Buddhism all whisper otherwise. The self is an illusion. What you call I is only a collection of thoughts, memories, and sensations stitched together by habit. Remove your memories, and you vanish. Alter your brain, and you change. If the self is nothing but a story your brain tells, then who is the narrator? And if there is no narrator, then who is living your life? The idea that there may be no you behind your eyes is one of philosophy's darkest insights. Perhaps you are not a soul, but a flicker of perception that never truly belonged to anyone. And one day, when the brain stops firing, the story ends, the illusion fades, and there is nothing left. Welcome to level 6. This one is called eternal oblivion. Death is feared for many reasons, but perhaps the darkest is not pain or punishment, but nothing. Imagine closing your eyes and never opening them again. Not darkness, not dreaming, not silence, just nothing, oblivion. If eternity exists, then this nothingness stretches forever, swallowing every moment of your life, as if it never happened. Some thinkers find comfort in this. No suffering, no regret, but the horror lies in realizing that you will not even exist to notice the nothingness. Your consciousness will vanish, and the universe will move on as though you were never there. The cruelest part is this: you cannot escape it. No matter how far science or spirit reaches, oblivion may be the final truth. Life in all its pain and beauty might lead only to nothing. Welcome to level 7. This one is called eternal recurrence. Nietzsche asked, what if you had to live your life over and over again in exactly the same way, forever? Every mistake, every regret, every heartbreak, repeated endlessly. No escape, no change. This is not heaven. This is not hell. It is repetition without meaning. The thought is horrifying because it removes the hope that mistakes can be undone or that life is a one-time test. Instead, every moment is chained to infinity. The question becomes, could you embrace it, or would the knowledge that you are doomed to repeat your suffering drive you to despair? Eternal recurrence is not a thought experiment of comfort. It is a mirror that asks if your life, as it is worth reliving forever. And most lives, when faced honestly, may not be.
Welcome to Level 8. This one is called The Absurd. Camus believed that life has no inherent meaning, yet humans cannot stop searching for it. This clash between our hunger for meaning and the silence of the universe is called the absurd. The absurd is terrifying because it suggests the universe does not care about our struggle. Every religion, every philosophy, every system may be nothing more than humanity's attempt to cover the emptiness. But the abyss remains. To live with the absurd is to realize that every answer you seek is a mask. You can rebel, you can ignore, you can despair, but you cannot escape. The absurd will always be there. A shadow on every dream, a laugh behind every hope. Meaning may not exist, and yet you keep searching. That is the tragedy of being human.
Welcome to Level 9. This one is called The Problem of Other Minds. You believe others are conscious like you. You assume their smiles are real, their feelings true. But philosophy asks, how do you know? You can never enter another's mind. You can never prove their consciousness. Everyone around you could be hollow. Machines of flesh, pretending to be alive. Worse, even those closest to you could be illusions. Their laughter, their love, their tears, only performances in a theater you will never escape. The terror deepens when you realize you may be utterly alone in awareness. Billions of bodies, one mind, yours. And when it ends, the play ends too. Welcome to Level 10. This one is called The Fragility of Memory. Your entire identity is built on memory. Who you love, who you are, what you believe, all shaped by the past. But memory is fragile. Studies show it bends, distorts, even invents details. Each recollection is not a copy, but a reconstruction, which means the self you believe in is built on lies. Worse, memory can be erased entirely. Diseases like Alzheimer's peel away identity, leaving only a body without a self. If memory defines you, then you are always one accident away from vanishing while still alive. Perhaps you are not a person, but only a temporary collection of unstable fragments. And one day, those fragments will scatter, leaving nothing behind. Level 11, Moral Lux Nos. Welcome to Level 11 of 100 Dark Philosophies of Life. This one is called Moral Lux Nos. You want to be judged for your intentions and choices. You want fairness, yet much of who you are and what you do is set by luck. You did not pick your parents, your genetics, your century, your neighborhood, your childhood nutrition, your early teachers, your first opportunities, the random shocks that nudged you left instead of right. Two people make the same choice, but the world responds differently to each because of circumstances they never chose. One becomes a hero, one becomes a cautionary tale. Moral praise and blame pretend to float above chance, but chance runs underneath everything like a river. If character is shaped by causes you did not author, then even your goodwill was seeded by gifts you received without earning, and your failures, many were loaded before you arrived. The terror is not that there is no morality, but that morality cannot track reality cleanly. We punish and reward with a blindfold on. We claim merit where fortune smiled and guilt where misfortune pressed down. If you strip away luck, little remains to own. If you leave it in, justice feels like theater. You are squeezed between wanting a world where deeds matter and living in a world where the dice never stop rolling. The noose is this: the more honestly you see luck, the less cleanly you can judge, yet society requires judgment to function. You must condemn and praise to live together, while knowing the scale is tilted by winds you cannot control. Level 12, the machinery of suffering. Welcome to level 12. This one is called the machinery of suffering. Schopenhauer pictured life as a wheel that grinds. The organism wants, it reaches, it hungers. When it lacks, it suffers. When it gets, it feels brief relief, and then starts wanting again. Satisfaction is a pause between pains. The body is built to keep the wheel turning. Nerves bring signals of damage. Hormones push urges. Evolution selected for creatures who felt lack so strongly they could not rest until they chased relief. This design keeps lineages alive, but it also makes life feel like a machine that converts attention into ache. You can numb it with distraction, with work, with pleasure, with rituals and screens and noise. You can try to transcend it with meditation or ideals, but the wheel keeps turning in the background. Even joy can sharpen the blade, because joy reveals what could be lost. Love opens a new corridor of fear. Health opens a new corridor of dread. Success opens a new corridor of exposure. Pain sits behind the curtain of every good thing, waiting to pull the string. You are not failing when you hurt. You are performing exactly as designed. The darkest thought here is not that suffering happens, but that the system is tuned for it. Life is not broken, it is efficient. The animal that felt more lack survived more often. You inherited that calibration. It whispers through your days. Not yet, not enough, not safe. And even when it is enough, the wheel still spins, asking for more. Level 13, the hunger that never ends. Welcome to level 13. This one is called the hunger that never ends. Desire promises a finish line. One more milestone, one more number, one more person, one more room, and then the mind will be quiet. But the finish line moves when you reach it. The relief is real and short. Then new desires rise from the foam. This treadmill is not a glitch. It is the operating system. The mind normalizes gains, recalibrates expectations, and protects motivation by withholding lasting peace. That is how you keep chasing. The price is a life spent leaning forward, rarely standing still. Even contentment can become a goal to chase, which ruins contentment. Desire also hides a second hook. The more precisely you imagine the reward, the more ways reality can disappoint it. A perfect picture creates perfect angles for disillusion. So the cycle continues. You imagine, you pursue, you adjust, you try again. When you step off the treadmill, boredom and emptiness wait like quiet predators. They push you back on. Some people try to beat the system by wanting less. Others try to pick better desires. Others try to witness desire without obeying. None of this breaks the structure. It only changes how it feels to be inside it. The terror is subtle. If the engine never stops, there is no final arrival. If there is no final arrival, the story never resolves. The credits do not roll. There is only motion. You become a corridor with no end, a series of necks that consume the present, until there is no present left. Level 14, the void of value. Welcome to level 14. This one is called the void of value. You say some things are good and others bad. You feel it in your bones. Help is good. Harm is bad. Honesty over deceit. Care over cruelty. But when you ask where value lives, the answers thin out. Is good a property in the world, like mass and charge, or is it a projection of human preference, a glow we cast on events we like? If value is out there, you should be able to measure it with instruments. You cannot. If it is only in here, then meaning floats on appetite. Then a world with no creatures to prefer would be value empty. A universe of cold stars and rock would be perfectly fine to itself. That thought scrapes against your moral core. It makes goodness feel fragile. It makes evil feel like a weather pattern inside apes. Add to this the problem of disagreement. Cultures clash on what to honor and what to forbid, even within you. Values fight. Compassion tells you to help one person. Fairness tells you to treat all cases the same. Loyalty tells you to favor your own. There is no master key that unlocks every door without breaking another. The void is not a blank. It is a storm of conflicting lights with no sun behind them. You still must choose. You still must act, but you may never know whether your actions line up with anything deeper than coordinated instincts. That is the chill. You can be good with all your heart and still be nowhere anchored.
Level 15. The Weight of Infinite Oughts.
Welcome to Level 15. This one is called the Weight of Infinite Oughts. If one person drowning nearby creates a clear duty to help, what about 10 drowning far away? What about 1,000? What about millions who suffer quietly out of sight? Distance is morally irrelevant. Money travels, and time can be redirected. The principle scales. Your obligations balloon until they cover the earth. Every luxury becomes a decision not to relieve someone's pain. Every free hour becomes a choice against a stranger's life. The math is brutal because need is vast and your resources feel small, yet your resources are also large compared to someone with nothing. The demand rises like a tide. Live simply, give more, work longer, optimize impact, cut waste, sleep less. Then the tide says more. Even if you give almost everything remains undone. The horizon of ought never reaches you. It recedes as you walk. If you refuse the tide, you live with guilt. If you obey the tide, you drown. The terror is structural.
Moral insight expands your compassion faster than your capacity. Your circle gets bigger. Your body does not. You end up carrying a planet on a spine meant for one life. People retreat into rationalizations to survive. They narrow the circle, lower the bar, or pretend the math is wrong, but the math keeps whispering from the dark. There is always someone you could have saved with what you kept. Level 16. Meaning as a manufactured story.
Welcome to Level 16. This one is called Meaning as a Manufactured Story. Humans are narrative creatures. You link events into a line, add causes and lessons, and call it your life. The story is not false. It is assembled. You highlight certain scenes and cut others. You assign motives after the fact. You cast yourself as a hero or a survivor or a builder so the plot can hold. This stitching is how the mind tames chaos. But if meaning is made, not found, it can be unmade. A new lens can turn triumph into accident, duty into rationalization, love into attachment, and pain into noise. The same events support multiple interpretations, each changing what the life was. There is no final edit that is the truth. There are only more persuasive scripts. This is empowering when you need to heal. It is horrifying when you want foundations. If everything meaningful is a construction, then nothing meaningful is guaranteed. You must keep writing to keep standing. Stop writing, and the floor opens. The darkness here is not that stories are bad, it is that you cannot step outside story to verify which one is real. You move from frame to frame. Inside a lens you cannot remove without becoming blind. So you curate, you polish the parts that let you breathe. That is wise. It is also precarious. A single event can flip a genre. A single loss can change the theme. Your life is a draft until it ends, and the ending writes the beginning.
Level 17. Love as algorithm. Welcome to Level 17. This one is called Love as Algorithm. You want love to be transcendent, a meeting of souls beyond biology. Yet much of attachment can be traced to patterns Proximity increases liking. Similarity eases friction. Novelty triggers dopamine. Oxytocin bonds pair attachment styles, echo childhood. Pheromones play quiet games. Even timing matters. We pick partners when our lives allow them. None of this empties love, but it takes away its purity. The feeling that destiny wrote your names together might be a summary of converging variables. You still ache for them when they are gone. You still change shape to fit beside them. You still feel a private world sparking in shared silence. But the algorithm never leaves. It runs underneath the poetry. Then there is the darker layer. Love exposes you to loss with perfect accuracy. The deeper you bond, the more finely the blade can cut. Love multiplies life's meaning and magnifies its risks. It is the best thing and the most dangerous, because it stores your heart in another body you cannot control. If love is algorithmic, we can be hacked by ads, by apps, by scripts that imitate intimacy. We can be nudged into loops that simulate connection without delivering care. The fear is not that love is fake. The fear is that love is real and programmable, and therefore vulnerable to those who know the code better than you do. You walk into the most beautiful room and hand someone the keys to your alarms. Level 18. The ethics of non-birth. Welcome to level 18. This one is called the ethics of non-birth. Antinatalism argues that bringing a new person into existence is a harm because life guarantees suffering and offers benefits that only feel necessary once you exist. Before birth, there is no one to miss pleasure. After birth, there is someone to feel pain, fear, illness, loss, humiliation, grief. If you prevent a birth, no one is deprived. If you cause a birth, someone must carry the cost. Parents reply with meaning, love, growth, beauty, and the good they see in their children. The antinatalist replies that these goods are conditional and that the harms are not optional. You cannot ask a future person for consent. You choose on their behalf to place them in a game that ends in death and includes risks they cannot avoid. The horror of this view is that it turns the warmest act into a moral question with no easy escape. Every stroller becomes a philosophical claim. Every family dinner contains an argument. The idea does not demand extinction tomorrow. It demands honesty about the weight of creation. Some who accept the argument still choose life because love overrules logic in their bodies. Others choose not to create and live with the ache of that choice. Both carry pain. The point is not to condemn parents. It is to admit that making a person is not a neutral act. It is a roll of loaded dice with stakes that last an entire lifetime. Level 19. The Cage of the Gaze. Welcome to Level 19. This one is called The Cage of the Gaze. Sartre wrote about the look of the other. When you feel watched, you become an object to yourself. You see yourself as you imagine they see you. This gaze disciplines you. It makes you adjust, conceal, pose, perform. Modern life multiplies the gaze. Cameras, metrics, comments, likes, employer portals, social graphs. You live in a hall of mirrors where the self is constantly rendered for others and then consumed by you. The terror is how fast authenticity collapses into performance without your noticing. You start optimizing your feelings for legibility. You choose experiences that photograph well. You narrate life in captions before you live it. Even solitude becomes content in your head. Privacy shrinks, and with it, the room where self can grow without spectators. But you still need others to be real. Identity forms in relation, so you must live under eyes you cannot escape, while trying to keep a corner without windows. Some people answer with radical transparency. Others answer with masks. Many oscillate and get dizzy. The cage is not made of steel. It is made of attention. It rewards conformity and punishes deviation until even your resistance becomes a brand. To step outside the gaze, you need quiet, but quiet does not trend. The platform waits, and your hand twitches toward the door. Level 20. The Cemetery of Possible Lives. Welcome to Level 20. This one is called the Cemetery of Possible Lives. Every choice kills alternatives. Each path taken buries countless versions of you who might have been: the musician who became a nurse, the parent who became a traveler, the friend who became a stranger, the city you did not move to, the yes you did not say. At first this feels romantic. Many worlds within one. Then the weight settles. You are finite. You cannot resurrect those ghosts. Even if you pivot now, you only trade one set of graves for another. Regret is the feeling of walking through the cemetery at night, touching names on stones that read like your own. Some advise you to have no regrets, but that just means do not look too closely. Regret is a map of your values. After you know more, it reveals what mattered. The terror is that wisdom often arrives after the window to act has closed. You learn too late which life you would have loved, and the door is locked from the other side. The kind response is to honor the dead paths. You pause at their markers and thank them for showing you what you want to protect now. You live this life with more care because you can feel the others watching. That does not erase the ache. It gives it a job. You carry the graveyard with you and try to build something kind beside it.
Alright, here come levels 21-30 in the same style, each about 300 words, calm but deeply unsettling.
Level 21, the horizon that recedes. Welcome to level 21 of 100 dark philosophies of life. This one is called the horizon that recedes. Human life runs on goals. Finish school, find love, earn wealth, raise children, retire. The structure gives direction, but every horizon moves as you approach. The diploma leads to a job. The job leads to bills. The love leads to conflict. The child leads to worry. Retirement leads to decline. Every summit reveals another climb. You cannot stop moving forward, but you cannot arrive either. Even if you make it, the meaning fades once achieved. Your brain normalizes victories faster than you expect. What once glowed like salvation becomes background. This treadmill of becoming is what Kierkegaard called despair. The self always reaching beyond itself, but never resting in itself. The terror is that the chase is not a step toward fulfillment, but the structure of emptiness itself. You are always on the way. You will die on the way. The horizon never intends to let you catch it. Level 22. The Shadow of Comparison. Welcome to Level 22. This one is called the Shadow of Comparison. Your worth feels internal, but it is tied to others. You measure your looks against their looks, your wealth against their wealth, your skills against their skills. Even when you try to avoid it, the mind ranks. Social media magnifies this ranking, offering an endless stream of curated peaks from other people's lives. You see their triumphs without their costs, their beauty without their scars, their possessions without their debts. You become a mirror of distortions. Worse still, comparison corrodes joy. A win feels smaller if someone else has more. A gain feels hollow if another gained faster. The shadow of comparison follows you into every room, whispering that someone is doing better, someone is happier, someone is further ahead. Even solitude is not safe, because the remembered images return like ghosts. The darkest truth is that comparison is not optional. It is built into social creatures. Escape requires isolation, and isolation brings its own pain. You are trapped between envy and loneliness, both hungry in their own way. Level 23. The Trap of Identity. Welcome to level 23. This one is called the trap of identity. You build a sense of who you are. You say, I am this profession, I am this nation, I am this belief, I am this role. These anchors provide stability in the storm, yet each is a cage. The more tightly you hold an identity, the more it limits you. You defend it when it is threatened. You avoid evidence that cracks it. You shrink your possibilities to protect it. Identity feels like freedom, but functions like a trap. And when identity is stripped away by loss of job, loss of health, loss of role, you may feel hollow. You may discover there was no core, only costumes worn for decades. The terror is that without identity, you dissolve. With identity, you are confined. Both paths carry fear, to be no one or to be only one. Either way, the self you cling to is fragile and it can vanish overnight. Level 24, the collapse of progress. Welcome to level 24. This one is called the collapse of progress. Humanity clings to the belief in progress, that knowledge expands, technology improves, morality deepens, and the future will be better than the past. Yet history shows cycles of rise and fall. Civilizations flourish, then rot, then vanish. Rome collapsed, empires crumbled, libraries burned. Progress is not a staircase. It is a fragile balance beam. Climate shifts, wars, pandemics, corruption, all can reset the clock. The darkest thought is that even today's towering structures could be ruins tomorrow. Everything you depend on, electricity, medicine, food chains, could fracture. If progress is temporary, then all you cherish may be a brief flare before another long night. The comfort of we are moving forward dissolves into the fear that we are only circling, waiting for collapse. And one day, someone will call this era the ancient past, puzzled at how it all slipped away. Level 25, the cost of consciousness. Welcome to level 25. This one is called the cost of consciousness. Awareness feels like a gift, but it carries a heavy toll. To be conscious is to know you will die. To be conscious is to feel pain, not just in the moment, but in imagination before it happens, and in memory after it ends. No animal suffers the way humans do, because no animal contemplates suffering with such depth. Consciousness amplifies torment by letting you relive it endlessly in thought. It also creates anxieties that may never materialize, yet still wound. The cost of higher thought is higher pain. You are cursed to watch your own decay, to anticipate the grief of others, to understand the magnitude of loss. You are a creature that can see your own ending while still alive. The irony is cruel. The more vividly you live, the more heavily you suffer. Perhaps the sharpest darkness is this: awareness is not a shield against pain. It is a multiplier of it. Level 26. The tyranny of the future. Welcome to level 26. This one is called the tyranny of the future. The future enslaves you. You sacrifice today's rest to prepare for tomorrow's security. You save money you may never spend. You hoard time as if you could bank it. You shape your present not for itself, but for a future self you will never truly meet. This habit makes survival possible, but robs existence of immediacy. The tyranny deepens when you realize the future does not exist. It is always a projection, an illusion written in the mind, yet you trade actual moments for imagined ones. You work for retirements that may dissolve in illness. You plan for contingencies that may never occur. You build an altar to an idol that does not exist outside thought. And when the future finally arrives, it arrives as the present, already slipping away as you grasp it. Life is spent preparing for life, until death cuts the plan short. Level 27, the indifference of nature. Welcome to level 27. This one is called the indifference of nature. You want the world to care. You want storms to spare you, diseases to skip you, accidents to show mercy. But nature does not care. It does not hate you. It does not love you. It simply moves according to blind laws. Earthquakes crack cities. Floods erase villages. Viruses bloom. Predators strike. None of it is aimed at you, and none of it spares you. The indifference of nature is scarier than malice, because you cannot reason with it, plead with it, or bargain with it. You can only endure or be destroyed. Human culture adds stories of fate, justice, or divine will to soothe this truth. But remove the stories, and the universe is simply machinery, vast, deaf, and blind. The terror is not that nature targets you, but that it never even noticed you were there. Level 28, the curse of knowing too much. Welcome to level 28. This one is called the curse of knowing too much. Knowledge expands, but peace shrinks with it. The more you learn about the fragility of life, the chaos of history, the violence of biology, the illusions of psychology, the more you see cracks in the comfort of ignorance. Children can believe the world is safe and simple. Adults know better. Philosophers know worst of all. Awareness reveals hidden costs, contradictions, and absurdities. It exposes the instability of meaning. You cannot unlearn truths, even if they poison comfort. Knowledge saves, but it also scars. It makes you watch systems collapse in slow motion, unable to turn away. The curse of knowledge is not just sorrow, but isolation. The deeper you see, the harder it becomes to share with those who prefer simpler visions. You become a stranger in your own tribe, haunted by truths others do not want. Level 29. The fragility of civilization. Welcome to level 29. This one is called the fragility of civilization. You live as if society is solid, food in markets, power in outlets, medicine in cabinets, but the system is fragile. Remove electricity for weeks, and cities starve. Cut fuel lines and economies freeze. A pandemic, a cyber attack, a war, and the fabric thins. Civilization looks like concrete, but behaves like glass. Each generation assumes stability, yet history is littered with collapses. Babylon, Maya, Rome, Angkor, all thought they would last. None did. Our networks are denser and more fragile than ever, meaning collapse could be swifter. The horror is realizing you rely on a fragile web you cannot control. You may fall with it, not because you failed, but because systems larger than you cracked. And even if collapse is rare, its shadow falls on every comfort you take for granted. Level 30. The lottery of birth. Welcome to level 30. This one is called the lottery of birth. You were born into a family, a culture, a body, a century, without choosing. These accidents determine much of your path, your health, your safety, your opportunities, your worldview. A child born into wealth sees different horizons than one born into war. A body without disease carries different burdens than one with. Yet we speak of merit, responsibility, and fairness as if the lottery were not decisive. Most suffering in life comes from circumstances no one chose. Most privilege comes the same way. The lottery exposes the lie of total self-authorship. It also exposes the cruelty of blame. The terror is that life's largest variables were rolled before you took your first breath. And no matter how far you run, you carry the ticket you were given. Level 31, the mirror of death. Welcome to level 31 of 100 dark philosophies of life. This one is called the mirror of death. Every day you live, death lives with you. It stands behind every decision, shaping your fears, your urgency, and your value. Without death, nothing would matter. But because of death, everything is fragile. Heidegger argued that to live authentically is to live with death in view, but few can look for long. Most bury it under work, noise, or hope. Yet it waits. The terror is not just the end itself, but the knowledge that it is always moving closer, a shadow growing longer. You carry a mirror you cannot put down, every heartbeat reflected back as a countdown. You cannot outrun it, you cannot trick it, and the more vividly you see it, the more each moment burns with both beauty and dread. Level 32. The inescapable path. Welcome to level 32. This one is called the inescapable past. You want to believe you can move on, yet the past lingers. Every mistake leaves residue. Every trauma reshapes your nervous system. Even forgotten events twist paths you cannot trace. The past is not gone. It is encoded in habits, scars, reflexes. You may forgive, but your body remembers. You may forget, but your choices bend around old patterns. Some philosophers argue the past is not behind you at all, but stitched into your present being. You are your history walking. The terror is realizing you never truly escape it. Every day you carry ghosts who whisper through your actions. The past is not a place you left. It is a place you still live. Level 33. The weight of futility. Welcome to level 33. This one is called the weight of futility. You strive, you build, you chase goals, but step back far enough and everything collapses into futility. In 1,000 years, who remembers your work? In 1,000,000, who remembers humanity? In billions, even the stars burn out. Every achievement shrinks into dust. Some thinkers call this perspective liberating. If nothing matters, you are free. But the darker response is despair. If nothing endures, why suffer the effort? The futility is not abstract. It lives in the gap between daily urgency and cosmic indifference. You feel the drive to make a mark, even while knowing all marks fade. You dig with your bare hands into sand that slides back as soon as you move. The horror is that futility and striving coexist, and you cannot abandon either without breaking. Level 34. The Theater of Suffering. Welcome to level 34. This one is called the Theater of Suffering. Life unfolds as a stage where pain is performed endlessly. Wars, poverty, cruelty, disasters. Each generation inherits the same tragedies with new costumes. You watch suffering in news feeds, films, even entertainment. You cry for strangers, then scroll to the next distraction. The philosopher asks, is suffering just spectacle? If compassion is temporary, if outrage is aesthetic, then perhaps the world's agony has become a play consumed by detached audiences. The darkest thought is that awareness does not stop the theater. It fuels it. The pain of others becomes background, normalized, even commodified. To witness suffering and return to comfort is to admit how easily the stage continues. The horror is that life may not only be suffering, but also watching others suffer as if it were a show. Level 35. The endless repetition of pain. Welcome to level 35. This one is called the endless repetition of pain. Generations change, but pain repeats. Wars fought, peace claimed, wars fought again. Technology shifts, yet inequality remains. Illnesses evolve, cures arrive, new illnesses replace them. Families fracture, mend, and fracture again. The cycle mocks progress. You imagine humanity climbing, but perhaps we only circle, painting the same patterns in different colors. The repetition is cruel because it erases the hope that pain was temporary. Every birth inherits the wheel. Every child becomes another soldier, another worker, another mourner. Your suffering is not unique. It is an echo of millions before you, millions after you. And if there is no escape from repetition, then pain is not an error. It is the blueprint. Level 36. The collapse of meaning in suffering. Welcome to level 36. This one is called the collapse of meaning in suffering. Religions and philosophies try to justify pain. It builds character. It teaches lessons. It earns redemption. But what if suffering has no meaning? What if agony is just agony? A child dying in famine does not become stronger. A life ended by disease does not achieve wisdom. A random accident does not teach justice. To strip suffering of meaning is to face it as raw, senseless experience. The terror lies in how unbearable this makes the world appear. Without meaning, suffering is not a test, but an abyss. And if suffering has no reason, then perhaps joy has no reason either. Both may just be sparks in a void that neither cares nor remembers. Level 37. The disappearance of the present. Welcome to level 37. This one is called the disappearance of the present. You try to live in the now, but the now is gone before you notice it. By the time you observe a moment, it is memory. The present cannot be held. It dissolves as soon as you turn your gaze toward it. This makes life feel like a shadow you can never touch. You live in memory of what just happened, an anticipation of what may happen, but never in the thing itself. The present is an illusion, a thin surface, stretched over past and future. If you can never live in the present, then when do you live? The horror is realizing you are always missing your own life by a fraction of a second. Existence itself slips away faster than you can experience it. Level 38. The prison of conscious isolation. Welcome to level 38. This one is called the prison of conscious isolation. You can share words, gestures, art, but never consciousness. No one can step inside your mind. No one can feel your exact pain, your exact joy. Even the closest bond is an approximation, a translation of inner worlds into clumsy signals. You are sealed inside your skull, watching a private film that no one else can see. Others have their own films, equally private. We call this connection, but it is really two prisons speaking through walls. The terror is that even in love, even in intimacy, you are alone. And when death comes, you vanish without anyone ever truly knowing what it was like to be you. Consciousness begins alone, ends alone, and no bridge is ever complete. Level 39. The Trap of Hope. Welcome to level 39. This one is called the Trap of Hope. Hope is praised as survival fuel. It keeps you moving, keeps you fighting. But hope is also a trap. It delays acceptance, prolongs suffering, and binds you to illusions. You hope for cures that never come, for reconciliations that never arrive, for futures that never materialize. Each hope keeps you waiting, even when the truth is already written. Some philosophers argue despair can be cleaner than false hope, because it allows you to see reality unmasked. But most cling to hope, even knowing it deceives. The terror is that hope may not save you, but only extend the agony of realizing salvation never comes. Hope is a rope. It can pull you forward or strangle you slowly. Level 40. The erasure of the self in death.
Welcome to level 40. This one is called the erasure of the self in death. Death is not only the end of experience, it is the deletion of identity. Everything you built, your memories, your loves, your achievements, your dreams, vanishes with you. The world continues, but the self that carried those meanings is gone. You may leave artifacts, words, legacies, but they are not you. They are echoes stripped of consciousness. The true self, the one that felt, hoped, feared, is erased. The terror lies not only in ceasing to exist, but in realizing that existence was the only place anything mattered. Once erased, the story is not just unfinished. It is as if the story was never told at all.
Level 41, the tyranny of memory. Welcome to level 41 of 100 dark philosophies of life. This one is called the tyranny of memory. Memory is supposed to preserve you, but it can also chain you. A single humiliation can replay for decades. A single mistake can echo in your mind as if it just happened. Memory drags the past into the present, forcing you to relive pain you no longer endure physically, but cannot escape mentally. Worse still, memory is selective. You may forget joys faster than losses. You may remember shame sharper than love. The imbalance tilts life toward regret. Try to erase it, and you erase yourself, because memory is identity. Try to carry it, and it weighs every step. You cannot choose which scenes stay. They haunt uninvited, demanding attention in the middle of sleep, work, or silence. Memory promises continuity, but often delivers torment. The darkest truth. The past may be over, but your mind can keep you prisoner there forever. Level 42, the collapse of language. Welcome to level 42. This one is called the collapse of language. Every thought you share must pass through words, yet words are clumsy. They flatten feelings, distort nuance, misrepresent depth. You say love, but what you feel is oceans larger. You say pain, but the word cannot contain the ache. You hope others understand, but they receive only fragments. Meaning collapses in translation. The terror is that all communication is approximation. Your deepest self may never be spoken, never be known. Even your own thoughts are built on words you did not invent, shaped by cultures you did not choose. The mind itself speaks in borrowed terms. Perhaps there is no way out. Perhaps your most authentic self is forever lost between what you feel and what you can say. Level 43, the fragility of sanity. Welcome to level 43. This one is called the fragility of sanity. You live as if your mind is stable, but it hangs by threads. A chemical imbalance, a trauma, a sleepless night, and your sense of reality can warp. Hallucinations, paranoia, breakdowns lurk closer than you admit. Sanity is not a fortress. It is a tent in a storm. Worse, once sanity cracks, you may not know it has. The insane rarely feel insane. You could be living in distortions already, unable to detect them. The fragility of sanity reveals how little control you have over your most precious possession, the mind itself. It can dissolve without warning, leaving you stranded inside a distorted world that feels real only to you. That is the horror. You can lose reality while still trapped inside it.
Level 44.
The terror of infinity. Welcome to level 44. This one is called the terror of infinity. Infinity seems abstract, but it swallows meaning. If time is infinite, then every event, every life, every pain repeats endlessly. If space is infinite, then there are endless copies of you living every possible variation of your life, including worse ones, suffering without end. Infinity dilutes value. If everything happens infinitely, nothing is unique. Your joys, your choices, your struggles exist in countless versions. You are not one of a kind. You are one of uncountable. The terror is that infinity makes individuality meaningless. You are just another echo in a whole that never ends. The mind cannot grasp it, but it also cannot escape it, because infinity may be the very fabric of reality. Level 45. The mask of morality. Welcome to level 45. This one is called the mask of morality. We tell ourselves we act from principle, kindness, justice, honesty. Yet psychology shows much morality is mask. We help when it benefits reputation, when it secures alliances, when it avoids punishment. Even generosity often hides self-interest. True altruism may be rare, if it exists at all. This mask comforts us, but it also deceives. If morality is a strategy, not a truth, then our highest ideals are costumes for survival. The horror is not just that we deceive others, but that we deceive ourselves. We tell noble stories to cover instincts. We believe we are good while acting out of fear, greed, or vanity. Morality becomes theater, and we are both the actors and the audience, applauding our own performance.
Level 46. The disappearance of privacy.
Welcome to level 46. This one is called the disappearance of privacy. Privacy feels natural, but it is vanishing. Cameras in streets, trackers in phones, algorithms recording searches, microphones listening in silence. Your life is archived by machines you cannot see, owned by companies you cannot touch. Even thoughts feel unsafe because every desire you search is stored, every secret message copied, every click logged. You are mapped into data profiles more accurate than what you admit to yourself. The terror is not just exposure, but permanence. What you write today may haunt you decades later. The self becomes transparent while power remains opaque. Privacy is the room where the soul breathes. When it collapses, you may still live, but never alone. Level 47. The tyranny of the body. Welcome to level 47. This one is called the tyranny of the body. You think of yourself as a mind, but the body rules. Hunger dictates mood. Hormones shape desire. Fatigue clouds judgment. Illness erases willpower. You cannot transcend flesh. You are bound to it. The mind rides the body like a fragile passenger, pretending to steer while carried by instincts millions of years old. You may dream of immortality, but the body decays. You may pursue ideals, but the body interrupts with needs. In truth, you are not a free soul. You are a biological system executing survival codes. The terror is realizing your noblest dreams, your highest values, your deepest loves are all filtered through meat that demands to eat, to mate, to sleep, and finally to rot.
Level 48. The silence after you.
Welcome to level 48. This one is called the silence after you. You live as if your death will leave a trace in memory, in legacy, in family. But the silence comes quickly. Within a generation or two, your name fades from daily speech. Within centuries, you vanish from records. Within millennia, even monuments collapse. Even the greatest emperors are dust in forgotten ruins. You may believe you matter because you feel yourself intensely now. But after you, the silence is total. The world does not grieve forever. It replaces you with new voices, new concerns. The horror is that your story feels infinite from within. But from without, it is erased almost instantly. Death ends your life. Silence erases your place in life itself. Level 49. The inescapable cycle of violence. Welcome to level 49. This one is called the inescapable cycle of violence. Humanity dreams of peace, but violence is etched into history. Scarcity, fear, power, revenge, these forces renew conflict endlessly. Every war proclaims it will end wars. Every treaty is broken. Every peace is fragile. Even in families, in friendships, in daily life, conflict simmers. Violence is not only external, It is internal. Aggression lives in the brain, ready to rise under stress. The cycle repeats because it is not an accident. It is an inheritance. The horror is realizing peace may be a pause, not a destination. To be human is to live in a species that cannot escape its claws. And one day, those claws may end the species itself. Level 50. The collapse into nothing.
Welcome to level 50. This one is called the collapse into nothing. Imagine the universe expanding until stars die, galaxies fade, and all heat evens out. This is the heat death, a cosmos of uniform emptiness. No light, no life, no memory. Everything collapses, not into fire, but into nothing. Your life, humanity's story, Earth's history, all swallowed by cold silence. Philosophy can grapple with death on the personal scale, but cosmic death erases even the meaning of meaning. Why build? Why love? Why hope? If the end is an infinite void where nothing remains, the terror is not simply dying, but that everything dies. Not just you, not just humanity, but the entire possibility of remembering that anything once existed at all.
That's levels 40. Do you want me to continue rolling into levels 50? Level 51. The poverty of pleasure. Welcome to level 51 of 100 dark philosophies of life. This one is called the poverty of pleasure. Pleasure feels like reward, a signal of life's goodness, yet it is shallow and brief. Food tastes wonderful for minutes, then fades into fullness. Desire builds for weeks, but satisfaction lasts a moment. Even the most intense joys vanish as quickly as they arrive. The mind is built to chase them, but not to keep them. This poverty makes pleasure a trap. You invest vast energy for moments that slip away like smoke. Worse still, the memory of pleasure fades faster than the memory of pain. The scales are uneven. Pleasure passes, pain lingers. You may live decades for a handful of moments you barely recall, and when you do recall them, the recalling is pale compared to the living. The darkest thought here is that pleasure was never meant to sustain you, only to trick you into survival. Level 52, the prison of habit. Welcome to level 52. This one is called the prison of habit. Habits shape your days. You brush your teeth, drink your coffee, scroll your phone, drive the same route. At first, habit feels like freedom, no effort, no decision. But over time, it shrinks your world into grooves. You stop noticing details. You stop questioning choices. You become a creature of repetition, living the same day dressed in different clothes. Change is hard because habit resists it. Even bad habits become chains. They comfort you in their predictability, even as they waste your years. The terror is realizing how much of life is not chosen, but automated. You may live decades on autopilot, dying before you ever truly lived awake.
Level 53. The meaningless universe.
Welcome to level 53. This one is called the meaningless universe. Human beings ache for meaning, but the universe offers none. Stars burn because physics dictates it. Planets orbit without intention. Life appeared by chance, evolved by selection, and struggles without purpose beyond survival. If there is meaning, it is only what humans project. This realization strips grandeur from existence. Everything you care for, love, hope, morality, may be sparks in a void that does not care. You may cling to religion or philosophy, but remove the scaffolding and only meaninglessness remains. The horror is that meaninglessness is not a nightmare scenario. It may be the default state. You are a candle in a wind that never asked for light. Level 54, the myth of progress.
Welcome to level 54.
This one is called the myth of progress. We believe humanity climbs upward. Science advances, morality evolves, Comfort increases, yet progress is fragile. Each gain creates new dangers. Technology cures diseases, but invents weapons. Industry feeds billions, but poisons ecosystems. The arc is not clean. For every leap forward, shadows lengthen. Progress is not guaranteed. It is a fragile story we tell ourselves. Collapse may undo centuries in a single decade. The terror is that there may be no upward slope, only temporary rises before inevitable falls. Perhaps history is not a ladder, but a wheel spinning through cycles of creation and destruction, while we comfort ourselves with myths of ascent. Level 55, the tyranny of desire.
Welcome to level 55. This one is called the tyranny of desire. Desire drives you from birth to death. You want food, love, safety, recognition, comfort. Fulfill one and another rises. Fulfill them all and still you want. The tyranny lies in the fact that desire never ends. Even the monk renouncing desire does so out of desire for peace. The system is self-feeding. You are not free to stop desiring. The brain is wired to reach, grasp, hunger. This makes life feel less like freedom and more like servitude. You are enslaved not by masters, but by the endless appetite of your own mind. Even joy is tainted, because joy only opens new hungers. Desire is both the spark of living and the whip that drives you to exhaustion.
Level 56, the cruelty of time.
Welcome to level 56. This one is called the cruelty of time. Time heals, people say, but time also destroys. It erases faces you loved, weakens bodies you cherished, steals skills you built. Time carries everything away, slowly but without mercy. The cruelty is not sudden, it is relentless. You wake each day older, closer to decay. Children become strangers, strength becomes frailty, memory becomes fog. Time makes every joy temporary, and every life finite. Even mountains crumble under its weight. You may treasure the present, but time already drags it into the past as you speak. Time is not a healer, it is an executioner with infinite patience.
Level 57, the absurdity of freedom.
Welcome to level 57. This one is called the absurdity of freedom. Freedom sounds like a gift, but it is also a burden. Sartre called it condemned to be free. You must choose endlessly, and you cannot avoid it. Even not choosing is a choice. Every path you take closes infinite others. Freedom does not liberate. It condemns you to responsibility for every outcome. This weight becomes absurd when paired with ignorance. You must choose, but you can never know fully what you are choosing between. You are forced to act in a fog, accountable for consequences you cannot foresee. The terror is that freedom is not escape, but obligation. You are sentenced to be responsible for a life you never asked to live.
Level 58, the pain of empathy. Welcome to level 58. This one is called the pain of empathy. Empathy lets you share another's joy, but it also opens you to their suffering. Every time you feel compassion, you inherit pain not originally yours. The more you care, the more you hurt. In a world filled with endless suffering, empathy becomes a wound that never heals. To do deeply is to be cut deeply by every tragedy you witness. Some retreat into numbness, but numbness kills connection. Others stay open and bleed. The horror is that empathy, the quality that makes us most human, also ensures we carry more pain than one life alone could give. Level 59, the impossibility of justice. Welcome to level 59. This one is called the impossibility of justice. We build laws, courts, systems to deliver fairness, yet justice always slips. Crimes go unpunished, innocents are condemned, wealth buys advantage, power distorts outcomes. Even when justice is served, it cannot undo harm. No punishment resurrects the dead, No trial erases trauma. Justice is an ideal the world cannot hold. The terror is realizing the systems we trust may only be performances, appearances of fairness masking chaos. True justice, complete and pure, may be impossible, and without it, morality feels like a promise that no one can keep. Level 60. The death of the sun. Welcome to level 60. This one is called the death of the sun. Every life on Earth depends on the sun. It is warmth, light, energy, survival, but the sun will die. Slowly, it will expand into a red giant, boiling oceans, burning skies, swallowing Earth, the planet that carried every story, every love, every life, will be ash. Nothing you build, no memory, no trace of humanity can survive that fire. Even before the final collapse, life will end in waves of extinction as the sun changes. The terror is that death is not only personal, it is planetary. Your story, humanity's story, Earth's story, all share the same end, consumed by the very star that gave them life. Level 61. The weight of regret. Welcome to level 61 of 100 dark philosophies of life. This one is called the weight of regret. Regret is the ghost of roads not taken. It follows you quietly, replaying decisions you cannot undo. Every choice becomes a tombstone for the alternatives you buried. Some regrets are small, words unspoken, risks avoided. Others are heavy, love lost, years wasted, trust broken. Regret corrodes because it combines the past, which cannot change, with imagination, which never rests. You replay events differently, building alternate lives that mock the one you live. The terror of regret is not only that you suffer it, but that it never fully leaves. You can forgive yourself, distract yourself, bury yourself in work, but regret resurfaces in quiet hours, whispering, "You could have been different." Level 62. The fragility of love. Welcome to level 62. This one is called the fragility of love. Love feels eternal, but it is delicate. A misunderstanding, a betrayal, even time itself can erode it. Couples who once swore forever become strangers. Families fracture. Friendships fade into silence. Love depends on memory, trust, and presence. All fragile things. The horror is not just that love can vanish, but that it can vanish without reason, leaving you unsure if it was ever real. Love defines lives, yet it can dissolve like smoke. You build everything around it, only to watch it collapse in an instant. The fragility of love reveals how much you gamble every time you let someone close. Level 63. The inescapability of suffering.
Welcome to level 63. This one is called the inescapability of suffering. Buddhism teaches that life is suffering. In modern science agrees. To live is to ache. Hunger, pain, sickness, grief, all unavoidable. Even joy carries suffering. Because it ends, even health carries suffering. Because it decays. You may minimize it, delay it, numb it, but suffering waits. It is the cost of being alive. The horror is not only that suffering is universal, but that it is endless until death. You cannot choose life without choosing suffering. They are inseparable twins, born together, dying together. Every moment of pleasure arrives, holding hands with pain.
Level 64. The tyranny of responsibility.
Welcome to level 64. This one is called the tyranny of responsibility. To live is to be responsible for your actions, for others, for choices you never wanted to make. Parents carry children, children carry aging parents, workers carry companies, citizens carry societies. Responsibility multiplies until it consumes your life. Even in freedom, responsibility rules. Every choice you make shapes consequences.
and those consequences weigh on you. Even refusing responsibility is a responsibility. The terror is that responsibility never ends. You can try to put it down, but guilt waits. You can carry it, but it breaks you slowly. Life is not just survival. It is a burden of endless obligation.
Level 65. The loss of innocence. Welcome to level 65. This one is called the loss of innocence. Childhood feels bright because it is wrapped in ignorance. You believe the world is safe, that adults are wise, that fairness exists. Slowly, reality strips these illusions away. You learn of betrayal, cruelty, corruption, randomness. Each revelation erodes innocence, replacing wonder with cynicism. You cannot unlearn these truths, nor return to innocence. Once lost, it never comes back. The horror is that living long enough ensures the destruction of the very purity that made life joyful. Every adult carries scars not only from pain, but from the death of illusions. To grow up is to die a little each day, inside.
Level 66. The emptiness of success.
Welcome to level 66. This one is called the emptiness of success. Success is sold as salvation. Achieve this, reach that, and happiness will follow. Yet, those who reach their goals often find emptiness. The dream fulfilled reveals itself as hollow. The ladder climbed reveals no summit. Success does not end desire. It often magnifies it. Worse, success can isolate. Those who achieve become targets of envy, victims of loneliness, or prisoners of expectation. Success is not a cure, but a mask that hides dissatisfaction until it slips. The terror is that even winning the game does not free you. You may dedicate your life to reaching success, only to discover there was never treasure at the top.
Level 67. The curse of conscious time.
Welcome to level 67. This one is called the curse of conscious time. Animals live in the present, but humans know past and future. This knowledge is double-edged. You can plan, reflect, learn, but you can also regret, dread, and despair. The past haunts you. The future terrifies you. Consciousness stretches you across time until you are no longer here. You suffer memories that no longer exist, and fears that may never exist, as if they were real. The curse is that the mind cannot rest in the now. It drags you into times that wound you without touching you. You are a ghost of what was and what will be, rarely alive in what is.
Level 68. The death of the individual.
Welcome to level 68. This one is called the death of the individual. You live believing you are unique, but society erases individuality. You are categorized, numbered, filed. You become data for governments, consumers for corporations, workers for industries. Your uniqueness is irrelevant to systems that reduce you to function. Worse, even your identity is shaped by mass culture. The music you like, the words you use, the roles you play are borrowed. Individuality is a story told in borrowed language. The horror is that when you die, society does not lose you. It replaces you instantly. The you cherished may never have been more than a pattern easily replicated, easily erased. Level 69. The endless uncertainty. Welcome to level 69. This one is called the endless uncertainty. You crave certainty. You want to know who to trust, what to believe, where to go. Yet certainty never comes. Every fact can be doubted, every truth overturned, every plan disrupted. Philosophers called this radical skepticism, the idea that you cannot truly know anything. The world is a fog where you guess your way forward, pretending you see more clearly than you do. The terror is not just doubt itself, but the realization that doubt never ends. Certainty is a dream. Life is lived in permanent uncertainty. even as you cling desperately to fragile beliefs. Level 70, the erasure of humanity. Welcome to level 70. This one is called the erasure of humanity. One day, humanity will vanish. Whether by war, disease, climate, or time, the species will end. Cities will crumble. Languages will die. Art will turn to dust. The billions who lived, loved, suffered, erased. The planet may go on, indifferent to our absence. The universe will not mourn. The terror is not only extinction, but the indifference of the cosmos to our story. Humanity, which once believed itself central, will pass without witness. All our triumphs and tragedies will dissolve into silence, as if they never mattered at all. Level 71, the illusion of control. Welcome to level 71 of 100 dark philosophies of life. This one is called the illusion of control. You like to believe you steer your life, that careful planning, discipline, and choice shape your path. Yet storms, accidents, illnesses, and random chance can undo everything in a single moment. Control is a story you tell to calm yourself against chaos. You may work for decades to build stability, only for fate to tear it down in seconds. Worse, most of your decisions are guided not by free will, but by unconscious impulses, cultural pressures, and circumstances you never picked. You are not steering the ship. You are carried by tides, winds, and currents larger than you. The horror is not just that you lack control, but that you never had it at all. Level 72, the deception of happiness. Welcome to level 72. This one is called the deception of happiness. Happiness feels like the ultimate goal, but it is elusive. When you seek it directly, it slips away. When you find it, it is brief. Worse, happiness often depends less on reality and more on comparison, expectation, and chemicals in your brain. You may live well and feel unhappy, or live poorly and feel content, depending on forces outside your control. The deception is that happiness looks like something to possess, but in truth, it is only a fleeting state, a byproduct of conditions you cannot hold forever. The terrors that the pursuit of happiness may condemn you to disappointment, because happiness was never designed to last. Level 73. The fear of irrelevance. Welcome to level 73. This one is called the fear of irrelevance. You want to matter. You want your life to leave a mark, but the world is vast and indifferent. Most people are forgotten within a generation. Even famous names fade into obscurity. The works you build may crumble. The words you write may never be read. You may live an entire life and vanish without impact. The fear of irrelevance gnaws because it questions whether life has any value beyond the moment you live it. Perhaps relevance itself is an illusion, a comfort against the truth that existence is temporary and quickly erased. The horror is not only being forgotten, but realizing you may have never truly mattered at all. Level 74. The burden of self-consciousness. Welcome to level 74. This one is called the burden of self-consciousness. Animals act without worrying how they appear. Humans suffer the constant awareness of being observed, judged, and evaluated. You carry a mirror in your mind, reflecting how others might see you. Every gesture, every word, every mistake plays back in imagined eyes. This burden shapes your choices, twisting them toward appearances rather than authenticity. You live not only your life, but the version others project onto you. The terror is that you may never meet your true self, because you are always performing for invisible audiences. You are both actor and prisoner, trapped in a play you cannot exit. Level 75, the corruption of power. Welcome to level 75. This one is called the corruption of power. Power promises security, influence, freedom, yet power corrupts. Those who gain it often twist, slowly or suddenly, until their humanity is consumed by greed and paranoia. Even the well-intentioned bend beneath its weight. History shows leaders who began with vision descending into cruelty. Power is addictive, demanding more and more until it isolates and destroys. The horror is that power is necessary to shape the world, but dangerous to anyone who holds it, and because it corrupts, those who rise often fall, dragging countless lives with them. The cycle repeats endlessly, ensuring that humanity is forever ruled by those compromised by the very thing they seek. Level 76, the tragedy of desire. Welcome to level 76. This one is called the tragedy of desire fulfilled. Desire gives life direction, but fulfillment often disappoints. The fantasy is brighter than the reality. You imagine how good it will feel, only to discover it's smaller, shorter, less satisfying than you dreamed. Fulfilled desires often reveal new voids. You win, but feel hollow. You achieve, but feel restless. What you thought would save you only shifts the hunger elsewhere. This is tragedy, because life is driven by desire, yet desire fulfilled betrays the dream. The terror is that you spend your life climbing mountains, only to find nothing at the top but another mountain. Level 77, the disappearance of one. Welcome to level 77. This one is called the disappearance of wonder. As a child, the world is magical. Every discovery glows. As an adult, repetition dulls the edges. The extraordinary becomes ordinary. The stars become physics. The rainbow becomes optics. The flower becomes biology. Knowledge expands, but wonder shrinks. The more you explain, the less you feel awe. The world remains vast, but your eyes grow tired. The disappearance of wonder is not sudden. It is a slow erosion. You may not notice, until one day the things that once lifted your spirit now feel flat. The terror is that you may live long enough to lose the ability to be amazed, even by life itself. Level 78, the inevitability of betrayal.
Welcome to level 78. This one is called the inevitability of betrayal. Trust is the foundation of relationships, but betrayal waits inside it. Friends drift, lovers deceive, families wound. Even when betrayal is unintentional, it still cuts. To trust is to expose yourself to pain. Without trust, you are alone. With trust, you risk devastation. The horror is that betrayal is not rare, but inevitable. At some point, someone you love will fail you, whether by choice, by weakness, or simply by death. The very bond that makes life meaningful also guarantees the deepest wounds.
Level 79, the cycle of Welcome to level 79. This one is called the cycle of addiction. Addiction is not only drugs or alcohol. It is any repeated escape from pain. Work, screens, relationships, distractions, each promises relief. Each becomes habit. Each eventually consumes. Addiction thrives because life itself hurts. You seek comfort, and comfort becomes cage. The cycle is cruel. Relief leads to dependence. Dependence leads to suffering. Suffering demands relief. You spiral. The terror is that addiction is not the exception, but the rule. Everyone is addicted to something, because everyone is trying to ease the ache of being alive. The only difference is which chains we choose. Level 80, the collapse of trust in reality. Welcome to level 80. This one is called the collapse of trust in reality. You assume your senses reveal the world, but senses lie. The sky is not blue. The brain paints it. The table is not solid. Atoms swirl in empty space. Even time and space may be illusions, frameworks your mind imposes. The world you live in may be nothing like the world that exists. If perception is always filtered, then reality is forever beyond reach. You may never know what is real, only what your brain tells you. The horror is that life may be lived entirely inside an interpretation, with truth forever sealed behind the curtain. Level 81. The burden of choice. Welcome to level 81 of 100 dark philosophies of life. This one is called the burden of choice. Choices define your path, yet every choice carries weight. Small ones accumulate unnoticed. Large ones carve permanent scars. Each decision closes infinite possibilities, leaving behind a graveyard of unlived lives. Freedom, once celebrated, becomes a torment, for with every option comes responsibility for consequences you cannot predict. To choose is to kill futures. To refuse is still to choose. The burden grows heavier with age, as regrets multiply, and the road behind you narrows. The terror is not only that choice defines you, but that it does so blindly. You walk forward, knowing only later what you have destroyed. Level 82. The Spectre of Age. Welcome to level 82. This one is called the Spectre of Aging. Aging is not sudden, it is a slow theft. First stamina fades, then strength, then memory, then identity itself. The mirror becomes a stranger. You feel young inside, but carry a body that betrays you. Society, too, shifts its gaze away from the old, as if invisibility were part of the process. Worse, aging is irreversible. No matter how you fight, decay always wins. Each year takes something you cannot recover. Aging is not preparation for death. It is a rehearsal, stripping you piece by piece until only silence remains. Level 83. The Tyranny of Need. Welcome to level 83. This one is called the Tyranny of Need. Every living moment is shaped by need. You need air, water, food, shelter. Without them, you collapse quickly. Needs keep you tethered, always reaching, never free. Even when they are met, new needs rise. Status, recognition, meaning. To live is to serve needs endlessly. You may imagine yourself free, but the body demands and you obey. The terror is realizing you are not your own master, but a servant to conditions that never rest. The cage is not outside you, it is built into your very biology. Level 84. The Illusion of Permanence. Welcome to level 84. This one is called the Illusion of Permanence. Humans cling to permanence. Marriages, careers, homes, traditions. Yet everything is impermanent. Relationships end, jobs disappear, houses crumble, cultures vanish. Even the body you live in changes each moment, cells dying and renewing until you are not the same person you were a decade ago. Permanence is only a trick of perception. You think things last, but they are always dissolving. The horror is that permanence is the lie that comforts you against time's erosion. Strip away the illusion, and nothing holds. You are standing on sand, convincing yourself it is stone. Level 85. The Shadow of Guilt. Welcome to level 85. This one is called the Shadow of Guilt. Guilt is the shadow of conscience. It follows even when you try to escape. Mistakes linger long after they are forgiven. Replaying in the mind, guilt poisons joy, whispers during quiet moments, and stains identity. Sometimes it is deserved. Sometimes it is not. But either way, it grows heavier with time. Guilt is cruel because it pretends to be moral guidance. Yet often it only chains you to the past. You may atone, but the shadow remains. The terror is that guilt does not fade with death. It haunts life until the very end. Level 86, the tyranny of uncertainty. Welcome to level 86. This one is called the tyranny of uncertainty. You want clarity, to know what will happen, to predict outcomes, to trust decisions. Yet uncertainty is woven into existence. No matter how carefully you plan, chaos intrudes. Weather shifts, accidents happen, people change. The future is not just unknown, it is unknowable. You live suspended in uncertainty, pretending tomorrow will match your expectations, even as experience proves otherwise. The terror is that certainty is impossible. You act in the dark, guided only by fragile hope. Every step forward is blind, and the ground may collapse beneath you at any time. Level 87, the banality of evil. Welcome to level 87. This one is called the banality of evil. Evil is imagined as monstrous, but often it is ordinary. Bureaucrats stamping papers, workers following orders, neighbors staying silent. Atrocities are built not only by tyrants, but by ordinary people doing their jobs. The horror of the banality of evil is that anyone, including you, may participate without noticing. Evil does not always feel like evil when you are inside it. It feels like routine. History shows how quickly normal life can slide into horror, with ordinary people enabling it step by step. The terror is realizing how fragile your own morality may be under pressure. Level 88. The weight of helplessness. Welcome to level 88. This one is called the weight of helplessness. There are problems too vast for any one person to solve. Poverty, climate collapse, war, injustice. You can try, you can fight, but your effort feels like a drop in an endless ocean. The helplessness deepens when disasters strike close. A loved one dying, a friend in pain, a system too large to fight. You may want desperately to help, but find yourself powerless. Helplessness is heavier than failure, because failure implies you tried and could try again. Helplessness tells you there is no way at all. The horror is realizing how small you are in the face of life's storms. Level 89, the erosion of truth. Welcome to level 89. This one is called the erosion of truth. Once truth felt solid, facts, reality, shared understanding. Now truth erodes under waves of misinformation, propaganda, and endless opinions. Everyone lives in different realities, curated by algorithms and bias. Disagreement is not only about values, but about facts themselves. If truth cannot be trusted, then decisions collapse, trust collapses, society collapses. The erosion of truth makes life terrifying because it leaves no foundation. You cannot know what is real, only what is repeated. The world becomes a hall of mirrors, and you are lost inside reflections. Level 90. The silence of God. Welcome to level 90. This one is called the silence of God. For millennia, humans prayed for answers, for meaning, for comfort. Some claim to hear replies, but for most, the heavens remain silent. The silence raises a chilling question. What if there is no one listening? What if the prayers vanish into emptiness? Without divine presence, suffering becomes random, morality becomes human invention, and death becomes final. Faith can soothe, but silence persists. The horror is not just that God might not exist, but that if God does, God may not care. The silence itself becomes the loudest answer. Level 91. The weight of responsibility. Welcome to level 91 of 100 Dark Philosophies of Life. This one is called the weight of responsibility for others. To love someone is to carry their fate. Parents live with the terror of a child's safety. Children carry the sorrow of aging parents. Partners carry the fragility of each other's lives. Every bond multiplies the burdens you already carry. You may think love adds joy, but it also adds responsibility you cannot escape. The horror is realizing that happiness for you means constant vulnerability to their suffering. You are chained not only to your own survival, but to the fragile lives of those you love most. Level 92. The horror of consciousness without end. Welcome to level 92. This one is called the horror of consciousness without end. Death frightens us because it ends consciousness, yet immortality may be worse. Imagine living forever, watching centuries dissolve, loved ones vanish, civilizations crumble. With no end, meaning collapses, pain stretches endlessly, boredom deepens, time itself becomes unbearable. Consciousness without end is not salvation, but prison. The terror is that immortality could be the cruelest fate of all. Not dying, but never being allowed to stop living. Level 93. The collapse of identity.
Welcome to level 93. This one is called the collapse of identity. You build your identity from memory, values, beliefs, yet each is fragile. Memory fades, values shift, beliefs crumble. You may look back on your younger self and see a stranger. If identity changes so easily, then who are you? Are you the child you once were, the person you are now, the one you will be tomorrow? If none remain constant, then perhaps identity is illusion. The terror is not only that you will die someday, but that the you try to protect may not exist even now.
Level 94. The tyranny of lone. Welcome to level 94. This one is called the tyranny of loneliness. Loneliness cuts deeper than hunger or pain. Humans are built to connect, but modern life often isolates. Crowded cities, yet silent apartments, thousands of online friends, yet no one to call in despair. Loneliness consumes the mind, worsening health, eroding sanity. Even surrounded by others, you may feel unseen. The terror is that loneliness is not rare, but widespread, a quiet epidemic hiding behind smiles and routines. To live is to risk being fundamentally alone, even in a world full of people. Level 95. The collapse of civilization's memory. Welcome to level 95. This one is called the collapse of civilization's memory. We preserve knowledge in books, servers, and monuments, but all are fragile. Libraries burn, servers crash, languages die. Civilizations forget more than they remember. Entire cultures have vanished, their wisdom irretrievable. The terror is realizing our current age will also be forgotten. One day, future beings may walk among ruins of cities, unable to decipher what we built or why. Everything we call progress could dissolve into myth. Civilization's memory is not permanent. It is a candle in a storm. Level 96. The prison of the body's decay. Welcome to level 96. This one is called the prison of the body's decay. You live in a body that weakens over time. Strength fades, joints ache, senses dull, illness strikes randomly, accidents break bones, diseases steal function. You may dream of freedom in spirit, but the body drags you down with its decay. You cannot escape it. Every desire, every dream must pass through its fragile vessel. The horror is not just that you die, but that you die slowly, piece by piece, trapped in a prison of failing flesh. Level 97. The futility of escape. Welcome to level 97. This one is called the futility of escape. You may try to escape life's pain with distraction, with substances, with dreams, with philosophy. Yet escape is always temporary. The morning comes, the body demands, the mind remembers. Even death, the ultimate escape, may not free you if consciousness endures. The terror is that there may be no true exit, only pauses, interludes, illusions. You cannot run far enough to leave yourself behind. Wherever you go, suffering waits. Escape itself may be the most seductive trap of all. Level 98. The weight of the unlived. Welcome to level 98. This one is called the weight of the unlived. You live one life, but you imagine thousands more. Careers never taken, loves never pursued, journeys never begun. Each possibility haunts you, whispering what might have been. This weight grows with age. As the doors close and the paths narrow, the unlived lives become ghosts, trailing behind you, multiplying regret. The terror is realizing you cannot live them all. You must abandon almost everything you could have been, and the abandonment never stops hurting. Level 99, the vanishing of humanity's story. Welcome to level 99. This one is called the vanishing of humanity's story. Even if humanity lasts for millennia, the universe will not keep its story. Stars will fade, planets will die, galaxies will scatter. The record of humanity, art, love, thought, existence, will vanish without witness. The story of all of us will dissolve as if it never happened. The terror is that everything humans ever achieved, every sacrifice, every joy, may one day be erased with no one left to remember. The final book will close, unread forever. Level 100, the final silence. Welcome to level 100. This one is called the final silence. At the end of all things, silence waits, not the silence of rest or peace, but absolute silence. No voices, no thoughts, no witnesses. The universe itself may fall into darkness and cold, with nothing to mark that it ever existed. The final silence swallows not only life, but memory, not only humanity, but meaning. All the questions, all the philosophies, all the struggles dissolve into nothing. The terror is that this silence may already be written, inevitable, unavoidable, and when it comes, there will be no one left to break it.
Loneliness isn't just being alone, it's the quiet moments you can't explain, the thoughts you don't share, the emptiness you feel, even when the room is full. In this video, we're going to explore 100 different levels of loneliness, from the ones you felt before to the ones you didn't even know had a name. Level 1. What loneliness really is. Loneliness isn't the same as being alone. Aloneness is a situation. Loneliness is a feeling. You can live in a crowded city, sit in a buzzing group chat, even share a relationship, and still feel lonely. Psychologically, loneliness is the gap between desired and experienced connection. When what you need doesn't match what you get, loneliness appears. It exists on a spectrum from a faint tug in the background to a heavy gray filter that colors every day. Important, loneliness is a signal, not a verdict. Like hunger reminds you to eat, loneliness reminds you to connect. Because it hurts, it works like an alarm, pushing you toward closeness. But when it lingers, the alarm misfires. You withdraw, ruminate, and grow cautious. Then a loop forms. You feel lonely. Read neutral cues as cold, avoid contact, and confirm the loneliness. This series will guide you gently through the landscape of this feeling. What happens in the body, why some life phases are riskier, how digital spaces help or harm, and how to mend loneliness without overwhelming yourself. You don't need perfect social skills, a big click, or a loud life. Connection begins quietly with 3 pillars. Visibility. I let myself be seen, resonance, someone responds, and reliability. We show up again. That's the core we'll build on. Level 2. The biology of belonging. Loneliness is measurable. Your brain runs social homeostasis, like hunger or temperature regulation. When closeness is scarce, stress markers rise, cortisol elevates, sleep gets shallow, blood pressure ticks up. In the anterior cingulate cortex, networks for social pain overlap with those for physical pain. Rejection literally burns. Meanwhile, the reward system, dopamine, becomes more sensitive to belonging and more anxious about rejection. You crave contact and flinch from it at the same time. Chronic loneliness also shifts attention and interpretation toward threat. A neutral face looks distant. A short reply feels cold. A lively group photo proves you don't belong. Your body tries to protect you sometimes from the wrong thing. The good news: biology is malleable. Small, safe encounters, the barista chat, a weekly class, a standing walk with the same person deliver social calories. Regularity beats intensity. Foundations help: sleep, daylight, movement, and steady meals calm the stress system so interaction reads as possible instead of dangerous. Then loneliness becomes not a verdict on your worth, but a temporary energy state you can influence. Level 3. The three faces of loneliness. Psychologists often distinguish intimate, relational, and collective loneliness. Intimate loneliness is the absence of one very close confidant, someone who knows your inner weather and expects no performance. Without it, big moments feel unshared. Relational loneliness is the lack of a near circle and casual, recurring activity. Who invites you on a whim? Who shares jokes, small wins, minor dramas? Without this net, single ties carry too much weight and snap. Collective loneliness is missing a bigger we. Neighborhood, club, faith, fandom, identity group, professional guild. It answers, where does someone like me belong? Many suffer quietly from collective loneliness. Contacts exist, but not pride and identity in a group. Each layer ripples the others. A strong club softens private droughts. A deep pair bond can buffer a thin friend phase. When loneliness stirs, ask, which cup is empty? That answer guides the next step. For intimate closeness, quality, vulnerability, consistency. For relational closeness, rhythm, standing plans, humble rituals. For collective closeness, place and role. A spot where your contribution matters. Loneliness rarely vanishes in one magical meeting. It melts as all three cups fill, slow. Level 4. Roots in attachment and biography. Our capacity for closeness forms early. Attachment theory sketches an inner map. Am I welcome? Do others respond when I call? Secure attachment teaches closeness is available. I am effective. Avoidant protects through distance. I don't need anyone. Anxious clings for fear of loss. Disorganized wavers when closeness meant both safety and danger. These are adaptations. They once helped. Later, they can extend loneliness unintentionally. Avoidance blocks resonance. Clinging floods relationships. Unpredictability exhausts both sides. The good news: attachment is learnable. Corrective experiences. Reliable people who respond consistently redraw the map. Practically: 1. Tiny tests. Mini disclosures, not grand confessions. 2. Boundaries. Practice closeness without self-loss. 3. Co-regulation. Calm body states in company. Walking, cooking, breathing, shared quiet. 4. Story work. Tell your history with yourself as agent, not only as acted upon. Loneliness lessens as belonging becomes predictable. Predictability grows when you show up repeatedly, similar enough that others can find you, free enough that you want to stay. Level 5. Digital loneliness. The always-on paradox. We're always connected and often always lonely. Why? Digital spaces maximize quantity of contacts but not quality. They boost signal strength, loudness, drama, polish, while relationships need signal fidelity, honesty, recurrence, slowness. Result: you see many people, but few truly see you. Parasocial bonds with creators, teams, characters can warm, but they don't reciprocate. The fix isn't quitting the internet, but intentionality. 1. Synchronous islands. Less scrolling, more live. A weekly voice call, a fixed game night, a book club on video. 2. Small, closed rooms over endless feeds, groups with rituals. 3. Micro co-creation. Build something together online, co-writing sessions, challenges, remote volunteering. 4. Bridges offline. DM, coffee, server, local meetup. Don't measure your digital day by minutes spent, but by moments of reciprocity. Loneliness shrinks when audience turns into partners, when someone doesn't just watch, but does something with you. Level 6, a gentle social fitness plan. Think of connection like aerobic fitness. Small, repeatable workouts beat rare marathons. Design a social warm-up you can do most days in under 10 minutes. Start micro, send one kind text, reply to one message with more than an emoji, exchange a few words with a barista or neighbor. That's your daily reps of visibility. Next, add a weekly rhythm anchor. A class, a club, a run in the same park on the same day. Humans bond to patterns. Keep the bar low. Show up, not show off. Build an exposure ladder for nerves. Level 1. Sit in a cafe and make eye contact. Level 2. Ask for a recommendation. Level 3. Attend a meetup and aim for one 5-minute chat. Level 4. Invite someone for a short walk. After each step, jot 2 lines. What went better than expected, and one thing to try next time. Track inputs, not outcomes. Minutes present, messages sent, invites made. Outcomes, new friends. Deeper trust. Arrive like weather after climate changes. For energy management, pair social moments with body regulation. Arrive 5 minutes early, breathe out longer than in. Sip something warm, unclench the jaw. Pre-commit to exit routes. I can stay 30 minutes, so your nervous system trusts you. Protect the day after bigger efforts with quiet sunlight, movement, and no self-critique. When a plan slips, restart with the smallest unit, one sincere hello. Social fitness isn't charisma, it's consistency under kindness. You are not behind your training. Level 7. Cognitive traps that keep you lonely. Loneliness sharpens certain thinking habits that quietly lock the door from the inside. Mind reading, assuming others find you boring or burdensome without evidence. Catastrophizing, turning a slow reply into a global rejection. Personalization, making neutral events about your worth. They didn't invite me, becomes I am uninvitable. Permanence bias, believing today's isolation predicts forever. Gently counter each trap with testable alternatives. Write the automatic thought, then a kinder, equally plausible story. They're busy. One data point isn't a trend. If I want clarity, I can ask. Use behavioral experiments. If you think initiating annoys people, send 3 low-stakes invites this month. Track responses, notice how your brain filters it, highlights proof you don't belong, and hides evidence you do. Build an evidence list. Moments someone smiled, followed up, thanked you, remembered a detail. Reread it on lonely days. It's not bragging, it's calibration. Practice specific requests instead of vague hopes. Coffee Tuesday beats, we should hang out sometime. When shame says, don't risk it, borrow future use voice. We're training for a life with friends. Use time boxing for rumination. 10 minutes of worry on paper, then move, and upgrade your self-talk from verdicts to process verbs. I am learning to connect. I'm practicing invitations. The goal isn't to never feel lonely, it's to keep thoughts from turning weather into climate. Level 8, designing for connection. Places, rituals, roles. Belonging grows where friction is low and repetition is easy. Choose 1 or 2 third places, a cafe, library table, climbing gym, makerspace, close enough that you'll go on autopilot. Pick recurring times. People become familiar because you are predictably there. Add a small ritual that invites interaction. Bring a deck of conversation cards, a free-to-play chess sign, a dog with a friendly "you can pet me" bandana, a small bowl of spare bike tools. Give yourself a role timekeeper for a study group, snack, bringer, post-run stretch lead, note-taker in a meetup. Roles convert visitor energy into member energy. You matter because something would be missing without you. Host tiny, a 40-minute tea window, a bring one poem night, a mini walk after work. Cap attendance at 2 or 3. Intimacy scales inversely with group size. For digital spaces, prune feeds that numb and starve feeds that loop back into reality. Local groups, hobby servers that meet offline, volunteer channels. Use default invitations. I'll be at the park Saturdays 10-11, join anytime. Defaults reduce negotiation fatigue. Finally, install connection queues at home, a visible stack of postcards to send, a whiteboard with 3 names for monthly check-ins, shoes by the door to make leaving easy. You're not faking sociability, you're engineering frictionless chances for resonance. Level 9. Night loneliness and the sleep loop. Loneliness and insomnia reinforce each other. At night, cognitive guards soften and threat-biased attention turns up. The mind replays social misses, invents worst-case futures, scrolls for comfort and finds comparison. Break the loop with a staging routine that starts hours earlier. Daylight exposure, caffeine cutoff, a wind-down walk. Devices parked outside the bedroom. Create a companionship buffer before sleep. A gentle call, co-reading on voice chat, a shared goodnight text ritual, or a calm podcast audiobook that signals safety without engagement. In bed, swap problem-solving for sensory anchors. A body scan, counting exhales to 6, labeling sensations warm, heavy, supported. When rumination spikes, sit up, low light. Read paper pages, 10-15 minutes, then return. You're teaching the brain bed rest, not courtroom. If the house feels too quiet, use consistent brown noise or a soft fan. Predictability soothes the vigilance system. Next day, schedule micro-connection early morning sunlight. Hello to blunt the evening dip. Avoid doom scrolling. Choose parasocial with purpose. Cozy, kind voices over high arousal feeds. Remember, a lonely night is not evidence of a lonely life. Treat it like jet lag. Adjust cues, protect rituals, keep going. Sleep is a social organ too. It rests best when it trusts tomorrow's small meetings will come. Level 10. Repairing and deepening bonds. Loneliness often hides unmade repairs and undeclared wishes. Start with small repairs. Name the micro-rupture. I went quiet last week. Take ownership. I should have said I was overwhelmed. State a plan. Next time I'll text a heads up. Keep it short. Repairs work by predictability, not poetry. Learn to make bids for connection. Tiny attempts to share attention. Look at this. Hear this song. Walk with me. Healthy bonds are built when people turn toward bids. They notice, respond, and sometimes deepen the moment. Practice responsive listening. Reflect, so that meeting drained you. Validate, that makes sense. Then ask a gentle next. Want advice or just company? Offer specific appreciations tied to behaviors. You remembered my interview date. That steadied me. Schedule follow-ups. Trust compounds when people circle back. Share in-progress selves, not only polished outcomes. Send the draft, the messy sketch, the half-formed idea. Mutuality grows where risk is safe-sized. When distance formed, propose structured reconnection. 3 short coffees over a month, a shared goal, train 5K, read 1 book, or a finite project, host a tiny potluck. If a bond needs boundaries, say them clearly and kindly. Clarity prevents slow estrangement. Finally, let relationships breathe. Not every thread must be daily. Depth is frequency, Kai's quality of repair. Keep showing up, keep repairing, keep inviting. Belonging is less a door you find than a garden you tend. Level 11. The loneliness of success. Achievement can paradoxically amplify loneliness. When you reach a milestone, a promotion, a degree, publishing a work, you expect celebration. But if those around you can't relate or feel envy, connection thin, success changes your reference group. Old peers might feel distant, new peers may still see you as unproven. Loneliness here isn't about lacking people, it's about lacking shared language and stakes. To counter this, create a circle of relevance. Find at least 2 people who understand the terrain you're now in, even if they live far away. Join mastermind groups, niche forums, or professional meetups. Pair high achievement spaces with low bar joy spaces where you can drop titles and simply be board game nights, hobby classes, community volunteering. Learn to share success without performance. I'm proud and a little scared. Instead of listing outcomes, invite others into your journey early, not only when polished. Co-own the process. Guard against imposter syndrome, isolation. The feeling that you can't connect because you're not truly what your role says. Naming this to trusted peers often dissolves its grip, and resist the lone hero script. Bring collaborators into the spotlight, share credit, and build gratitude rituals that keep relationships warm. Success can be a bridge or a wall. Build the bridge on purpose. Level 12. When family feels far even when close. Geographic proximity doesn't guarantee emotional closeness. Some feel most lonely at a crowded holiday table because belonging without being seen still leaves you starved. This form of loneliness comes from misattunement. Your values, identity, or needs diverge from the family's narrative. First, validate the feeling. It's not betrayal to notice distance. Identify pockets of safety. One cousin who gets your humor, an aunt who listens without fixing. Invest more in these micro bonds than in trying to repair every gap at once. Practice strategic sharing. You don't owe your whole inner world to people who misuse it. Choose 2 or 3 topics that feel safe to discuss and reserve the deeper parts for chosen family or friends. When visits drain you, plan post-visit rituals. Call a friend, take a walk, journal the good moments. You can also reshape family time, suggest smaller gatherings, shared activities, cooking together, walks, that shift the dynamic from interrogation to collaboration. And when grief arises for the closeness you wish you had, allow it. Grief honors the value of what's missing. Then remember